What is the best caliber for dealing with an army of humanoid robots? 5.56 with M855A1. Consider stairs. They look really cute with their backpacks, like they're going to robot school. Best caliber? Stairs and charging stallions set up like those USB killers. You can now strip the working parts of the enemy after you capture them and use it to repair your own soldiers. Just wait until they have skin and they can feel. Rape is going to be my answer. Meat infantry is obsolete now. Small arms. Anything armor piercing really. Can be a tungsten round or a slap sub-caliber penetrator. That's even better. Fragmentation won't matter as there is no flesh. You want the ability to punch holes in stuff. I suspect shotgun shot would not be great because of this, though you could use an automatic shotgun with birdshot to destroy the tin skin sensors. Big guns. A normal 338 50 cal will do due to raw energy. Now I wonder if it's possible to make APHE or heat small arms bullets. Probably one of the engine buster calibers. 50 Beowulf, 458 SOCOM, 450 Bushmaster. Basically, big bullet that goes through a tiny bit of metal and inflicts tremendous blunt damage upon the electrics, but can be fired out of an AR. 2x10 Pinor, unjacketed, hardcore. I have never heard of this round. Pick? If caliber, I'm thinking more where than what. If gauge, 20-12-10 buckshot with a full choke should deliver enough volume to make a proper mess of things, in general at a decent standoff range. About 20-inch spread at 25 yards, but I'm still aiming for the center of visible mass, possibly torso. What is the best caliber for dealing with an army of humanoid robots? Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. 7.62, 9mm, and 12 gauge apparently. Works on land sharks too, supposedly. Are you a short, bald martial arts expert who is buddies with a member of a race of warmongering alien monkey? No? Then tough luck, just lie down and die. Water-soluble paint. If it can't see you, it won't fire. 30-06 and 45 ACP. What's the practical difference for China between one of these and one of their current soldiers? More soul in these new ones. High velocity AP rounds. Lightsaber, destroy droid, force push, force crush. I have trained long for this day. Impressive. Confessions. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I think boomers were right about 3-point slings being the best. It's worse, Father, because they were the first rifles I shot. I'm more comfortable with bullpups. That's right, Father. I use a 3-point sling on a bullpup. May the cube have mercy on my soul. I went shooting about a month ago and haven't cleaned my beloved black powder shotgun pistol since then. I've delayed cleaning it before without any pitting, but I still know it's retarded for me not to clean my fucking guns. I also bought my first non-antique, non-inherited gun 2 weeks ago, and I haven't gone to the range with it yet. I came down with something about a month and a half ago, and I'm still sick. I'll probably go shooting on Thursday or Friday. Black powder chads. Forgive me. Forgot pick. Here it is at the range, loaded with approximately 60 grains of triple FG Pyrodex, 2 ounces of birdshot, and titanium powder. I promise I will clean you soon, my beloved. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been months since my last post. The captcha is infuriating and annoying. I have not built a gun since meeting the girl who has since become my wife and bore me a son. My tools are still in the box they were put in when we moved to our new house. The new challenges I face every day prevent me from pursuing the one true interest I have. I'm really close to getting the barreled action of a 7184 Mauser I bought from Apex to actually be a functioning rifle again. The stock is actually a repro from The Last Samurai. I can't decide whether trying to swage an A-base into a 4590 brass is worth it, or just to use it as a single shot. I haven't even shot the last 3 guns I bought. Next thing you're telling me is you keep the condoms despite being a virgin, and you change underwear once a week. That's horrible, Steven. I am a no-gun. They are too expensive. Every post I've ever made on this board is a LARP. I haven't been shooting in months. I've just felt dejected when I look at my guns after a family member's funeral. Today at the range, I loaded a magazine for my M1 carbine. and I was halfway loaded until I realized the bullets were in backwards. I think 30-round mags on ARs are retarded. 20-round mags are more practical. I prefer either 20 or 40-round mags over 30. 20 are just nice and easy to carry around, and if I want more bullet, I just jump ahead to 40 because it seems silly not to. I'm sorry, Father. I too have been lazy about cleaning my guns after shooting, though at least only smokeless, never once with black powder like this savage. 50 rounds are where it's at. I've been a gun owner almost a year now, owned 4 handguns and an AR, and I haven't been to the range or shot any of them once because I'm terribly shy in new situations and I have no one to go to the range with. You just gotta get up and going on. Visit a reputable range and ask for an introductory safety course. The people who work at ranges are more than happy to help you out if you're new to the hobby. Just be willing to listen and pay attention to what they tell you. Come back a few days later, take only 1 gun with you for your first day. Watch some YouTube vids about the manual of arms of your gun of choice before you go. Sling lead down range and have a blast. Simple as. Grandfather of teen killed in home invasion calls AR-15 use unfair. How can you nobly fight home invaders? On guard, ye cur! Draw steel, ye trespassing scoundrel! Not weapons. Someone breaks into my house. Get my satin white glove and strike the burglar across the face with it. Burglar now has to leave my house since I challenged him to pistols at dawn. We're still 5 hours from the sun coming up. Home invasion successfully averted, rematching them by breaking into their house at a later date. Artillery adds dignity to what would otherwise be an ugly brawl. Frederick the Great embraced the wisdom of der Alt Fritz. I remember the story of someone shooting a burglar with a single-shot 20mm loaded with HE. Would he feel better if his grandson was killed with a hammer? Perhaps with a bayonet charge. Civil War era cannon filled with grape shot, with a musket as the founders intended. You strip down and oil up in front of the invader and challenge him to a match of pink ration. I wouldn't fight them. I would listen to what they have to say, and that's what no one did. Noble? Trample upon them with your noble steed. Battleship, best of 3. A fine double gun seems appropriate. I own an Enfield for home defense since that is what my great-grandfather intended. 400 break into my house. Bloody hell. As I grab my gas mask and Enfield rifle, blow a golf ball-sized hole through the first man. He's dead on the spot. Draw my Lot 1908 pistol on the second man. Miss him entirely because it's out of battery and won't shoot. I have to resort to the Winchester automatic carbine mounted at the top of my curio cabinet. Loaded .351 WSL. Over the top, lads! The lead slugs shred 2 men in the mag dump. The sound and over-penetration set off car alarms. Draw Imperial Japan sword and charge the last terrified Hun. He bleeds out waiting on the police to arrive since severed limbs are impossible to stitch up, just as General Tojo intended. Break into house in America. Get shot by gun. That's not fair. He used gun. How am I supposed to break into your house and steal your things if you have gun? You know the rules, and so do I. You're gonna get this from any other guy. Since he violated the NAP by trespassing, I would nuke the preschool his child goes to in self-defense, before selling half of his extended family into slavery for profit, and keeping the other half as gnomes in my pleasure gardens to show off to my contemporaries. His grandfather would be my indentured slave, like a house nigga in charge of the rest of the servants until his debts are paid off as agreed. $88,888.88 per minute trespassed. The intruder would be shot by an AR-15 with a service fee billed to his last address as $69.69 per trigger pull. AR-15 is unfair, with a powdered wig as our forefathers intended. Keck. It's now IRL memery. Dueling pistols. The one the invader wields has a blank. I remember that article from years ago when it happened. I also remember that the grandfather was also a low-life ex-con and probably the reason why his grandchild turned out to be a shitbag like him. Should thou find thyself within a house or other structure, the finest and most noble choice is oft the side sword and buckler. With the side sword thou mayest both cut and thrust with great effect, gaining the advantage of reach in most encounters. The buckler serveth not only as a stout defense, but also as a secondary striking weapon, and the most well-wrought of such shields may turn aside the shot of a handgun, as well as blows from other arms. When I am called to the test of skill, I seize my buckler and side sword, for herein lieth the truest form of honorable combat. Get Glocks and Shield Plus and GX4 and IC9s. Tried a buddy's P365 and LCP. Still ended up pocket EDCing an LCR J-frame because it's so damn easy and convenient. Can even carry a speed loader pouch, speed strips, or just loose rounds if you feel undergunned. Though I don't bother. Same deal with a pump shotgun next to the bed loaded with double-aught buckshot in arm's reach. Nice and simple. Damn, that's really unique and interesting that you, a contrarian 4chan user, would rather use the dated and unpopular choice. Oh no, I must be missing out. Quick, what should I carry instead? Objectively, the 365. You enjoy your self-revolver and on, you enjoy your loose pocket ammo. And I will continue to carry a single spare mag with 20 rounds in it. And both of you will never have to use them ever likely. Move out of Crackville. Used to have to stay up and chase crackheads trying to steal my shit. First week in new place away from Crackville. Hear a banshee wail at 5 a.m. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep carrying it. That's most likely either a coyote or a fox. Neither of which will bother you. On the off chance it's a mountain lion, you don't have enough gun. I don't think there's ever been a coyote in the heart of the city here. We also had a woman walk by wailing from all the drugs she was on. Seems that no matter where you go, drugs are killing people. Drugs are killing people? I wish. The cops just Narcan them back to life to perpetuate the anarcho-tyrannical system. Are brass knuckles effective? How do they compare to blackjacks? A knife is far better. If you're going to arm yourself with something, you want something to either pierce or force your way into your opponent's vitals. Knives serve to pierce their way there, while to force your way in, you need something along the lines of a hammer or a bat. Knives are messy though, and bats are easily countered. A hammer I can see, but it's going to be hard for an individual to carry that without a backpack. Knives are messy though. Fights are messy inherently. No plan survives combat. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, etc., etc. Bats are easily countered. Have you ever been in a fight with someone swinging a bat at you? I can tell you haven't, just by this post. But it's gonna be hard for an individual to carry that without a backpack. That's the point, alright? A knife is the smallest, most compact physical weapon you can carry, ignoring firearms. Knives are messy though. They're calling him the fastidious pussy slayer, the preening brass knuckle weenie, the fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up. A knife? Get both. Why punch someone when you can stab them instead? A blunt force trauma with your own physical strength behind it without a lever tool will not match the damage a knife can cause on an average hit. Trench knives often had knuckles for defensive reasons. They worked as a handguard, and because they were being used by soldiers who weren't exactly experts in melee, a knuckle knife could be used to punch as well as stab or hammer with the pommel, and it makes it a lot easier to keep hold of the knife if someone is trying to disarm you. Knives are messy though, and bats are easily countered. Okay, stop a bat being swung at full speed, see how your hand feels afterwards. I would rather have a slingshot. Tie a monkey fist around a nut or padlock or something, on a short length of rope. You can just swing it like a club without too much risk of hitting yourself and a pretty hard impact. It's a literal hunk of metal around your fingers, adding weight and metal to your blows. It's akin to hitting someone with a hammer with the ease and convenience of punching. You will be hit with a bigger charge if caught. And it's a very easy way to turn a stupid, pointless street brawl into a murder charge. Brass knuckles plus head equals lights out. Juries also see them as evil/criminal weapons. Not something noble, so they will hit you with that. Had a Marlin goose gun. a 54 caliber muzzleloader, and a 9130 I gave to my dad to hold on to, and he fucking gave them away. Tells me to protect my family some other way. So I'm buying new guns and he can fuck off. I don't even have a good image for this. I'm sorry. Why did you have him holding onto your guns in the first place? This bad motherfucker chambered in 3-inch Magnum. One of my shooting buddies has one of those. It's such a piece of shit, but at the same time it's pretty cool due to the absurdly long barrel. There's a 10 gauge version too, but the 12 gauge has an even longer barrel than the 10 for some silly reason. My buddy has about a 50% chance of the magazine falling out under recoil. Anyway, it fucking sucks you can't trust your own family to respect your property. Yeah, from the beginning like 6 months ago, it was supposed to be temporary, and now he won't even tell me who he gave them to. Mine did the same shit when it was only 2-round mag, but half the time it would pop out halfway through, lol. I am really going to miss my 9130, and I forgot to mention my 22, both of which I had my whole life, and I'm fucking 30. Oh, if I give you a gun and you do something stupid, it's my fault. It's my fucking gun. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I just had to call the fucking FBI because of a threat to my family, and the fuck won't even give me my shit back. I would have put them in my fucking shed had I known. Drunk fucking bastard has never been there to protect me, and has the nerve to tell me to protect my family some other way? Fucking nigger never once protected one of his kids from anything. What's he want you to use? A baseball bat and a sock on it? That's what I fucking said. He has like 20 guns and he's gonna fucking tell me that shit? My family could be in danger and I'm supposed to stand there in my kitchen with a PVS-14 and a steak knife? Armistice and 88s. Well, if he owns guns, did he say why he didn't want to give them back? Specifically? What was the cause of the temporary 6-month-long issue? Did you catch a restraining order? I'm being extorted by someone I don't know that could be from my area, and they have stolen information from me, demanded money, and threatened my family. Again, Jewish nigger post. If I was insane, they wouldn't let me buy guns, but you're probably some Euro-poor fag that has to kiss the government's whole asshole to get a World War II relic. More specifics. Did that lead to a restraining order or something? Things that didn't happen for 500. The Russians have a Stargate. Bros? When will they stop copying us? Oh, for fuck's sake. We go to all that effort to keep the Earth from getting sucked into an interstellar war, and now the Russians are going to walk in and fuck everything up, trying to save the ethnic Russians of Tau Ceti, or something. Gold? Tactical advantage of sending only 4-person teams to unknown planets instead of a full squad? Low-budget show first season carried forward. Russians get a space cruiser. It's destroyed on its first mission. 1 million lives! It was pretty cool how humans were the most advanced race to use Stargates. Everyone else just had dumb staves that shot little bolts of plasma. Then humans with MP5 showed up and blast away everyone. My uncle has been to every dumb and mountain complex. What else did you think the piss key would open? The only time the Russian Stargate team is depicted is also the time where it gets own-zoned. Once more proving that gold is in the ass and Asgardite faggots cooperate in the Anglo-Saxon conspiracy. Cree, the act of Shalva breaking is not gay. The Tauri will claim that it is homosex, but it is not Cree. Shalva breaking is a punishment for Jaffa that have failed their god, and it is very much manly and not gay. A First Prime does not enjoy performing such humiliating punishments, but it is his duty to his god to do so, Cree. Anubis himself created the practice before the Jaffa even existed, and enacted on unruly Unas who dared question him, Cree. China's military is so advanced, electric tricycles become Chinese Army's modern gear. Since the U.S. election, China hacked the U.S. Treasury Department, conducted largest naval drills in decades, deployed ships in strength to the South China Sea, launched the world's biggest amphibious warship, accused of sabotaging undersea cables in Asia and Europe. But what about typical? Deployed ships to the South China Sea? Holy shit, they're capable of sailing in their backyard? Once I took a piss outside. By this shill's metrics, that makes me the greatest survivalist in the world. One or two propaganda pieces don't win a war. Someone should post a video of the Chinese ship having to be bailed out by the sailors because the door was on the wrong side of the hatchway and their electric bilge pump burned out the second it touched water. Even the Soviets were not this insecure about their position in the world. Chinese communists and their pet shills have massive Daddy America issues. If these things were really an issue for Americans, we'd be hearing about them non-stop like the fucking balloons. So what does this retard want? Haha, look at these useless weapons. Already doctrinally field tested. Sabotaging undersea cables. Shut off India's internet, please, China-san. How common/real was the thing where a samurai tests his weapon, a sword, by attacking random civilian at a crossroads? About tree fitty. I don't know if they did that. Peasants, particularly farmers, had a higher place than people like merchants. As odd as that sounds, they did occasionally practice by executing bound criminals. Kill local lord's favorite rice farmer. Now you must commit Sudoku. Sounds kinda dumb to practice what is essentially murder against a defenseless target. I'm just guessing. If it was done, it would have been on beggars, homeless, or crazy people. Effectively, yes. The destitute could be trumped on all manner of charges and executed simply because the daimyo considered them undesirables. Real enough that the practice was apparently outlawed. Plenty of shit that isn't actually happening has been banned because of moral panics. Just because a law was made doesn't mean it was commonplace. The whole testing a new weapon seems like a shitty defense for chimped out at a random person over road rage or some shit. But because the passerby was an actual nobody with no recourse, they made a law specifically forbidding using this retarded defense in the future. I haven't been able to find out if it was really commonplace. Statistics weren't really kept at the time. But I think it wasn't really that common. Executioners were sometimes paid to test new swords on criminals sentenced to death or on corpses. It doesn't seem likely for a daimyo getting a new sword, mounting on his favorite horse and beheading a random peasant. Most cases of sujigiri were probably something like 9-6 is describing. More of an excuse than reason to kill something for some perceived disrespect. Furthermore, most samurai were, nominally at least, Buddhist, and taking lives was frowned upon. It was apparently common enough that there was not only a name for it, but that it was banned. That there was one high-profile lord executed for it, and there was another guy who intentionally went out to where it was going on and slaughtered a gang of bandits who were doing it. The various accounts suggest that while samurai were legally allowed to kill those of lesser castes, it really only happened when the victim was actively trying to make it happen. I don't feel like they'd do it to their own peasants, but attacking someone else's is fair game. It was legal for the noble class to kill their subjects whenever they wanted. Obviously, it wasn't normal for them to just kill a passerby even if they were allowed to. There were a few recorded cases of them testing out new weapons on prisoners. It was real, but not at all common. It was just a specific manner of murder, but it's presented with a neat foreign word and is brought up often because it sounds outrageous. Whether or not it was a regular occurrence, you should be able to tell right away how embellished it is, Desu. A samurai had all sorts of options to test a new weapon or technique. It'd be stupid to risk money, reputation, and life on murking a random peasant. What would you get out of that you wouldn't get out of sparring or test cutting with bamboo or tatami? It's like droit du seigneur. Peasants memeing on the petty nobles for talking about their rights as if they could do whatever they wanted, while in reality they were fags who couldn't do shit without getting arrested by the higher nobles. These defenseless passerby were never truly defenseless. The shogunate forbade non-samurai to carry katana, but they could carry shorter sword, either wakizachi or kodachi, and for self-defense against robbery or banditry. They cannot provoke samurai into a duel, but they can, in theory, defend themselves against rogue samurai/ronin. Magistrate would sometimes side with the peasant in case said peasant were harassed by ill-reputed samurai and had to take a stand. Annoying faggot in town constantly pissing everyone off. Many complaints to the local samurai. Who is responsible for keeping order? Whacks the guy at night. Everyone acts like it was some random act of cruelty with no motive and goes on happily with their lives. The modern equivalent would be zeroing your rifle at the homeless encampment. And it would be based. Almost never. A samurai could strike down a peasant, but would have to justify his actions. If found unjust, his lands and wealth could be stripped and be disgraced. It happened in the Sengoku Jidai because no one was really policing it during a massive war. But in the Edo period, it was illegal and you would be executed for doing it. If you wanted to test a new sword on a person in the Edo period, you would just go execute criminals like everybody else did. Yamamoto Tsunetomo talks about doing this in the Hagakure. There were 3 different things people may confuse. 1. Samurai killing Japan peasants for insulting them. This was true and absolutely legal in Edo, Japan. If a peasant insulted a samurai, the samurai could kill him. The samurai could also have sex with a Japanese peasant's wife without punishment. And if the peasants tried to take revenge, he would be executed. Crossroads killing. A samurai killing a random innocent passing by a peasant to test his weapon. This is what the OP is referring to. 3. Testing weapons on convicted criminals. Keltec PR-57. The Keltec PR-57 is a compact concealed carry pistol chambered in 5.7 by 28mm. Featuring a rotary barrel and top-loading design, it's ultra-lightweight and maintains an impressive 20-round capacity. The PR-57 comes with 2 10-round stripper clips and optics plate. Prayers answered once again. Thanks, George. I love you. I like gimmicks. I like trash. I like stupid shit. Already putting my pennies in the Keltec jar for when this thing drops. Cheap too. $400 retail. Stripper clips. Fucking why? How do you unload it? Makes grip smaller, which is important for such a long cartridge. See the bottom of the grip? I'll bet it unloads like many older guns with stripper clips. Right out the bottom. That's what I'm hoping for. If it's under $500, I'll buy 3. Retail is only $400, which means it'll be $360 online. They haven't specified if it's single action or double action. It's hammer fired. We can see the hammer moving in the videos, and it looks like it's double action like their older chassis guns. It's like a rotary barrel PF9 with an internal mag. I'm excited for it. Make a new sub 2K in 5.7. One of the appeals of the 5.7 is compatibility with multiple kinds of magazines. Release a stripper clip fed 5.7 pistol to go with it. Why is Keltec like this? Am left-handed. Chargers only seem to be useful for right-handers. Leftoids can't use the gun. Sold. Brain-dead, evolutionary dead-end left-hander can't comprehend flipping the device upside down to use it the other way. You people and your perceived victimhood are a blight. 14 ounces unloaded, 18 ounces loaded with 20 rounds. It's only 0.93 inches wide when most compacts right now are 1 inch. It's not a mag, it's a clip. Thanks, Florida. I love memes. My wife just threatened to divorce me because I inherited my great-grandfather's shotgun. It's been in my family for 4 generations. She hates guns that much that she's willing to destroy our family of 6 because my great-granddad's shotgun is coming my way. She gave me the ultimatum, and I told her I'd be looking for a rental in the near future. She hasn't spoken to me in 4 days and won't sleep in our bed now. What the actual fuck is wrong with women? Her farmer dad used to walk around shirtless with a shotgun when I first met her, but now she's having a woman moment that I might get one. Tell the bird it's your house and she can feck off. It's our house. Also, you're pretty much fucked either way. She has revealed her crazy. If you choose to keep it, she will hate you and maybe leave. If you cuck out, she will never respect you and will still probably leave or walk over you like a rug for the rest of your life. Yeah, that's what I figured. There's literally only one way to fix this. Stop talking to her entirely. Treat her like garbage anytime you see her. Get a girlfriend. Anything less will not work. I hate living in a hostile atmosphere, but this might be my future for the foreseeable future. I hate having to do this nonsense. Fuck your wife. Fuck your mother. If she's willing to divorce over a family heirloom, imagine what else she'll divorce for. Annan, don't you dare leave that fucking house, cause the moment you step foot out of it, you won't get it back in the divorce, and she'll get to keep it. I won't bend the knee to any woman. Trouble is, she won't bend the knee to me either, and I can't make her. But it isn't his house, Anon. According to the family court, it's now their house. We are both on the mortgage. It's our house. Seriously, just tell her to fuck off and then get it anyways. I mean it. Just a casual fuck off and then go on about your day like nothing has happened. I've never seen her act like this. I don't think she'll just accept it. Could it be that there's something else wrong and it's just revealing itself in this issue? No meds except Ozempic in a chronic case of self-destructive woman moments. Hate to tell you this, OP, but I think we've cracked the case. Any medication that makes you drop weight like you got super AIDS tends to make me think that maybe that might cause something else to change in your brain. ITT, we post guns we're interested in getting, and Anons who actually own them give us their opinions on them. I'll start. I own one. I thought it would be a good semi-auto 308 rifle. I was wrong. The more I've shot it, the less I like it, to the point I'm looking to get rid of the damn thing. I don't like the ergonomics. I don't like the safety. The process of proper care/maintenance is a pain in the ass. You have to own special/specific tools to do the cleaning. If you have an issue that involves tearing down the bolt, you better have that tool too. Magazines are stupid expensive for what they are. I don't know if they all are, but mine is very ammo picky. All in all, I ammo a garbage rod. M1A is a pay-to-play platform. Unless you want to buy the bone stock rifle with a 10-round mag and call it a day, you're going to spend hundreds of dollars beyond your initial purchase to equip it with the basic necessities. $150 for a scope mount, $35 for each magazine, $60 for an extra attachment point, sling bipod, etc., $150+ for an optic, more if you want an actual scope. But damn if it doesn't look nice. I honestly love mine, but it's my only semi-auto 308, so I don't have much else to compare it to. I have a few judges, and even with that said, I can't imagine why anyone would want the public defender. The judge is already a meme gun with very limited application. The public defender version is objectively worse. I am made show the only reason to get it is if you're building a collection around the cheap throwaway plastic aesthetic. C96 Mauser. The good. It's very fun to shoot. The smile I get every time I take it out just to plink or do serious range shooting is a feeling I never get with most handguns. Some examples can be found for less than $1,500 now. As of 2022, I got mine for like $1,400 max. Good quality, not beat up and used hardly at all, and shoots extremely well. Now obviously most milsurp guns from the time are overpriced now, but 9mm World War I examples are like 3 times the cost, so this is more on the cheaper end of the spectrum. Really accurate for what it is, and how old it is. Trigger pull is not bad for such an old gun, and feels better than some modern guns somehow. Looks sexier than most guns, period. Fight me. Get a stock. It's literally an exception to the SBR ATF ruling, and you can have a free SBR with this thing. That said, stock doubles as a holster, and it's so fucking neat. The bad. Loading is hard to get used to, and sometimes stripper clips are hard to use compared to rifle rounds due to how small and skinny the round is. Cost per round isn't horrible, but you will never be found getting rounds in any store on Earth. Gotta order them online. If you are Chad enough to carry this thing, it's not terrible, but why? You literally have anything smaller, and less awkward to sit in your pants. The sights are almost pointless to adjust unless you get the stock/holster. Then it's a very fun carbine. Again, highly recommend getting one if you buy this gun. Chinese-made C96s are extreme varied quality, but don't be afraid of them. Some are very well made. Many are not and should not be shot and used for display only. heavy. Like, unironically, you can call me a bitch or whatever, but it's overly heavy. However, for such an old gun, it's an upgrade to its competition, which is bulkier than it, so give it a pass. TLDR, this outdated POS is the most fun gun in my entire collection, and I wouldn't sell it for anything. LCR in 9mm? Blah. Every LCR model not in 38 Special is retarded. In particular, the 9mm sucks for 4 reasons. First, because it's just as heavy as the 357, which completely negates the main benefit of the LCR as a so light you forget about it pocket carry gun. Second, the moon clips you have to use because the cartridge isn't rimmed are fundamentally awful because of how hit large the extractor notch in the case is means that any moon clip that is the typical size, and the only size in mass production mind you, has a really sloppy retention of the rounds. So they are not all held parallel to each other. So ironically, it's even slower to reload than a regular revolver with a speed loader. Third, the combination of relatively rough finish machining inside the chambers and the higher chamber pressure of 9mm means you will regularly have stuck cases, and finding out you can't reload your gun anymore until you mash the ejector rod on something seems like a pretty dumb thing to sign up for in a gun you might use for self-defense. Fourth, because the bullets aren't retained in the case under recoil by bumping against the front of a magazine, cheap ammo that's not crimped quite firmly will have bullet jump, where the bullet is pulled out of the case by inertia under recoil and can cause a jam in the middle of a magazine that's not fixable by just pull the trigger again, which negates a major point in favor of the revolver compared against a semi-auto. If you absolutely must, buy gold dots for self-defense and don't count on getting a reload because that ammunition is manufactured in such a way that all the reliability problems are mitigated significantly. But in general, it's a shit gun that exists only because some manager thought it sounded neat on paper but wasn't willing to devote the engineering hours required to iron out the flaws in the design before it went to market. Mini 30. Fun aesthetic, cool if you ever have to go to a band state, but significantly less accurate and reliable than an AR in a ballistically equivalent caliber like 300 Blackout or even 7.62x39. Expect about twice as many jams and twice the group diameter versus an AR that costs the same. I have a P238 as one of my carry pieces. I don't know if the magazine safety is standard on all models or just the Californian compliant version. Either way, if, like me, you hate magazine safeties, it is very easy to delete. You remove a pin and the lever that is held in place by it. That's it. Field stripping for cleaning can be a little fiddly, but it's not difficult. Trigger is okay. SAO. Manual safety is easy to operate while still being tight. I carry mine cocked and loaded in a holster and appendix. But that might not be the smartest thing given it has only the one manual safety, no grip or trigger safety. I won't say it's pleasant to shoot, but it isn't unpleasant either. In short, I don't see any reason not to own one. I can see reasons why folks wouldn't want it as a carry, but all of those reasons are self-evident in the spec sheet. Easy to clean / maintain. Mine has been reliable, even with screwdriver rounds. SCR. Chin weld everything. Get a good cheek riser unless you can mount it insanely low without it getting in the way of the charging handle. Manipulating the charging handle one-handed is very difficult with no pistol grip. Get ready to skin your knuckles. You'll hold it for 5 minutes and realize there's absolutely no way you'll be able to comfortably reach the magazine release and have to get a kit to make it ambi. Aligning the bolt's tail into hole for the buffer tube in the stock is difficult to align sometimes. But it's still pretty fun. Even regular AR owners are attracted to it for some reason. USP-45 Tactical and Smith & Wesson 632 Ultimate Carry. I have a USP-45 Tactical. It's easily one of my favorite pistols of all time. It's been to the woods, the desert, the ocean, inside caves, and concrete jungles with me. It can run literally any ammo I throw at it, and I have about 3,000 rounds through it. I have made hits out to 100 yards with it, and it recoils very pleasantly. I have Mexican carried it around, and despite its size, it didn't print very much. It does everything you want it to do, and then some. Again and again and again. The big gripes I have are that 45 ACP is expensive as fuck. The gun itself is huge, almost no holster support, and no pick rail. Minor gripes are that the mags are expensive. The match sights don't inspire much confidence as they are all black and retarded to use in non-perfect lighting conditions. And finding someone to mill a red dot locally is a nightmare. I've been wanting one for years. I'll get the A3 one day. Horribly overpriced with a terrible trigger that makes shooting it well a challenge. The trigger can be improved, but that means throwing even more money at it. If you are buying it for the aesthetics alone, and the money is no object, sure. If you want a bullpup, there are better options, but the AUG does at least have a solid reputation. Anyone recommend the Scorpion under or around 1K? Only if it already includes some kind of brace. No more than 1100 though. How could humanity win a war against aliens? By listening to what they have to say. Rape. Anon, rape cannot solve every single problem. You have to stop this. Depends on technology, but if they have the resources and ability to come to Earth from their home planet, then it would be best to spread your ass open and hope that having sex is their weakness. We need to use the manhole again. Using the Trudeauan theory of warfare, we'll win if they kill us and wipe us out. If an alien civilization is advanced enough to feasibly make such a long journey, then there isn't really anything we could do to stop them, and we'd all be dead without them even needing to personally visit our galaxy. On the bright side, any civilization that advanced has no real reason to attack us in the first place. Resources? Whatever they're after, they're passing billions of times more of it in asteroids during the journey here. The living space? Way less time/effort to just build orbital habitats where they already live. Slave labor? Would be less effort and more effective to just automate whatever work they had in mind. Livestock? Would be less effort to covertly retrieve DNA samples with a drone and cultivate meat from them instead, which would also be easier and cheaper than conceiving/raising live humans, requiring less energy and space. Just for shits and giggles? Such an advanced civilization could make the Death Star look like a child's toy. So if they're that bad at containing any grug smash instincts, then they'll destroy themselves through internal conflict long before they ever discover other intelligent life. Elimination of a future threat doesn't even need to be a big decision. You could just have a small number of dickheads who easily have enough power to overwhelm us. Imagine some gang using us as hostages. Aliens have alien motives. Simple as. Hope that they're completely retarded. No species without extreme ideological potency and spiritual intensity would survive to colonize the rest of their system, let alone another star system. Without an overriding philosophical and spiritual desire to compel them, they'd be too busy on their world with alien redditors and alien sci-fi enthusiasts smugly voting to import more sub-aliens into whatever the most productive and long-term planning-oriented alien society was at the behest of alien parasites who easily exploit alien midwittery. In short, you don't conquer space by suppressing grug smash. You reach space by suppressing actually nerds and shoving them back into lockers where they fucking belong. Nuke-shaped charge. Bill Clinton loved the part when the First Lady dies. Said it was his favorite movie. It'd probably take a second or more offensive depending on how advanced the aliens are. If they render our weapons useless, then we have no choice but to use their own weapons against them or try to mimic theirs. Basically anything new they pull out is going to be analyzed as best as we can while also trying to snag parts. That's a big if they don't kill all the smart people and the rest of the Earth in one go. They wouldn't. We'd be liquidated. Any civilization that advanced has no real reason to attack us in the first place. That's a very bold conclusion considering we have exactly 0 data points to work off of, and that includes ourselves. Something sci-fi writers often overlook is how unusual Earth is. Basically a binary planet system with a much higher density and gravity than is expected from its orbital position. Obviously, both of those are due to the same Proterozoic impact. It has a ton of interesting geological and biological implications. One that is never talked about is if sentient aliens are all from Goldilocks-type planets. It is currently thought a human soldier would be to an Lamau grunt as either a human is to a gorilla on the low side or a human to like a space marine or something on the high side. Humans are likely to be radically physically stronger than aliens, like to a scary for them degree. Would be nice if we saw this reflected in film, with a movie that showed the more likely scenario is totally inverted from aliens etc. The humans may be fewer in number and with inferior technology, but they will absolutely wreck your gray-skinned shitbox if they can get close to you, which considering walking on Earth would be the equivalent of a sprint workout on Mars, they probably can. Quickly. The John Carter stories did that over 100 years ago. How could humanity win a war against aliens? Depends on the scale of the conflict. The entire star-faring alien race decides it wants to utilize all of its worlds to launch an attack on Earth? Humans can't win. They can just launch some RKVs for pennies in terms of their budget and kill everyone on Earth. But how about extremely small faction from said aliens decides to attack Earth? Maybe it's just some civilian mining corporation and due to an emergency they couldn't make it to their destination. Maybe they need to stop by the solar system for some reason. They don't even have anything beyond basic security team used to police members of their own ship and not for doing invasions of other worlds. For some reason, Earth has what they need to make their repairs, so they stop here and it ends up resulting in some battle between Earth militaries and the alien security team while their engineers repair the ship. You just need a contrived reason for the aliens to have only a small group and not be at anything near their full power. District 9 did that. How could humanity win a war against aliens? Transmit an archive of all K-posts. Aliens would decipher it and get an aneurysm from the concentrated retardation at display. Absolutely 0 fucking chance against a dedicated invasion. No way. The only way to contrive a victory scenario goes like this. Give us at least an extra 2 centuries. This is so we can have some space infrastructure already and aren't bootstrapping an interplanetary war economy from nothing. The aliens are a broke down rogue fleet running on fumes and chased by another alien faction. The aliens need to be as weak as possible and need to be on the run so they can't just stop at another solar system to rebuild. The runaway aliens want to use us for an expedited refit. The chasers ask us to hold them down for them to catch up. In this scenario, we might be able to defeat the aliens on our own, but realistically, we would still be at such a disadvantage that our best bet would be stalling and waiting for the other aliens to help out. Nuke. Philosophy in gear setup. US cops LARP as SOF, even spending hundreds on a pair of pants or shoes. European cops just wear jeans and sneakers. You don't need high-speed pants/shoes to operate and on. $30 jeans and $90 sneakers are enough. Imagine not knowing shoes. You're fucking swine-skinned, Keck. Those are $300 kicks. What people neglect about US police and all their Gucci shit is a vast quantity is modern milsurp and bought in bulk. That stuff is lighter on the budget than you'd think. It's why they have all these toys but no training. Can't get that for cheap. Vans. I like how they look, but they're shit for anything you have to walk, run, or just stand for a prolonged time in. The Nikes I can get. Those have plenty of support and comfy soles. If you're not skating, I wouldn't want them. Leopard print is also extra zesty. Blue mags, blue guns, that's a training exercise. Those are probably simunition guns. Dude on the left looks to have a blue mag sticking out of his back. That's probably a sim mag. But dude in the center looks to have a regular mag in his rifle. Nah mate, blue mags are ice rounds. Freeze effect can help in restraining suspects. For some reason, Euro police love Air Forces. Those are quick reaction Euro SRT teams. They're trained to throw gear on in a minute, hence all of them wearing jeans. Sister fucking retard doesn't understand that Eurofag designer jeans and shoes are not the same price as the shoes and jeans he buys at Walmart. Shoes, Vans and Air Forces are not that expensive and on. Same Dutch police unit on a different day. Dutch is such a silly language. Hitler, dude. What now? You take that back. Quads aren't LARPing. I hate they're all wearing skinny jeans. Why isn't there a single good straight pair of 501s? This is coming from a fellow Europor, by the way. Herder LAPD SWAT just shows up in shorts and white sneakers. Skinny jeans are for fags. Tight pants, tight groupings. It's a tactical fashion choice. I can't argue with that logic, bro. The best shoes for urban special operations fighting is the shoes you're used to wearing. It otherwise doesn't matter. Plus, those style of shoes can fold up really easy for fitting into a backpack. That's it, that's all it is. In urban areas, footwear is not really a big difference maker. Neither is your vest/loadout. They look like fags and skinny jeans. Sassy operators. Lol, Lamaus even. Act-fly blue mags and guns cause jeans also blue. It's our city camo. They look like faggots. They probably are. Men should only wear/buy shoes that serve a purpose, and thus should only own maybe 5 pairs of shoes at the very most. Nice, $300 minimum leather boots that go above your ankles. If a safety toe is a must, go for composite. Dress shoes for formal events. House slippers. I wear Birkenstocks now, but going to switch to a pair of Russell's Oneidas. 2 pairs of sneakers. 1 pair for everyday running about. These can be your faggy fashion shoes if you like. I just wear high-top Chucks. And the other pair should be for working out and should have good support for running. Nikes, Adidas, etc. I just lift and don't do cardio, so I just wear Chucks for this too. I have probably about 20 pairs of shoes, and they've all been gifted and I don't wear any of them. I resole my boots about every 2 years and keep good care of them. Not a big fan of Converse or Vans, or just about any of those popular sneakers. Let's say you come into a building where the floors are these Welsh tiles. You're just not going to have a good grip. And let's say it was a rainy day and you walk in with wet shoes. You won't be able to quickly change direction or run on this surface with sneakers. Also, they are garbage if you are on an escalator. They offer very little grip. Not posting the hardest DSI image on the planet? Maker goes alles good? Enough silly talk of man's footwear. What type of tactical hair gel is this manlet using? Also, wouldn't supporting your rifle by the scope throw off at 0? In Europe, scopes are just for the aesthetic. It's all hipfire. The Rustler jeans and Brahma boots crowd commentary. If someone has low-cut shoes, that makes them more prone to rolling their ankle. That's not good when in the middle of an operation. Those look extremely gay. The fuck is wrong with men today? Why do they want to look feminine with these colorful gay shoes and slim-fit girl pants? I've always wondered why the US never went for gendarmerie police force. Too much like the military? Why do you all like looking at men in jeans? Would you rather look at girls? Only if they have tight groups. Are Marines really retarded? Anyone have stories of interacting with them? Onesies and twosies are, but it would be hard to find any military without some retards in it. Onesies and twosies? The who? Onesies and twosies. Maybe some threesies if the unit is really retarded. Be Eurofag from formerly neutral country. Live in major port city with strong naval presence. Country joins NATO. Uncle Sam's Marine Corps show up shortly afterwards to do a joint exercise thing with local Navy. Marines get leave to see the city afterwards. Single squad of retard jarheads proceed to find the nearest bar. Get absolutely shit-hammered drunk. Grope woman at bar. Kicked out of bar. Pick fights with security. Get their asses beat. Run away to find whores instead. Fail to locate prostitutes. Threaten locals and demand that random people on the street inform them where all the whores are hidden. Get intercepted by the cops. Be belligerent towards the cops. Get their asses beat again, and pepper sprayed. Resist arrest. Get their asses beat a third time to the point where they're unable to resist arrest. Hauled off to jail. Videos of retards being retards posted everywhere online. Locals are pissed. Diplomatic incident ensues. All other Marines confined to quarters. Marine General and local Navy Admiral called directly to central government for meeting with the Prime Minister himself. Both men held at gunpoint by local equivalent of Secret Service. Told to get on the floor. Forced to walk the dinosaur. Okay, so this hasn't happened yet, but it's only a question of when, not if. You bitch. How dare you expose my Saturday night plans before I'm drunk enough to come up with them? I remember reading a green text on here a long time ago about a jarhead slashing his finger off. Went to Chair Force, Dr. Anon. Dr. Anon had to go get something. And upon returning, finds the Marine drawing on a piece of paper with his decapitated finger. Retarded? Badass? I don't know. Take your pick. Oh, and my dad's cousin volunteered for the Marines in the middle of the Vietnam War. But instead of being sent to Vietnam, he was posted as security at a base or something in the Philippines. While it wasn't a combat post, the locals would do drive-bys on the guard hut at the front gate often. Sometime before his discharge, some jarhead was playing with an M14 and blew his own brains out in front of my dad's cousin. I remember reading a green text on here a long time ago about a jarhead slicing his finger off. I don't know if it was ever widely reported on, but there was also an incident where 2 Marines were ordered to trim some hedges, which they tried to do by holding a running walk-behind lawnmower over the top of the hedge. This resulted in one of the Marines getting both his hands amputated. I've freelanced articles for military defense tech magazines and hustled my way into covering exercises and things like that. And the Marines were funny in a kind of stupid angry way, yeah? Nothing exciting. I once covered an amphibious landing exercise and showed up at a checkpoint in the middle of a rainforest at 7 a.m. because that's where the PIO said to be. No PIO, but there were 2 Marines in some shitty guardhouse. I asked, is this where? And immediately heard back, we don't fucking know, sir. Also standing around watching the AAVs come to shore later near a group of Marine officers, and occasionally seeing some of them glance at me like they wanted to kill me. The Marines I've interacted with were more crazy than stupid. Lots of poor life choices and poor impulse control. They also had a stick up their ass about being a Marine. Yes, they are. We got a safety brief when arriving to Kandahar Air Force Base to stay away from the sewage pond. This was because 2 Marines bet each other which one could swim across it first. I watched Marines try to lift an M1000 trailer that had an Abrams tank on it with just a single HEMMT. They broke the chains immediately, and when one of them snapped, it whipped the Marine in the head and cracked his Kevlar in 2. My first day at Camp Leatherneck, I saw 2 Marines in full kit riding a 2-seater bicycle on the shittiest gravel road. I had a couple Marine passengers. While stopped at a convoy halt, some Afghan kid stole a loose spare tire. One of the Marines chased down this kid, drugged the kid and rolled the tire back to the truck, then screamed at him to apologize to my sergeant multiple times. And he obviously didn't know English. I love those crazy bastards. TLDR, Marines are the retarded bastard children we all fucking love. I watched a Marine almost hang himself at the JBSA Lackland bus stop by getting his lanyard stuck on a beam he was hanging from to do pull-ups. The Marines are good, the most solid guys you'll ever work with. The Marine Corps is deeply retarded. I have one from when I was in AIT and we shared a DFAC with Ordnance Marines. Be me, eat at only DFAC I've ever seen that was so bad it actually made people sick. Sit down at table next to Marines. Hear a Marine say to his buddy unironically, "This is the best food I've ever had while I've been in the military." At that moment I understood why Marines ate crayons. Most crayons are non-toxic and at least won't get you physically sick. I wanted to cry and tell him, "It'll be okay. It's only at most 7-ish more years. It does get better." Do not mock Marines. Pity them. The Army treats its soldiers like shit at times, but it's still better than the Marine Corps/Navy treats their Marines. Do not I've been to that exact DFAC at Fort Lee, and the chow was fine. Loved the salad bar. Also, they had those little boxes of cereal. Chow at 29 Palms was genuinely great. I can see why they might say that after eating boot camp packed ham sandwiches. Yeah, we were rotating out of our deployment back in 2010. We just spent a long year in Kandahar and were sitting at KAF waiting for our ride to one of the other stands. Or maybe Kuwait. This was 15 years ago. As we were waiting, there was a platoon of Marines also waiting to rotate out. A couple buddies and I spent an hour or two bullshitting with them, swapping war stories and lies. It was super comfy. Marines are cool. Euro. I actually found them very honorable and good to deal with. The finest Americans I have known, and I don't rate the rest highly either. Did 6 years in the Corps, hated every minute of it, but had some fun with the boys. Got in trouble for doing combatives on the drill floor unattended. Camped on a hill doing retrans over a week. It got real dumb up there. Hid my buddy's rifle right before the NCOs arrived. He got smoked. It was funny. He got the rifle back. Platoon sergeant woke the whole fucking pit up at 2 a.m. in February in the field because Private Fuckhead couldn't be found. We sat in the cold and mud for 2 hours while the NCOs were looking for that retard. It fucking sucked. Loaded and unloaded a quad-con 7 times back-to-back because our staff sergeant was a fucking retard and couldn't read his own fucking packing list. Had the usual weekend safety brief of no guys in girls' rooms, no booze in the barracks, and don't rape anyone. Following Monday, everyone gets in trouble because some of the wooks had a party in their room, and one of the dudes got shit-faced and raped one of them. Whole company get yelled at by a female mahor for shitting in the same broken toilet for a month. The shit pile was so high it peaked over the edge. Whole company had to clean one fucking bathroom inside a single wide trailer out in the desert mid-December. There's more I can't remember. That's just the highlight reel. Was Private Fuckhead ever found? Well, he was here to post about it, so I guess so. You could argue everyone who joins the Marines is dumb, because of all of the ideas the Marines win battles. And their training is a continuous process that ensures it. But the idea Marines are dumb, it's more an inside motivational retard kind of joke. You have to be smart to be a Marine. Even the infantry guys have to score high in the GT fields. I would think even if you got into the Marines with lower scores, you'd still be expected to step up. Because a common practice in the Corps is making everyone a leader. And if you suck at something, then guess who gets put in charge of it? It's very common to see junior Marines in charge of big roles. Navy, E4, visiting joint base for medical. Approach Jarhead outside. Gives me a sharp salute. Good morning, sir. Return salute. Good morning, Marine. I love 'em. Still remember getting saluted by Marines at Leonard Wood during AIT. What a lovely bunch of oorahs. Look, petty officer has the word officer in it. Can you really expect a Marine to understand that doesn't mean they need to salute? Well, speaking as a corpsman, one came in with a broken foot because he thought his rain poncho would act like Batman's cloak and break his fall with wind resistance. So he jumped off a 3-story building with the highest confidence on a windy day. That should tell you all you need to know. That sounds like a deficiency of the poncho that should be rectified and given to the Army. I was a Marine and then worked with the military as a contractor, so I may be a bit biased, but after working with different branches in a civilian capacity, I learnt some things. Army. Absolute mixed bag depending on the unit. God forbid you have to work with pogs because it'll be a bunch of Shaniquas that don't want to do a single fucking thing besides scroll on their phones and do stupid little dances while their friends scream, "Ay, ay, ay!" Navy. Weird guys with Asperger's. Girls will immediately try to suck you off, and that isn't a good thing. My coworker caught herpes. Marines. Good to work with. Will go out of their way to help with shit, even if it's not really their job. Units are also consistent. You get the same thing every time. I did feel bad for them as they were treated poorly by their own commands compared to other services. I think the whole thing about them being dumb is partly because they aren't allowed to do anything unless they have specific permission from at least one level above the individual. Air Force. Literally just normal people for the most part. Some dumbasses, but overall they were cool to work with. The security forces guys thought they were the same thing as infantry, which was kind of amusing as a lot of them couldn't even molly their mag pouches to their vests correctly. Very easy to get things done without them having to ask 500,000 officers or SNCOs for permission. If it made sense, just do it. Coast Guard. I saw a Coast Guard guy one time. Yes, I was one. Marines are retarded in a funny way. Unlike Army soldiers who are retarded in either a sad way or a South American hustling weapons from the armory for the cartels kind of way. I can still remember the MP shooting tear gas through the windows of a bar to break up the brawl when several of the Marines realized they'd all been fucking the same slag from Puerto Rico. 60 plus were arrested. Good times. Nearly spilled my beer. Circa 2008. Be me, be Navy. At a random base for a while because shit broke. Can't stay on ship because how it broke the rules say no go. They put us up in Marine barracks. Next door neighbor and friends playing darts on each other's center mass. Lol, nice. Be me, be Navy. At some other random base. Marine v Navy sports ball. We lose everything but soccer. Tell them we can drink better than them. We can 100%. Go to the NEX and get tons of Bud Light. I don't know why the fuck that's what we all drank. I don't know where it started. Marines start shotgunning and pounding beers left and right. Ooh-rah or whatever. Oh shit, we might actually have a competition. Me and the boys get after it. Marines all pass the fuck out at 9:30 p.m. after beer bonging Jägermeister and doing other shit like that. Realize Marines have one speed. IDK, I like the Marines. They were retarded, but in a fun way. If anyone is wondering, I joined at 18, so I didn't realize me and the boys were all severe alcoholics. Until I got out and found out it's not normal to drink like we did. Lel. Sit back and relax, boys, and allow me to share with you one of the most insane patients I had at sick call while a corpsman with a Marine division. This is a story with a story in it. Sitting at the front desk, waiting for guys from my company to come in for sick call. A few dudes, nothing serious, and see one guy complaining of a stomach ache. Oh yeah, I'll take this. Easy to deal with. Takes plenty of time. Have an easy morning. Take him back to a room. Doc, I don't have a stomach ache. My actual problem is it burns when I piss. Of course, .jpg. I ask him the standard questions, i.e. when did this start? When was the last time you had sex? Did you use a condom? When I ask, did you use a condom? He replies with, sort of. Let me stop you right there, killer. How do you sort of use a condom? He regaled me with this story. Him and his buddy were out on the town a few nights ago at a bar off base. They are talking to a lady of one of the many fine establishments that are outside of military installations. She decides that on a Tuesday night, she is down to go back to the barracks with these two fine upstanding Marines. She's a real classy broad. They get back to the barracks, and things progress. Our hero realizes she's probably not the most purest of women, and he doesn't have a condom. He lets his buddy know the situation, and his buddy tells him, tough shit, I only have one. To which he replies, no, it's cool. When you're done, I'll just flip your condom inside out and use it. My face win. GIF related. I go get other corpsmen and have him tell the same story. Other corpsmen are laughing as hard as I did and grabbing other corpsmen. Finally, the battalion surgeon wonders what the commotion is in the patient room. Side note, at this point, our battalion surgeon has been practicing medicine with Marine units for almost 20 years. 8 of it as a corpsman and the remainder as a doctor. This level of retardation shocks even him. His face went GIF related. Whatever HM3N on here says to do as treatment, I am signing off on. I am not touching you. He walks out in shock, awe, disgust, and is chuckling to himself. Obviously, I punch the boar and send it out to the lab and start him on antibiotics. And as these things happen, word gets out there's a nasty in my company. First Sergeant has me, the senior line corpsman, give a sex ed class at formation that afternoon because everyone has heard the rumors. No one knows who it was, but they all have an idea because there's always one in every company. Company commander, who was a frat bro, is standing beside me trying not to laugh with everyone else. Company XO, who is a Mustang, accepts that this is just something Marines do. What's the big deal? First Sergeant is disgusted. I give the talk, and at the end of it I explain the use of condoms and ask, should you ever flip a condom inside out and use it? The company burst out into laughter. The CEO had to turn away and compose himself. First Sergeant is even more disgusted. Shut the fuck up, you nasty motherfuckers. This shit is fucking serious. Walks away in disgust and is just trying to ride out his 2 more years left and 1 deployment we gotta knock out. My face win this entire situation. It takes a special breed of fighter pilot to voluntarily seek battle and die as a rifleman. Marine aviators have managed it at least twice. Wake Island, Camp Bastion, probably Quezon too. You could say Marines exist at all times in a based twilight zone between valor and stupidity. Are Marines really retarded? Anyone have stories of interacting with them? Onesies and twosies are, but it would be hard to find any military without some retards in it. Onesies and twosies? The who? Onesies and twosies. Maybe some threesies if the unit is really retarded. Be Eurofag from formerly neutral country. Live in major port city with strong naval presence. Country joins NATO. Uncle Sam's Marine Corps show up shortly afterwards to do a joint exercise thing with local Navy. Marines get leave to see the city afterwards. Single squad of retard jarheads proceed to find the nearest bar. Get absolutely shit-hammered drunk. Grope woman at bar. Kicked out of bar. Pick fights with security. Get their asses beat. Run away to find whores instead. Fail to locate prostitutes. Threaten locals and demand that random people on the street inform them where all the whores are hidden. Get intercepted by the cops. Be belligerent towards the cops. Get their asses beat again. And pepper sprayed. Resist arrest. Get their asses beat a 3rd time to the point where they're unable to resist arrest. Hauled off to jail. Videos of retards being retards posted everywhere online. Locals are pissed. Diplomatic incident ensues. All other Marines confined to quarters. Marine General and local Navy Admiral called directly to central government for meeting with the Prime Minister himself. Both men held at gunpoint by local equivalent of Secret Service. Told to get on the floor. Forced to walk the dinosaur. Okay, so this hasn't happened yet, but it's only a question of when, not if. You bitch. How dare you expose my Saturday night plans before I'm drunk enough to come up with them? I remember reading a green text on here a long time ago about a jarhead slashing his finger off. Went to Chair Force, Dr. Anon. Dr. Anon had to go get something. And upon returning, finds the Marine drawing on a piece of paper with his decapitated finger. Retarded? Badass? I don't know. Take your pick. Oh, and my dad's cousin volunteered for the Marines in the middle of the Vietnam War. But instead of being sent to Vietnam, he was posted as security at a base or something in the Philippines. While it wasn't a combat post, the locals would do drive-bys on the guard hut at the front gate often. Sometime before his discharge, some jarhead was playing with an M14 and blew his own brains out in front of my dad's cousin. I remember reading a green text on here a long time ago about a jarhead slicing his finger off. I don't know if it was ever widely reported on, but there was also an incident where 2 Marines were ordered to trim some hedges, which they tried to do by holding a running walk-behind lawnmower over the top of the hedge. This resulted in one of the Marines getting both his hands amputated. I've freelanced articles for military defense tech magazines and hustled my way into covering exercises and things like that. And the Marines were funny in a kind of stupid angry way, yeah? Nothing exciting. I once covered an amphibious landing exercise and showed up at a checkpoint in the middle of a rainforest at 7 a.m. Because that's where the PIO said to be. No PIO. But there were 2 Marines in some shitty guardhouse. I asked, is this where? And immediately heard back, we don't fucking know, sir. Also standing around watching the AAVs come to shore later near a group of Marine officers, and occasionally seeing some of them glance at me like they wanted to kill me. The Marines I've interacted with were more crazy than stupid. Lots of poor life choices and poor impulse control. They also had a stick up their ass about being a Marine. Yes, they are. We got a safety brief when arriving to Kandahar Air Force Base to stay away from the sewage pond. This was because two Marines bet each other which one could swim across it first. I watched Marines try to lift an M1000 trailer that had an Abrams tank on it with just a single HEMMT. They broke the chains immediately, and when one of them snapped, it whipped the Marine in the head and cracked his Kevlar in two. My first day at Camp Leatherneck, I saw two Marines in full kit riding a two-seater bicycle on the shittiest gravel road. I had a couple Marine passengers. While stopped at a convoy halt, some Afghan kid stole a loose spare tire. One of the Marines chased down this kid, drugged the kid, and rolled the tire back to the truck, then screamed at him to apologize to my sergeant multiple times. And he obviously didn't know English. I love those crazy bastards. TLDR, Marines are the retarded bastard children we all fucking love. I watched a Marine almost hang himself at the JBSA Lackland bus stop by getting his lanyard stuck on a beam he was hanging from to do pull-ups. The Marines are good, the most solid guys you'll ever work with. The Marine Corps is deeply retarded. I have one from when I was in AIT and we shared a DFAC with Ordnance Marines. Be me, eat at only DFAC I've ever seen that was so bad it actually made people sick. Sit down at table next to Marines. Hear a Marine say to his buddy unironically, "This is the best food I've ever had while I've been in the military." At that moment I understood why Marines ate crayons. Most crayons are non-toxic and at least won't get you physically sick. I wanted to cry and tell him, "It'll be okay. It's only at most 7-ish more years. It does get better. Do not mock Marines. Pity them. The Army treats its soldiers like shit at times, but it's still better than the Marine Corps/Navy treats their Marines. Do not M." I've been to that exact DFAC at Fort Lee, and the chow was fine. Loved the salad bar. Also, they had those little boxes of cereal. Chow at 29 Palms was genuinely great. I can see why they might say that after eating boot camp packed ham sandwiches. Yeah, we were rotating out of our deployment back in 2010. We just spent a long year in Kandahar and were sitting at KAF waiting for our ride to one of the other stands. Or maybe Kuwait. This was 15 years ago. As we were waiting, there was a platoon of Marines also waiting to rotate out. A couple buddies and I spent an hour or two bullshitting with them, swapping war stories and lies. It was super comfy. Marines are cool. Euro. I actually found them very honorable and good to deal with. The finest Americans I have known, and I don't rate the rest highly either. Did 6 years in the Corps, hated every minute of it, but had some fun with the boys. Got in trouble for doing combatives on the drill floor unattended. Camped on a hill doing retrans over a week. It got real dumb up there. Hid my buddy's rifle right before the NCOs arrived. He got smoked. It was funny. He got the rifle back. Platoon sergeant woke the whole fucking pit up at 2 a.m. in February in the field because Private Fuckhead couldn't be found. We sat in the cold and mud for 2 hours while the NCOs were looking for that retard. It fucking sucked. Loaded and unloaded a quad-con 7 times back-to-back because our staff sergeant was a fucking retard and couldn't read his own fucking packing list. Had the usual weekend safety brief of no guys in girls' rooms, no booze in the barracks, and don't rape anyone. Following Monday, everyone gets in trouble because some of the whoops had a party in their room, and one of the dudes got shit-faced and raped one of them. Whole company get yelled at by a female mahor for shitting in the same broken toilet for a month. The shit pile was so high it peaked over the edge. Whole company had to clean one fucking bathroom inside a single wide trailer out in the desert mid-December. There's more I can't remember. That's just the highlight reel. Was Private Fuckhead ever found? Well, he was here to post about it, so I guess so. You could argue everyone who joins the Marines is dumb, because of all of the ideas the Marines win battles. And their training is a continuous process that ensures it. But the idea Marines are dumb, it's more an inside motivational retard kind of joke. You have to be smart to be a Marine. Even the infantry guys have to score high in the GT fields. I would think even if you got into the Marines with lower scores, you'd still be expected to step up. Because a common practice in the Corps is making everyone a leader. And if you suck at something, then guess who gets put in charge of it? It's very common to see junior Marines in charge of big roles. Navy, E4, visiting joint base for medical. Approach Jarhead outside. Gives me a sharp salute. Good morning, sir. Return salute. Good morning, Marine. I love 'em. Still remember getting saluted by Marines at Leonard Wood during AIT. What a lovely bunch of oorahs. Look, petty officer has the word officer in it. Can you really expect a Marine to understand that doesn't mean they need to salute? Well, speaking as a corpsman, one came in with a broken foot because he thought his rain poncho would act like Batman's cloak and break his fall with wind resistance. So he jumped off a 3-story building with the highest confidence on a windy day. That should tell you all you need to know. That sounds like a deficiency of the poncho that should be rectified and given to the Army. I was a Marine and then worked with the military as a contractor, so I may be a bit biased, but after working with different branches in a civilian capacity, I learnt some things. Army. Absolute mixed bag depending on the unit. God forbid you have to work with pogs because it'll be a bunch of shaniquas that don't want to do a single fucking thing besides scroll on their phones and do stupid little dances while their friends scream, "Ay, ay, ay!" Navy. Weird guys with Asperger's. Girls will immediately try to suck you off, and that isn't a good thing. My coworker caught herpes. Marines. Good to work with. Will go out of their way to help with shit, even if it's not really their job. Units are also consistent. You get the same thing every time. I did feel bad for them as they were treated poorly by their own commands compared to other services. I think the whole thing about them being dumb is partly because they aren't allowed to do anything unless they have specific permission from at least one level above the individual. Air Force. Literally just normal people for the most part. Some dumbasses, but overall they were cool to work with. The security forces guys thought they were the same thing as infantry, which was kind of amusing as a lot of them couldn't even molly their mag pouches to their vests correctly. Very easy to get things done without them having to ask 500,000 officers or SNCOs for permission. If it made sense, just do it. Coast Guard. I saw a Coast Guard guy one time. Yes, I was one. Marines are retarded in a funny way. Unlike Army soldiers who are retarded in either a sad way or a South American hustling weapons from the armory for the cartels kind of way. I can still remember the MP shooting tear gas through the windows of a bar to break up the brawl when several of the Marines realized they'd all been fucking the same slag from Puerto Rico. 60 plus were arrested. Good times. Nearly spilled my beer. Circa 2008. Be me. Be Navy. At a random base for a while because ship broke. Can't stay on ship because how it broke the rules say no go. They put us up in Marine barracks. Next door neighbor and friends playing darts on each other's center mass. Lol, nice. Be me. Be Navy. At some other random base. Marine v Navy sports ball. We lose everything but soccer. Tell them we can drink better than them. We can 100%. Go to the NEX and get tons of Bud Light. I don't know why the fuck that's what we all drank. I don't know where it started. Marines start shotgunning and pounding beers left and right. Oorah or whatever. Oh shit, we might actually have a competition. Me and the boys get after it. Marines all pass the fuck out at 9:30 p.m. after beer bonging Jägermeister and doing other shit like that. Realize Marines have one speed. IDK. I like the Marines. They were retarded, but in a fun way. If anyone is wondering, I joined at 18, so I didn't realize me and the boys were all severe alcoholics. Until I got out and found out it's not normal to drink like we did. Lel. Sit back and relax, boys, and allow me to share with you one of the most insane patients I had at sick call while a corpsman with a Marine division. This is a story with a story in it. Sitting at the front desk, waiting for guys from my company to come in for sick call. A few dudes, nothing serious, and see one guy complaining of a stomach ache. Oh yeah, I'll take this. Easy to deal with. Takes plenty of time. Have an easy morning. Take him back to a room. Doc, I don't have a stomach ache. My actual problem is it burns when I piss. Of course, .jpg. I ask him the standard questions, i.e. when did this start? When was the last time you had sex? Did you use a condom? When I ask, did you use a condom? He replies with, sort of. Let me stop you right there, killer. How do you sort of use a condom? He regaled me with this story. Him and his buddy were out on the town a few nights ago at a bar off base. They are talking to a lady of one of the many fine establishments that are outside of military installations. She decides that on a Tuesday night, she is down to go back to the barracks with these two fine upstanding Marines. She's a real classy broad. They get back to the barracks. and things progress. Our hero realizes she's probably not the most purest of women, and he doesn't have a condom. He lets his buddy know the situation, and his buddy tells him, "Tough shit, I only have one." To which he replies, "No, it's cool. When you're done, I'll just flip your condom inside out and use it." My face win. GIF related. I go get other corpsmen and have him tell the same story. Other corpsmen are laughing as hard as I did and grabbing other corpsmen. Finally, the battalion surgeon wonders what the commotion is in the patient room. Side note, at this point, our battalion surgeon has been practicing medicine with Marine units for almost 20 years. 8 of it as a corpsman and the remainder as a doctor. This level of retardation shocks even him. His face went GIF related. Whatever HM3 Anon here says to do as treatment, I am signing off on. I am not touching you. He walks out in shock, awe, disgust, and is chuckling to himself. Obviously, I punch the boar and send it out to the lab and start him on antibiotics. And as these things happen, word gets out there's a nasty in my company. First Sergeant has me, the senior line corpsman, give a sex ed class at formation that afternoon because everyone has heard the rumors. No one knows who it was, but they all have an idea because there's always one in every company. Company commander, who was a frat bro, is standing beside me trying not to laugh with everyone else. Company XO, who is a Mustang, accepts that this is just something Marines do. What's the big deal? First Sergeant is disgusted. I give the talk, and at the end of it I explain the use of condoms and ask, should you ever flip a condom inside out and use it? The company bursts out into laughter. The CO had to turn away and compose himself. First Sergeant is even more disgusted. Shut the fuck up, you nasty motherfuckers. This shit is fucking serious. Walks away in disgust and is just trying to ride out his 2 more years left and 1 deployment we gotta knock out. My face win this entire situation. It takes a special breed of fighter pilot to voluntarily seek battle and die as a rifleman. Marine aviators have managed it at least twice. Wake Island, Camp Bastion, probably Quezon too. You could say Marines exist at all times in a based twilight zone between valor and stupidity. If you could get only one implant to increase your odds of survival in an active war zone, which one would you get? Boobs. Either thermal vision or frag-resistant skin. Heelys. Optical camo seems an obvious choice since it also includes thermals. Sandevistan also seems a no-brainer. But really the greatest way to improve survivability would be a cyber deck, since as soon as you show you can bend literally any computer system in the world over your knee and spank the shit out of it, you won't be deployed on the front anymore anyways. A 10-inch dick and 8-inch in girth. It might not boost my combat capabilities, but it sure as hell boosts my performance on my spoils of war. You could honestly impale someone with it when you go cyber psycho. BioWare instead of cyberware. Netrunners and AIs can't explode your head in implants the second you step foot on the battlefield. Grappindex boys, where we at? Gotta be Oracle eyes. Effects active when scanning. Highlights enemies within 19.5 meters, including enemies behind cover. Highlights cameras and turrets within 39 meters. Highlights explosive devices and traps near your crosshairs and within 29 meters. These effects remain active for 60 seconds after scanning. 8 to 10 optical zoom when scanning, especially considering time slows to a near stop when scanning, so you can autistically scan everything all the time and it basically happens instantly. Imagine not replacing your legs with tank treads. Couldn't be me. Is there an implant that makes everyone believe that I am a senator's son? Does anyone know how bulletproof subdermal armor is canonically? Because if it's get mag dumped by an assault rifle and walk it off, then I'll go with that for sure. But I think it's intended more for low caliber guns and melee combat. In which case I'd probably go with some sort of optics, probably Kiroshi or whatever. But I also have to consider, how does Sandevistan work? Would I actually be running faster than people can see and possibly even dodge bullets? If so, how the hell does that work without my body literally tearing apart? All the other implants in the game are future technology, but the Sandevistan seems like straight up magic without a full body replacement as a baseline. Today we have the technology to put spider silk in the skin, making it much more resistant. Already been done. You could graft it to a person and make them pistol resistant for sure. Sandevistan was pretty baller. I'll take that. Subdermal armor is 100% an implant in CP20XX. You can up it to such a degree it makes you look uglier as a result. If the goal is to survive, why bother having any meat to damage? The Onion says thermo-optics are the answer. Never played Cyberpunk, but if I had a choice, some kind of nanomachine hyperclotting. So when you're wounded, you don't bleed out. Most casualties in war involve traumatic blood loss, usually from shrapnel or bullets that break up on impact, whether they were designed that way or they get a lucky hit on a frass plate. Being able to stop blood loss immediately after being wounded would be a game changer for soldiers. No more need for a tourniquet, as the wound would seal itself almost immediately and remain firm enough that you could continue fighting. If not that, then the masking system from Genocidal Organ, where you feel no pain or fear while in a combat zone. The enemy would have to literally blow you to pieces to get you to stop coming after them. Have it be a switch you can turn on and off during operations. Kerenzikov, anyone? If you're trying to survive in a war zone, this is perfect. The pros are: 1. A passive effect of keeping your body in an alert, focused state. 2. Has an active effect that functions like a Sandevistan light. 3. Constant alertness also means you will notice details that could save your life. The con is that it never turns off. Practical military augmentation would probably be a sleep reduction implant, cardio boosting, super camouflage, and super sensors, in that order. Armor, muscles, and gadgets are neat, but basically unimportant militarily. Shadowrun has a BioWare implant that expands the range of things the human GI tract can digest. Pete is one of the examples listed. It even comes free with a taste bud modification to let you eat those new things without immediately wanting to puke. That would be useful for scouts and anyone that gets trapped behind enemy lines. Whatever form of nanomachine Senator Armstrong has, the cybernetic enhancements in 2077 are mostly shit. Deus Ex alone showed the superiority of nanomachines over cybernetics. Shadowrun 4th ED literally has that. It doesn't let you punch building-sized crab robots in half though, and your joints are still somewhat vulnerable unless you don't mind the trade-off of not being able to move at all while you have that thing active. More realistic depiction, but then Metal Gear had only ever been semi-realistic at most. Tell me what's the next big time. Which branch of the military has the best food and which country has the best food/ration? 1. Air Force. 2. Italy. Italy. Our rations are literally cheap discount off-the-shelf food. Yeah, exactly. Your MOS will have a bigger impact on your diet than the branch you're in. PJs in the Air Force will be eating the same MREs and FOB slop that grunts in the Army and USMC eat. An administrative clerk in the Army will be eating better food than a Botswan mate in the Navy 90% of the time. From a purely military and logistical standpoint, the U.S. military essentially stands alone. They have consistently blazed the path in shelf-stable rations, so much so that they even have fast food favorites like pizza. European rations are good, if not as well calibrated for optimal logistical utility. Feel free to get dysentery. Additionally, I somehow doubt 30-tier nations have matched World War II rations, much less rations from Vietnam or later. If they have serviceable rations, they are likely from an NGO, and NGOs are cowards in real war, not insurgencies. So eventually, many inadequately prepared militaries will rely on consumer goods, and God forbid, goods looted, stolen from locals. Additionally, this raises a better question. How do soldiers deal with the constipation caused by combat rations? All the sodium must plug them up, so water is a must. The soldier can only operate as long as he can sustain himself, disregarding morale, otherwise he will either surrender or die. If an attacking, or especially defending, opponent is facing serious attack, stalling and trickery would be well worth it. It would be a circus act to keep enemy soldiers off the main networks. My great-grandfather was conscripted into the German army and stuck in from mid to late war on the Western Front. The one thing he complained about was the late war rations and the ungodly gut pain they caused. The simple answer is, they just suffered with it until they were bumped off or captured. My great-gramps got his finger shot off near Kiev and sent home. When things went dire, he was recalled and sent with the army to fight the Hurtgen. He fucking hated the rations and couldn't stand eating them. He didn't want to die of the shits, so he lost the squad comm satchel and was thrown in jail for that. When French soldiers captured him, they didn't believe him. Only when he showed where he dumped the satchel and gave them a bite of the rations, they let him go with 3 bottles of beer and some bacon as a farewell present. Canada surprisingly has pretty good ones. My experience with Italian food and herbal was pasta with meat sauce and fresh bread. We considered it amazing mostly because we hadn't fresh bread in ages. The pasta and meat sauce really wasn't anything special in hindsight, probably just one step above the pasta and meat sauce our chow hall served when they served it. Although we rarely ate daylight rations and instead got stuck with whatever slop was left over at midnight. They didn't have AC in their tents, so we were happy to go back to our camp that did. Aren't other countries basically cheating with their rations when they're just canned goods that you have to cook with a camp stove or something? Obviously, you can get pretty decent food if you're willing to haul around cans of Campbell's Chunky or whatever. Most countries do that, but tend to have US-like rations as well for special cases. Having an actual MRE made specially for all armed forces is not economical unless you're the US or China. Like you never heard before. US MREs are designed to be shelf-stable for years. I have eaten some that were 10 plus years old that were fine, and be able to survive something like a 200-foot fall out of the back of a C-130 with no chute, and 90% of the contents to survive the drop. Most other countries' MREs are just random crap from your local supermarket shoved in a box. The US eats, breathes, and shits logistics, and it shows even in our rations. I'm used to French MREs due to, eating them for weeks sometimes. We got a train with the US Airborne last year, and some sergeant major I caught up with gave me and my squad a whole ass box of MREs. Compared to ours, they're only for half a day, but they have more kcals for sure. I still prefer ours. The sugar cookies are insane if you need energy. Beef was fine, I don't know which one it was exactly, and the peanut butter was really impossible to eat, lol. Tastes like straight up butter. Also got to see new Frenchie rations. They're bigger, bulkier, have shit like chewing gum and protein powder, and some disgusting shit like hummus. I would never eat again, it's nasty. Overall, it feels a bit worse, and also a vegetarian version that stinks. They more or less copied on US ones with the packaging and everything in pouches, though not the heating system, which makes it really annoying. Submariners, and either Italy or South Korea. I liked the Spanish MREs I had on an exercise with them. They had squid in one of them, which actually tasted really good. My great-grandfather got so violently ill after eating captured Jap rations on Guadalcanal, the ship carrying their food got torpedoed, that he had to be medevaced and spent the remainder of the campaign in an Australian hospital. I think the Norwegian Arctic rations is the best I've ever had. The Italian and French videos from Steve MRE look the nicest. I've had lots of US MREs. They are edible, but not very good. There is like 1 pound of sugar in those oatmeal cookies they always put in them. They are good for 2 bites, then make you sick. They are meant to be fuel. You should be really fucking hungry, hot, and uncomfortable to truly experience how they should taste. Also, some parts of the ration should be eaten later or separately. You could probably even save half the cookie for later if you really wanted. They usually have resealable pouches for a reason. The US military is on the bleeding edge of shelf-stable products. Now they need to figure out how to deal with all the plastic garbage. I've seen tons of videos where garbage strewn around a trench gives away its position, while proper waste management solves this fairly well. There must be a better way. We need to bring back some paper/wax paper packaging that will degrade easily. Also, give the troops a ration of beer and cigarettes. I liked it when they included a 10-pack of Lucky Strikes, no filter in the ration box. The smokes killed whatever bad taste the sea rats left in your mouth. Is this the worst service rifle fielded by a supposed major power? Plastic, high cheek weld, shit trigger, shit caliber, shit mag placement. Sight being placed so high it might as well be placed on a different floor. You didn't even mention the worst bit, having the fire selector in your armpit. compared to the L85. Gentlemen, can I get a shit check on this one? Like pottery. It's awesome. Americans just like to shit talk it because it's unobtainium for them. But the truth is, if you could buy one, you'd soon find out that you no longer have a need for your AR-15. The AR still mogs the absolute fuck out of it, Lamau. Even the Canadians agree. Another cope thread. That's one ancient looking optic right there. Even the chicks dumped it for an AR clone, Lamau. Yeah, Leaf here. I owned one of the Gen 1 ones and it was absolute dog shit. I upgraded to a Gen 2 and it was somehow even worse. Tons of FTEs and keyholing like crazy. As is, yeah, they sucked. Nothing fundamentally wrong with it, but damn, do the chicks know about ergonomics or something? They redesigned the rifle by removing the carry handle in place of a flat top with rails, so you can mount optics of your choosing. Better ammo feed and raised cheek weld. Took Norinco grievances from Canadian customers instead of from fucking PLA to clean up the Type 97 design. A gun so good they're replacing it with an AR/AK hybrid. Impressive. Replacing their Tavor knockoff with a Galil knockoff. Holy hide over bore, Batman. I like it quite a bit. Shame they won't export the one with the better place safety selector. They're pretty light for bullpups, which I really appreciate. I heard China's doctrines changed since it came out. Apparently, those are supposed to be cheap to equip on many soldiers. Yup, $150 per gun, AFAIK. Imagine if we could still buy shit from Norinco. That feeling when no $250 bullpup. We all know they're banned because US gun makers literally cannot compete. Apparently, from what I've gathered from a few people, they're awful to use, very uncomfortable, very bad recoil, very bad controls and trigger. But they're absolutely unbreakable, which is surprising for shit. It's overbuilt as hell and meant for conscripts that won't really be shooting at all anyway. Plastic shit, like most rifles. Shit trigger, shit mag placement. Like all bullpups, high cheek weld, sight being placed so high it might as well be on a different floor. Like the FAMAS, shit caliber. Baseless opinion, considering no Westerner has ever fired this caliber. On paper, it's an excellent caliber. In a sense, it may be the best possible caliber. You get the lightweight and small profile of 5.56 and 5.45, but with a little bit more power and better performance at range. People saying it's shit seriously don't know what they're talking about. I like it. It's pretty. I don't care that it's ugly Chinese plastic. If they start shitting them out and selling them for like 100 a piece, I'd buy 2 of them. Mordecai Brofman, 28, a pro-Israel extremist, fired 17 shots at a father and son in Miami Beach, injuring both. Believing he had killed them, he smiled and told police, "I killed 2 Palestinians." However, the victims were not Palestinian. Ironically, they were Israeli tourists. Despite being shot, they immediately took to social media, claiming they were attacked due to anti-Semitism, while at the same time writing the Arabs. 17 bullets, not a single fatality. Behold the power of 9mm. Expecting a dysgenic to have good aim. Attacker was Israeli, gloated about killing Palestinians. Victims were Israeli, took the chance to push the anti-Semitism angle. Hannibal Doctrine moment. Why did Destiny do this? I blame video games. Is this indicative of the IDF's training quality? Radical Zionist lunatic randomly attacks 2 people he thinks are Palestinian Muslims. They're actually Israeli Hebrews. Victims survive and immediately blame the attack on anti-Semitism. How in the actual fuck is this a real event? The entire clusterfuck of a situation sounds like a shitty old Pole schizo meme about shape-shifting Jews losing track of who is impersonating who. Shoots 2 Israelis, 17 rounds fired, only wounded. Coincidence? I'm glad we give these people our money. The power of 9mm. Meanwhile, 45 auto hits no one, 2 people die anyway. Many such cases. It's usually the 45 fags dying from natural causes due to advanced age. Ari Rabbi revealed that he was hit in the left shoulder while his father was scraped by a bullet wound in his left forearm. OP acts like all 17 hit vital spots but didn't kill them somehow. You're all sick people. I hope you all get cancer. Fuck yous all. I put a curse upon you all. Fuck your mother. Timeline got fucked up at some point and now I'm stuck in this clown world. Looks like Nick before his cocaine binge, Desu. K defends themselves from Jack the Ripper. You're a boy pussy prostitute and drag in Whitechapel in 1888, on your way to service the local glory hole. Suddenly, you'll round the corner and see this crazed Jewish barber muttering in Yiddish coming right at you with a knife. He thinks that you're a woman and have the organs that he wishes that he had. He wants to make a suit from them. Unlike his previous victims, however, you just stop by the local gun store today and have any pre-1888 firearm or other weapon and copious amounts of ammunition on your person. Should I use the square rounds? Colt SAA, obviously. Silly Americans. This is Britannia. We do not conquer the West with loading gates here. We sustain empires with top brakes and silly huge rounds. I pull my howdah from under my skirt. Thumper, 600 caliber. I'd prefer a rapier of some type against a knife attacker instead of a gun. A gun doesn't physically prevent someone with a knife from entering your space and fucking you up. Even if you shoot them a few times, they can still kill you, whereas a rapier or sword puts a large, dangerous physical barrier between you and the attacker. Always keep your back to the wall and be on the lookout just in case. Pop culture loves to portray him as some kind of a raving, mindless lunatic who jumps out and repeatedly stabs people like some crazy, cheap horror movie villain. But from what I've read on him, he was more methodical than that. It seems he cowardly attacked his victims from behind so they'd struggle less, and probably to avoid getting more blood spilled on him, with the mutilations being done post-mortem. So taking the main advantage of him getting a drop on you would be a very important first step. Well, that's not difficult. There's a good chance he's my cousin. Seriously, ignoring the scarf DNA stuff, which is spurious as hell. There were 7 main suspects, and the number one amongst them was quite possibly my great-great however many times cousin, Montague John Druitt. My father's middle name, Druitt, was from that side of the family. This may have caused some concern for an ex of mine who, just when we were starting to go out, had asked around various mutual friends to make sure I was okay, and not the Jack the Ripper's cousin or something. When she told me about this, after the fact all the mutual friends had told her I was a decent person, she couldn't understand when I ended up creased up with laughing so hard that I could barely breathe. I'm thinking that ex-friend needs to donate a kidney or two involuntarily. I'm thinking you need mental health care. You meet saner women than I do. I remember having a discourse with a bitch on Skype when I was in college. I could feel she found me boring, like most of her responses boiled down to, yeah, cool, nice to hear. I don't remember how the discussion got swayed into talking about fucking Ted Bundy of all people, but she suddenly became more enthusiastic and we ended up talking about serial killers, Lamau. She was an incredible, kind, elegant woman who was skilled in martial arts and had a fearsome intellect. When I met her, she was finishing her second master's degree. She kept having problems with plagiarism software, because her professional writing on her field of work was the go-to source material, and she kept accidentally using the same phrasing in her papers. Also turned out, she was a fantastic deviant in the bedroom, which was a plus. Unfortunately, she was stuck in a miserable marriage with a guy who treated her like a part of the furniture. Still, best 7 years of my life before he finally put pressure on her to stop the affair. I should have encouraged her to divorce and married her. Biggest regret of my life. Aim it sideways like a scholar for extra damage. I'm gonna grape him. It was good enough to stop Garfield. I am paying the extra 20 pence for ivory grips because I am a classy whore. In '88, this would have been a 30-year-old milsurp. Whip out my Colt Walker and unload in the general direction of Jack the Ripper. Smoke clears. Jack is dead in the streets. The horse 10 feet away has a fist-sized hole in its neck. A barrel full of whale oil has exploded like a wheat goon penis. A workhouse has a new window in its side. 5th shot misfires. Your wrist is broken in 3 places. London is safe. Step 1. Don't live in London. Step 2. Don't be a whore in a slum. Were guns a popular personal defense option in this period? I sort of got the sense a normal person would bring a large knife if they thought there'd be a serious fight. Am I just being affected by pop culture? They were certainly around. Your definition of popular might need to be more specific though. They were very popular. Women were, for the first time in history, exposed to men that weren't her father/husband without supervision. Lots of women armed up. Look at the anti-rape adverts the British Railways came out with during the period. A normal person would use his fists in a fight or carry a pistol and a big stick if he feared being assaulted for a big wad of cash. Criminals planning on doing in criminals like knives. Because the Met Police took a very dim view of crime affecting normal people, and if you went around blasting, you'd end up in prison or a river eel because of the local crime lord. Except the Jews, of course. They refused to testify against each other and enforced their own social standards. I just need plate armor and a smoothbore pistol. This is 1888, not 1688. You're going to get laughed at, then ventilated with a double-action 45. If Sherlock Holmes was real, what would he have used for self-defense? Would he be too much of a gentleman to use a weapon? Would a high-level crime figure like Moriarty be armed, or is that for his henchmen? He'd have just borrowed Dr. Watson's revolver as needed, like in the books. Although he did not often resort to using them, Holmes almost always carried a pistol and was known to be an excellent marksman. Note how he's able to shoot a VR into his flat's walls in Musgrave Ritual. Holmes' pistol of choice was the Webley RIC chambered in .442 Webley. Other handguns used by Holmes include the .450 short-barreled Webley Metropolitan Police Revolver, the Sign of 4, and the Webley .450 British Bulldog. Moriarty had an airgun disguised as a cane made by a German smith. For a firearm, I feel they should have given him something French to represent the long-standing Brit-Franco enmity, and because he is referred to as the Napoleon of crime. Holmes was a man of many talents, including physical discourse. He practiced Bartitsu and was a proficient cane fighter. Another anon has pointed out his use of guns, and he was skilled with them. In a self-defense situation, he probably would have used what he felt was the equivalent force. Bare knuckles to bare knuckles, cane to cane, gun for gun, or other lethal weapon, I suspect. Robert Downey Jr.'s depiction of Holmes' fighting prowess isn't off base. Stay away from my Johnson. Not 1880s weapon, but I imagine something similar could have been manufactured. My body wouldn't be the only thing getting ripped tonight. Smith & Wesson Big Iron. Hey Anons, it Daryl. I posted my Palmetto dagger last week and got banned. I promised to share some pics of me gun playing with my roommate's big iron, but then got banned. I also have a Smith & Wesson 9mm and some pictures I've taken before with it. If Anton wants to see it, I'm going to trade it in though to help pay for the dagger. Thank Daryl. Hi Daryl. 9mm hand cannon. I also, hey, never mind, can't find them at the moment. I'll look later. Thanks, Daryl. Hi, Daryl. Well within tolerances, Sar. Sig Sar. They should develop a barrel shutter. Isn't direct gas impingement supposed to vent through the holes in the side of the bolt? Normally, yes, it does. What you're seeing here is gas leaving the gun in any way possible since it can't go through the front as of this very slight moment. You don't understand. This is to vent more efficiently, Baka. Sig haters don't know what they're mad about. I guess if you get really creative, you can call this direct impingement. Literally every suppressed semi-auto does this. OP is a fag. I have a gassy .458 SOCOM and even that isn't as bad as OP. That's right, Sar. This is normal. Very normal, Sar. Please understand. Should have bought a PSA instead. Keck. OP just took a non-flow through can on his SBR, cranked the gas valve to an adverse setting, and everyone is falling for it. The only thing that is falling is shit into the gaps in those receiver parts. Add this to the collection of SIG products I don't want to own. I found the OP source and it's even worse than what he screen capped. To think that I was going to build a poor fag rattler at one point. I'm glad I dodged that bullet. Kind of at a loss at this point. I need your input. First, this wouldn't last round bolt hold open. Sent it to SIG for service and got it back, said they tuned it. I emailed SIG back saying in 15 years I've never shot any gun that's this gassy. My first AR was a Mark 18. How wide did they drill the gas port? SIG said they didn't widen the gas port, just changed the shape of the gas port from a hole to a dome to allow more gas. Now at last round bolt hold opens, but after 2 shots I have to step away. It's just too much gas. The port pop is insane too. It's crazy loud. Louder than my cat mob with subs and Surefire SOCOM 300 SPS. My right ear started ringing immediately after the first shot. I'll try it on the minus setting tomorrow with the same ammo, but I'm told they recommend the plus setting for shooting suppressed. SIG wants me to send it back. Said they'll replace the upper receiver, but I'm not sure how that's going to cut back on Satan's hot gas to my face. They said something about some upper receivers being out of spec causing gas to escape. Wouldn't fixing that make my gun more gassy with more port pop? SIG said they didn't widen the gas port, just changed the shape of the gas port from a hole to a dome to allow for more gas. That's fucking unhinged. There should be an equivalent diameter that represents the increased area. Colorado ban on manufacture sale of certain semi-automatic guns now on glide path to governor's desk. The biggest gun ban in history just passed the Colorado Senate. Okay, how could this happen? The left being unconstitutional fucktards. Day that ends with a Y. What I find interesting is the passing of this bill will give more rights to possessing and carrying a firearm to non-residents within the state of Colorado than the actual residents. Stone cold tarded move. This won't end well. How could this happen? Californians are honestly a fucking plague. You'd think after bitching about how bad their state is and then moving out, they would do everything to keep their new home from becoming like California. But no! They always vote for the same fucking things that turned California into its present shithole state. Just recently I read an article about 2 Californians that moved to Kansas, and in it was the following. California is expensive and unsafe. Can't have a family because shoebox apartments are $2,000 a month. Live with parents and save money. Go to Kansas. She's fucking amazed how safe, friendly, and clean everything is. But ma scary open carry. Ma no diversity. Wants to tell her friends and family to move. The most hilarious thing was everyone in the comments telling her if she voted Democrat they'd burn her house down. Lamau. Okay, we'll just reverse it along with all the other shitty laws. We have like 4 years. Damn, did they do anything about the rampant crackhead epidemic yet? They gave them jobs by electing them. 25% of Colorado reps aren't even elected. The rest are elected through mail-in voting, which illegals can also register to vote. Denver is the new Glow HQ, so they have lots of druggies, illegals, and no guns to keep the population busy and unable to resist. How could this happen? This is the problem with these left-wing Cali faggots. California makes more than the rest of the country, so they just move in and buy out the locals that lived there their whole lives and change the local politics. Anecdotal, but I know plenty of trannies and leftists that migrated to Colorado over the last 5 to 10 years. Same with Seattle. I'm in Maryland and they're just about to jack up the gun excise tax to 23% like the Cali fags and pass another excise tax on soda that applies per ounce on every drink. Blue states are getting progressively worse and are hell-bent in spreading the plague. Actually, it was shelved for now. Prima facie unconstitutional. It just needs to hit the federal courts. They legalized weed. This always brings out the Californians. Denver passes ban on its own votes alone. Every other state is full. Gun laws will take ages to get to the courts if it gets there at all. It's all so tiresome. What is the best non-AR pattern rifle? CZ Bren 3. AK, duh. I don't even like AKs, but acknowledge they're the second best. Clearly the Daewoo K2. But of course, the SU-16, Memancer, SL8, Relancer, AUG. When I finally got the AUG, I was hugely impressed with it, especially with it being such an ancient design. Only other bullpup I've ever used was the Tavor, and I absolutely hated that thing. Trigger was god-awful. The AUG's actually isn't bad. It's heavy for sure, but it isn't creepy, crunchy, and stacky like the Tavor. It's pretty usable as a combat trigger, and I have no problem making accurate shots with it. The AUG is just so comfortable. With great ergos, ampi controls, barrel comes out, built-in grips, gas adjustment. My only complaint is that it's loud. You better double up on ear protection, and even then it rocks your world. I do have a suppressor for it and the gas adjustment block, but I haven't installed the muzzle brake yet to test it out. I got the RC2 Mini for it to keep it short. I don't think I'll be able to shoot it outdoors without protection like I can with the suppressed AR-15. I like the Set Me L. FAL. If it was shit, it wouldn't have been the right arm of the free world now, would it? Winchester Model 70. The Rifleman's Rifle. HK-53. I want a Brennan 7.62 by 39 pretty bad. Galil is a good looking rifle. No, seriously, what the fuck was Hitler thinking? Have artillery capable of busting bunkers on the Maginot Line. Imagine this was a just-in-case solution if the Maginot Line became a bigger problem than it was. It was originally designed to punch holes in the Maginot Line, but we all know how that went. Later used in Sevastopol IIRC, questionably effective there, it would have been fine and a decent idea for city sieges if it was capable of firing more than a few hundred rounds without needing a factory refit for a new barrel. But this basically isn't possible. Rocket artillery / cruise missiles are the norm for long-range fire now for a reason. This is some cool fucking gun. They did break some sieges on the Eastern Front. Probably still a waste of resources, but they were a typically German over-engineered solution to a relevant problem. He was craving a big black cannon. Hitler thinking? Annan. Long before this, the drugs had made a mess of his head. France builds massive wall over the course of 10 years to keep Nazis out. Nazis spend a fuck ton of money and manpower on a superweapon to breach the wall. It turns out you can literally just go around the wall. Superweapon never gets used. At the end of the day, the Maginot Line was actually a success, just not in the way anyone expected. It still forced Hitler to waste his money and time. They only managed to go around the wall through a not insignificant amount of luck, though ever. Is the Maginot Line the biggest red herring in human history? Spending half your defense budget in a stupid line. Turned to be useless because Germans attacked from Belgium. It was so under-equipped that German divisions' attacks easily penetrated. Rebuilt to defend Germany 3 years later. Scheißegal. I like this big gun. He was thinking about the scale model kits. He was thinking about cool enemies for gamers to have. He was thinking about how we will make something that will make realism autists seethe. The 3 most noble pursuits in life. I always build it in Hearts of Iron 2 to break through Gibraltar. Otherwise, it's pretty useless. Best to dump that research on nukes and turbojet aircraft. Each of the 3 turrets on Iowa weighs more than the Schwerwer Gustav. It had some uses and did what it was designed to do well, which was lob big bombs at unheard of distances. Also, 503 is mostly correct that by the war years, Hitler had noticeably started losing touch with reality. He was not a military man, he was a failed artist and politician who served when he had to and got mind broken by the German defeat. He actually spent most of the war arguing with his generals as he was notoriously a shit strategist. People would show him new weapons to clear, but because he LARPed as a military genius, he didn't know what was effective or not. Me big leader, make big gun, enemy big scared. What's the rarest gun you've ever shot or owned? Pick related, Kalashnikov SR-1, civilian version of the AK-107. Same recoil dampening counterweight system as the AK-107. 0 muzzle rise when shooting. Compatible with AR mags and M-LOK accessories. Sadly, doesn't come with iron sights. Had to buy pick related red dot. Pretty reliable so far, no failures whatsoever after a few hundred rounds. Heavy as fuck, 4 kilograms or 8 pounds empty. Much better ergonomics than the traditional AK platform. Mag release and bolt release are both right next to the trigger guard. Safety is just above. Ambidextrous bolt handle. Only downside is its moving handle, which can be a problem if you are not gripping it properly or want to use the sling. Accuracy is good for an assault rifle. Consistent 1 MOA groups at 100 meters. Only a few were exported out of Russia between 2019, year it came out, and the sanctions due to the war in 2022. Enfield L42A1 with original crate, one of 1,080 made. Not exactly a unicorn, but rare, 1918 Luger. Not rare, but my SAR-1 is covered in trench art. The sling has Rambo carved into it, and the stock has kill marks along with a bunch of different names and a cross etched into the dong. Rarest I've shot? It's a toss-up between my buddy's Frommer Stop or a real SGG-44 at a range. Rarest I own? Probably my M1D Garand. I don't think my Springfield trapdoor is exceptionally rare, and I also have a Marlin Model 39D I've been told is rare. Probably the Berger Slurger Fletchstep. Beretta AR-70/90. About 900 parts kits were imported in 2020, of which only 300 have been assembled by known builders who do it. So probably less than 400 in the country. Not super duper rare, but definitely rare. Got a few here. Pre-ban Arsenal SA RPK-5 with blonde wood and poly furniture. 5.56 RPKs are almost non-existent in the US. Colt LE6940P Piston AR. Heard these were made for dough and only 1,000 to 2,000 were made. Hard to find replacement parts though. Kusa KP9. Not really much to see here, but discontinued due to, bankruptcy. Even if their website is still alive for some dumb reason. Shot a CZ Parrot today. It's hilarious to play with race guns. 9-day difference from shooting a carry pistol. Also shot a Luger, which was a lifetime dream of mine. Very fun to shoot, but man, that rear sight may as well not even be there. Rarest is probably the Felk TF919. I don't know exact numbers, but it's very small. Double digits in the US at almost third bay ounce. Certainly less than 100 since it's technically not been released. I would guess it's closer to 20 in the wild. Armatix IP1, never commercially sold in the US, supposedly only 20 imported for press demonstration out of perhaps 300 produced. M18 recoilless rifle, less than 1,000 made. Also have a Rem Lee 1899 and 303 Brit. No clue how many were chambered in this, but less than 12 are currently known. Own? Probably Paratrooper Arasaka. Not particularly impressive, but I'm very proud of these two. Real deal 1-7 twist barrel West German HK93 and current production 550. As for that I've shot, probably a prototype/test round Serg upper that went to SOCOM for an XM17 marked P320. Same one that showed up in the SIG Vickers guide. My rarest gun are the Telco XM10, Portuguese contract AR-10 built on a US receiver, and Wolf Ultramatic. I have 3.5 of the stupid things and 38 Super 9x21 in 9mm. Sadly, the XM10 has cancer, where the two halves of the stock start to split apart, so I don't take it out often. Rarest gun you've ever shot? An STG-44. Rarest gun you ever owned? Probably not that rare in burger stand, but I have a 1944 Garand converted post-war to 7.62 Hato by Breda. My Uzi by FN Herstal, owned legally in France, one of the most absolute piece of shit when it comes to aiming. After 2023, they asked me to sell it to the police because the surplus block and barrel were considered reversible in full auto. Which was true in fact. I seized the opportunity of getting rid of it. What's the rarest gun you've ever owned? My unaltered 1893 Ottoman Mauser in 7.65 with the magazine cut off. My Spaz 12. Mine is different because I'm pretty sure it was a caught-in customs gun. It has a fixed stock with a full-length magazine tube. From my understanding, it originally had a folding stock, but when the 89 ban happened, they had to swap the stock out. But it was still a full year before magazine capacity was restricted on imports, so it still has an 8-shot tube. I don't have anything super rare, but I have a few uncommon guns. My Nagoya Type 99 Long is one of 8,000 made by them before they switched to the short rifle. I also have a Weimar-era Simpson Luger, which they only made 12,000 of. I mostly collect iconic 20th century shit, so as a consequence I don't really have anything excessively rare. Pick related is probably the closest. These are rare as fuck. Too bad feeding it kills my wallet. Probably the Moroku Liberty Chief. It's a revolver made in Japan that fires 38 special instead of 9mm Jap unobtainium. It's not rare by any means. They brought a few thousand into the US when Moroku didn't win the Japanese police revolver contract. It looks good, but is definitely a bit rough around the edges. Overall, I like it, even though mine is a little clapped out. My FN-15 patrol rifle I bought at the PX at JBLM. This was before anyone sold military clones and I wanted a legit M4. I replaced the barrel from the 16-inch Cold Hammer forged to a 14.7-inch FN barrel with the A2 birdcage pinned and welded. It has a Knight's rail direct buy from CAC, Mautek rear iron, Trigiconti A31F red chevron, and a full ANPA and Pack 4C laser. Rarest? My Uzi pistol. The most unique is my Nagant revolver. Rarest gun you own? My Soviet Dragunov. Rarest gun I shot? An STG-44 and a PSG-1 all in the same day. I've got my M1C that is probably my rarest or my HK Super 90 M1. Model 53. Not extremely rare, but definitely uncommon. HK SL7. What's uncommon are the 20-round magazines. Found 2 of these in a gun shop in Austria. Apparently HK made 20-round Forester or Woodsman mags and only sold them in Germany, Poland, Austria, Switzerland, and Czech Republic, and even then only briefly. Recently I posted my 83 Spaz in another thread, so I'll post what's probably the second rarest thing I own apart from a near mint commercial Luger, hoping that stuff for the K1 starts coming along if the K2 stuff goes well. Shot a full auto Uzi with the wood stock before, but the particular example kinda sucked ass. I didn't get to shoot it, but I did get to see a Mount Pac-2 handgun when I visited the DPRK that dear leader Kim Jong-il used to shoot a perfect 600 25-meter score. I fared much worse because I am a shit shot even with the provided Margolin. Win Torres, in the process of making it into a Val just to piss people off. Rarest I've shot, original 1803 Harper's Ferry rifle. I thought it was just a repro with really well done faux patina until the guy told me. Apparently he doesn't let anyone else handle it, but I spurged out so hard about it and the Lewis and Clark rifles that he knew I was a true student of history. Rarest I've owned? Probably my FNC. It's nice. It's an early import, so it has a 1.7 military barrel instead of the 1.12 sporter barrels they brought in later. Pretty cool, but 90% of the people who come to me at the range reference that anime. Not as much recently, but when I first got it, it happened all the time. Rarest I've shot was my dad's Wild E45 Win Mag. That or a completely handmade hardware store special shotgun. Technically, that particular gun is a one of one. Rarest I own is a Giselle of indeterminate origin. As far as I can tell, it's not a genuine period gun, but was made relatively recently. Beyond that though, I don't know where it came from or how it got here. I haven't shot it yet, but the rarest gun I own is my all-matching Gewehr 44 that already has a shooter's kit with it installed. Cheap, reliable, showers invaders with lead. When did the shotgun go from quintessential home defense gun to the worst possible choice for home defense? Faggots online really and unironically defend that anything but an AR-15 will get you killed, raped, and burned by a platoon of Al-Qaeda terrorists. Is it the lead making mall ninjas retarded? For fuck's sake. Ignore consumerist. Shotgun is fine. Even break action. Load up with Foster Slug and call it a day. Especially break action. For those faggots that still didn't have guns, just go to Walmart and buy the single shot break action shotgun and a pack of buckshot. It'll cost you like $120 plus tax. Showers invaders with lead. No, it doesn't, no guns. It makes a single big hole. They're fine, but only with number 4 and number 1 buck max. Double aught buck, which Fuds love to suggest, is a retarded choice and will over-penetrate. Exit holds mean they bleed out faster, so triple aught it is. Precision and reach is more important, at least for me. A shotgun is still far better than a melee weapon though. Anything but an AR will get you killed. Shotgun go boom. When did the shotgun go from the quintessential home defense gun to the worst possible choice for home defense? It was never either. This is the telephone game at work. The shotgun used to be recommended as a home defense weapon because they were common as hell. Tons of boomers had them for hunting or clays already. And if you needed to buy one, they were very cheap compared to the alternative. 20 years ago, an AR cost many times what the basic shotty cost. Nowadays, nobody says they're the worst choice for home defense. Rather, people say that other options are superior. And while that might be technically true, it's not the same thing as saying a shotty sucks for home defense. It just works. Yet a simple semi-auto 9mm handgun remains perfect for home defense. Shotguns are great for property defense, not necessarily a home invasion. I still contend that a high-capacity handgun with a flashlight and or laser is still the best choice. Unparalleled mobility and leaves your other hand free, can get heavy grain hollow points to minimize overpin, and by far the cheapest to train with, which is the most important factor. I had a shotgun for it until I got a 300 Blackout AR for fun suppressed shooting. I don't want to completely rape my eardrums if I have to respond quickly. If I need to, I'm probably grabbing my shotgun still. When did the shotguns go from quintessential home defense gun to worst possible choice for home defense? When AR-15s became cheaper than pump shotguns, the only argument you really had over an AR was, well, this pump shotgun costs $300 to $400, and this AR is $700 to $1,000. I can use the hundreds I saved and practice that way. I'll be better off than the moron who spent all his money on just buying the gun and couldn't afford ammo. Make the AR as cheap as a pump, well, now that one valid reason is gone. When it comes down to it, home defense shotgun ammo costs more than 223-556. You can't even argue, well, I practice more than the AR guy. Birdshot's cheaper, but you don't train with that if you intend on using buck. Shotgun loses in capacity, ease of use, forgiveness, max effective range. Only needing one hand, ease of reloading. The only real pro is if you pick a good load, whatever you hit will die, versus will probably die. Extremely loud, very costly rounds will fuck up anything in its radius, causing home repair bills, long and unwieldy and potentially cramped hallway engagements. Why would I? Extremely loud. Can't imagine it's any worse than 223-556. Very costly rounds. Requires shooting far fewer. You're not gonna shoot 200 rounds of buckshot in trash like you would an AR. Will fuck up anything in its radius, causing home repair bills. Total meme. C-170. Long and unwieldy and potentially cramped hallway engagements. Again, hardly any worse than a 16-inch AR, and you can't SBS it if you want. The P320 cannot under any circumstances discharge without a trigger pull. That is a fact. The allegations against the P320 are nothing more than individuals seeking to profit or avoid personal responsibility. Recently, anti-gun groups, members of the mainstream media, trial attorneys, and other uninformed and agenda-driven parties have launched attacks on one of Sig Sauer's most trusted, most tested, and most popular products. The P320 pistol. In all cases, these individuals have an ulterior motive behind their baseless allegations that the P320 can fire without a trigger pull. They have no evidence, no data, and no empirical testing to support any of their claims. They instead choose to misrepresent clear, negligent discharges as a design problem. In the decades since its introduction, the P320 has undergone the most rigorous testing and evaluation of any firearm by military and law enforcement agencies around the world. It consistently delivers a proven record of performance and reliability through state-of-the-art engineering and documented quality control at every stage of its production. Claims that unintended discharges are anything more than negligent handling and or manufactured lies to support an anti-gun, anti-SIG agenda are false. Furthermore, lawsuits claiming that the P320 is capable of firing without the trigger being pulled have been dismissed in courtrooms around the country. In addition, multiple plaintiffs, so-called experts, have conceded it is not possible for the P320 to discharge unless the trigger is fully actuated. The rhetoric is high, and we can no longer stay silent while lawsuits run their course and clickbait farming, engagement hacking grifters continue their campaign to hijack the truth for profit. Enough is enough. From the courts of law to the court of public opinion, we will combat the lies and misinformation with the truth. Sig Sauer stands behind the quality, safety, and design of all products, especially the P320. Industry, take notice. What's happening today to Sig Sauer with the anti-gun mob and their lawfare tactics will happen tomorrow at another firearms manufacturer, and then another. Today, for Sig Sauer, it ends. Have you ever seen a firearm corporation spurg out this bad? Ring! It doesn't go off by itself. Ring! You wouldn't let a Democrat tell you our pistol will shoot you in the cock, would you, fellow patriot? Still don't believe there's an issue until someone can demonstrate it in a controlled environment. Everything up until that point is hearsay. I remember people like you with the Glock WML issue, the Glock chamber support issue, and the limp wrist issue. If there wasn't a design or QC problem, then they wouldn't keep going off in situations where other similar firearms are not. I've never so much as heard a single stock Glock going off inside a holster without a clearly identifiable reason, which is always that something pressured/pulled the trigger. Same goes for practically every other popular striker-fired handgun on the market. There isn't some giant conspiracy against the P320. It just won't stop having problems. And the last thing the party said was, don't believe your eyes, yada yada yada, don't care. Stickers got what they deserve. The 1911 stays undefeated. T, 26 years old. Anti-SIG agenda. Is that what they're calling it now?
SIG sells inferior product. It's the fucking anti-gunners running this campaign. Lol, I don't think the anti-gun lobby has the sway it used to. In fact, I don't think they have much of anything at all. Glock leg is a thing because people learned the hard way you can't use floppy soft holsters with trigger safety guns without being autistic about your holstering. World moves on to Kydex and people use stiffened in metal reinforced leather, and Glock leg stops being a thing except for totally oblivious people. In a world where Kydex and hard plastic holsters make up the majority of holsters used nowadays, the 320 specifically still gives SIG cock. Not the Glock 45, M&P 2.0, PDP, P10C, XDM, Canic whatever, VP9, nor the SIG P365. We will combat these lies in the court of law. Settles out of court. What did Sig Sauer mean by this? The P320. It ends you today. So Sig of it. We support you, Sig. We know your gear is the top of its tier. The lies of the left are slowly dying. Let them all falter at the bastion that is truth. Thank you for what you do. The Sigger Cope replies on this are scrumptious. It's the damn lefties that are trying to say the Sig will shoot your cock off. The mainstream media! Fucking keck. Not reading all of that. Congrats or sorry that happened to you. I've never gotten the it's cops who are having these issues so it doesn't matter arguments. I can understand thinking Officer Bumfuck is a retard who can fuck up easily. But we don't have the same reports and videos of these happening with Glocks and Smith & Wessons. So Glock 17s and M&Ps are more idiot-proof and thus safer. It also makes sense that people who carry a firearm every single day would be the ones who quickly discover the issues with any firearm they're given. Sears pointing this out doesn't help the company either. If I was on a police department and looking to get new service pistols, and the fans of the company are actively saying cops are too dumb to carry these guns, then I wouldn't get them, and would look at the alternatives that my officers won't be too stupid to not shoot themselves with. It also ignores the countless competition shooters who have also had terrible issues with the P320. But I don't expect Sears to be honest with their coat, so they'll obviously ignore those. Cool story, Sig. Gonna keep using my dad's old West German P226 that I inherited from him. Older than me and has yet to blow my cock off. Which wouldn't be too hard, as it's a pretty big target, if you know what I'm saying. Sig, what the fuck are you doing, Lamau? Public trust is at its lowest with you, between the P320 toxic work environment or your questionable military contract procurement. You can at least admit there's an issue with your gun and eat the cost of a recall after you find a fix. There is no fix, there's only replacing it with a different design. Replacement is at least theoretically possible, given the semi-permanent nature of this here housing thingy. Unfortunately, SIG is shit. The entire P320 ecosystem disappoints me because of SIG's unwillingness to go all in on modularity. A double-action, single-action P320 with the USP's fire controls would make me nut. How do you counter this? More armor than an IFV, can lose a limb, 2 lungs, and a heart and keep on fighting. Main weapon is a supersonic grenade launcher that eats an IFV. Has the reflexes to shoot a bomb dropped from a plane out of the sky. Faster than some trucks. Built-in nods and binoculars. Can rip open a tank's hatch. By waking up from my dream. Wooden stairs. 6-foot-tall doorways. A horde of screaming green retards that were literally born yesterday. They can be countered by flimsy normal people stairs. If they don't wear a helmet, their plot armor goes down massively. A Terminator loses a fight to a wooden staircase in one of the Dark Angel novels. He gets told that they'll send out some serfs with a crane to fish him out of that basement, but in the meantime, sorry, you're just going to have to lie there until the battle's over. Maybe don't be such a dumbass next time. They're canonically countered by bayonet charges, and your power creep is absurd. Their armor is more like an M113 or BMP, and their bolter is a shotgun slug-sized round with a gyro jet attached. Direct hit from a modern tank round will still kill them. Same with sustained fire from 25mm plus or a hit from ATGM. If in open, send tanks and IFV, our current optics are enough to keep guns aimed. If in city, keep track of them and cover entire grid with artillery. They are shock troops. They will die to standard weapons. They are shock troops. They will die to standard weapons if you throw enough shit at them. In lore, multiple shots from basic bitch overloaded lasgun are enough to pierce the armor. Won't help you 1v1, But in situations like one Marine versus 20 Kriegsmen firing disciplined volleys at him, Space Marine is in trouble. This is mostly wrong and retarded. Can rip open tank's hatch? No, they can't. They have crack and melt the bombs for a reason. Marine fan wank is fucking gay. Laser guided bombs from really high. You suggest chaos. Space Marines can still die to a direct AT hit. Hell, I'd even bet most AT rifles we have now can pin their thinner plates. Anything with power similar or greater than 20mm has a good chance of blowing through their armor and killing them. Las guns are about equivalent to 50 BMG, and we see those killing them if they get lucky as well. And overcharged las packs burning through their armor as well. So it stands to reason that 40mm HEDP grenades, autocannon fire, etc. will wipe them well enough. Tempt them into making packs with space demons. IFVs, RPGs, artillery, you don't need a positive KD, you just need to kill them, and we have enough of those tools right now. One rusty knife with wire wrapped around the handle and some glyphs enchanting several thousand years old. If these guys are so smart and so fast and so tough, why do 90% of the depictions of them with the GW stamp of approval show them as normal speed retards who walk right into machine gun fire and die when they take one round through the stomach? Surely my normal grunts have some kind of AT solution. A RPG will do this faggot in, and he's outnumbered 100 to 1. Accuse them of heresy and send in the even more armored, stronger Psyker Grey Knights. Sure, Ultramarines are powerful Mary Sues, but their Mary Sue-ness is nothing compared to the Grey Knights. Thoughts about tossing frag grenades and full autoing around corners for CQB instead of pie slicing. My thoughts are, that's how literally everyone that's not trying to rescue hostages does it. If you don't have hostages to be concerned of fragging, your way is better. If the objective is to kill everyone, I do nothing but throw grenades. Don't give me a gun, just give me a pillowcase full of M67s and I'll tie it to my belt. Dudes always have their arms plus guns in the window / around corners when the frag goes off. Doesn't look very smart. We slice pie when we worry about civilian casualties or friendly fire. Stop being retards and acting like a meme from 2021 is the word of God. Why does everyone act like you can't do both? You will have to turn the corner eventually. Nade and blind fire pie after to make sure it's safe. Everyone wants to look smart by saying CQB is dumb. Insecurity complexes from old millennials who avoid the GWAT. Full autoing around corners for CQB instead of pie slicing. Anon, full autoing around corners helps your teammate behind you safely slice the pie. Desert Storm and prior, it was the SOP to toss a nade and spray the room. You're going to run out of grenades and ammo fairly quickly considering the number of corners if you are doing that in the trenches. Turns out COD 4 had it right all along. Triple frag, sonic boom, and martyrdom is the way to go. Smart, police-style CQB tactics stop working if you lose the element of surprise. Pretty much this. GWAT-era infantry CQB is SWAT shit, not close assault. That's just the rules you play by when you're working in that environment. Outside of it, things get a lot less restrictive. It's the Ides of March, and what we now know as 44 BC. You are Julius Caesar and have just walked into a meeting of the Roman Senate, the Curia Pompeian. You received a premonition. All of the senators are armed with concealed daggers, and in exactly 60 seconds they will attack you. What do you do to survive? Imagine modern senators doing anything personally these days. Wasn't a senator, but Hendrik Verwoerd, 6th Prime Minister of South Africa and widely considered the architect of apartheid, was stabbed to death by an aide, a commie go figure, during a parliamentary meeting in 1966. Brutus is as a brother to me. He would never perpetrate such a vile crime. Is a brother to me. Forgetting Romulus killed Remus shortly after our Rome's founding. Not gonna make it. I have my trusty new loyal friend and newly appointed senator and former 1st Spear Centurion of the 13th Legion protect me. Nothing can get past good old Lucius. Pick related. Wearing a toga everywhere so you don't fat roll. Perhaps I was too harsh on his loadout. Pull out my trusty Glock and start blasting, but it gets jammed and I die. Inform them that I have just received a premonition from the gods of their betrayal. and that they should go through with it. Rome itself would be punished with thousands of years of humiliation, becoming little more than a source of spaghetti-themed jokes and silly accents. Invite them in to discuss what their grievances are and work to resolve them, stating that the gods have forbidden him for seeking revenge for an assassination that was prevented. Spoilers, they didn't. Start planning my own assassination, ideally doing it myself, since now I don't know who can be trusted. As a divine avatar, I've actually been possessed with a total premonition of the future. I have always known that I would be killed on this day, and that my death would be the only way to ensure the ascension of my nephew Augustus to absolute power, the creation of a Roman principate, and the preservation of Roman civilization for millennia to come as a consequence. I knew I came here to die, and have known since the day I was born. I used the last 60 seconds to come up with a dope death line so that the future dudes can write me into a play and also a bunch of movies and books. You take puncture after puncture until your vision becomes hazy, and in your last hurrah on this goddamn planet, you cry, "Smell my onions." It's AD 2016. A 14-year-old on his high school theater is playing as you. As he's finished off with dinky push-in blades, he cries, "Did we even have onions back then? Your legacy is Onion Man now." I think I'll probably have a seizure and shit myself just like Julius Caesar did in real life. I pull out my lightsaber and say, "So it's treason then." He was only jumped by 3 senators despite 40 plus being involved in the plot out of a total of 400 to 500 senators. The actual attack was entirely botched. If they didn't have the element of surprise, like in this scenario, Caesar wouldn't have died. The vast majority of people in the room just froze and watched 2 people fight with him. Then the third guy slipped a dagger in his ribs. The remaining stab wounds from the other senators were all after he died. The actual attack was entirely botched? I mean, he died. Who should have won the XM17 trials? And with Sig going full retard, who should get a second chance? A couple more Private Ramirez's losing their privates, and an official investigation due to mounting public pressure could give someone else a chance. So who do you want to see win it? Either from the previous entries or not. Beretta APX or FN509, assuming not squishy. And before someone replies with that one vid of the rail falling off on the 510, FN playing the "not this shit again" reverse Uno card. They actually adopt something. Fuck. Handguns don't really matter unless you're high-speed low drag, and since all these would perform about the same in the hands of the average dude getting one, the updated M9. Glock, but they should have been forced to add a manual safety. But that's not necessary. Shut up, nigger. But it's not modular. Stupid and unnecessary requirement. Shut up, nigger. Also, the funny bullpup should have won the rifle competition, if only to make all the boomers seethe. Glock, Beretta, APX, or M9A4, or MMP, Sig was slightly worse than all of these, and the others are non-factors. The 1911 should have won purely for memes, in 10mm. Unironically, Smith & Wesson. Garland Bull proved it. I like how nobody is replying to the obvious Saber trolls. MMP 2.0 and AR-15 are reliable, though ever be it. They should have just ordered replacement parts for the M9s. There was zero need to adopt a new pistol. APX if they wanted a gun that met all the requirements. If they just ignored the retarded modularity requirement, then every single one of the contenders but the P320 would have been good. Probably MMP 2.0 because it's a low-cost gun from an American company with sufficient production capacity already extant. That and the thumb safety is desirable for a military handgun. Glock, but they should have been forced to add a manual safety. Not to mention that a Glock 17 or 19 model with a safety would have been a massive success on the commercial market. If I didn't know that Glock was allergic to doing anything other than making the same exact gun since the 80s, I would be surprised. These, literally anything but SIG. Glock or M&P would be the best choices, IMO. Glock really needs to make a handgun with a manual safety. I just like safeties. I don't believe a new pistol was worth investing in to begin with. The only people who actually use their pistols are SOF, who already used Glocks, so it doesn't even matter. I understand they had to spend the budget on something, but even within the small arms bracket, there are more worthwhile things to waste excess cash on, like a standardized free-float handguard for M4s, or dimpled barrels for M240s, or aluminum M2 receivers. Just mundane programs that would improve the lives of more than a handful of MPs and commissioned faggots. CZ, because I'm a CZ shill and I like CZ. Little known fact, the P in P320 stands for penectomy. What's Glock's major malfunction anyway? Design and manufacture tiny bespoke badges for various governments. Every Glock collector now wants one too. Nah, you can't have it. We hate money. They should just choose a 2011 made in America and get a company that can fill the order. Burger Town, Les Ramirez, make it count. Smith & Wesson should have won. Is depleted uranium ammunition a meme? No. These boys don't know their ammunition. The answer is yes. Conventional tungsten is better. NTA and do no ballistics. And the answer is no, it's not a meme. If for absolutely no other reason than because it's cheaper and more abundant for military purposes because it is a byproduct of doing nuclear anything. Separately to that, in most applications at a given and relevant velocity, you will get better penetration out of depleted uranium due to the adiabatic shearing and better post-penetration effects against material due to its pyrophoricity. In a narrow band of ballistic applications, tungsten will outperform depleted uranium in the real world. Tungsten versus depleted uranium is the reason that later LEO-2 variants had to upgrade to RH-120 L55 to keep up with the advances in armored technology by pushing for sanic fast velocity, while M1A1 and A2 were able to stay with the RH-120 L44. In addition, the two arguments against depleted uranium are real and serious, but not capability related. 1. It's probably bad for the health of friendly personnel exposed to it during use. 2. If you don't have a massive nuclear industry that produces it as a byproduct, then it's not particularly cheap or abundant, even compared to tungsten. Yes, it doesn't offer any advantages, which is why it should be civilian legal. In the 1970s, thin sheets of depleted uranium were sold by someone in Florida as a facing material for the frisons used in flintlock rifles. The advertisements claimed that the uranium was so effective that it would work well even if struck with a dull flint or any kind of rock. These claims were not far from the truth. Being pyrophoric, the uranium could generate consistent and intense showers of sparks. While depleted uranium provided a reliable method to ignite black powder, the tiny uranium fragments that became airborne when the flintlock was discharged posed a potential inhalation hazard. Depleted uranium flintlock. White House says multiple Houthi leaders killed. Iran on notice. How would K effectively deal with the Houthi pirates? Send Hassan to negotiate. He'd suck them off and chat about One Piece. I would listen. And that's what nobody did. PT boat, armed with M230 30mm chain gun on bow, 25mm Bushmaster chain gun on stern. Keep dual M2s and turrets on each side. Replace torpedoes with launchers for switchblade loitering munitions for a standoff capacity. Use diesel engines instead of gasoline, and make it of fiberglass instead of wood. 24/7 combat air patrol over Yemen. Who says they are our enemies? They are firing missiles at us. They wouldn't be firing missiles at us if we weren't standing in their way. How can you stand in the ocean? I'd let the IDF conduct an invasion and occupation mission of Yemen, alone. Mine out the coasts they use as firing platforms. I propose a three-pronged operation. The Command Intelligence Group will operate from 3 berks, using drones to conduct surveillance operations. Their MH-60 helicopters will also be used for surveillance. Emphasis will be kept on maintaining close contact with merchant marine shipping in the area. The Combat Operations Group will operate using smaller vessels, emphasizing speed and overwhelming firepower. They will use high-performance speedboats outfitted with rotary cannons as well as 2-man strike teams equipped with personal watercraft. The watercraft will be equipped with hull-mounted 50 cal operatable by the pilot, while the passenger gunner will have a light machine gun. The third group is where it all comes together. Operating out of a repurposed fish factory ship, they will be in charge of special missions and cleanup. This will include interrogation of pirates captured alive and Skunk Works facility for experimental weapons development and testing, and a recycling operation to reprocess the dead pirates' biomass into biofuel. I would simply let them continue hijacking cargo ships until they have so many ships they can't handle them all, and be unable to ransom them as different Houthi warlords demand greater and greater ransoms, which will eventually force the insurance companies to write it all off. I'll defeat them with pure economics. Now pirates are directly paid by companies to take their ships so they can cash out on the insurance. Why is the US meddling in international affairs? Terrorists and their organizations are everyone's affairs. You touched the fucking boats. The first time America ever meddled with international affairs was specifically to kill pirates on the other side of the Atlantic who had been fucking with American vessels. Blanket everything with a population over 50 from Constantinople to Mogadishu and Karachi with nuclear hellfire. Take what is needed beneath the ashes. Turkish Spaz 12 clone allegedly coming to the US for $350. I don't know about y'all, but I'm harder than a diamond right now. Spaz Bros, we're back. Cheap out on the folding stock. The most iconic part. It looks like metal to me. Gonna be Turk shit. $350? So these things are gonna sell like hotcakes and then they're gonna start exploding, right? Was actually a bit excited to see this, but won't get my hopes up until it's proven reliable enough to be more than a cheap range toy. The regular Spaz is a pile of shit. People are going to buy this because it looks fucking rad and has the hook. Start exploding, right? You assume people that buy Turk shit actually shoot their guns. It's from some Twitter twit. I doubt they could ever make something like that for that price point. Around the price range they're asking for, I could believe it could be that cheap. Better hope it doesn't get cooked after 1,000 rounds or so. T, Maverick 88 owner. Dog shit gun. Well, duh, and on. Obviously. It's Turk. Even the original was overrated trash. I see this as a good thing. A low-priced option will lower the price of the common variations of the originals in the short term. However, ultimately it will increase interest in the gun because it creates a division between originals and clones. In other words, I think it will affect the market, same as the new Python. Copy a gun which is only interesting because of its looks. Manage to fuck up the grip, which is the easiest part of the whole design to get right. Soulless. Turkish shotgun? I'm 99% sure James hates his life and is trying some elaborate life insurance scam so his wife still gets a payout with all those Turk shit tests. Trigger group is over-designed Turk slop and not the iconic Franchi trigger group. Stock is an 870 LEO folder with a hook, not the iconic Franchi folder. The rise in the front of the heat shield for no reason. The grip, the receiver, They took a major L in not putting a rail on it. Could stick a Bushnell hollow sight on it to get real 90s vibes. If it's anything more than $500, it's going to be a failure. Anyone with money won't want to buy Turk shit, and poor fags can't afford anything more than that. It has to compete with $250 magazine-fed Turkish shotguns that appeal more to the Mall Ninja PFG crowd. The semis are shit, but the pumps, such as the VRPA 40, are pretty good. Losing battle unless there are enough Spaz 12 stands to support it by themselves. Clone, barely passing a resemblance to the real thing. They didn't even get the stock right. Click on the link. See this pic. It's so badly photoshopped, for a second I thought someone on here made this pic. Are leading from the front generals officially extinct now? Yeah, leading from the front is the dumbest shit ever unless you're King Albert. Once the fighting starts, a general's real work is done. He should have perfectly competent subordinate officers to handle his brigades, and if he has done his job that he is supposed to do before the fighting starts adequately, then interfering with them would do far more harm than good. He instead should be turning his attention to raising the morale of his men. And a supremely effective way of doing that, which has been recognized literally since the dawn of civilization, is to go out among them and be seen to be doing so. A way for it to come back is that there should be a general drone that the general flies. Then they can lead from the front again, from the front of the drone swarm. It's ironic how both these dudes died, made through all their campaigns without a scratch just to die away from the battlefield. Leading from the front was actually safer for them. Budanov has been on odds, but he likely sticks to a desk nowadays. The Vatniks have and are constantly trying to assassinate him. No doubt he's returning the favor. Leadership bravado has a place, but in modern war it's pretty retarded to literally be on the front lines. Have been for a while now. It's just not possible to coordinate an army from the front line anymore. If the commander had proper information, he wouldn't have to go to the dangerous front line. Rommel in Africa had many close calls. Pull up the video of that Russian major who took a bike ride somewhere by the front line and got droned. Leading from the front was always a pointless moral stunt to prevent disgruntled soldiers from revolting. Today's troops are so brainwashed they will go and get themselves killed without question for some guy who sits in a chair 1,000 miles away, literally raised from birth in a concrete box. Mattis was famous/notorious for sticking his dick in a hornet's nest. 2 of his personal attaché were killed by a mortar in Iraq. He also met personally with very hostile clerics and imam with only his sidearm and minimal security. Typical retarded Marine shit. Oh yeah, definitely. Attempting good faith negotiations with a hostile tribe is retarded. The previous representative was a beloved native Iraqi, was beheaded attempting the same. Typical based Marine shit. Fixed that for you, faggot. Neither of those guys led from the front, unless you define the front as anything within range of large caliber artillery. But the US and Germany and all other combatants did have generals killed in the action, including many from small arms fire and even a few who were killed while personally flying combat missions, like Pick Related, who was killed on his 30th B-17 mission, Frederick W. Castle. My dad was a personnel clerk in Saigon, and he told me the story of some lieutenant colonel who liked command from a helicopter hovering at very low altitude, and had a reputation for having this aura around him, where everyone just knew he would always come out without a scratch, only his aides absolutely did not. My dad's boss was complaining how he only had so many spare first lieutenants to dole out every month, and this asshole was going through them at twice the rate of other battalion commanders. I will take this opportunity to talk about a Welsh general named Thomas Rees, a manlet in the British Army during World War II, dubbed the Pocket Napoleon. He proved himself to be both personally brave and a highly efficient staff officer, who was credited as the essential ingredient to the 4th Indian Division's success during the stunning British victory in Operation Compass. After being sacked for being right in the middle of Gazala, he was sent to Burma to command 19th Indian, where he distinguished himself as one of the few British generals who was willing and able to go on the offensive against the Japanese, which led to a funny little, albeit most likely, apocryphal story. A new staff officer arrives and asks for Rees, and one of the staff officers says at the front, "Well, how close is he?" "About 2.5 yards. Also, Bill Slim would later write, the 19th Indian Division was literally led by their dynamic commander, Pete Rees, known to his British troops as the Pocket Napoleon. What he lacked in inches, he made up for by the miles he advanced. He was an inspiring divisional commander. The only criticism I made was to point out that the best huntsmen did not invariably ride ahead of their hounds." During the American Civil War, a total of 124 generals died, with 78 from the Confederate side and 46 from the Union side. Brutal. Leading from the front in the age of guns and artillery is kind of insanity. Best and worst commanders in the Pacific War. The discussion about the best leaders is usually about the European theater, so who would you consider your favorites and why? Worst? Yamamoto Nagumo. What did Yamamoto do wrong? Java Sea, Coral Sea, Indian Ocean Raid, and Pearl Harbor were all mildly successful to totally successful. He was one of the better ones. You could have chosen Mikawa, Kondo, Nishikawa, or Kakuta. Midway was his fault. The army wanted to focus on Australia. The rest of the navy wanted to take a bunch of islands, whose names escape me at the moment, so they can interdict shipping between the US and Australia. Yamamoto wanted Midway, and when he was told, "No, that's pointless, Midway doesn't offer any use," he threw a crybaby bitch fit until everyone else relented and let him take Midway. An operation which was overly complicated, by the way, and then of course the carriers got BTFO by Best Dick. The army wanted to focus on Australia. The army was stretched thin already. I'm pretty sure they wanted to slow the fuck down and consolidate what they had. The rest of the navy wanted to take a bunch of islands whose names escape me at the moment so they can interdict shipping between US and Australia. This was the plan once they knocked out the US carriers, which was the point of Midway. Midway wasn't so much the goal as a tool to which achieve the real goal, crippling the US carrier fleet and thus attaining air supremacy in the Pacific until at least late 43. He never won a battle that he personally commanded. Dude is popular because he was one of the few Jap commanders with common sense and made a lot of pessimistic predictions about the war that came true. But he still subscribed to the decisive battle between BBs. Bullcrap, Kantai Kessen, which ultimately led to a lot of flawed strategies that violate basic military principle. War plan was to seek decisive engagements to force the US to compromise but boldly push for an attack on Pearl, which ensured the US public would never accept a negotiated peace. Was satisfied with destroying the BBs in Pearl Harbor, where he should have focused on critical facilities, oil tanks repairs, and the CVs. Never tried to attack the Allied supply lines or use his subs for raiding despite having superiority early in the war. never concentrated his CVs after Pearl and mostly sent them on errands, despite Japanese advantage in CV operations, pilots and planes. This would lead to his fleet not having enough strength to decisively defeat the vulnerable U.S. task force at Guadalcanal and/or carry out their mission at Midway. Impulsively decided on attacking Midway despite the low reward and high risk, too far away and not large enough as a base to invade Hawaii. Split his forces at Midway and forced radio silence, making his forces weak and unable to help each other. Gave conflicting objectives to Nagumo, invading Midway and destroying the U.S. fleet, leading Nagumo to make the fateful decision to rearm his aircrafts to take Midway instead of trying to seek and destroy the U.S. fleet. I think Yamamoto is looked upon very fondly in U.S. circles to him being very pro-U.S. and knowing the war was doomed from the start. Best is Nimitz. Worst Allied general I would say is Archibald Wavell. MacArthur is severely overrated for his wartime performance, but he was a great administrator of post-war Japan. Nagumo caused the IJN so many blunders, so I would call him the worst. Best Jap commander was Yamashita, I think. I would pick Ugaki for being the stereotypical Japanese battleships are the end-all and we must be aggressive in bringing the enemy into a decisive battle, but then he goes the step further of being the dick behind kamikaze as a strategy. And he brought his men to their deaths after the war had ended. While I personally have my doubts to how accurate his recollection of events is, Hara's description of Captain Kaju Segura's reaction to his objections about repeating supply runs to Guadalcanal show the issue of complacency in the face of the enemy to be an issue that extended far throughout the IJN, rather than a single person being a fuck-up. The Japanese conquest of the Malaysian peninsula and quick capture of Singapore is very impressive. Japanese planning and leadership contrasts very favorably against British planning and leadership. The Japanese made MacArthur look like a fool at the same time. Both Percival and Malaysia and MacArthur in the Philippines had a numerical advantage and were defeated despite being on the defensive. History is right to judge both Percival and MacArthur harshly. MacArthur especially wasted a tremendous amount of men and material through poor generalship and a catastrophic loss. Mac's New Guinea campaign was horrific for the soldiers that fought it too. Logistics were complete garbage, training inadequate, tactics questionable, poor staff work, etc. They lost more guys to disease than enemy action kind of deal. Could just simply bypass the Nips and let them rot in the jungle. Apparently had to march out there and stab them with bayonets. It's only through the competence of guys like Eichelberger and Kinney that the campaign succeeded. The only time MacArthur was competent was in retaking the Philippines. The rest of his World War II career was mediocre to horrible. Fuck knows why that asshole was still around to fuck up Korea. He was good at PR and taking credit for others' work. Maybe the guy Clapper's embedded with the Chinese. Heard he was a retard. Judging by their performance, the Chinese nationalists probably had some real steamers too. The Chinese had a lot of incompetent generals, but I think it was mostly due to how shit the Chinese army was organized in general at that point along with the troop quality. Even though the Japs were getting the shit kicked out of them in the Pacific Islands, they were still making large offensives into China in late 1944, which practically destroyed the KMT and allowed Mao to gain a large foothold post-war. Did Japan have even a single competent commander in the whole war? After the initial sucker punch, they lost every single battle with high lopsided casualty rates against them in a way that should be impossible for defenders to have. Even the Italians never lost battles as badly as the Japanese did. Was Imperial Japan the worst military in history? Navy-wise, I would give that to the Russians at Tsushima. The Japanese at least took one U.S. carrier with them at Midway. The Russian Navy just got stomped without inflicting any significant losses. If you looked only at the Pacific War, you might be able to make that case, but the Russo-Japanese War, World War I, and First Sino-Japanese War, and their early colonial wars were all completely prosecuted and were victorious in most engagements. Pushing in the shit of the Russians and Germans successfully won them a lot of respect that nobody would have imagined before. They also lacked the brutality that they became known for later. Russian and German POWs were treated remarkably well by the standards of the time. There's a big discontinuity in the military culture around the 1930s. Junior officers in the Russo-Japanese War were young, samurai/aristocrats rising through the ranks. They were more refined and cosmopolitan. Yamamoto is from this stock. Junior IJA officers in World War II were mostly ignorant rednecks drunk on emperor worship Kool-Aid. The Navy was noticeably more Westaboo and moderate compared to the Army. Naval Academy graduates were required to learn English, Western etiquette, and act like English gentlemen. The Academy refused to drop the English as a language instruction despite right-wing pressures. The IJA and IJN rivalry stem in part from the difference between the background of Army and Navy officers. Navy officers regarded Army officers as country bumpkins who lacked etiquette. Conversely, the Army criticized the Navy as an arrogant elitist group that drained the national budget more than necessary. The Japanese public and civilian officials preferred naval officers because they were dignified gentlemen, with the Navy producing more prime ministers and statesmen than the Army. The Army criticized the Navy as an arrogant elitist group, which is funny considering the Berry thing. For the KMT Army, Soon Lee Jin was very popular. For the British, William Slim is considered all around the best general of World War II. He might not have had genius tactical acumen, but he was innovative, cautiously aggressive, resourceful, diplomatic, and tactful. Was well liked by the soldiers, personally charismatic, and rebuilt the British Army in India virtually from scratch. They did nothing strategic. It was a sideshow, regrabbing turf from a defeated IJA. This far into the thread, nobody has mentioned Spruance? What the fuck? Nagumo was kind of a tard, but it didn't help that he was squaring off against electric-brained Spruance, who was definitely the best operational level commander of the Allies. Comparing all countries and branches, he was like the Allied Manstein. People hand-waved Midway as a Nagumo being retarded, but it was more Spruance making an insane string of deductions and hunches and working out exactly how to turn an extremely dicey tactical and strategic situation into one of the greatest Allied victories of the war. It would have made more sense to push west in Ceylon than control the Suez and probably knock the Brits totally out of the war, then go jab the sleeping giant for some reason. They expected the US to go help the Brits, and they were right. Before Pearl, the US had embargoed Japan of virtually everything vaguely military usable, from bullets to boot leather to butter. They were running neutrality patrols to secure supply lines to Britain, even at the expense of US ships, e.g. USS Reuben James. They were providing China with funds, P-40 fighters, and Chennault's volunteers who were scheduled to go into action with their new fighters in December. Sure, that's all fair, but it's politically difficult to imagine the USA going after Japan without a Pearl Harbor. The fuel embargo? I never really got why that was an issue, since after they took over the Dutch East Indies, they had like the world's third largest proven reserves under control. And if they follow up on the Indian Ocean raid, aside from possibly knocking out the Brits if you cut the Suez, you can also grab the Persian oil fields, or randomly decide to step on that rake that is the battleship Roe and get fucking blasted by 7th Fleet and almost immediately take a war-losing L. Odd choice on their part. Best and worst. I think it should be obvious why a general who gains territory at high casualty rates is a bad general. Pinkos will disagree. Any idiot can gain ground after sending wave after wave. Overwatch. Contact with anti-citizens. VizCon on heavy weapons. Request airborne. Recommendation. Helicopter takes like 40 rockets to kill and has infinite bombs. Obviously it's a game and you can't curb stomp the player in the first 10 minutes. But it's implausible how little force the Combine really used against Freeman. Like they knew the moment he got snapped by a scanner outside the train station that there was an undocumented human in the city. And they were able to have a team breaching the building he had entered within less than a minute. And within 10 minutes of that, Gordon is teleported to Breen's office, and so Breen is alerted that shit is serious. But it seems like the escalation of force completely stalls after that. A 1984-style regime like the Combine must have QRFs on standby for this very occurrence. And they're able to track Gordon's movements through the sewers with manhacks and a lone hunter chopper. So really, Gordon should have been facing multiple gunships and dropships full of white elites before he even reaches the airboat. I don't know, when I replayed it, it seemed like the Combines were really trying to get him mobilizing the entirety of Metro Cops to get him with the closest Metro Cops dying first, and so on. Also, consider that the entire game is happening in real time. My dude, they can literally teleport in heavies. What? Aside from the giant intergalactic teleportation thing, atop the Citadel that takes ages to teleport a single person, and the semi-functional teleporter in the Resistance Lab, there are no other teleporters in the game. Combine teleportation is cross-dimensional only. A significant part of what got the Combine interested in humans is that they got close to figuring out point-to-point teleportation. You're forgetting the teleporter in Nova Prospect, which was Mossman trying to recreate Kleiner finally making it work. I think it was paced accurately because historically speaking, an overwhelming force never thinks it needs to supply much danger close style warfare against what seems to be a minor insurgency. None of the resistance mobilized much prior to this, and it was more losses than victories. Once shit got serious, Striders came out en masse. Was a shame they didn't add the Hunters to that release though. Helly, the insane amount of bombs they can pack inside can kill any anti-citizen in a confined space. Aren't the Combine you fight in Half-Life 2 the lesser forms? Like they basically have infested the whole galaxy and can teleport. You're basically fighting the equivalent of Combine middle managers until the end. The Combine were supposed to have a Dyson Sphere in Half-Life 3, and even in Episode 2. It was said that opening the portal to the Combine's main forces would lead to a war that would last like 7 minutes. Whoever the fuck is in charge of the Combine seems to make very heavy use of local forces. Metro Cops and Overwatch, supplemented by a few standardized patterns they send out to serve as heavy platforms. Striders, Hunters, etc. The Combine that conquered Earth came and went. What remains is pretty much just a backwater colonial garrison of native auxiliaries, with some material support, and since it's a bit ambiguous if they'd count as material. The Half-Life universe has so much keynote potential as a series it's unreal. It's a product of quality world building, unlike some modern AAA titles that have literal walls surrounding the playable area with nothing but empty plains behind it. Nobody coming or leaving, an explicit indication to player that there's nothing there. And then it tries to convince you that you're in a real location on a much bigger world, while a quick glimpse down any long street reminds you of the opposite. Reminder that Valve outsmarted all its player base. You can kill the chopper that shot the missile, simply by not pointing the laser at it before the missile went past it. Then the missile will turn around and attack it from behind. So I remember reading about the Universal Union. That's the multi-dimensional alien empire, right? So what's the Combine? The client state on Earth? Like what the Afghanistan government was to the United States? Also, did the aliens actually get the Black Mesa teleport tech, or was it something they were working on but hadn't actually cracked? The only teleportation tech that the Combine has is interdimensional, incapable of traveling in the same universe. Mossman was developing a copy of the Rebels tech, but it was still in its infancy when Nova Prospect was destroyed, and their official name is the Combine. Universal Union was just something Breen called them to make it sound more palatable. The Combine is actually a slur. It's like calling the Third Reich or the Greater German Reich Nazi Germany. Breen actually corrects one of his assistants when they said Combine instead of Universal Union. There's no racism under the Universal Union. We abolished that. Vote Breen. I think it's neat that Combine is such a bureaucratic nightmare of a regime that they genuinely cannot be fucked to oppress humanity harder than they already do, until Freeman shows up and Breen asks them for help. It's implied that Earth was just some backwater shithole that they decided to just use humans to policy their rule under the slugs, until they found out they had dimensional teleportation. Then they started to actually take shit seriously. G-Man is an intergalactic real estate agent. He engineers the resonance cascade and observes Freeman being the main individual who successfully enters the Zen border world and unblocks it. He forces Freeman into a contract, which is the choice made at the end of Half-Life 1. Freeman is put in stasis. Now that Zen is unblocked, G-Man sells access to Earth to the Combine. However, the Combine pisses him off. Maybe the intensive resource extraction violates their agreement or whatever. G-Man reactivates Freeman to destroy the Combine, knowing that a human will be sufficiently motivated to do so. While Freeman is doing this, Half-Life 2 demonstrates that Freeman also thinks of G-Man as a villain as well as the Combine. G-Man kidnapped him after all. Half-Life 3 has to depict the defeat of the Combine and Freeman somehow defeating G-Man.
In the spell of the rolling, rocking rhythm of the sea.
Bring girl home. Forgot about the home defense shotgun leaning up beside the bed. She looks at it and leaves. My face went. How do you deal with girls and guns, Kay? If she's so turned off by the sight of a gun that she leaves, she's not worth keeping around, or especially not worth putting your dick inside. You dodged a bullet, honestly. Bring girl home. I seriously hope you guys don't do this. When you invite a woman into your space, she needs to feel safe. Toilet knife, taxidermy in the freezer, shotgun by the bed, they're all warning signs to her. Why would she ever stay over somewhere so unsafe that a man feels the need to have a shotgun laying out, not stored somewhere, even a quick access safe? Keep them out of sight, locked up. Act like the most uptight range officer you've ever met if they ever come out. After the second or third date, ask if she wants to go target shooting, then catch lunch. Be soft and familial about everything. Target shooting is a hobby of mine. It was something I'd do with my dad on the weekend. Apparently, it was something he shared with his dad. Only use a 22 LR to start. Go to the nicest indoor range in your area, or one that has a smaller side range you'd be able to use without some FUD booming its 12 gauge 2 stalls over. Go over the safety rules with her. Show her through your actions how mindful of safety you are on and off the range. The math completely changes once you're in a committed relationship. Your space is her space. You are effectively her big guard dog. She is not entering your space and evaluating it for safety. Ironically, it's probably easier to introduce guns after locking in the relationship. The exact opposite of motorcycles. Toilet knife, dual purpose. This guy doesn't have a toilet knife, not gonna make it. My face when the letter opener knife, pill splitting knife, forest sticking knife, and home defense machete out in the open. I'm gonna fuck up so bad if I ever get a girl over. Keep it disassembled and in a safe. Problem solved. Disassembled. Fag. Safe. Super fag. Put it in a safe when you wake up. Take it out before you go to bed. I deliberately leave out anime figures and guns to filter out women. Keep filtering women. Start dating women. Be careful, Anon. Home defense shotgun. She left you for an AR Chad. It's a regular day for you as a janitor or teacher at the school, but suddenly there's a school shooter afoot. What do? How do you protect the people? Or do you escape? I'd escape through the ceiling tiles. Lots of wiring and plumbing there. In the toilet and crawl to safety. I think your version of escaping is not well educated on how those things are constructed. I've put some of that shit up there. It's light, not weight-bearing, and super obvious you went up there. Best thing is to hang out at the doorway and hit them with something heavy on their noggin and then follow up with kicks to the throat. No one remembers the hero, but everyone remembers the coward. Pretty hard to disarm someone, especially if they have a pistol or an assault rifle. Although more likely a pistol than an assault rifle in my cunt. If I'm a janitor, I probably have keys, so I'd find a room that's out of the way and lock myself in it. Maybe even the janitor's closet. What do? Depends. Shooting is coming from the other side of the building. Lock the door. If I'm on the bottom floor, or there isn't too much of a drop, I'd start pushing kids through the windows and hope there's not a second shooter waiting for runners. If the drop is too great, just barricade the door with whatever heavy shit is available and tell the kids to stay dead quiet until the issue resolves itself. The shooter is right outside the classroom or is inside the classroom when the shooting starts. Rush him and try to overpower him. Either I get shot down like a retard or I succeed and become king shit in the town. Either way, I'm getting a library named after me. I shoot the perp with my concealed carry. But you work at a school and you can't carry a gun there. Don't care. Still carrying a gun. Still popping the shooter. Finland prepares to leave Ottawa treaty banning anti-personnel landmines. Finland's defense spending will be increased to 3% of GDP by 2029, and much of that money will go towards upgrading Finnish army equipment. Are mines really that much of a game changer? Not just mines, all of the weapons that Europeans signed treaties over because they expected the US to do all their fighting for them. Okay, since most people still don't understand it, they do this so they can buy or produce mines and send them to Ukraine as aid. It doesn't mean they want to use them themselves. Mines are immoral and unethical, except when we give them to others to use. Midwit retard, stop posting. The world isn't black and white. Sometimes good men must do evil things. They are definitely using them, no doubt about it. Yes, we do want to use them, and we will use them if the time comes. We even had training for not landmines in the military when they were still banned. It's an effective area denial weapon for a defender. No matter whether we use them or not, in case of war, the eastern border will be filled with them anyway because Russians use them. So we might as well use them too. We found Russians, when they get stuck, throw men by the thousands over open fields. So yes, they are a big deal at stopping these kind of attacks. There's nothing funnier to me than watching a Canadian arms treaty collapse in real time. BPICM bros, we're going home. Mines are rapidly gaining tactical envelope. Presence, proximity, or contact is in the treaty definitions, so that is basically any left-in-place autonomous weapon with explosives at the end. A downed FPV drone with anti-handle could be considered a mine, although prosecution would have to establish misuse. Those treaties were dumb anyway. Also, Princess Diana was a whore. Mine should only be banned for third world countries. See Africa, where they would just dump them from helicopters for children to walk over, allowing a normal European country to produce them and deploy them in a civilized manner as a border wall is a nothing burger. Banning them in the first place was absolutely delusional and done under the most leftist government and president in our history. Luckily, our armed forces knew it wouldn't last. All weapons that are banned aren't banned because of effectiveness per se, but if they were not effective, they would have no need to be banned. Game changer. Very cheap and very effective area denial that we usually don't have to stoop to because shitting out live explosives over gigahectares is ugly for everyone in the long run. Finns are the OG TZD scholars, though, and who knows what kind of brain-dead stunt the demented Russian bear pig will try next. You can sprinkle them onto any place of strategic importance, like say a nation's farmland, and deny it to civilian access while technically not violating any laws against targeting civilians. Having proper defensive positions means that you can let your guys enjoy more regular working hours, and that you need to wake up less of them whenever somebody is trying to scout your positions. It's a good thing unless you're a tech CEO or someone who has to find reasons as to why you're paying rent for office space. Who could have known that Russian demining doctrine is still the one by Zhukov? Is not knowing your next step is going to blow you up that big of a game changer? Europeans only banned landmines because they were protected by the US. Suddenly, when they have to defend themselves, all those fake humanitarian stances evaporate. Landmines, cluster bombs, mercenaries all come screaming back. Lamau, in my country, we were taught that mines are only wink-wink allowed to be used manually. As in, a guy pulls a wire and a dozen Russians get claymored. I hope my country also pulls out of it. As an independent gun shop owner, I know I can't compete with online retailers, so I make up for it. I'll offer terrible customer service and outrageous prices. Yeah, that's how to run a business. Why are so many gun shops like this? Trying to support my local gun shop. Always do online orders through them. Transfer is $50. Don't complain because the only other FFL in my area is an Academy Sports and I don't feel like driving 45 minutes to the next closest dealer. Buy a Wasser off Atlantic Firearms. Gun shop isn't on their FFL. See a sketchy ass pawn shop down the road. Call them. Transfer fee is $10. Order my gun and pick it up without any issue. This is what I get for supporting local businesses. Only reason I buy from my local shop is I like to actually see and feel the exact gun I'm getting before I buy. And my place is close enough in price to not bother me. It may be cheaper online, but after shipping fees, credit card fees, and transfer fees, the difference is negligible. All of my FFLs have colluded on the same $50 transfer fee. Pawn shop, gun store, or Ted running an FFL out of his house is all $50 where I am. Isn't the point of fucking Ted to undercut all of them? What the hell is Ted thinking? Yeah, similar story here. LGS went from $25 transfer fee to $40, so sticking with the home FFL for $20. $50. I got charged $62 at a swing state gun store touting dozens of Trump things everywhere. When I called, they said $35. Gun store employee is passive aggressive when you pick up your gun when they're basically getting free money. Stock better guns, fag. I have a local pawn shop that does all my transfers. The owner has huge tits and looks great for $60 and only charges $20 for transfers. My buddy has a tabletop FFL, so I go through him. I buy a box of ammo from him as payment. $50, $40, $25, $20 transfer fees. Bait and switch transfer fees. $35 to $62. LGS may not be on FFL list. What the fuck is that? Jesus, bros, I fell for you. My store has $0 transfer fees. As long as it's not shipped from Florida, $8, Illinois, $2, Pennsylvania, $2, Tennessee, $10, Virginia, $5. Those states charge a background check fee on the FFL itself each and every time for each and every firearm, even if multiples of the exact same firearm is being sent to the exact same FFL on the exact same ship. Talk about a fucking money grab. These small store owners think they need to make $200K a year off their store, plus pay staff, so they need to rape you in the asshole with prices. Go to gun store with $3,000 burning a hole in my pocket. Ask to see $2,400 safe queen under the glass. Employee takes it out and hands me it. Owner or manager scoffs and says to him, "Why did you take that out? Do you really think he's going to buy it?" Hand it back, flash the cash, and walk out. I'm here to give you money. I'm not here to be insulted while doing it. K gets permission to go privateering. Hypothetical timeline. The US, Japan, and Vietnam are sick of mainland China's shit and unanimously green lights lawful piracy against all military and commercial vessels owned by China, as well as the CCP's allies such as Pakistan, Myanmar, and Best Korea. Everything within 9-dash line is fair game. What do, fellow crew? Modernized PT boat with brimstone or hellfire missiles instead of torpedoes. Hunt smaller missile boats and packs. Maybe we'll crowdfund some stingers or similar to slap on to the front. Sometimes it is better to beg for forgiveness than ask permission. Sinking the commercial ships would be to sink any profit you could make doing this. You'll need something to deal with air threats, missiles, but most importantly, you'll need a way to launder the shit you steal. So you pull up, board, take the crew, now what? Where do you take the ship? How do you get the ship out of the local zone? And where do you sell all that shit you stole? Most of that is going to be other nationals' property. So it's not like you can just eBay the shit. Anyone within range of China isn't going to take the goods. Least they get their asses bombed. So you'd have to take the shit directly to Africa and hope for the best, suppose. Myanmar has been abducting chicks for years unmolested. The abductors are Chinese mafias based in Myanmar. Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos are basically Chinese narco states. Nothing you can realistically get your hands on is going to give you a chance against the autocannon on Chinese Coast Guard ships. You might be surprised what you can get your hands on. Parsons' farewell intensifies. Let's ignore the whole crew recovery of assets from the shipping. Say you just wanted to inflict damage upon the shipping, just sinking the cargo ships. Say you get a bounty per ship sunk, so you can maintain operations. How do you effectively take out a ship with means a small-scale non-state group could feasibly acquire? If we look at the Houthi mess, cheap missiles don't do the job. They can damage, maybe cripple, but outright sinking isn't a common result. So how do you do the following? Remain undetected from military assets. Inflict effective damage. Use affordable assets to do the above. At the start of the operation, I would not expect man-pads on deck. Possibly, it could be effective to target the bridge of the ship with homemade explosives dropped via seaplane. Fly or boat the seaplane into the AO. Then launch an attack. Let's assume Indonesia's mothballed Grumman HU-16 Albatrosses can get back in the air. That's 11,750 pounds of payload. Viable? Another thought with the Albatross is direct fire weapons. I imagine in this timeline getting access to Hind rocket pods wouldn't be a massive challenge. Will the commonly trafficked Hind munitions do the trick if fired at the waterline? Gotta imagine rockets would be the easiest to acquire weapons that have a chance of punching holes in hulls. Once you strike, you could land the aircraft in the islands and attempt to hide it, and remain mobile for any hunter-killer assets looking for you. But once they start fielding escorts and man-pads on board, there's no way it would remain viable. What would be the upgrade provided the bounties on the ships paid enough before the defensive escalation kicked in? Figuring each UB-32 pod weighs 582 to 1,025 pounds loaded, depending on mode, and the span of the wings such, you could probably get 4 pods on the wings. That's 2,328 to 4,000 pounds of your 11,750 pound payload. Considering the payload configuration accounted for fuel and 5,000 pounds of cargo in service. That seems within spec, though probably spend the remainder in reinforcement of the wings. Not sure which rocket would be the best. I assume heat/frag would do the job. S5 KPB, 32 by 4 of them at the waterline. Blow big hole. Shred internal piping and wiring to effectively disable the ship. 2,850 nautical miles gives you plenty of hiding options, but probably not enough airspeed if you're detected to fuck off before jets come hammer your albatrossy. There's no law that says privateering has to be done from a boat, so may I humbly suggest using the Seahawk. It can carry everything from an M2 Browning to a 30mm autocannon, a pair of lightweight torpedoes, 8 Hellfire ATGMs, a short-range ASHM, or a 5-man prize crew. It has a range of 500 miles, flies at 140 knots, can be refueled and rearmed from any jungle clearing big enough for the rotors to squeeze into, and is used by 16 different countries, which is more than enough for whoever's supplying us with spare parts and munitions to have plausible deniability. Wink wink. Going to need a tender/carrier for the heli/seaplanes. This is a 45-meter supply vessel. I imagine it would be a bitch to land on, but could get the job done. 1.1 million. Heavy investment, but offers a wider range of launch locations. In the same price range, you got 65-meter anchor working tugs you could probably strip down and fit a helicopter on. If budget isn't the limit, I'd source 200 sat-controlled USVs like the ones used by Ukraine and use them to sink every single Chinese fishing vessel outside of their territorial waters. We'd need a way to get access to shipping manifests to know what will be worth plundering, like a freighter loaded with QBZ-95s. Would fetch a nice price on the collector market, and one loaded up with ONA holes would improve crew morale. K does not realize that 3/4 of plan is in that area, and even if you give Vietnam and the Philippines 3/4 of the US Navy, they still wouldn't do shit. The only reason this didn't happen ages ago was because the Navy was non-existent to pathetic, but once they started slowly growing in the 90s, they started encroaching undefended and unsecured islets and islands. By the 2000s, any country who didn't fortify their position would lose territory permanently like the Philippines did in 2010. B. China. We've always been antagonistic to our neighbors, but this time is totally different, and we swear our navy built up is only for self-defense against the imperialist Great Satanburger capitalist land. Proceeds to imperialize and not give a shit if they're a black kettle. Did people legit fall for this and not manage to see the writing on the wall? I can't be blamed for being ignorant because I was a retarded kid whose biggest worries in life was enduring the horrors of public education, so I could go home and stay up all night playing PS1 games. But what the fuck did the various heads of state think was gonna happen? Shit, if I was president of Pinoy Land back then, I would mind that shit and have asked Worst Korea to help me fortify those little islands further with their magic mountain technology. The problem is that the boats you're going to get are worth shit. The cargo is worth shit, and the people manning them are worth shit. All the bigger, more valuable ships are going to get reflagged. Your best bet would be to go after the fishing fleet and collecting money from environmentalists. VN mentioned. Time for shameless nationalist advertisement on K. Plus 26 anons on one ship. Plus 2 months endurance. I am unsure about the price. But VN Fishery Surveillance technically belongs to VN Ministries of Agriculture, but staffed by second-rate seamen, commissioned 50 of them in 2 batches. It should be cheap. If the standard weaponry is either 2 50 cals or 1 14.5mm RCWS, the RCWS sounds like a scam actually. Only a few ships are equipped with it. But I suppose we could put something worthwhile on the front pedestal. Shameless nationalist advertisement. How's life going over there? 2 months endurance. So it's a glorified fishing boat with a gun. Which isn't too bad. The important thing really is encrypted radio. Private companies do bid to transport supplies. Pick Related is currently supplying the outpost and they can't stop it. That's why there's no news about ramming lately. I'm going after the smuggling and pirate ships that transit around Myanmar. I'm thinking teams with slimline scuba gear and sea scooters, onlines with deployable buoys for later retrieval, as well as grapple ladders, swimming from low-speed bypass during their frequent maintenance stops. High-powers and Glock clones are all pretty popular, so they can take some 9mm frangible rounds so as to limit collateral on the boats mainly made from marine aluminum and wood. Their primary shouldn't be much longer than their forearm, and /knockoff weapons are pretty commonly available. So I think either MA4s or QBZ-97s for their primary arm. Most of the Chinese pirates are basically blackmailed by the PLA to smuggle weapons and drugs into sea, so they usually give up without a fight. All the better, as I will rescue the galley/deck slaves they forced to run the ship, as well as the sex trafficking victims. They will be brought to the Malaysian village I'll buy with the proceeds from my looted drugs, and either return home or stay to support my pirate paradise. The cutest trafficking victims will become my wives and bear me entire crews of bastards to gift new raiding ships to. I don't think Kay understands just how terrible war in sea would be for the global economy and balance. Literally some of the largest exporters in the world are in that region, and war in sea will likely put East Asia into the conflict and mess. It'll be like the Houthi situation but on steroids. World War III in shipping lanes. Privateers are back. Yar. Thirdoid starve. It's too risky within the 9-dash line. I suggest hunting down illegal Chinese high seas fishing boats, depleting fish stocks, and damaging the unique environmentals surrounding the Galapagos, for example. The crews are kept typically in near-slave conditions. So board the ships, ransom the captain/company men, release the live catch, Tell the crew to steer towards Guayaquil or something. Just get a fast cruiser from back in the day and rip and tear. Fishies eat good. Tugs. Drones that wipe out the tankers, electronics. Drag to port. Build up fleet of tankers and send them to safe zones. Buy more and better gear to the point of having mercenaries storm the things intact. Rinse and repeat. AI-controlled arsenal ships. You'd all get killed because you have no training or experience or even basic research on tactics. You just shoot a gun at a target. The Chinese Navy is big enough to easily defend those shipping lanes, not to mention their air force. I don't have much respect for chicoids, but I still don't see any way you could feasibly pirate in the region and get away with it. You would have to somehow sneak aboard ships and seize or otherwise disable their communications abilities, then pacify the crew. Good luck. Everyone here should be cautious about OP's motive. He might be using China as a target to get you to give him ideas. And these ideas can easily be put to use in other places like the Red Sea, where forces in Yemen are blockading the shipping lanes. Privateering on your own boat without intelligence on China's doorstep? No thanks. And unanimously greenlights lawful piracy. Any harbors hosting pirates are subsequently repeatedly obliterated by PLAN or PLAAF. While PLAN and Coast Guard vessels now have effectively free rein to board and seize any shipping from the offending states as pirates. All the while, most of the globe supports them because some retards decide to fuck with their trade with China for no goddamn reason. I have it on good authority that some of these rust buckets are still fueled and can be reactivated by those who have the audacity and boldness to seize such an opportunity. Trump geopolitics genius just forced Vietnam to be in China's lap, targeting Vietnam with massive taxes. Japan too, but they are submissive enough that they can be forced to go along with the US anyway, even if there is a high likelihood they will put a lot of effort into being neutral. So the US alone, using his bases in the region. Maybe some nominal Philippine support, and Japan might be fussy about US privateers operating off US bases in Japan. So I would expect US privateers operating out of the Philippine bases to be the most realistic thing as things stand. China has a very capable anti-shipping force, both planes, ships, planes, and missiles. So the most likely way is to operate using loitering sea drones deployed by small, cheap, attritable ships. They are like torpedoes, but stay dormant in area or float just under the water with currents till some target, if convenient, comes in range. Kind of like a sea mine, but with a range of 50 miles. Those would be a serious pain in the ass to handle, and larger immobile version can be deployed by ship or planes on the bottom of the seabed if it's not too deep. That would be likely the most cost-effective way to cause massive damage without exposing US vessels or other assets to island-mounted missiles and planes. As much as I would love some old-fashioned ship-based piracy, it's likely all going to be drones and helicopters in this situation. Do it like the Houthis did. Helicopter a squad over to take the crew hostage, then destroy all tracking/communications equipment on the ship, and change course to any port that will let us dock and sell the stolen shit. Maybe have one heli for transport and another heli for attack and AA. What are some of the best war museums in Europe that I should see? Could be a World War II themed one, as well as one of those that display modern tech, or one of those ranges that allow you to shoot their guns without a license, a thing in America. I already visited the Krieg Museum in Wine last year. UK, Royal Armories Leeds is great. If you go around April, you can even get to see live jousting. Last time I went, I met some Californian guy who made his own armor and competed around Europe. Buffington Tank Museum, Churchill War Rooms in London, Muckleburgh Military Museum. Where do you want to go, OP? I'd personally suggest visiting Musée d'Armée, the naval one in Paris. You can take a TGV to Lille in the evening and get much cheaper lodging there. Lille is also less than an hour away from Ypres, so you can take your pick of World War I museums. If you're going to take the TGV, order well ahead to get cheaper tickets. Can't wait for Kay to get doged during April Fools. Attend an air show hosted by the Shuttleworth Collection. Check out the Maginot Line. It consists of hundreds of overlapping bunkers and artillery fortresses that run the length of the France/German border, from Belgium to Switzerland along the Rhine. Most are still intact, with the larger ones set up as museums or display sites. Some are really impressive, underground castles/barracks that could house hundreds of troops at a time. The route also has many World War I or early fortresses along the way, as well as some later Cold War era facilities. You also get to experience the cultures and foods of both countries by hopping back and forth over the border. I did it a few years ago, camped in my car mostly, and spent a week or so exploring it. It gave me a good insight into early World War II and how fortifications adapted over centuries of warfare. Homeland War Museum in Dubrovnik, Military Museum in Belgrade. T. Balkan. Check here. I can recommend the newly rearranged VHU Army Museum in Prague. U Pamotniku 2 Praziskov. Housed in a purpose-built modernist building / memorial with a fuck-huge writing statue of Hussite commander Jan Zizka. Nice view of Prague and 4 floors packed with stuff. It took me 4 hours to see about half of the exhibitions. Really nice collection of Czechoslovak interwar gun development. Weirdo SMG prototypes from late 40s. The Sten that failed to kill Heydrich, stuff from the Trans-Siberian Railroad campaign, plenty of Kraut World War II weaponry including Pupchin rocket gun and Volkssturm rifles. Free admission. Bring a €1 or a 5 ZZK coin for storage locker. No flash photography, no tripods, closed on Mondays, open 10 to 18 on any other day, but the staff would not let you in after 17:30 and start herding people out soon after that. A bit rude, but that's Chechnya. VHU Military History Institute has another museum outside of Prague in Lasani. It's only open in the summer. Bit tricky to get to Esp without a car, but you can take a local train from Prague to Karnais, which is a nice trip itself, housed in big hangars and open-sided sheds. There's a shitload of tightly packed Warpack stuff, but also Western tanks. Supply train for a German railway gun, Wurzburg Reese radar, Czechoslovak 1930s tanks, artillery collection of Skoda guns, and so on. Free admission as well. It's easy to travel from Prague to Dresden to see the Military History Museum in Bundeswehr. I heard some nice comments about that as well and plan on visiting it myself. Forgot to mention VHU Lesny does a field day every summer where they take out and run a lot of their stuff in a demo arena, including a restored LT-35 and 38, Tankettes, Centurion, M48, etc. This year it's going to be on August 30th, Bundeswehr Military History Museum in Dresden, Germany. And yes, I know that metal spike on the outside looks like shit. Still a pretty cool museum, can strongly recommend. Range stories. This absolute unit walks into the range and starts making fun of your built AR. What do you even do? Tell him about that time I fucked a she-male after shooting. He'd probably be interested in that story. Twist the windage and elevation knobs on his scope. The range officer would tell him to return to his lane and politely ask him to refrain from being a gay faggot. Hand him my elephant rifle with the spicy rounds. Everyone's big shit until your gun actually has recoil. My AR is built for CQB, and his is built for precision, so I'd call him a faggot and shoot him. I don't care about your homosexual fantasies, but my range story is, be me, in-laws are farmers with 400 acres. Go to farm 10 minutes from me. Father-in-law left the keys in the Bobcat for me. Load up my steel targets in the bucket. Set targets up wherever the hell I want. Shoot steel to my heart's content. Pick up my brass cause I'm white. Father-in-law reloads, so drop my brass off at the house before I leave. Stop at Mr. Burger for a Mr. Burger combo and a Dr. Pepe. Go home. I smile and nod, pretending to understand his Brazilian gibberish. Then I say, "Me so sorry, me no speaky español," real slow and loud, in that voice you use when you're talking to retarded foreigners. Then I go back to shooting my infill and forget the brownie exists. HughWalk.png. Did he slap your girlfriend's ass too? Actually just hit the range the other day. A very good time. Shot some pistols in my AR. Time to finish up with my shotgun for lulz. Kneel down to open shotgun case. Open case. Realize I had it with the barrel facing opposite downrange. Range officer is like 3 steps away. Close the case, flip the case around, open the case, and proceed to unload shotgun. Range officer gives me the biggest smile and a thumbs up. Feels good to make them happy for once. Tell them to take it up with the US Army. I don't give a fuck since I didn't come up with the build. The only ARs I own are clone builds. Unzip penis. Start spinning una circle, urinate. I've never in my life been to a gun range. I should since you all seem to have so many neat stories, but haven't yet. For ease of shooting, just doing it on my own land in the backyard is hard to beat. And for interesting shooting public land, logging areas and so on have always been too tempting. Make fun of his cringe as gear setup and organization. Really? A drop leg? What's going on with your mags? Nice gun, but you didn't put it together. What you did put together is your shit pouches. Unfuck yourself. Achilles Heel Tactical is holding a training class with Ben Stoker.
320 X5 Legion in a holster goes off while instructor is talking. Round goes through his shoe but doesn't hit his toes. Everyone to the right of the guy said he wasn't touching the gun at all. Instructor says, "Was that a fucking 320?" when he hears the gun go off. 320 is now banned from their classes. Why are retards still carrying this turd? Has someone not actually seen enough video evidence of 320s going off in holsters to have their self-preservation instincts kick in? 1 in a million chance, even if true. It won't happen to me. If it really was that bad, the military wouldn't use it. We've got well more than 1 in 1 million occurrences. That compilation has like 15, and I've seen OPs and another one since then. It's probably a rate like 1 in 10 to 20,000 of produced guns. And it's likely higher if so many weren't safe queens. True, most likely. Earpro, parachutes, boots, MREs, and barracks stuffed with asbestos would like a word. Big SAR's PR team has to become unhinged once again in order to save face that their shitty gun is bad. Can't wait to see what the next Twitter post is going to look like. It really ends today. We're super serious, guys. That class on firearms is clearly anti-gun shills. Achilles heel tactical. Gun goes off in holster. Nearly blows off his Achilles heel. Is this poetry? How dare the anti-gun internet trolls do this? Damn engagement hacking grifters. How dare they mock us for our filmed failures? B-Sig lawyer. All lawsuits are settled. The marketing guy is posting cringy, "It's time to set the record straight" shit. Ah shit, they'll probably downsize my department. P320 still does P320 things. My face win. Reminder that Gen 1 P320s are still approved for carry since there was no recall. How do they actually go off on their own? What causes it? Striker fire design, but the striker is fully back without input from the trigger. What does that mean? On a striker pistol like a Glock, the striker isn't in the fully back position and needs the shooter to take it all the way back by pulling the trigger. The trigger bar pushes it back the rest of the way, giving the striker its last bit of power to actually be able to set off the primer. It does that, so even if the striker slips past the sear in condition 0, it won't have enough power to set off the round, leading to a discharge of the weapon. Why doesn't the P320 do that? What's the trade-off? A worse trigger pull. Glocks and many other striker-fired pistols are known for poor trigger pulls, because you're pushing back the striker, while you pull the trigger, causing resistance instead of the trigger just releasing the sear to release the striker. The P320 just has the trigger release the striker while it's fully back, meaning a better trigger pull, but for a less safe system. That sounds like a single action only pistol with just a safety, and there are plenty of those that don't just go off. Why does the SIG? Poor quality control and poor parts in general. MIM or metal injection molding parts are already a fickle thing. They're weaker than machined or stamped parts by nature of being cast. If the sear on a P320 breaks or slips, which is more likely with MIM parts, it will go off. There's also something to be said about the P320's design and origin. Being derived from the P250, the P250 was a DAO semi-auto pistol. Think of it like a big Ruger LCP, where the trigger physically brings the hammer back with each trigger pull. Trying to cram the exact opposite system into that gun could have been a mistake and completely foolish to do.
Like my demonstration, I want you guys. Alright. Is it a fucking 320?
Yep.
Alright. God damn it, dude. Get this gun off my range. Don't bring it back on the range. God damn.
What do you think is the most terrifying weapon? For me, it's the SLAM, or Project Pluto. Supersonic low-altitude missile. Unshielded nuclear ramjet that flies at a low altitude. Flies around Mach 3 plus for weeks to months on end. Intended to drop nuclear bombs on 16 targets then crash into a final target, irradiating along the way and causing casualties. Sonic bombs can also cause damage to structures and people. Shrieks at 150 decibels. This just seems like a doomsday weapon. Most of the weird torture devices, I'm not sure if they're weapons exactly. It's the neutron bomb for me. It was designed to maximize casualties through radiation. My dick. People laugh themselves to death when they see it. Yeah, that is pretty scary and on. FPV drones, because they can show up at any moment undetected. Hunt you down, very effective at triggering your primal fear instincts, and you're completely powerless to stop them. Plus the knowledge your mangled corpse will be posted on Reddit. Feasible. Project Sundial. Planned to be the equivalent of 10 gigatons of TNT. Sci-fi but still feasible. Relativistic kill vehicle. Sci-fi but not sure if possible. Vacuum decay device. I'm actually surprised someone hasn't tried to build a sundial type device. It's like the ultimate insurance policy against being fucked with. Pretty much any of the nerve agents. Nukes are scary, but it's over in an instant. Something about nerve gas makes me think that deep down we're just funny shaped bugs. The girl reading this. Genetically engineered anthrax. Anthrax, as it is dangerous but not that bad. We can make it so much worse, and prevent it from ever going away. It's still a regular threat in Siberia. Some old shit thaws, unleashes some hundreds of years old anthrax spores, which spreads to local wildlife, then people. Even in conditions without permafrost or old cattle burials locking it in for centuries, it can persist for decades from incidental contamination. If we decide to weaponize it, we can make the Earth uninhabitable for humans, forever. Aerosolized prions. Hysteresis motors on drones. Makes them completely silent, just floating in the air until, bam, you're dead. Slam is much more scary. Bah! It's like flying Chernobyl with 26 nuclear bombs. It'd fly at Mach 3 on unshielded nuclear power, dropping radiations everywhere it go. Americans can make this, but never test because too dangerous. Even after dropping all bombs, it'd keep flying for weeks, making cancer to all peoples below. Project Pluto just research, but SLAM is actual weapon. They call it Flying Crowbar, because impossible to stop and very deadly. America canceled because too much scary for even them. I don't remember the name, but that deliriant chemical weapon that would give you nightmarish visions for days. The intensity of EA3167's effects is unparalleled among known psychoactive substances of any class. Incapacitating effects can last anywhere from 5 to 10 days, sometimes manifesting as a full 3-day peak of vivid hallucinations, along with prolonged confusion, amnesia, and inhibition of speech and cognition. Some subjects exposed to the drug would not fully recover for almost 20 days. Even 6 months after exposure, a few subjects demonstrated significant increases in the scores on their hypochondriasis, depression, hysteria, psychasthenia, schizophrenia, and mania scales. The drug's potency caught the attention of the military, which considered weaponizing EA3167 for topical use, potentially even through a handshake. However, weaponization and further studies were eventually abandoned, possibly due to the extreme nature of its effects and the strain on available study resources caused by conducting human studies for extended periods. Dude, what if we replaced our main service rifle with a worse one and a slim chance that someone developed sci-fi body armor in 20 years? Why is the army so retarded? All the smart ones leave, such as every military post-1990. More money than sense, and Sir Sar needs their paycheck. Also, most of the smart military staff goes in Naval or Air Force. It's going to end up as a DMR. Literally another M14 that's greasing the palms of sick Cohen Sar. Don't worry, Sar. Stick his best rifle, Sar. Russia has research and material techniques. They already have NIJ-4 multi-hit surface space-tier ceramics. Not for everyone, though. They have the tech, but not the money to do it. Russian Academy is more skilled, but much poorer. 13-inch barrel for no fucking reason. Up the chamber pressure to get some performance back. This will never not be retarded. Dude, what if we replaced our main service rifle with a worse one in the slim chance that someone developed sci-fi body armor in 20 years? No, it's just to defeat body armor. You may be quite young, I suspect you're very young, but just 15 years ago body armor was not ubiquitous. Now even ragtag militias in Syria all have body armor, so the army needs something that is future-proofed against body armor. Whatever gets developed in the next 20 years, the rifle needs to stand a good chance of dealing with it. Simple as. Now even ragtag militia in Syria all have body armor. Not level 4 plates, which is what the NGSW is aimed at defeating. The NGSW is miraculously retarded. It's as if they dug up Jeff Cooper's corpse and made a cyborg out of him, then made him draft an infantry rifle. US developed sci-fi body armor in secret. Well shit, if we have it, that means in 20 years someone else will too, one way or another. Releases rifle that appears to be hilariously overkill for most use. As with most military things, it takes 10 years to iron out the kinks and actually make it worthwhile. When the Savotniks or whoever finally announces, we have sci-fi body armor, woo! The US already has a rifle that can deal with it with the teething issues sorted out. The problem with this rifle is that it can't penetrate body armor anyway. We already know this because you can fire an AP round out of a 24-inch barrel and see that modern plates stop almost anything. There are even Temu plates that can stop 50 BMG API. The fact is, armor technology has vastly outpaced projectile technology. The solution to this is 223 to shoot at extremities, explosives, or you just replace the infantrymen with drones, explosive, and fire support, more explosives. Eventually, we'll probably see robots decked out in plates, and that's when close quarter combat gets really interesting. They cut the barrel down even more? Didn't you make a thread about this earlier? Also, I still want to ask what that little hole is by the stock hinge. Pretty sure it's a place where they figured they could remove some material to reduce weight, since this thing is heavy. America makes new rifle that penetrates high-grade body armor. Largest populace with high-grade body armor is their own citizen. If you reverse image search, you find out that this is a fucking airsoft gun. What if we replaced our service rifle with one that shoots the same round as our new MG for the fucking win again? What if we go back to World War I retardation because herpa-derpa-doo? How is the spear any worse than the M4? Larger, heavier and larger ammo and mags. Much more recoil, much more expensive, lower capacity, so fucking loud and blasty that you must use a suppressor, making it almost as long as an M16 anyway. No bayonet lug, Sig Sauer quality, all to try to address problems which in actuality are imaginary. Sci-fi body armor. And on, China makes $100 plates that meet the level 4 standards and anyone can buy them. Both Militech and LAPG have plates right around that price and they perform fairly well. LAPG's got an undersized striker face, but the striker face itself is quite robust. Reliable defeat of either plate, especially at range, will necessitate a tungsten penetrator. You are retarded, or more accurately, probably just historically uninformed due to a combination of lack of interest in the topic and being born later. If you research the history of the NGSW and its predecessors like the ICSR, you'll learn that armor pen is simply the latest justification in a string of excuses. Before AP, it was range in 2015, and before that, it was good old-fashioned stopping power for CQB in 2000's Iraq. The program's names changed, the justification changed, but the core thread connecting it all was the requirement for big bore bullets. NGSW was the last gasp of the boomer generals who grew up fantasizing about the M14. And notably, it fails at armor penetration unless you use the tungsten core XM1184. XM1186, the steel core round, does not sufficiently outperform 30-06 M2AP at 2,910 feet per second, enough to defeat even halfway decent level 4. In fact, I think the only real gun design that is new and unique to the market is the Chris Vector. They just keep shitting out gas piston M4 clones because that's all they can think of. Sci-fi body armor? Nah, it's more about fighting in jungle and cities at extremely short ranges. Adopt 5.56. Fight in deserts at long range. Adopt 6.8. Will enter service just in time for short-range jungle fighting. It wasn't even relevant in the desert either. One in the slim chance that someone developed sci-fi body armor in 20 years. It's worse than that actually. The general purpose round won't even penetrate level 4 equivalent plates. The special purpose rounds that probably will are $17 a pop. Yeah, I have no idea what the DoD was smoking when they approved of replacing the M4 with some souped up marksman rifle, but SIG must have given them the good shit. We need better propaganda for recruitment ads. What the fuck happened to the Army recruitment ads? Did the DoD forget most of its recruits are retarded young men? Here's how I would make an Army ad. Dark skies, burning cities, camera pans over an American flag over burning cities. The music is a haunting and eerie rendition of the national anthem. America looks apocalyptic. There's soldiers dressed in all-black BDUs also wearing gas masks to dehumanize them. These all-black soldiers are using a mix of Chinese and Russian firearms and kit. They're lining up American citizens, implying they're about to be mass executed. There's quick clips of news reports talking about how America has lost the war, and democracy is no longer a thing. Cut to the men in all black kidnapping American children and indoctrinating them. Children held at gunpoint, forced to burn the American flag. It keeps showing these soldiers in all black doing more awful shit. Then it stops, and a narrator says some shit like, "This is the future for you and all of America. Don't let it happen. Join today." I'm just saying, even if the propaganda doesn't work, I'd prefer entertaining propaganda over some diversity bullshit. Legion is all we need. I'd bet you money she's responsible for over 40% of recruiting. Bring back the Marine fighting some big-ass dragon thing on a laser bridge. You gotta use different recruiting campaigns because the population that will join if convinced is larger than the population that wants to mow down chicks with a machine gun. The USMC has a bunch of aggressive motto ads, but it also has the standard serve your community and your nation in the reserves, and have the Corps pay for your college ads out there, for example. What the services definitely don't need to do is make anything partisan or politicized. That Army ad about Emma and her two moms is a great example of what to avoid. But if they swung the other way and decided to run ads about being Trump's personal T&D force, recruiting would also suffer, just in a different way. How to recruit Gen Z and Gen A. No testing or evaluation. Just tell us what you want to do. Free geek bars for everyone. Seniority doesn't exist anymore. You are your own boss. 4-hour shifts 3 days a week. Show up late? No, you didn't. There's no time schedule. Sign-ups would go through the roof. Free geek bars for everyone. As a 30-year-old Zoomer, sign me the fuck up before I age out. They stopped after Kang beat up his girlfriend. I don't understand ads. Never once have I seen a military ad and even had a brief thought about service, since all that comes up in my mind are drone videos and Redditors bitching about mold and being abused. Why not just pay them more? The best possible military recruitment propaganda you could make today would target depressed NEETs. Guy in a dark room, scrolling PC. Bed is a mess. Clothes on the floor. Window and blinds closed. And the guy looks completely dead inside despite the shiny bright lights on his face. Quick montage of many young men like this, scrolling their life away. Big fucking text on screen. What are you here for? Or something like that. Guy stops having a dead inside face. Suddenly, his face turns to one of determination. Cut to all the losers shown before now being in the army. Ripped, brave, and visibly fulfilled. Voiceover over training montage. Them looking at the camera. I'm here to defend my country. Show a flag of whatever crap appeals to boomer types. I live to be the best version of myself. Show the loser NEET now being a Chad. I'm here for my people. Show a white crowd to get the subliminal message going. I'm here because I ain't no beach. Show the token black being respected by his hood gang friends. Gotta recruit them too. Final scene. Overlooking some patriotic location, maybe even a waving flag. Live up to your potential. / whatever slogan that maximally targets depressed NEETs that play games and watch porn all day. No metal playing in the background, no narrator going, if you're a real American who loves America, you're going to join us to blow the fuck out of the bad guys with huge guns. No badly edited montage of soldiers firing their guns, tanks moving at max speed, huge explosions, no low quality flaming letters saying America in the background. You messed up, Anon. Army recruiting is blasting down a road at high speed in a Ford Mustang. Down payment paid for with enlistment bonus, and then suddenly transforms into an anime mecha. Vigilante loadout. You want to fight crime, but you don't want to increase gun crime statistics. What do you use? Depends on how you want to go about it. You can take the superhero route, where you, and ideally others, strengthen numbers. Also, niggers like to jump people in groups. Strap on a stab-proof vest, maybe some riot gear, and dress in a colorful costume. Bring weapons that are legal to carry in your area and act like a pseudo-police force. A group like that exists in Seattle, I believe. If you want to lone wolf it, ideally you'd employ stealth and surprise tactics. Compound bow is good, but if you lack training, a crossbow would be better. Simply rushing up to people and stabbing them repeatedly would work, as you could mask the crime as a mugging easily enough. As a singular disconnected entity though, you could hypothetically target higher-ups within organized crime syndicates, being more effective than simply targeting random mooks on the street. At this point, you're essentially acting as an assassin, so proceed accordingly. If your goal is to target street thugs, then you'd need to target them where they're alone. At this point, ranged options are of course advised. However, running up behind someone and hitting them repeatedly in the head with a hammer is surprisingly effective. As I've stated, making it look like a mugging will cover your motives, at least at first. An important thing to note that affects all these options is that information is key. You're capable of gathering and using info far more effectively than a dumbass thug can. Use it to your advantage. Local gangs mysteriously wiped out overnight. Police reports hundreds of bodies killed by arrows. Open an abortion clinic in a black neighborhood. Long-term solution, but effective. Can you kill a guy reliably with this? There used to be a Jew around who was pretty skilled with it. Assuming you can hit him, yes. Use lead and aim for the vitals. If you want to fight crime, then a blowgun is best. With modern materials, you can even make one propelled by gas that can fit in a sleeve and be pretty hard to detect by potential witnesses. Be sure to get a nice poison on the darts to really clean up the streets. I've considered an air gun, but they would just think it was a gun crime, or worse, try to regulate air guns. Something that is primitive to the point of being unregulatable would be a better choice. It shows how futile these laws are and cleans up the area. How about a repeating crossbow loaded with number 2 pencils? They just keep finding dudes stabbed to death with pencils. What are they gonna ban? I would bet that George Sprave has a video on his Slingshot channel. Let me show you its features. Ha 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 ha! Machete, thermite crossbow bolts. Exploding arrowhead on ballistic gel with different bows. How could one go about desensitizing themselves to killing in Minecraft? Specifically stabbing and cutting flesh with a diamond sword. I've heard human blood and innards have a very distinct smell. I've killed and cut open animals in Minecraft before though. How different is it? Watch edgy Minecraft villager combat videos. The desert villagers usually post some graphic stuff. There are no crime statistics when the lights go out and the cameras are off. Just tuck some billiard balls in your sock. Froggy, you'll be fine. I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing you halfwits talk about increasing gun crime statistics. There's no such fucking thing. It doesn't matter what you do, they're going to say the same thing they always did anyways, which was always bullshit. They don't need any substance to base their bullshit on, and never did. You act as if we're dealing with reasonable people that just want to know the truth and are using statistics as best they can to figure out what's going on. But that's fucking stupid because we're not, and any statistics they use will just be a lie anyways. Because that's what statistics are for. Lying. Does this stuff actually help defenders get out of sticky situations? Do you have experience from either end of it? Seems pretty gay, to be honest. Like if a is fucking with you, just shoot him. Old thread, but it's all fun and games until the media comes after you and then you have to face up against some shit-lib prosecutor who will do everything in their power to put you behind bars. I don't have a gun, but I always have pepper spray. It's better than a pocket knife. Lol, you gay. Just get a gun and shoot him, bro. Do you get experience from either end of it? Yes. It works great if you spray the person directly in the eyes. That's very difficult to do, though. Honestly, it isn't reliable and I wouldn't trust my life to it. I would rather have a knife. Those things will get you killed. Yes, mace is effective with a couple of caveats. You have to hit the person in the face and you have to do it before they close the distance. Otherwise, you'll be spraying yourself too. Same in a confined space. The effects will be shared by people in it. Mind you, it doesn't stop someone from attacking, even with their eyes closed, and if they're high enough on something, they can maybe force their eyes open through the pain. Ancient thread, and I doubt OP remembers he even made this thread, but it's a good middle ground solution where de-escalation/flight isn't an option, but discharging a lethal weapon may not be appropriate given the circumstances and factors. If you're threatened but have assessed a firearm would be overkill but still need to incapacitate the individual, utilizing a spray would have you facing the prosecution of assault with a weapon instead of second-degree murder. I'm the furthest thing from a lawyer, but I'd take my chances with the former. Let me know if you disagree. First time green texting, felt I had to get this off my back to at least let someone hear it. Being me 2 years ago. Parents own a cabin in northern Saskatchewan. Yes, I am a northern Canada cuck. Fuck off. Decided I want to spend time by myself up there. Parents agree because they want me out of their attic. Been really into X the past little while, so I found the idea of being by myself and isolated with whatever is out there in northern forest oddly comforting. Drive up there late November. Stocked up on food to last a few months. Leave my phone at home since I only use it for internet related stuff. Cabin has electricity and a dish. No internet, but all my video are offline anyway. Bring rifle as well for hunting. Cabin has basic rectangular layout with an extension added on when my sister and I were born, to add extra room for us on vacations there. Mostly made out of wood except for the tin roof on the extension. Unpack my shit and chill when I show up. Cabin is really close to the tree line, very small clearing it was built on. Others would find this claustrophobic. I find it comforting. Like I said, oddly relaxed when it comes to the vaguely threatening like X. First night I chill and listen to the sounds of animals as I fall asleep. No TV, just relaxing and settling into my new environment. Hear cow moose off in the distance. Pretty chill. First day, get all my winter clothes on and head out into the woods. Stay close by the trees where the snow is mildly easier to walk through. I don't go out by any major clearings because snow is too deep. Reminded all the times I walked through these woods as a kid with family. Decide to get out further and travel in parts I never went before. Parents would never tell us where we could and couldn't go. Just never got around to it when I was younger. Hear that cow moose off again in the distance. Hell yeah, maybe I can get up close and have a good look at it. Moose are kind of dangerous up here since they're not familiar with people, but I figure I could climb a tree if it charges for some reason. Walk to where the call is coming from. Sound doesn't get any louder, but I figured that it must be walking away from me. Can't find any moose tracks, so I decide it's too far away to even chase after. Only like 7 hours of daylight at this time of the year or something, so I start walking back. This is not the kind of place you want to get lost in. Once back home, start to think about the whole thing. Consider myself paranoid. Cook dinner and go to bed. Things went on quietly for the next few weeks. Found a rotting bull moose with all the skin on its head chewed off. Explained it away as maggots or other small animals. Tried to go hunting for a deer or anything else, but could never find tracks despite all the calls I heard at night. Mostly female for some reason. Always tell myself they must be out further than I usually venture. One day go out and actually manage to snag a small buck. Fuck yeah, .png. Never shot one by myself before, so I have no idea how to take care of the meat. Decide I'd leave it till tomorrow and butcher it when I wake up. Go full retard mode and leave it hanging outside as to not stink up the cabin. Next day, go out and there are fucking bite marks taken out of it. God fucking damn it, .jpg. Some animal got to it first and mangled the poor bastard. Really went at it on the head for some reason. All the skin was chewed off. Couldn't recognize the bite marks, but decided to stop walking out so far into the woods. Start to wonder how I got a male buck if all the calls I heard were female. I know what calls mean what, and these were more long, drawn out, indicating female. Paranoia sets in, since I get anxious about random bullshit. Quickly make myself forget about it, since I promised myself I'd stay for the full few months, and not go home early. Next night, can't sleep because of anxious thoughts. Insomnia.gif. Begin to hear a very slight noise. It was a very quiet night, so I would be able to hear something outside if anything was there. The sound is almost rhythmic, but I can make out what it is. Eventually it gets louder as if the sound itself is frustrated. Realize something must be making it. Sit up and listen to what has now become an audible scratching noise like something being scraped over wood. Sound travels all the way across the cabin, past where I'm sleeping in the extension, and all the way around again. The second time it passes the extension, it stops right where I'm sitting in the bed for just a moment and then continues. This goes on for a few minutes, then stops. Pass out from exhaustion. The next day I have to convince myself what happened wasn't a dream. Begin to form an idea in my mind of some intelligent animal. It can't just be a coincidence. In the middle of the day, I build up the courage to go outside and see what happened. Scratches in the snow-covered walls. Not enough to wreck the wood, but enough to see a pattern of scratches that were more than a few feet above the ground, as if something did them purposefully. This wasn't just some dumb animal. Finally decided to take a look at my door. The scratches were serious on the wooden door, as if someone with gigantic fingernails spent hours scraping at it. Tripping balls on fear at this point. Whatever it was intelligent enough to tell the door was the way in, but predatory enough to use circling as an intimidation tactic. Come to the logical conclusion that whatever this was, it must have been the same thing that mauled my fucking buck. Finally decided to look at the footprints. Best way to describe them is long bare footprints. Whatever the fuck this thing was, it certainly was not a bear. Begin to realize something. There was no footprints around the cabin, just ones leading up to it and leaving. The thing was climbing around the walls and dragging its nails to create the scratches. Definitely not a bear. Just want to fucking get out of here at this point. Sun starts to go down and storm clouds start moving in. I've been out here for 2 hours just looking at all this shit in awe. Can't leave in blizzard or in the dark, so I lock myself the fuck in and get into bed with gun. Mind starts racing when night hits. Wind is howling outside, but off in the distance I heard that goddamn cow moose call again. Begin to put 2 and 2 together. Whatever the fuck this thing was, it was calling male animals in by mimicking female mating calls. Must have preferred male animals since they had more meat.
When I left that goddamn buck outside, it could tell I was here. The first full day I spent here and was trailing that cow moose call, it must have been right fucking above me in a tree. Train of thought was stopped when I heard that goddamn scratching noise again. I can barely make it out because of the loud-ass blizzard, but I recognize it. Either it sees me as an alpha predator rifle, or as prey at this point. I don't know which is worse. This goddamn thing is insanely good at climbing because I hear the sounds of feet on a wooden roof. Storm is so loud I can't make out exactly where the feet are on the roof. Just hearing the sounds of feet on the roof and snow faintly. Suddenly the sound changes to feet on tin, right fucking above me. JPG. I can't handle this shit anymore, but I can't leave because that's exactly what it wants. The sounds of banging on tin go on for what feels like hours as the storm rages on. Eventually it goes away, thank God. Blizzard begins to die down too. Can hear things more clearly outside. Was not fucking prepared for what happened next. Hear woman's voice outside, not making any discernible words, almost babbling, moaning like it's orgasming. Oh no, you fucking don't, you barefoot demon. You're not tricking me like you did all those moose and deer. Sounds very close, at least within the tree line. Grab a big ass flashlight and open one of the unlocked windows. Shine outside where the sound is coming from. See 7 foot tall, slim, muscular build at first, then eyes adjust to what I'm looking at. Face is a hideous interpretation of a human's, like if you described to an alien what a person looked like and told them to draw it, then fed the drawings to dogs. Nose was turned up like it was facing directly at me. Eyes weren't sunken in like one would expect. They were bulbous and protruding with gigantic fucking pupils. Eyes looked almost swollen. The best way to describe the mouth was like the one on the mouth of Sauron from Return of the King. Round and way too big. Face was shaped like a baboon's face. Very oval, like with a heavy brow ridge. The only difference being was that it was incredibly flat and its forehead was huge. It pulled its lips back to bare its teeth in a predatory fashion, except all it looked like was as if it was smiling at me. Its hands were a grotesque combination of sloth and human hands. In one of its hands, it held the head of a buck. Had all the skin on it chewed off like before. This was a goddamn threat. After getting a good look at it, I take a shot at it. Not sure if I hit it since the flashlight dropped, but I could see it drop the head and run off into the woods. Grabbed the flashlight and pointed it in its direction again. Could barely make out the shape of it climbing a tree in seconds and jumping off from one tree to another. Stayed up the rest of the night and left in the morning. Came home early and told my parents I was feeling lonely as an excuse to come back. Never told them about it because they would have accused me of taking drugs. This is probably the only time I'll ever tell this story anyways. I don't believe in magic or forest demons because I'm not a complete retard. I believe what I saw was a grotesque failure of evolution. Some mutated fucking animal that managed to survive long enough out there. Not giving it a stupid name like other autists do when they see shit on this board. I'm never going back to fucking northern Saskatchewan as long as I live. Be me, at range with friends, not wearing eye protection because I'm too cool for that. One brought his new purchase, an old semi-auto Uzi. It's finicky but fun. Eventually it jams on him. Hey Anon, what do I do? Feeling like the gun expert I'm not, I take it from him and look into the ejection port. Failure to feed. Case is only partly visible. Charging handle won't move the bolt. While working on it, I absent-mindedly pulled the trigger. Casing explodes, peppering me in burning and unburnt powder. Entire range is looking at me. Both eyes work, thank God. Assure friends I'm okay and empty water bottle onto my face. Mag dump my AK in general direction of my target for reassurance. Wear iPro now, most of the time. Be my uncle during basic training. Training with live grenades. Everything going fine. Some retard pulls the pin. It's just holding the grenade with the safety lever down, not throwing it. Drill sergeant tackles the guy and throws the grenade over the range wall. Damn near kills everybody. Not to mention a story of the guy who offed himself during basic training by jumping off a building because he couldn't call his mother. B-friend, sighting in a bunch of glass at the range on a few bolt-action rifles. Old couple pull up with teenage kid. Grandpa has a few bolt-action rifles. Grandma has a bunch of pistols and way too much makeup. Kid has a look of concern and fear on his face. All three approach firing line. Grandpa hands his kid a bolt action and uses his bolt to show the kid how it works. Kid is either too weak to work the bolt or not understanding it. Grandpa proceeds to get more and more irate with the kid. Presumed grandson. Friend ignores them and keeps zeroing his rifles. A few minutes later, he hears rapid fire from down by the old couple. Woman screaming bloody murder.
Be me. Pull up to the range late because I wanted a snack. Enjoying my $5 footlong, back when they were $5. Go into gun store and pay for my range time. Come outside to hear rapid pistol fire and woman screaming. Go back inside and tell Range Janny something bad happened. He storms out and tells me to call the cops. Call cops and tell them something is happening at X gun store. They ask for details. Dude, I don't fucking know, I just got here. Sit in gun store and finish my sandwich while cops show up. Friend eventually comes into gun store with all 6 of his rifles. He trips on the carpet and he goes down. Rifles all over the floor. More police show up and come into gun store. Held at gunpoint by cops who think we were stealing all these rifles. Tried to explain to them what's going on, but they continue to detain us. Tummy rumbling from all the soda and sandwich. Ask cops if I can use the bathroom because tummy hurts. They say no. Hold back literal shitstorm for 30 minutes while Officer Silly Billy asks us retarded questions. Eventually cleared and cops allow me to go shit. Bathroom is locked. Can't get into it. Gun store owner comes back in. Looks tired. Ask him if I can use his potty. He says no and tells us the store is closed and that we need to leave. Ask for refund for range time. He says no. Me and my friend leave and I shit at the same Subway I got my sandwich from. Old woman negligently discharged into her own hand multiple times. Somehow, friend wasn't really paying attention and just got up and left as soon as the woman shot herself. Overall a comedy of errors and I didn't get to shoot my brand new PTR 91. Went to school in a major metropolitan area for over a decade. Am the only one in a friend group really into guns. Though I am no guns at the time. There's a range about an hour from our school that does rentals. It's in the hood, 2013. Friend and I take South Korean exchange student. He had served in the ROK Army, but had some support guy job, so barely touched a weapon. We rent a bunch of handguns. Start shooting. Urban gentleman in the lane next to us with a rented Glock has silhouette target literally 3 yards in front of him. Screams, "This is for George Zimmerman right here." Proceeds to mag dump into paper. Raises Mr. Zimmerman around 15 times. Say nothing, both because I am amused and because I don't want to get shot 8 times in my shoulder. 11 years later, has guns now. Get out of Army. Start job in some metropolitan area. Former cutie pie co-worker from Army has gotten out too and is going to grad school in the area. She has become a hardcore lefty. Wants to get back into shooting so she can shoot at cops if Blumph wins. Hits me up wanting to go shooting. Is vaguely flirtatious. Normie girlfriend just dumped me. Want to get laid. Seems like a fair risk. While there are other ranges in the area, this one still has the nicest facilities / least douchey staff despite rowdy clientele. She's in fully lefty mode so urban gentlemen won't scare her. Send it. Go to range, get on lane. Start shooting ARs. She's rusty but clearly enjoying it. Clearly getting excited. My monkey brain kicking in. Think I have this in the bag. If we weren't in public, we'd go for it now. Blam blam! Look in lane next to us. Another urban gentleman. He is hip firing a 5.5-inch barrel AR with a giant muzzle brake. Blatant 80% lower. Absolutely no sights whatsoever on this fucking thing. Target is 3 yards away. Concussive fireball doing more than the bullets. Unpleasant concussion is clearly killing the vibe. Fail to seal the deal later. Despite my butt hurt, still frequent that range. Story from Sunday. First time shooting my own firearm. 44 black powder Remington 1858. Go to a range with a younger brother. Ask the range manager if he can instruct us on how to load the gun. Nah boys, I'm not familiar with black powder. You will have to figure that out yourself. Go to the 12-meter Abbey. Set up Osama bin Laden target. Load 1. Test fire. Everything's fine. Load full cylinder. Fire. The ball hits target, then a rubber mat on the backstop and bounces straight into brother's shoulder who's standing behind me. It has the energy of a pebble thrown by a toddler. Lands on a table. It is intact and has the ring scratched on it from the cylinder. What the fuck? Tell the range manager and his buddy about the incident. Yeah, it's normal with lead projectiles. That even happens with shotgun slugs. Oh, okay. Just shoot from bay 1 into the target on bay 2, diagonally, and it will be fine. We do this. Shots still bounce, but not straight into us. I was pretty spooked, not gonna lie, but it was a fun experience overall. Nobody told me to expect that, though. Be me, gun autist. At range with new FN 1950 and 30-06. First Mauser. Boomer bros are there. Cool guys, but kind of retarded. Ask about my old war horse. Tell them about it. Proud as fuck. Oh yeah, fuddy alt 6. That's like 308. You what, mate? Other boomer comes in. Yeah. That's 762 all the way. We made them to be interchangeable. You fucking what? Tell them that's bullshit. They won't believe it. One gives me a 308 and tells me to chamber it. Mildly amused, but sure, why not? Put it in magazine. Chamber around. Pull back bolt to show that it's too short in there. The round sticks to the bolt face. Dear Lord, it chambers. Realize the controlled feed keeps round on bolt face. Idea. Chamber it again, aim, fire. It works fine. Ejects fine. Brass is fucked. Keep firing 308 all day. Boomers feel like gun gods for this. They now believe all 30-06 guns can also fire 308. Believe their Garands are broken. Years later, realize my retardation. Now love the Mauser design. Retardation is a potent weapon. The fucking bell curve is real. Fuck, I kinda repressed that one. Here we go. Be me, gun autist. I feel inadequate in my removal skills. Go to friend who does police consulting shit. He does tactical courses for friends and cops and scary people. Israeli fuck that he is. Go to course. Pretty cool. Outdoors, indoors, low light, and kill house. Everybody gets random guns. Get literally the short stick with the fucking G29. Fuck my life. Can't use the mag catch right, cause grip's too small. Still do pretty good. Shoots surprisingly nice. Towards the end, his friend comes in with his wife. Wants the wife to get some training in. Sure, why not? Anybody else want to stay a bit longer? 5 other autists. One of them told me straight up how to kill someone and make it look like he attacked you. Didn't even ask him to go away. I stayed cause why not? Wife gets the gun. Jesus protect me. Takes the gun confidently. Loads it. Straight up negligently discharges right next to my head. Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I swear to God I felt the bullet graze my fucking ear. Turns towards me, smiles and says, sorry. You fucking what? Too stunned to react. Just accept my fate and watch her shoot. Get to shoot some more. Later, instructor apologizes. I try to laugh it off and joke. If she hit me, would he have made me disappear? He doesn't laugh. He says yes. Never been back there since, but still go shooting with the friend. Cool guy. Get to shoot with gun store owners with a ridiculous arsenal. Thank God the wife never came with us again. Motherfucker unironically looks like pick related. Young grandpa finds old World War II German grenade stash. Great time to go fishing with the other teens. Fishing goes great till a bad throw hits a branch and bounces back. Run for their lives. Shrapnel hits my grandpa only in the big toe somehow, almost severing it. Had weirdest big toe with fucked up extra thick nail all his life. Other friend ducked behind a tree, but bum stuck out. 20 shrapnels in his bum and a whole day of surgery. The only thing that saved them was the many trees around the riverbank that sucked up 90% of the fragments. I just have one dumb story worth sharing. Be me, little kid, go camping with dad, brother, uncle, and cousin. Dad brings along our old 22 lever action. Did some target shooting in the woods. Priceless childhood memory. Get back to camp and set around fire with the rest of the kids. Find a live 22 round nearby. Heard or hey guys, should I toss this in the fire? Nobody really looks concerned or says no, so I toss it in. Everyone tells me to get it out. Panic and poke around the ashes. Bang! Nobody hurt. Dad wakes up from dad nap and chews me out for 20 minutes. Hold on to this story for literally 20 years thinking about how I could have killed someone or myself. Same uncle comes to town last year. Literally hadn't seen him in over a decade. Hey Anon, remember that time you were a kid and tossed that 22 into the fire? Yeah, we all had a good laugh. Good thing it couldn't actually hurt anyone. What the fuck? He clarifies how it explodes and doesn't actually shoot like a gun. Feel even more stupid. We all learn things, just slower. Military stories. Tell us the most interesting / weird things you've seen / experienced while serving in your country's armed forces. Can also be law enforcement too. I don't know what it is, but I'll offer the story anyway. On aft lookout watch 0004 in Pacific. Bored as shit. My phone died so I can't play music like I usually do. See an air contact flying about 180 relative, with a 50-degree position angle. Think nothing of it. OOD in combat never want to hear air contact reports. We don't have an air radar on our ship. It's an MCM. The air contact abruptly shifts from 180 to 220 and shoots up to a 60-degree position angle out of nowhere. It is now maintaining a parallel course to us roughly. Again, thinking nothing of it, I don't really give a shit. The contact moves so fast. Blink and you miss. Literally.
and is suddenly on the complete opposite side of the ship, still maintaining same course and speed. Call it in. I get a response from OOD that amounts to, "Stop wasting my time." The contact slips into 3 additional contacts. One sits at its current heading, one goes to 180, and another 220. I call this one in, and the CICWO comes out, presumably to tell me to stop bullshitting on comms. To see them merge back into the contact at 180 and then disappear. He tells me, "Wow, that's crazy. Never mentioned ever again." Saw a guy get his thumb ripped off by tripping. BC-130 engine troop. Dude is known for being a klutz. Dude goes to exit C-130 crew door and slips. Reaches out to grab something, and by chance his thumb skin gets snagged on a piece of sharp metal around the edge of the door. As he falls, his thumb gets stuck, pops out of the socket, and degloves 1/3 of his hand. Thumb left hanging on the door frame with a bunch of loose flesh. Last I heard, they were trying to kick him out because he lost a part of his fucking thumb. On topic of losing fingers, something that happened not so long ago. Female M113 instructor encountered issues with power in the APC. Instead of calling maintenance crew, she calls her officer. He tells her to check if the alternator is spinning. Proceeds to stick her hand in to check. Alternator was spinning, and it wasn't easy to find her finger. Well, on the dumb women topic, we were OP4 for a stress test on a nuclear sub-facility, and some dumbass Navy chick fired live rounds at people. We were using blanks with the BFA, but since it was an active site, they had the DOD guards with live ammo. So, one of the guards dropped kit to use the bathroom, and this girl was firing blanks. But when she ran out, she grabbed the bag from the guard kit with live ammo. Blew off her blank firing adapter and kept shooting like another 4 to 5 rounds until someone punched her in the face and took her weapon from her. Day X of exercise. No one has slept well. Everyone is cold and miserable. Guy at the OP even more so. Staring at a tree line, completely zapped of energy. Extremely hungry and tired for hours on end does things to your mind. Suddenly, we hear him frantically on the radio talking about spotting 3 men in full snow camo climbing a telephone pole, attaching something to it. Everyone scrambles to combat positions. Information is passed up the chain of command. Suddenly, we realize we're in the middle of nowhere. There are no telephone poles for miles in any direction. Last I heard, he had actually started hallucinating and got it checked out by a doctor, confirming he wasn't just trying to get out of the shit. I don't know what happened to the other guy on the post, but it's a funny story. Reminds me of a little story of mine. Pleb at MX Naval Academy. We'd begun guard duty around 2 months after entering. During the first semester, we were shadows, accompanying a senior cadet to be instructed. Second semester, we are no longer shadows. When you are on watch, deployed at the school's flag, war flag, combat flag, ensign, don't know the proper term for it. You are not allowed to move. You are at attention for 1 or 2 hours depending on the time of your watch. Pleb's sleep on average was 2 to 3 hours. On good days, you would sleep up to 4 hours. Plebs run everywhere, no matter how small the distance is to your destination. Plebs do constant PE, punishment whenever you screw up. Basically, you're always fucked up because of the lack of sleep and constant PE. On watch at the school's flag room around 2 a.m. It was midterm, so of course I only managed to sleep 40 minutes before entering on watch. The area where the flag was located was a small building, a memorial, on the entrance of the academy, no longer in use. Kind of like a small museum with a permanent exposition of the story of the academy. There were 2 cadets deployed at the memorial sentry guarding the flag and a guard that could freely move around the memorial. Camera on the roof, watching the sentry 24/7. The other cadet is in my class. Hey Anon, I'm going to try and get some sleep on the corner. Give me a shout out if anyone comes close. Buddy goes into the dark room, the mini museum room, with poor lighting. Have my hat on so my visor can hide my eyes from the camera. Face down just slightly to get on the sweet blind spot. Brahms Lullaby.mp3. Around 30 minutes pass. Suddenly hear footsteps and a formation stopping. Hear footsteps entering the memorial. Oh shit. Can't move my limbs nor call out the other pleb. See a cadet looking at me furiously. Anon! He shouts to me while suddenly comes to me as pissed as if he was about to beat me the fuck up. I scream internally. I'm in danger.png. Suddenly inhale as if I had just returned from the afterlife yelling. Heavy breathing. No one around. Was I just dreaming? Swear to God it was too fucking real. Calm down slightly, hoping the person on CCTV in charge of the flag's camera was asleep or unaware of the madman that started yelling all by himself while on watch. 5 more minutes pass. Here again the formation stopping and footsteps. Here comes the relief. Stand at attention as best and sane as I can. 5 minutes pass. No one comes. 10 more minutes pass. no signs of life. Took another 25 to 30 minutes for the relief to come. Tell my second grader about what just happened. That's the phantom relief and on. It's quite common. Happens to me too. Can also be law enforcement too. Did a stint with investigations. Being a detective is gay. Doing follow-up interviews regarding a bad burglary, a couple street scholars kicked the guy's door in, beat him, and tossed the house. Neighborhood is fairly nice, but full of pro-BLM and in-this-house paraphernalia. Finally get to the last house on the block. Alright, but definitely boomer-owned for the last 40 years. Massively obese woman answers. Invites me in to answer questions. Several cats present with expected smells. Experienced worse, so whatever. Waltz to the kitchen. Asks if I want something to drink. No ma'am, I'm fine, thank you. Watch her pull a 2-liter of Coke out of the pantry, and then pour it into a coffee mug. Don't think anything of it. Keep asking questions. Puts mug in microwave. Microwaves for a minute and a half. Takes it out and takes a big swig of microwaved Coca-Cola. Well, the kitchen now overwhelmingly smells like heated corn syrup. Quickly finish up and leave. I've seen and experienced some shit, and for whatever reason, that woman drinking microwave Coke sticks with me. Even now, about 6 years later. Not completely unheard of to heat up soda. Back in the 60s, they tried to make hot Dr. Pepper into a Christmas thing. Didn't catch on though. Randomly told to go help the early separators who are getting out before they completed basic. I myself hadn't even completed basic when I was tasked to do it. Arrive at the place. They have a badass raptor as their logo. Get inside. Ask the guy in charge what he needs me to do. Supposed to take these guys to turn in their clothes. Walk to get them. About 5 to 6 grown men watching SpongeBob in a dark room that smells like shit. By one of the beds, there's a styrofoam plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy made to look like a black man. Pause for a moment as I realize autistic people are probably not meant for the military. Wonder if I was meant for the military. Return to civvy life a year later. I spent a year doing Russian military service. Small radar base in bumfuck nowhere near the Finland border. Group of guys decides to huff gasoline for fun. They entered the truck that electrifies the entire radar system. The radar is on duty. Someone decides to switch some lever off. It powers down the radar. Everyone on base knows something wrong has happened. They flee the scene. They decide that they're about to get caught. They decide to destroy the evidence. Sunday evening, only a single officer is present. Everyone else is relaxing home drinking or some shit. Fire up a fire in a barrel. Start pouring the gasoline in. One of the guys thinks it would be funny to throw some gasoline in some other guy's direction. Gasoline fumes ignite mid-flight. The other guy gets hit by basically burning napalm right in his face. Starts screaming and drops to the ground. Everyone rushes to him and tries to put out the fire. They look at the guy's wounds. It's bad. Lower parts of his face and part of the neck is just a massive 3rd-degree burn. The hand he used to try and cover himself with is fucked and part of the skin is straight up coming off the muscle tissue. Oh shit, .png. No idea what to do. They bring the guy back to the barracks. The poor officer dude thought he would have a nice shift with no incidents. No military personnel on base. The best we had was a girl who has finished a nurse school. Her entire work was Googling the symptoms if any were present or bandaging. Who was not present either. He makes a telephone call to the base commander. Commander is drunk as fuck. Still tries to access the situation. If word of this gets out, the entire base is going to get raided by military police and everyone involved, including the commander and that one officer, would receive prison time. Gotta keep that hush-hush. He brings some civilian clothing, dressed up the injured guy, and brings him to a civilian hospital, paying basically his entire monthly salary for the treatment. As the guy gets his burns treated, regiment commander suddenly visits with an inspection. He does the personnel check, notices that some guy isn't present, demands an explanation. He's, on combat duty, haha. Army base commander gets reprimanded. A month plus later, that one guy returns from the hospital. He has a shitload of bandages. He still has some burn scars, but it's not as bad as everyone thought it would be. His uniform is basically melted near the neck/shoulder area, so he has to buy a new one. The group of guys just continue their duty as if nothing has ever happened. The guy who threw the gasoline gets some shitty treatment from the officers involved, but that's it. Southern Afghan, circa 2009. On patrol. I'm the fucking saw gunner despite being all of 135 pounds because my team leader hates me. Have 4 200-round pouches weighing down on my diaphragm as we walk. Can barely breathe under the scorching sun. It's over 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Naturally, the Taliban ambush us. The LT comes sprinting down the line in a panic, screaming, "We've got to get out of here!" Immediately plop down into the prone position and try to dump some ammo so I can fucking breathe. Team leader smacks my helmet, tells me to cut that shit out. Fine, fucker. Taliban have us in an L-shaped ambush as we patrol along a canal. Break contact into a system of orchards. The Taliban fucking chase us. We're bounding through orchards, jumping over walls. At this point, I have a heat stroke and am delirious. Start to fade out. Remember falling, being helped up, firing, reloading. We're walking along a causeway and I'm half dead. Naturally, we take fire from a tree line about 50 meters away. Look left, look right, everyone is in the prone except me. Green tracers zipping by my torso like fast, angry insects. As I finally realize what's going on and hit the dirt, the CAS comes on station. Kiowas dump missile pods and 50 cal into the tree line. Watch it go up and fire. Awestruck. I've got many more actual combat stories, but I'm too lazy to write them up. I was stationed at Vandenberg and got asked on a PA tour by some old boomer where the tunnel to Area 51 was. I said, what, like in Deus Ex? And he had no idea what I was talking about. Me, helping to load up a tractor trailer. Airman on the forklift is a retard. Airman spotting him onto the trailer is an even bigger retard. Had to run back into the building to take a phone call. Dumb shit spotter gets knocked in the mouth by a forklift tying custodian claw style because the dumb shit driver jerked the controls. Rips out his right cheek and like 5 or 6 teeth. Got my butthole pushed in by safety because I was supposed to be supervising them. But they were both fully qualled and my boss rushed them through training, so I beat the case. Lol. Be me, working as a security guard for a university after I got out. Good school, but is located near the shithole part of town. One of the students is fucking a townie drug dealer. Dealer blows his dick off and lights himself on fire trying to cook meth out of a Gatorade bottle in the dorm parking lot. Girl OD'd a couple months later and threatened to kill herself when I said I'd tell her mom. Tried to hang herself with an extension cord run through an air vent cover, but the bitch was so fat the roof immediately fell in once she kicked the chair out. Got a $400 bill and suspension letter from the school while she was on psych hold, Lamau. Some Pajit exchange student gets shot down by the girl he was crushing on. Pulls out a Leatherman in his next class and uses the flathead screwdriver bit to start stabbing the palms of his hands. By the time I get there, he's got chunks ripped out. Everyone's screaming, but of course nobody tried to intervene. The kid is screaming that he wants to die and can't live with the shame that nobody loves him. I get in trouble because the body cam catches me telling the kid, if you were trying to kill yourself, why didn't you just use the Leatherman knife? Famous guns. Guns that are infamous, such as the Charter Arms 38 Undercover, used to kill famous hippie John Lennon. I call it the Imagine There's No Oxygen pistol, and fuck Marlboro. Say hello to the real cowboy killer. Behold the Carcano, not used by a low-ranking soldier and Manchurian candidate to blow JFK's brains out along with all other passengers in rapid succession while said victims were in a moving vehicle. Also proof that John Moses Browning's designs are without flaw. I was actually thinking about getting a Charter in 9mm. Now I just want one for meme's sake, so now it's in my bucket list. Why isn't this advertised on their website? The Pitbull and Bulldog revolvers are available in 9mm, and appear to have the same styling as the Undercover used by Chapman. Yeah, for pure meme potential, carrying the ultimate hippie killer is pretty fucking cool. Also, nice contribution. Didn't think of Franz Ferdinand or JFK. Shit, what'd they use to murk Bobby Kennedy? Also, Browning was incapable of making bad weapons. God himself helped that man. A 22 caliber Iver Johnson cadet model revolver. The weapon used by Sirhan to gun down Robert Kennedy, Democratic nominee for President of the United States of America. A Fabrique Nationale M1910, chambered in .380, serial number 19074. The gun used to kill Archduke Franz Ferdinand and start the war that probably broke Western morality. Browning sure made them reliable. September 8th, 1935. Wei Long is killed by a lone gunman who walked up and shot him with an FN 1910. A popular assassination gun. On March 16, 1984, Gary Plow shot and killed the pedophile who raped his son. As far as I can tell, he used a .38 hollow point fired from a Smith & Wesson Model 19 357 revolver. Can't say I blame Gary. The gun that cures pedophilia. The .32 Iver Johnson safety automatic revolver used to kill William McKinley. On September 14, 1901. Iver Johnson apparently has 2 presidential kills to its name. April 14, 1865. Arc Yankee and general all-around shitheel Abraham Lincoln is shot in the head with a .44 fired from an original Henry Derringer pocket pistol. He died from complications following loss of his brains the following day.
February 21st, 1965, Malcolm X, leader of Muslim Mosque Inc. and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, was assassinated during an Organization of Afro-American Unity meeting at the Audubon Ballroom in Manhattan, more well known as the leader of the Nation of Islam. He was shot at least 21 times with a mix of 12-gauge 9x19 Luger and .45 ACP. There is still some controversy surrounding who exactly shot him, and the actual murder weapons have never been revealed. Supposedly, a 12-gauge sawn-off was found nearby discarded in a jacket. The exact brand was never revealed. Talmadge Hayer was identified as the shooter with the shotgun and beaten severely by the crowd before police arrived. He suffered several broken ribs and a broken leg. Several witnesses were also hit with gunfire. The assassination began with a man in the crowd shouting, "Hey, get your hand out of my pocket." Malcolm X, standing at the podium, then reportedly said, "Hey, cool it!" And as the crowd whirled around in confusion, a man stepped towards the stage and fired a single blast from a concealed sawn-off shotgun. While he was then beaten and pulled down by the crowd, Malcolm X's bodyguards stepped towards the first assassin, leaving a bleeding and wounded Malcolm temporarily alone at the podium. Then two more gunmen from the crowd stepped forward and fired a mix of .45 ACP and 9x19 Luger rounds into his body. The cause of death was listed as several rounds to the heart. On August 25, 1967, in Arlington, Virginia, the leader of the American Nazi Party was gunned down at the Dominion Hall shopping center while trying to do his laundry. George Lincoln Rockwell was shot by former National Socialist John Padler from the rooftop of the shopping center when he went out to his car to go and get bleach to clean his clothes at the laundromat. Padler was arrested half an hour later after throwing his gun into 4 Mile Run nearby, when he was spotted with wet trousers waiting for a bus by a police officer. Police say 2 shots were fired from a rooftop of a beauty salon across the street from the Dominion Hill shopping center. 2 bullets went through the windscreen of the 49-year-old's blue and white Chevrolet and hit him in the head and the chest. He died instantly. Eyewitnesses said the Nazi leader was reversing his car out of the parking space in the shopping center when the incident happened. As the shots hit his car, he dived onto the passenger seat in an attempt to escape. His car apparently crashed into another vehicle. A coroner pronounced him dead at the scene. George Lincoln Rockwell, who lived just yards from the scene of his death, founded the American Nazi Party, originally known as the World Union of Free Enterprise and National Socialists, in 1959. John Padler was expelled from the party that previous April for Bolshevik leanings. The weapon used was reportedly a C-96 broom-handle Mauser firing the 7.63 by 25mm Mauser round. John was accused of having stolen this exact weapon from the American Nazi Party headquarters. Spent shells of the same type were found on his local farm. I have 2 here. First is the .442 Webley British Bulldog used by one Charles Guiteau to assassinate President Andrew Garfield. Mr. Guiteau was a Republican Party member who had canvassed support for Garfield during the 1880 election, and expected to be rewarded with a government position, as was the fashion in politics at the time. Guiteau wanted to be named ambassador to the Qing court in China, despite not actually speaking Chinese and knowing next to nothing about China. Garfield, who had no idea who Guiteau even was, rejected his demand for a job, so after purchasing the aforementioned Webley with ivory grips, as it would look more striking in a museum. So after following Garfield's schedule for days, and neglecting to kill him at one point because Garfield had his wife with him, and Guiteau did not want to upset the poor woman, he eventually struck on July 2nd, 1881. Firing 2 shots that hit Garfield in the back, one shattering a vertebrae but not actually hitting the spine. Garfield lingered for months before finally succumbing to infection, because his retired doctors kept poking his wound with their bare fingers, dying on September 19th of that same year. Guiteau was found guilty and sentenced to hang on June 30th, 1882. His last words was him reciting a poem he had written called, "I am going to the Lordy," though famously he was overpowered by the jeers from the crowd to the point he stopped and shouted at them, "You are all low, consummate jackasses." And that was the execution of the 20th President of the United States. A classic, the Nagant revolver was used to kill Sergei Kirov, a close friend of Stalin, which jump-started the Great Purges in the Soviet Union. This was one of the biggest pistols of Asian crime. People nicknamed it the Black Star, and it had a reputation for power among the underworld. Gun pulled on you stories thread. Hey Kay, had a fun story from this week. Thought I'd share it and see if anyone else wanted to share as well. Be me, carpenter, doing some side weatherization work for a local agency. They sent us to remodel this guy's trailer. Ate some bad burritos the day before. Arrive at home, knock, no answer. Call name loudly and knock, no answer. Open door and knock and call name, no answer. Whatever, we have an appointment with him. He's probably still asleep. This happens regularly. Enter home. Suddenly have to shit. Bathroom is next to his bedroom. See him in bed asleep. All is well. Enter bathroom. Spend the next 20 minutes sporadically liquid shitting. Finish. Open door. He's sitting up in bed, holding gun. Ask me who I am. Oh hey, I'm Anon. I'm just here doing work for agency on your house. Oh, okay, cause I have a Glock 357 here. Out of half knowing I just gotta be cool about this and half autism, I'm like, oh sweet, I've got a G17 at home. Sorry I had to use your bathroom. I might actually have to go home now. Turns out this guy's had multiple brain surgeries and some apparent history helping law enforcement. So told me he thought I was a cartel member there for revenge. Ended up being cool. Played a Bluegrass Dark Side of the Moon cover album for him today, and he was like, man, it's a good thing I didn't shoot you the other day. I'd have never gotten to hear this album. Lol. Be me, walking on street. Cop pulls up and over. Steps out of the car and points a gun at me. Stand there like, what the fuck, not moving, but just standing there. Oh shit, and on, my B. We had reports of some guy who robbed someone with a gun, heading down North Road. Bro, this is South Road. Aw shit. Got turned around. See you next week, and on. That's about it. Most of the times guns got pulled on me, it was boring, uneventful, and rather annoying. Desu. Be me, 17, at a theme park that does Wild West recreations with actors in costume. The guests are part of the experience, and depending on what the guests do during the day shifts the story going on. Walking with family, enjoying the day. Get called over by one of the bandit characters. I need the XP.png. He points at a couple of other guests and a deputy carrying some chest of gold. You steal that and I can make you a rich man. Yeehaw, Dutch.wav. Leg it up the road, hide behind the corner of the store. Wait until I see the deputy and the guests. Gold is plastic, but it glimmers all the same. Jump out, get my hands on the chest. Deputy doesn't hesitate. Draws his blank-firing prop gun and sticks it under my nose. Drop it, son. Scared shitless. Comply. Run another direction as fast as I can. Everyone had a good laugh about it. I met the bandit character in the saloon later that day. He dropped the character and told me nobody had ever taken him up on trying to steal the gold, and it was the funniest thing he had seen that summer. Glad to know I was the only one retired enough to try. First time, driving on the highway. Truck cuts right in front of me without signaling. I honk. He flips me off. I drive up next to him to fuck with him. Stupid, I know. Look over and he's pointing a Glock at me. Declare it a draw and let him pass. Second time. House next to mine is abandoned because the previous deadbeat owners skipped town. Sometimes I sneaked into the backyard to smoke and listen to music, enjoying the solitude. One time another neighbor thinks I'm a vagrant/burglar, so they call the cops. 3 cops burst through the gate, get me completely by surprise. Put your hands up! Put your hands up right now! At least 2 guns pointed at me. Get detained. I explain I live next door and they let me go. Be dumbass teenager. Friends and I go to abandoned factory to spend night. Bring airsoft and paintball gats to fuck around. Nearby neighbor sees children having innocent fun and calls cops. Cops arrive. Most of us book it into the woods, some holding on to airsoft guns. Cops catch up to us and draw on 3 scared shitless kids. Get escorted back in handcuffs, and Boomer Sheriff gives speech about what could have happened while pointing translucent blue airsoft gun with orange tip at us. Get a free ride home. I would get it if any of the airsoft shits looked anything close to real, but they didn't. Maybe Officer Bolt just didn't take account of what was in our hands enough to tell the difference. Another. Hanging out at friend's dad's house. Dad offers to take us shooting. Go to random spot in the woods with Glock and a couple shotguns. No ear pro, so dumb but good fun. He's showing us a feature on his Glock with a trigger-activated laser.
He demonstrates this feature by pointing the gun, loaded, at our chests. Finger on trigger to activate laser. He was also most certainly drunk during this. One more. Move to city. Drive shitty trash-filled beater. Work in nice affluent area. Driving home when get pulled over by that town's cops. They approach vehicle on both sides with guns drawn and at low ready. Me seeing this in the mirror, scared shitless and white-knuckling the steering wheel so I don't get whoopsied. All this for a blown headlight. I'm positive that the reason for their reaction was that I looked too poor to be driving in that area, and they were dicks to boot. Twitchy faggots. Starting to get into shooting as a hobby. Frequent a private range when they allow public to shoot. Start their boomer process to join, go to meetings, get sponsored. Join NRA. This was like 15 years ago. One day shooting buddy's old as shit .22 rifle. We shoot the wood chips that come off the target's backers that land on the ground. They're a fun challenge target that fly up and react when shot. Boomer range officer comes over to talk. Tells us we're retards for not shooting at the large bullseye target instead of plinking wood chips. The Boomer RO was known to yap every time people want to shoot. Boomer RO tells us about some guy he kicked out earlier that day. As he's telling the story about how some dipshit turned and pointed a loaded gun at me, he mimics the same actions. With his fucking Carry 1911. Blood runs cold, goosebumps. The gun is pointed at my belly and his finger is on the trigger. He realizes and tries to play it off. We leave. Never come back. Gun dreams. Have you had any gun dreams recently, Anon? A few days ago, I dreamt that I was inspecting an MR-73 revolver in a gun store. Its finish was well worn, and it had a rail on top with a scope mounted. It had a 3.5-inch barrel. I think that in real life the M73s have either 4 or 6-inch barrels. It was going for $836 and some numbers of cents. I can't remember the cents. I could have bought it, but it would have been eaten in my funds for PC parts, and I wanted a longer barrel. If there's interest in this thread, I can go through my diary for some other gun dreams. Had a dream I had a pet shark that was 4 or 5 inches long that my dad kept trying to kill. He'd come over to my house, try to fill the tank with lasagna. And then at the end, he stole one of my CZs and shot the tank, causing all the water and the shark to spill out onto the carpet. I don't own any fish, let alone a shark, but it made me really sad. My favorite gun dream is from years ago. I was hired to be a night guard at my local Cabela's and fought off roping ninjas while operating operationally. When morning finally came, I was rewarded with SVDs. Like the guy just kept placing SVDs into my cradled arms until I felt like I was going to drop them and panic. Then I woke up. Dreamt I had an AUG. I will buy one later this year. Heavy trigger dream. Absolute anxiety. I dreamt that I had a Mag 7. I chambered around, then became concerned. I ejected around and saw that it was dimpled. A small divot, as if it was hit by a striker, was in the primer. The rounds were more like oversized pistol rounds than shot shells. In the same night, I dreamt that the frame of my Jericho had broken and that I was hopelessly looking for a way to fix it. I dreamt that I was examining a most unusual Kalashnikov rifle. One half of its receiver was cut out, through which I could see its internal mechanisms. The other half, on the right side, had a kind of music box clamped to it. The box and its clamping arms were painted glossy red. In white. On through the aperture on the left side, I saw the rifle's mechanisms and the gears of the music box. The rifle's insides were those of a typical Kalashnikov. I did not see the trigger group. The music box was a mess of gears, and I do not know how music boxes worked. It would not have been mechanically accurate. I planned to fire the rifle, but I awoke. I can't remember the tune that played, but I remembered that firing the gun would change the tune. I also had a dream where I found the Fountain of Youth in the burnt ruins of Waco, and I had a fight with the head of the ATF. It's multiple paragraphs long, and the feds will psychoanalyze me if I type all of it here. Hypothetical space war thread. Way in the future, how do you think space warfare will be fought? Same as now, missiles and drone spam. Maybe energy weapons by then. Applying modern analogs, I think, would be like a fusion of air combat and naval combat. Since there's no air resistance in space, the ships can look like anything, but they'd probably be angular with flat surfaces, like modern stealth ships to deflect radar beams. Conversely, they'd have massive radars, not only because space is a vast medium, but also to detect and avoid asteroid fields. In that same vein, I think the ships will also be pointed like spears to deflect oncoming asteroids. As for armament, large radar-guided missiles will be launched from ship to ship, similarly to modern AA BVR combat.
but the ships will be able to shoot down each other's missiles. Railguns would also be used, running off massive nuclear reactors which run the ship's electronics. There'll be no space fighters and no space dogfighting like in Star Wars. Since there's no air resistance, missiles will be able to pull infinite Gs and they'll just destroy any manned aircraft. Most likely, if aircraft are launched from ships, they'll be like AWACS with radars that serve to extend the radar range of the mothership/fleet. Stealth? Deflect radar beams? Utterly useless. There's no stealth in space. You will radiate enough heat to be visible from halfway across the solar system on thermals. Or you will cook yourself in short order. Couldn't they just assume you were a star or something? And how many stars are moving across the solar system? Battle space choke to fuck with every kind of interference possible to make up for how easy it is to identify objects in space. Ultra long shit matched with heavy point defense capabilities and short range shit, all moving at retarded velocities to try and make up for the easy identification of projectiles and time to avoid ships would have. And lasers, because lasers are fast. TLDR, visibility, interference, and speed weed are gonna be big. Star Wars kind of got it right. Flood space with space drones. Fuck you, we'll be doing drone warfare for the rest of time. Buzz droid, my beloved. I'd say torpedoes and carrier ops. Mech fighter and bombers. Unless you have a Star Trek situation where you have directed energy weapons like phasers, where it's point and shoot. Then it's a game of who has the bigger power reactor. It'd probably be even more gay since we'll have rods of gods all aimed at each other, and any war comes with the threat of instant exterminatus, so everyone just edges at the idea of Space War 1, and we never get it. Kinda like World War 3 right now. Considering that, with current and predictable tech, it still takes vast amounts of money to get every kilo into orbit, and that the only parts of space worth fighting in are explicitly Earth's orbital area, and the satellites you'll find there. Space warfare is going to be limited entirely to ASAT weapons, most likely high-altitude launched missiles, until technology moves so far past what we have today that our attempts to predict what effect it'll have on combat become ridiculous. They will be more like naval battles over huge distances than fighter battles. Space fighter is a trope born out of applying World War II to space, but space does not follow the same rules. To justify a realistic single-crew minimal combat ship, you need to create a custom setting and play with the definition. In a vacuum, nothing slows down projectiles. You don't need a fighter to move/drop a missile closer, nor shoot a railgun projectile. You only get good range out of nuclear propulsion, which would be for big spaceships. Stealth in space is impossible. Decoys are impossible. False flags are impossible. It's also going to be impossible to dodge any proper weapon, even if you had the propellant. You only need manned spaceships so humans stay in the loop of the AI doing the work better. Finally, space debris make any battle in busy orbits genocidal by nature. Today we don't have enough stuff to trigger a Kessler effect, but all those futuristic gigantic space stations would, filling orbits with anti-tank bullets for several decades to eternity. How do you think space warfare would be fought? Through economy. Faction A outperforms Faction B, takes the best spots on the moon, ignores Mars, it's useless. Outproduce everybody. Use soft power to become the new standard for technology. Eventually, Faction B either ends up dependent on Faction A or a non-issue like North Korea. Meanwhile, Faction A becomes 100% self-sufficient in every domain, and the faction representing mankind, able to build wasteful megastructures just to show off. Even if Faction B threatened to shoot nukes if they aren't given equal opportunities, they would only reveal their weaknesses and be sabotaged in billions of other ways. Faction B will have a better chance of fighting ideological warfare from the inside. After a war exercise, I received written feedback from my men that I went from 0 to 100 too often. That I always raged at them and got in physical confrontations with them when I didn't get the results I wanted. What can I do to be a better leader? What can I do to be a better leader when calmly giving them orders doesn't put them to work? I have to yell at them to get them to do anything at all, though I wish it were otherwise. T. Corporal Squad Leader. Physically a small, non-threatening manlet, combat hobbit, if it matters. Be more positive and lead. Act like you're leading around children. Shouldn't be hard, giving the height. Will raging at your lads make them do their job better? Leading isn't about just ordering and on. There needs to be a balance between being amiable and imperative. You can't be their leader if you only act like their handler. If you have to spaz out in manlet rage, you've already failed. Leading people is generally very challenging, but having to supervise 18 to 24-year-old dumbasses, security, not military, I found that you sort of turn a corner once they actually want to do what you need them to do. Motivation can be negative or positive, and I found that positive is particularly important, with negative being more of a plan B option. Both have to come from respect though, which has to be earned. For instance, never make a subordinate do something you aren't willing to do. Always demonstrate the ability to do something they think is difficult. Make it look easy and lead by example. Nobody likes a screeching manlet, but everybody can respect an officer and a gentleman who steps up, shows them how to do the hard shit, and never loses his cool without a damn good reason. Grow taller so you have authority and respect. Lead by example. Give praise only for excellence. Say nothing for fucking up other than what steps must be taken to ameliorate it. Only shout if it is a dangerous situation and you need to be heard. Shouting/getting angry is a learned behavior. Stop doing it. It accomplishes nothing. Communicate what needs to be done. Lead by example. Anticipate problems and find the correct sequence of actions to get the most out of each individual. You are a leader, not a dad. Solve the problems without emotion. And before a bunch of 30s and tryhards talk about how that soft cuck shit, and how hard they had it, and how manly that makes them, I've spent multiple birthdays getting bruises photographed at the hospital in my upbringing, and gotten beat just about as hard as anyone in a first world country can without being removed to another environment by the state. I've also grown up in a very wealthy, successful place with a lot of examples of excellent leadership. And the very best parents/leaders with the most success lead by leadership and encouragement. The best example was a kid who literally was maxed out in everything. Dad knew exactly what to say to get everyone he worked with. This kid had to choose between Olympic cycling and medical school. Chose medical school. Always had a different gorgeous girlfriend. Was the rank below global in CSGO. Funny guy. Was also incredibly nice. Dad never hit him. AFAIK. And I never heard him yell. Last time I saw him 10 years ago, I was hanging up flyers on the NH main campus, and he was looking for his lab monkey, which had escaped. Lamau, take from this what you will. Lord Miles official. In the coming weeks, I will put out a survey for those looking to join the Haitian invasion. I'll ask about skills, fitness, military experience, religion, etc. If needed, you will be called on prior to the invasion. I will discriminate against every protected trait, and I will only take the best. I am working on funding. I am very serious about the invasion of Haiti. Operation Red Dog 2. How would you do it, Kay? Miles gets kidnapped again. These writers are getting fucking lazy with their retreading of already tired plot points. Where's he gonna stage from? Dominican Republic? At any rate, I'm not adverse to a little filibustering. Not sure hunting, camping, target shooting, etc. would be quite what he's looking for. 5 surveys ago, I lost 30,000 Haitian raiders in the blink of an eye. And the chartered towboat from the Dominican Republic just fucking sank. Tomorrow, there will be no shortage of fat bodies. No shortage of sinking to Davy Jones' locker with 200 pounds of gear. I know you understand. Cut off porta potty from outside support. Starve them into submission. Every applicant is gonna glow like phosphorus. What the fuck would you even do there once you have it? 30 infested, earthquake-prone, disease-ridden shithole with literally nothing of worth in, on, or around it that only survives thanks to foreign aid. A privately led invasion and takeover of a part of an island that's about 600 miles from Miami. I'm sure that'll last. But vetiver exports. Yeah, that fucking tracks. Would care about luxury perfumes, stupid larpers. Anyway, yeah, basically what 800 said. Blockade their waters, shouldn't be too hard against a non-existent navy and barely 2,000 soldiers. Couple of privately owned boats and some shitty MGs and you're set. Never need to step a foot on the island until you take it over. Assuming the international community doesn't instantly rally against you and easily dislodge you, which it most likely will. Your fight isn't with the locals, it's with maintaining good PR. If you can convince the world what you're doing is fine, you'll face very little military retaliation. This is honestly more of a pull thread than a cave one. It's about maintaining the glorious Anglosphere tradition of filibustering. Alright, let's make this quick. The UN will be here soon. Invade Haiti? Fucking why? There's literally no potential economic gain to be had from that country. If Operation Red Dog was anything to go by, basically turn the island into a criminal's paradise and set up casinos as well. Unless he's got a bunch of M72 laws hidden up his ass, he'll have no way to engage MRAPs. This is gonna realistically require several million in black market equipment if he plans to take territory and not immediately get repulsed by peacekeepers. Or is this more of a dollar discount Bay of Pigs? Quick hit on whoever's in charge, then immediately bounce. This is either going to go like a botched Black Lagoon episode with the plot armor taken off, or the third Wild Geese movie we've always wanted. Either way, it'd be a glorious bit of entertainment if it actually happens. Part of me wonders if he somehow got some Saudi prince drunk, got compromat, and now he's got Arabucks funding him. My understanding is that the total strength of Haiti's military plus the peacekeeping mission is about 3,100 men. Assuming it evolves into a three-way between the homeless geese, the gangs, and the government/UN forces, he's losing an attritional fight unless he's got at least 9,000 guys. We can reduce this number if a smaller force is landed covertly at night and everybody's decked out with night fighting equipment. NVGs, thermals, LAMs, sappers land ahead of the main force and disrupt communication and reinforcement routes. Additional commando teams do diversionary operations with explosives on key government facilities. If all his guys were hard-ass XSOF and decked out to match, the peacekeepers, gangs, and government forces could all collectively be whittled out by 500 men. It would require substantial local support, however, plus some serious false flagging to get the other sides fighting each other. Caches, safe houses, and escape routes all planned in advance if things go south. Also, the casualty rate would be fucking ugly, especially since there's no logistical train. What the guys have is all they're gonna get unless they source local. To reduce attrition, they'll need good armor. Protec 9812-R1s are ideal, but $1,350 a pop, and there's no way Lord Farquaad can get thousands of them in time. That'd be a huge order and would take months to a year to spool up. Also, drones and mortars. They'd be essential. 1 to 2 tow and javelin teams could handle the MRAPs. How many literal retards will actually get killed for this shit? How do they expect to reach the island? How will they acquire all the weaponry? How will they fight the gangs and the Kenyan military at the same time? It's not even funny. This is just cringe. If Lord Miles, who is a glowy, fun fact, a few months or a year or so ago, people were sucking him off in a thread, and I said something like, let me guess, he went to university but randomly dropped out and suddenly became this weird wacky guy who travels to loads of different countries seemingly with no issue with money or communication, on top of being above average intelligence but disenfranchised with his lot. And the reply was obviously, yeah, but that just means he is based and doesn't get zogged by the educational system. I then kindly pointed out that MI6 hires people from universities like that. People who are smart but directionless and are only there because they think they should be there. Lord Miles is a glowy or glowy asset, and him going on about Mahatian invasion is literally just him earmarking potential threats to the UK and her allies. That's it. Same shit when Pol tried to do the invasion of Tuvalu. How many literal retards will actually get killed for this shit? If he grooms in the right discords, he could get a force of maybe 50 bipolar incels, but 90% of them can't drive, so he's going to have to drive a loser bus around America to pick his piss platoon up. How do they expect to reach the island? Either charter a boat like General Shepard said and smuggle equipment on board, or maybe create a shell corporation and get a shipping container on a freighter full of everybody's shit with fake papers. How will they acquire all the weaponry? A lot of fucking ITAR violations. How will they fight the gangs and the Kenyan military at the same time? If he busts his ass, he can get 50 men, many of whom are probably unstable and unreliable under pressure. He'll get mopped by the peacekeepers unless he has heat on his side. Realistic route is he gets a team of 4X SOF dudes, they smuggle a Tech 50 or 2 in just to nail whoever's in charge, then immediately bounce like hell and get off the island. Call it a win. How many literal retards will actually get killed for this shit? None. How do they expect to reach the island? They won't. How will they acquire all the weaponry? They won't. How will they fight the gangs and the Kenyan military at the same time? They won't need to because they'll never leave. The most effective they'll be will be like when that guy from Soldier of Fortune magazine tried to organize a rescue of supposed POWs being held in Vietnam in the 80s, and they ended up setting up shop in a Thai brothel for like 9 months and using all the donation money to get rimmed while having ping pong balls fired at their heads. The big casualties will be from STDs. Do you believe the conspiracy theories that weapon systems we see are just the tip of the iceberg, and that the good stuff is being kept secret by defense companies never to see the light of day? More like the stuff DARPA keeps under lock and key falls into two categories: highly experimental and unpredictable results once you press the button, and the shit that will make even a politician's skin crawl. Put them both together and you get a little fun cache of ways to fuck up the place in a bad pinch that's still technically short of going nuclear. No, war isn't funny enough to clown around in such a manner. Progress in most weapon systems is incremental and dependent on incremental improvements in unrelated fields and in ergonomics. You're stuck with trial and error, so in many cases, the trial guns are as good as it gets. Just consider that armies have been desiring semi-auto bow rifles since the late 19th century, but the tech and designs only got there during the very tail end of World War II. Anybody who isn't Germany will probably remember to take a long, hard look at the French experiences with early adaptations and tightly held secrets, and figure that you need to really test any weapon system and have a drill manual ready before you hand it over to the mouth breathers and crayon muncher. I've seen a flying triangle / Bellcraft, so yeah, no idea how any of that shit works, but it really does exist. Just some sort of expensive stuff that probably costs hundreds of trillions of dollars and the literal smartest minds in the world. There's been plenty of cases of technology being hidden before anyway, so to say it's impossible is not just naive but fucking retarded, lol. Yeah, what do you think all those UFO sightings are? Stars in aircraft, spotted by people who look up to the sky for the first time in their life right after having read a UFO story. It's funny how guys like you still deny stuff like Project Blue Book existing. People used to think shit like the B-2 was another fake UFO story until it turned out to be an actual thing. It's not uncommon for the military to hide their experimental tech. The US has very consistently shown off their secret projects once they're ready for action. It's the missions that were secret, not the fact that the US has these in their arsenal. The general rule is whatever you see, the military is about 10 to 20 years ahead of them. We're beyond what you see as weapons, but we're in robotic warfare era now, and the government and private sector have mind-reading tech. Probably the real purpose of the 5G towers. You're going to be fighting a humanoid robot that can think for itself and read your fucking mind, not just predict your every movement based on slight inputs. Look up MRI mind reading. I'd be surprised if they didn't have some kind of civilization-ending staple crop targeting bioweapon or a really nasty computer virus that'd make Y2K real. TriangleCraft TR-3B is just an extremely sneaky recon asset. Two of my family members saw them without knowing what they were near a shut-down Air Force base. Said they were completely silent, moving too slow to be a plane, but also definitely not a helo. They have the same sort of exotic VTOL system that allows them to hover with basically no signature and also accelerate rapidly. As for DARPA black bag stuff, it exists, but it's not the sort of stuff they're gonna give to every grunt. It's the sort of stuff they developed decades ago and have been tinkering with since for special use cases. Breaking into defended airspace. Remember the Nighthawk didn't exist until it was bombing critical CNC targets in Baghdad? That in itself was a hand tip to the rest of the world post-Cold War. You have no idea what else we have. Don't fuck with us. The fact they exposed, needlessly because we'd have won the ground war either way, the ability to penetrate the most heavily defended airspace in the world just to make a point to speak to them having other tricks up their sleeve. Cause that's a real nice trick to have the enemy be unaware of, and exposing it diminished its value greatly. It's not gonna be Wonder Waffle or super guns for G.I. Joes. It's gonna be sideways technology that allows the solving of otherwise intractable edge cases. Tanks will still be killed by other tanks, smart bombs, or javelins. The black bag will be stuff like the ability to fry every electronic circuit in a targeted area via some sort of exotic energy projector while leaving your own unharmed, because the ability to control the field is that good. Being able to drop the enemy instantly, running massages manually would itself win war of maneuver. Or like the ability to manipulate weather. No need to bomb the Three Gorges Dam when you can just cause it to rain in China until the thing bursts. They may have tested the capability a few years ago, but stopped stopped short of actually collapsing the dam. Absolutely, but it's not really what you think. R&D develops a lot of cool shit that makes it to testing phase, but 99% of it doesn't get approved because of cost issues. By this, I mean they don't even get submitted for review because the company that thought of the widget knows it wouldn't get considered by their customer, the government, under any circumstances due to cost, so they just hold on to it till they can get the cost down so they can sell it later. I reckon if they draft me for war, they'll have me haul shit since I'm a truck driver. How safe/dangerous is that? Safer? Truck drivers might get attacked because logistics are a key thing enemies attack, near peer or not. But you will have niggas in a convoy who will fuck their shit up on your behalf. I saw a study somewhere that said the average Motor T truck driver saw more consistent combat than infantry in the Iraq War. OIF-2 in 2004 to 2005 was a disaster, with so many convoys shot up that they were sending truck drivers from the Navy and Air Force into combat with no training or guidance. Just head down that road and don't die. The Army has a really good series of papers and journals about the history of convoy ops in early OIF. Some of the stories could be made into a Michael Bay movie. Nah, they'll save those jobs for the people who can't do much else. If you can hold a gun and go on a hike, then you'll be cannon fodder. I have the very unique skill of, driving, which they will surely utilize. Meat wave for you. A commercial driving license isn't nothing. A person with one of those could reasonably dodge the draft if they signed up with a military logistics contractor. The Army and McDonald's mobile food trucks are all going to be automated. Atlanta, how long until one of those gets stolen? About as long as me taking your ass virginity. Atlanta, 2 hours. I was attached to a transport company, so I have actual direct knowledge of this. I worked with an NG transport company. It is mostly fine, just besides the usual behind-the-lines dangers. They are truck drivers in camo. That's it. Yes, you have a few guns, but normally you have security. You're there to haul shit and that is it. From personal experience, US, if you are a Reserve/National Guard unit, the active duty grunt types take a couple of weeks to get used to you. Then they will choose you over the active duty guys 99% of the time. In the US Army, there's a whole class of units, mostly logistics/MPs, where the Reserve and especially National Guard units are far better at their jobs than active duty unit. If you just want to drive a truck, probably not get killed, get the job done, get a half-decent amount of respect, then a USA RNG transport unit of your nation's version of it, it is the job for you because they are better at it than anyone else and get left alone. Motor T was how a lot of females ended up with combat action ribbons in Iraq. Careful with that thinking, Anon. Logistics are arguably more susceptible than infantry nowadays. Civilian combat readiness. How does somebody ready themselves for combat without joining the military who can't for legitimate reasons? How does someone condition themselves for such a stressful, high-octane environment to the point that they can handle themselves and do whatever they need to do? Physical fitness obviously helps the body prepare for conflict, but how does one train the mind? What could realistically prepare more average people for warfare? Go to South Africa for a while. Cheaper and more effective to go to Detroit. I'm fat and lazy and I refuse to wake up before 10 a.m. Are those legitimate reasons? The military itself struggles to get guys ready to face actual combat and training. It's not just something that you can simulate safely and reliably. The best thing they give is discipline and repetitive training and skills you use in combat as a team, so that your brain just needs to focus less on decision making and just automatically does the basics needed to survive contact and support your section. After that part, you generally move into reaction to contact as a section, which is something you don't have as a civilian, using equipment and supports that a civilian also does not have access to, meaning there's probably zero point in training these things. The military is also able to drill the unholy fuck out of people, over and over again, all day for weeks on end. It's just not something that can be simulated outside that environment. In my humble opinion, you will react however you're gonna react. So just train things that make sense to your situation. Don't try to train like a soldier because you're not. You're in a totally different situation than them. Train survival skills, outdoor stuff, deer stalking, camo, shooting skills, not fucking clearing rooms, and most importantly, as you've said yourself, physical fitness. The fitter you are, the easier literally every single other task imaginable becomes. You will react however you're gonna react, so just train things that make sense to your situation. Don't try to train like a soldier because you're not. You will react under stress the way you were trained. However, and to what end you were trained. As a civilian, you can go on patrol at 4:30 a.m. with your rifle. Did you remember to chamber around? It's so quiet out there. Everything will hear you if you forgot. What about your gun controls? Fire? Safe? Do you have to look in the dark, or do you know them in your head? The point is to train by doing. Doing creates questions. The answers train you. How well can you run your radio? Program new frequencies without manual? Antenna skills? Avoid being located? How far can you run in 10 minutes? How long to cover 5 miles with gear? One shot, one kill at 200 yards? What does it take? That is what an individual infantryman should know. Then you need a network of people who you can trust in your area. Together you build deeper capacity. Maybe one is a mechanic or a nurse, or good with working dogs. Can you carry someone? Care for them if they cannot be moved until help arrives? Ask yourself, historically, how did successful irregular warfare units defeat professional military units? There are many instances. The U.S. military also studies this. What did the U.S. military conclude, and how can you apply those lessons, or what countermeasures could you use to stop or evade a professional force using guerrilla doctrine? I teach people to skydive for a living. You will react in a stressful and sensory overload situation based on genetics, who you are, and familiarity. I can train you for 8 hours on what we're gonna do, walk you through it and simulate it dozens of times. But a full 10 to 25% of students just fucking blank on their Cat A jump, while another 25% are there but not responding in any meaningful way to commands or cues. After a second jump or time in the tunnel, performance is much improved generally. But there are about 5 to 10% of students who we straight up tell they can do tandems, but they will never be a skydiver. To pass Cat A, all you have to do is attempt to deploy your parachute at the correct altitude. So no amount of training will ensure you will react correctly or at all in a combat situation. Most people would be confused, looking for someone else to emulate or straight up freeze. By having a large group of friends and family willing to fight with you. When civil war breaks out, it's the large groups and clans that go out and win. It's not 500 1v1 encounters over 300 days. It's 2 or 3 10v1 or 20v3 situations. Physical fitness obviously helps the body prepare for conflict, but how does one train the mind? What could realistically prepare more average people for warfare? 3-gun and getting reps in. Point of reps is to make things muscle memory, so when you're in a super stressful situation, there's less to think about. Your body just does stuff. No fat, no poop, yelling the N-word in the hood. And come on, there's a reason veterans have been valued since the beginning of time. Just study drone stuff. By donating 200 billion USD to Israel immediately. How does someone condition themselves for such a stressful, high-octane environment to the point that they can handle themselves and do what they need to do? By training and going to military courses and conscription. Shit, it ain't that hard. Quit looking for a perfect solution. Just get out there and train your ass a bit. Go become a paramedic. You'll get plenty of experience in stressful, shitty situations. Learn land nav, learn first aid, learn tracking, learn. List 10 takeaways from the Ukraine war. Imagine it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rethink your country's military forces. Cheap drones are king if your war descends into a World War I slugfest. 1. I still don't care about the rest of the world. 2. We should just nuke the rest of the world. You need a strong air force and nuclear weapons. Never give up nuclear weapons. Ever. 1. Wars of conquest are still a thing. 2. War crimes and genocide are tolerated. 3. EU is not only worthless, but counterproductive. 4. Lol, hobby drones wrecking everything. 5. Landmines work. 6. So much for all that faggot hand-wringing on cluster bombs, landmines, mercenaries, POW/civilian torture and execution, and genocide. 7. Somehow North Korea is both relevant and semi-competent. 8. Taiwan might get invaded. 9. China can just steal islands from Philippines using violence and everyone cucks without shooting back. Am I at 10 yet? Nukes are the ultimate insurance. Guarantees on paper you can wipe your ass with. Meat assaults are even less effective than they were during World War II. The advent of precision-guided munitions saw to that. From cruise missile to drones, sensors and electronics rule the day. The human body is way too fragile for precision-guided industrial war. All it takes is a single shrapnel or bullet to kill or maim it. Given that going forward it's either going to be a mix of heavy armor plus automaton spam, like drones for assault operations, or a breakthrough in prosthetic tech that allows artificial limbs directly connected to the bone and nerves that are just as good, if not better, than organics. Torso and head regions are reasonably well protected in between Kevlar plates and helmets. Losing arms and legs are pretty much life-changing events, and perma-cripples when it should be merely a painful but annoying experience. SPAAGs are making a big comeback. There's a reason Gepard is the most highly regarded piece of German engineering by Ukrainians. Combined arms and the logistics tail are more important than ever. Zagroid failure to secure local air superiority and make effective fire calls in the early stages led to the stalemate and gruesome grind that is bleeding them dry. Standalone brigades are a meme born from the guerrilla warfares of the last decades. In conventional war, larger multi-brigade formations like Corps are a bare minimum. 1. Quality over quantity. Looking at you, India. 2. Most nation-states these days will not roll over to military aggression. 3. You need a competent central bank to economically survive as an aggressor state. 4. Aggressor states will become international pariahs. 5. Having parallel military forces to your regular army is a bad idea. 6. Drones, drones, drones. 7. War is not a math equation. This one is for the post-Soviet states. 8. Unless you are fighting the Americans, don't worry too much about long-range missiles. 9. Your Air Force will not save you. 10. Your NCOs and enlisted should know the real war is about to start. Blocks your path. So how would you effectively deal with these? Explosives? Artillery? Send someone on a suicide run with some pliers and anti-kite gloves? Artillery? We tried this in World War I already. Didn't work. I think the best suggestion we've seen is pole vaulting. You get the 45-year-old Mobic out there for a crash course in track and field. Give him a long pole. They may not be athletic, but they know their way around handling a long pole or two. Giant robots. Alternatively, use a forklift to drop a big old slab of metal or wood or whatever on top of the wire and drive over it. Note that this obviously won't stop artillery, mines, and all the other shit concertina wire is supposed to be deployed with. Send someone on a suicide run with a Bangalore torpedo. I could see a drone with a dead cord kind of working, like those line-charging throwing vehicles for minefields. Army Future Command, if you read this, you owe me $12. Venmo's fine. This is the one time hitting something with a long stick is the right choice. Just beat it until it's flattish. But it's easier said than done if you're taking fire, I guess. Battle Drill 7 is your friend. Essentially, set up a support by fire position ahead of the main assault force. Move to your last available covered/concealed position in concert with screening fires from arty/cast/whatever you got. Have the SBF suppress the objective/area around the breach point while throwing tons of smoke and other obscurants, SOSRA, look it up. Send engineers to the breach point with grappling hooks to clear for tripwires or mines, and carry in explosive or mechanical breaching tools. Explosive is best. Blow the breach point/cut it. Have assault force move through the breach while both the big SBF and local SBFs are rocking. Secure a foothold with grenades. Set up a far side security/SBF and start suppressing the far side of the objective so everyone else can plow through and systematically clear the trench/bunker system/encampment behind the wire. Reconsolidate, send up reports, divvy out ammo, get medical aid to the wounded. There will be lots of casualties. Assess whether or not you can conduct on a follow-on mission. If you did it right, you may have suffered heavy casualties but have taken the objective. Wired obstacles are a bitch, even with combined arms/joint forces. Cutting barbed wire in a single-man tank. In this steel tank resembling a broken and discarded cannon, a scout can creep over the ground unsuspected. If only you knew how good things really were. Jumps over. Not today.
About to meet his death.
SIG just lobbied for immunity from all future P320 liability lawsuits, and the New Hampshire legislature granted it to them. That doesn't sound legal at all. Could sirs please explain why SIG needs legislative immunity from an issue that doesn't exist? Land of the free, my brother. Ah ha ha, good. It's SIG's world. You just live here. I just want the company name and brand permanently changed to something else. Don't give a fuck what slop they produce/grift. What stage of capitalism is it when corporations are able to purchase the legislative branch of the state? It's not capitalism. It's a mixed economy with corruption. Checked. Ask Delaware Joe Biden, home state of all corporations. Voters are fucking retard stage. That's the most galling thing. It's not like their money does fucking anything but PR. It's not buying votes from voters, it's literally just here's shitloads of money to fund your re-election campaign or primary election campaign. If we all gave a fuck about local elections, you could probably primary out most of these reps with a few $1,000s. Tens of thousands at the most. But we won't want to tune in for debates or whatever, so lobbyists just fund for commercial spam saying your opponent is a tranny Eskimo Marxist or an anti-Semitic Pinochetist, and boom, you won because our voters are dumb. On a maybe related note, the entire San Francisco Police Department just pulled every single department-issued SIG off duty. 226s, 320s, all of them. Every single one is being replaced by the M&P 2.0s, temporarily reissuing 90s era 92FS until delivery. Surplus 226s? Yeah, boys! Wait, I thought even current production 226s were still okay. Very libertarian, New Hampshire. Concealed carry stories. I will start. Story 1. Be me, young and dumb, carry a Walther P5 out of the waistband under winter jacket. Have a shitty holster I bought pre-assembled. Has 2 screws in vertical pattern. Go shopping at a Shields with a friend. Split up to different aisles. Walking down aisle full of people and suddenly I hear a ping on the floor. It was my top holster screw. Immediately after realizing what it was, my holster spins 180 degrees upside down. Walther P5 drops like a rock and smacks the tile floor loud as fuck. Everybody sees and hears. Deafening silence. Scoop it up like a football and stuff it in the hoodie pocket like nothing happened. Walk briskly to the bathroom. Enter handicapped stall. I didn't realize, but the lock was broken. Standing in handicapped stall with holster in one hand, handgun in the other. Stranger barges into stall and sees me holding a gun in my hand. You okay there, bud? Yes. Guy slowly backs out. Wait for a moment and then leave and beeline it to the vehicle. Friend waiting there for me wondering where I was. Never tell him out of embarrassment. Story 2. Be me about a year after story 1. Shopping at Walmart. See native mofo walking in with purple bandana looking like Prison Mike. Do some shopping and shit. Check out. As I'm walking out, I see Walmart Loss Prevention calling out Prison Mike. Apparently, he was wearing different shoes than when he walked in and didn't pay. LMFAO.jpg. Prison Mike starts threatening him. Whatever. Start walking the car and spot a classic res runner parked next to me with getaway driver Auntie. Filthy Chrysler 300. Oh fuck. Glance over shoulder and see Prison Mike walking behind me. Realize I'm parked next to his getaway car. Fuck. Decide not to take eyes off this young scholar. Too unstable. Not safe. He notices and starts yelling at me. What are you looking at, white boy? I got shooters. I will fucking kill you. Draw VP9 and hold below waistline in a way he can't see. Keep walking and say nothing. Realize my keys are still in my right pocket. Should have thought to take them out in advance, but it's too late now. Gun is in right hand. Prison Mike walks past his getaway car towards me, still yelling. Flash gun while reaching for keys awkwardly with left hand to right pocket. He sees it and runs back to his getaway car and they one-wheel peel out of the parking lot. Dude threatened to kill people over a pair of fake Walmart Jordans. You can probably find similar ones at a thrift store. Wife is sick and wants me to get her cold medicine at 11 p.m. Mildly drunk, but it's Birmingham, so cops have better shit to be doing than giving white people DUIs. Only thing open is Walmart in a not great area. Put gun inside pants before going in. See crackhead doing crackhead things on the way in. On the way out, falling lady with her baby in a carrier balanced on the back of the cart. Crackhead looks at her. Starts walking towards her. Says, "That's a nice baby." Holy shit, I'm gonna have to shoot some cracked out to save this baby from AIDS rape. Crackhead abruptly stops and says, "I'll have to get around to making one of those soon. Have a good night." And goes back to fucking with shopping carts. I did not have to shoot the crack man and wife got her Sudafed or whatever. Micro carry. Forget there's a gun clipped to my belt. For 15 years. Wow, that shit was crazy. Heck, same. I keep my LCP in my back pocket and routinely forget about it. Head on a swivel. Never sits with back to the door. I don't even carry and I do this. Almost shot some dumbass following me in my apartment complex. After dinner, walk with wife.
going through some of the footpaths in between buildings near pool areas. Pools all have gates and fob scanners. Weird skinny dude starts following us with his head down. Wife is yapping on and on about something, blissfully unaware that some dude is following us. I pretend to listen while I keep him in my peripherals, keeping my hand on my CC in my waistband. As we approach a pool gate to cut through, he starts closing the distance. He's almost within arm's reach and I start turning my body into a better drawing position. Wife is apparently fed up with my not paying attention and says something like, "Are you even listening?" I glance back at her. At the same time, the sketchy dude realizes I am aware he exists and fucks off down another path. Wife kinda jumps, realizing there was a dude there the whole time. After he's out of earshot, I scold her for being blind. I successfully managed to bring a shotgun in traffic court because I had left it in my bag, which had all my paperwork in it. I opened up the bag in front of the judge, lol. Everyone was cool about it because it wasn't loaded. I did get a $700 fine for wasting an hour of his time though. But the bailiffs and posted security officers got a nice fat safety memo and training seminar for that. Keck. These always crack me up. Not really gun related, but when I was a Fed in before a gay agency, I was a couple rows from the back of the plane and got something out of my just a bag, and my ASP fell out and rolled under the seat to the people behind me, who had a nice laugh when I splained. Not out carrying during this story, but had my gun with me in a hotel room. Be me in Utah looking for work. Be staying at a shitty extended stay hotel in Taylorsville next to off-ramp behind the Utah Department of Workforce Services. Chose hotel because it was cheap as fuck for 2 weeks. Find out after I arrived that people are living there like an apartment. Be chilling in the room, playing Ace Combat 7 after a long day interviewing. Hear commotion and yelling outside. Look out window and see 2 women, one white, one black, boxing in this white dude's car just in front of my room. Black female has an aluminum baseball bat out and was menacing the dude with it. White female screaming at him. Start thinking, am I about to see some dude get domed with a fucking aluminum bat? Think back to Utah CCWL course about justified uses of deadly force in terms of stopping violent felonies. Decide whatever happens isn't really worth being my problem. Females return to their vehicles at this time. Drive through the parking lot, stop and scream at the dude one more time, then leaves. Problem solved itself. Go back to Ace Combat. Only time I ever considered I may have to use my gun. Under Utah law, I'd have been justified. It just really wasn't my problem. Wise choice. This happened to me too. In my apartment with wife. Like 3 a.m., somehow we're still awake. Hear screams out of nowhere. Young black female walking across the lot followed by black male boyfriend. She is screaming, "I'm so done!" over and over. They stop and talk for a little while. Thought it was over. She apparently gets mad again and starts walking back towards their apartment screaming again. Male walks up behind her, must have been faster than last time, grabs her around the neck with his arm like a headlock and pulls her to the ground. I rip open my window to yell something while I try to dial 911. About to go grab my shotgun under the bed and rush out there. Immediately after he pulls her down, he gets up and storms back to the apartment alone. Girl sits there, dazed for a moment. She gets up, dusts herself off, and calmly walks back to the apartment after her man. In conclusion, do not, under any circumstances, get involved in a domestic dispute. She will stand by her man in the end and blame you for anything. Bonus. After it settled down, I realized I never called 911. I'd opened my phone's calculator app and typed in 911 over and over. Wild times in our apartment complex. At night, walking with friend back from a bar. He often carries a shitty 38 special he got from his gramp. We are both mildly intoxicated, passing by an underpass on our way home. Dindu appears from around a corner as we are halfway through the underpass. He points what appears to be a Glock or some shitty Taurus pistol at us. Friend's first instinct was to slap the gun away. Dindu drops the gun in the middle of the street. Pistol goes spinning away in the middle of oncoming traffic. Dindu jumps out after it. Friend rushes me out of the underpass. Last time I saw the Dindu, he was trying to snatch the gun while dodging the cars honking at him. Get home. Get further shit-faced. Friend pukes in my bed. I eat a bag of whatever food seasoning since it was the only thing we had to eat. Sleep on the floor. Not concealed carry, but the only time I ever felt like I might have had to use a gun. Be me, live in shithole ghetto, playing video games late at night, like 1 a.m. Hear rattling and banging coming from outside. Figure it's just people arguing or messing around with their car.
Look outside window. Methany is battling to herself while trying to open my neighbor's door, and she comes over to my door and starts trying it. Grab my gun and just sit ready. Methany fucks off and starts trying the house across the street. Not very exciting, but it's the one time I've ever felt like I may have been forced to use a gun. Be at Walmart. Exit with stacked cart. Homeless Native American sees me and asks for money. I say no. I load up car. Drive to gas station right next to Walmart. Buy beer and exit to go to my car. Homeless guy followed my car on foot and is mumbling some stupid shit. Has his right hand behind him at his waist. Maybe a knife. I have my back to my car door. Dumb mistake. Never back yourself into a blockade if possible. I tell him to fuck off and he does. I had my G43X and was very close to pulling it. He was only about 3 arm lengths away from me before he fucked off. Be at home around 1 a.m. Decide to go to gas station for a snack. In living room. Decide to pet cat for like 2 minutes before leaving. Open door to leave. Meth head neighbor is at door. I back into my house and put hand on my G43X. He says he was knocking to ask me something. I forget what he wanted to ask. That is false. I was petting cat right next to the door and heard no knocking. I tell him to not do that shit and he fucks off. Be at home around 1 a.m. again. Meth head neighbor knocking at door. Do not indicate my presence at all. Just pop up with AR-15 in hallway until he leaves. I do not trust people at all. Carrying G19 illegally. CCW not legal in my country. Shitty Uncle Mike's Universal IWB holster. Go to supermarket. Bend over to reach bottom shelf. Gun plops loudly into the floor. Old woman nearby sees it and sees me put it back on. Looks at me with big surprised eyes. Tell her I'm an undercover cop. Lie. She immediately accepts it and carries on. Phew! One of the many pros of being fit and clean cut, I guess. Also, somehow, people in no-guns countries are a lot less hysterical about it. Concealed carrying. Earbuds in. Taking backpaths home. See dude and chick talking. Not my problem, .jpg. Realize she started screaming and the guy is fucking with his junk. Maybe 10 feet away. Panic. Draw my gun. Yank earbuds out. Try to shout intimidatingly. Hey, hey, hey! No response. Guy keeps going. I raise the gun and shoot it into the air. MP3. Too close to my own ear. Everybody panics. Guy trips and falls over himself and runs. Girl staring at me in fear. Realize I'm still holding the gun. Try to ask her if she's okay. MP3. Can't hear anything she's saying. Spurg out and panic that the cops might be coming. Run home. I'm a hero. I still can't believe I fucked up that badly. Be me, college student. Live in a house with 8 other guys because poor. Come home after daily events, carrying, obviously, pick-related plus jacket. Glock 26 plus 132 round big stick and pick-related because the pocket was deep enough to hold it. And I thought, haha, funny. Housemates playing beer pong and invite me to play. Knock back some shots, waiting for a spot to open. Night goes on. Forget I'm carrying. More people show up, maybe 20 in eyesight/earshot. Go to catch the ping pong ball and crash! 32 round big stick falls out onto the floor. Hey man, are you carrying right now? Yeah. Pick up big stick, put it back in pocket, immediately walk to my room, lock the door until the next morning. Turns out, used up Velcro is not good for gun retention. Okay, another story then. Out in a woods, northern Mittenland. Carrying in Miami Classic 2, Glock, plus 2 spare mags. Wearing a jacket because cold. Start to drive towards town to refill on gas and drive home. I've been moving and the day is warmed up. AC is broken in the car, so I take off my jacket. Stop by in town to fill up on gas and buy an energy drink. Walk in, make my purchase, walk out. Get a weird look from some tourists using the other pump, but I give a polite wave and nod. Pump my gas and they drive off. Open the door of the car. See my jacket. Realize I've been open carrying accidentally for the past 5 minutes. On one hand, you want your gear to be comfortable, but on the other, if it's so comfortable you forget about it, you can quite easily embarrass yourself. Be me, in college, at Buddy's apartment. Carrying at the time, a bunch of friends as well as some randoms come over for a big party. All sitting around a big pool table playing pool and watching He-Man in the background. My friend and another guy are playing pool. Allegedly, my friend and the other guy were into the same gal, or my friend stole his gal or something like that. Friend wins the pool game and makes some sort of backhanded remark which I didn't hear because of the noise from drunks talking.
Pool opponent absolutely loses it and throws pool stick like a javelin at my friend. Hits him in the chest, but it was just a pool stick, so he brushes it off. The room goes wild. What the fuck? Opponent grabs a pool ball and throws it at my friend. He drops to a knee and dodges it and hides underneath the end of the table. Opponent grabs another ball and starts making his way around the table for better line of sight. Friend had pulled out a .38 snub. I don't know what kind, out of his jacket pocket and fires one round. Hits him in his right side. Falls to the floor and then gets up and runs outside with everybody else who is evacuating the studio apartment through a single door at this point. Collapses in the front yard and ambulances come and get him. He ends up being aight, but his ribs are jelly. Friend spent one night in jail and was released on bond by his dad. I was carrying at the time but was too stunned and it happened in seconds. Plus it wasn't happening to me, so I just watched. Plus I was holding a banquet and would have had to put it down to draw. I had a schizo roommate once, which is an interesting story. Be me. Have say in college roommate. Not my first choice, never really talked to the guy. Keep some bacon in the freezer at all times. Laying in bed working on something on my laptop. Roommate walks in and stands at the foot of my bed. Points to my motorcycle helmet. You just gonna leave it there like that? He says. What? I want you to know that I know what you're doing, he says. I know you've been recording me in my sleep. You have a camera in your motorcycle helmet that you set on your dresser pointed at my bed. Only camera I have is on my phone. Don't even have one on my laptop. And I sure as hell never had one on my helmet. False. He tells me he has seen it. He goes to grab it and I tell him not to lay his paws on my shit. He tells me he knows I have hidden cameras around the room I used to record him sleeping. He tells me he knows that I have been stealing from him. Apparently I'm stealing his dish soap, bananas, etc. Random shit nobody would steal, or if you did, nobody would care. Tells me he would never deny me of anything. Tell him he's mistaken and or lying. He gets upset and becomes very aggressive. Slowly getting closer as he rants on and on about how I'm out to get him or something. Set my laptop to the side. While still laying down, I reach my hand into my right jacket pocket and grip my snub nose and point it directly at him. Tell him to back the fuck off. Leave the room. Never spend another night there. Sleep on friend's couch. Pack my shit up the next day. Living out of my truck and then an extended stay hotel for a week or two until I find a new place. I just realized how this Paul Harrell meme nearly became one of the most practical informational videos of my life. Never spend another night there. You did good. Said Schizo saying would have cut your throat in your sleep in some delirium trance, 100%, and gotten away with it. Not concealed carry, but still an exciting night. April 2020, drinking beers and playing guitar on my porch at 4 a.m. Notice headlights coming down the road. Very odd since it's 4 a.m. and COVID lockdowns just started. Headlights turn onto the service road on the edge of my property, maybe 50 yards away. DEFCON 1.tiff. Dart inside, lickety split. Kill all the lights inside. Grab a mag and load my wasser. Sober up very quickly to the sound of the bolt slamming home. Peek through my blinds. Can see the parked car near the edge of my property. Nobody seems to be in it. Wait about 10 minutes. Felt like several years, before finally mustering the courage to check it out. Had an incident a few months prior where a couple pulled into the same road looking for some privacy. Figured it was probably harmless. Flip my Makarov in my pocket just in case. Get to car. It's empty. Record the make and model. Then something compels me to just sit down near it and wait. Few minutes later, Cletus McMethpipe appears, wheeling the rototiller from my shed over the bridge towards his shitbox. He doesn't notice me. Let him get within 20 feet before I light him up with my flashlight. We exchange greetings. I ask what he's doing. Says he pulled the rototiller out of the creek. I ask him if he realized he's on private property. Responds with an unconvincing no. Bubba T. Copperfiend pops up from behind a bush. He'd been hiding there the whole time somehow. DEFCON 0. Appalachia's finest have me outnumbered now. Tactically shed a cinder block. In the sternest voice I can muster, tell them they need to leave right now. They let go of my stuff, very carefully walk towards their car, and peel out remarkably quickly. I had a death grip on my Mac in my jacket pocket the whole time. I still wonder if they could tell I had a gun, and if that's why they complied. Sitting in computer lab, empty, kinda late. Forgot I was carrying. It was a long day. Shift a bit. Oh damn, I'm carrying. Hope campus police don't stop me. Oh well, I'll just tell them what's what. Keep working. Ass and hips start to hurt because shitty computer lab chairs. Shift my shit. Negligently discharge into the fucking floor. Oh damn, oh fuck, oh damn. I'm logged in on this computer. Oh no, what do I do? Take my pocket knife, cut a hole out of another piece of carpet elsewhere, and try to adhere it to the hole with gum. Oh shit, this isn't going to work, jeez. Type out of order and tape it onto the monitor and shut down the PC. Strategically place the chair on the patch. Carpet ended up getting replaced like 2 weeks later. Nobody ever asked questions. Verification not requested. Not concealed carry, but whatever. Live in basement apartment in Houston. New neighbors move in. Like college kids, I know, right? Late evening, I hear something outside my back door trying to get in. Oh shit, it's time. Hear black voices outside arguing. They're trying to open my door. Grab my garand. Slide in a clip. Wearing only underwear. Go to the door with rifle in hand and yell, "What the fuck do you want?" They go silent. Oh, my bad. I open my rear door, jump back, point rifle at 2 young kids. The woman screams. The dude takes 2 steps back. Oh, my bad. We thought this was the laundry room. It's the next door. Close the door. Stand there and unload each round. Cling! Make sure they hear it. I didn't speak to them much after. They moved out when their lease was up. Be me! 21, back home from college for the summer before my senior year. Got my ITC because I grew up in Houston, Texas. And you can carry on my college campus if you have one, which my buddies and I did daily. You can probably figure out where I graduated from. Girlfriend's parents asked if I could pick up some takeout from a really good restaurant that's in a hood part town. Was just at the country club golfing, so I look like a fucking frat dude. Golf attire, nice watch, massive gold class ring, etc. Get to restaurant and had to park 200 yards away because dinner time and it's packed. Walking through parking lot and notice a following me. See him getting closer and closer and fumbling with his waistline as I'm glancing back in the reflection of the restaurant glass. Pick up my stride and he follows. Happening.jpg. Get right out in front of the restaurant door and he's about 20 feet away, locked in on me. Turn around and draw my P226 and get a good sight picture on this monkey. Back off, motherfucker. Dude looks stunned that I'm carrying. Sheet, man, I didn't mean nothing. Scampers off. Reholster and into the restaurant. Chinese manager that saw the whole thing asks if I'm okay. Say I'm fine and he gives me a couple extra fortune cookies. Make it back to GF family house and enjoy some bomb-ass orange chicken. Thankfully, that encounter did not result in a shootout. I've only had to brandish prior to and after that a handful of times. I got one for y'all. Be me, 26-year-old college student on GI Bill. Live in townhouse in a smaller town. Around Christmas time, went out to see girlfriend's family, but I came back early because of work. Watching movies at the house one evening, 11 or so at night. Decide to walk to the small local convenience store to pick up beers. Put on jacket and bring my PO1 with me. Walk to store. Beers acquired. Random tall, skinny, white kid wearing clothes way out of season. Shitty gym shorts and a t-shirt. It's fucking December out. Whatever, he's probably just buying cigs. Start to walk home. Notice he follows me down the road. The middle part of the way home is a park with a path between some ponds. As soon as I get into the park, I hear him yelling. Turn around. Say, "What's up, bro?" Think maybe I forgot something at the store. He's speed walking up to me with his fist in his pocket and going, "What you got? What you got?" over and over. Kinda stunned. Kid is like 135 pounds soaking wet. I'm around 185 at the time. I stare at him like I'm an idiot. Draw my PO1 and hold it by my side. He instantly turns around and walks back the way he came, looking at me the whole time but saying nothing. I get home. As I lock the door, I see him a ways off looking at my townhouse. Report to the cops. They're basically just like, if you see him again, call us. That's all I've got to show for about 17 years of carrying, Lamau. Pick related, the PO1. Didn't have a light at the time. Be me, tier 1 operator that looks like the embodiment of a Chad. Make my way through the grocery store. Suddenly, I spot a gaggle of 9 out of 10 women with supple asses and perfect tits staring in my direction. Here we go again, .jpg, .gif, .webm.exe. My manly essence is making them feral. I see them start coming at me with increasing speed. Before I can even unholster my clapped-out Beretta with classy wood grips, they surround me. I'm forced to have sex with all of them, despite being tired from my earlier threesome with Nubian queens. I need to work on my draw. The only time I've really considered drawing. Be me, 23 years old, carrying an IWI Jericho to Publix for a sub. Exit the store and start walking to my car. Parking lot is mostly empty, one crackhead-looking dude about 50 yards away pacing back and forth. Try not to stare at him and gain his attention. Druggies being paranoid.
Once I get to the door, I look up to check on him again, and this fucker is staring at me and just pointing directly at me with one arm extended all the way out. Too far away. I could not for the life of me tell if he was pointing a gun at me. Sit in car, leave door open, hand on gun, ready to draw. In this scenario, I can either wait for him to possibly try to shoot me for no reason while just sitting there, or duck down behind my car like a weirdo until I figure out if it's a gun or not. He loses interest and walks away. First time I got an adrenaline rush and committed to myself, this might be the day you have to shoot a motherfucker. Get ready. I don't think I overreacted. 4 people were shot at a fucking Walgreens a few miles from my house like a week ago. Conscription in the Middle Ages. How did conscription work back in the Middle Ages? I imagine it wasn't horribly different, but how did they deal with most peasant conscripts not having any real weapons or armor? Would lords spend some money to arm them with spears and stuff, or no? Bloodiest wars imaginable. Warm take, but the high medieval period was unironically the least barbaric era of history. Wars weren't frequent, but relatively small and brief, and the nobility heavily involved themselves instead of leaving the peasantry to do all the dying for them. Compared to much larger scale wars of antiquity, or absurdly violent religious wars of the early modern period, or the total wars and civilian bombings of the 20th century, or wars that drag on forever despite zero popular support in the 21st century. There's really nothing especially cruel about what was going on in medieval times. But the high medieval period was unironically the least barbaric era of history? This is one of those contrarian viewpoints that people come up with to reframe a time in history and sound knowledgeable about the subject, but it's totally wrong. Peasants have basically always been fair game and easy pickings for molestation and murder, whether by invading armies or by rival landowners. Most knights were anything but chivalrous. The majority of them were entitled and oftentimes psychotic rich kids. You didn't really have conscription in the Middle Ages. The social contract was that if you were a free man, you bought some military equipment and might be called up to fight by your king. If you were a nobleman, you were basically a professional soldier by definition and spent your early life training to fight a war. You didn't really have conscription in the Middle Ages? Virtually everyone was conscripted in the Middle Ages. It was part of the citizenship contract, so to speak. The real difference is what you were conscripted to do, i.e. conscripted to farm or build or chop wood, perhaps. You can call that mere taxes, and you would be partially correct, but the difference is that today we pay taxes out of whatever we earn from whatever we choose to do. Whereas in those days, the Lord ordered you to do it, and you bloody well did it. If you were a free man, that's a massive if. In England and France, our benchmark for the Middle Ages, 50 to 80% of the population were villeins, not freedmen. This number goes further up the farther east you go. There was always a shortage of coin in medieval Europe. There simply wasn't enough gold and silver to mint enough coins. Since there wasn't enough coins to meet the demand for money, the rich and powerful would hoard it. This creates a problem for the common man. How do you save when you can't get your hands on enough coins to do so? The answer, bartering and buying items of relatively fixed value that can be easily sold, pawned, or bartered. As a result, every free man and serf that could afford it would start buying arms and armor. Never a full suit of it, or with necessarily the goal to use it, but just because a helm is a helm and its price is rather fixed because in 10 years, it will still take as much iron to make and as much time for a smith to hammer out. As such, levies would be armed and armored in a hodgepodge. Villages would also help equip a man that has to do his feudal duty or goes off as a mercenary. A dead man can't help take in the harvest. In a way, the common man collected arms and armor as the nobility collected land. High opportunistic, no overreaching vision or goal, and an ensemble of clashing styles. In a way, the common man collected arms and armor as the nobility collected land. Highly opportunistic, no overreaching vision or goal, and an ensemble of clashing styles. Bullshit. There were very clearly requirements of arms and armor in many areas. Moreover, every free layman who possesses chattels and rents to the value of 16M shall have a shirt of mail, a helmet, a shield, and a lance. And every free layman possessing chattels or rents to the value of 10M shall have a hauberk, an iron cap, and a lance. All burgesses in the whole community of freemen shall have a gambeson, an iron cap, and a lance. A size of arms of England, 1181. This is the law. He who has 12 pounds worth of land shall have spear and shield for the defense of the people, or pay it with 2 pounds. This is the law.
He who has less shall have quiver and bow for the defense of his people, or pay it with 2 pounds. Frisian law, dated 1100. The man who owns 6 weighted marks except his clothes, he shall own a red shield with a double-sided iron rim, and spear and sword, or half-thinned axe. And every shield maker shall on the shields he make have a mark that is approved on the thing so you can know who made it, if there is found cheating in it. But if some does not have, then the shields are confiscatable by the king's hand. But every young man and those men who owns less than now is said, each of these shall own a shield and spear or sword or axe. But broad axes are good, and half-thinned axes, who is well hafted, and those spears that are dependably hafted and equipped with 2 nails, or at least one who goes straight and is riveted in both ends. Good shall for these men wooden shields be, when 3 iron bars lay across it, and there is 3 grips on the inside, who is well riveted. But when a working man takes his first service for full wages, then he shall the first summer buy an axe, the second a shield, and the third a spear. Land Law of Norway, 1274. How did conscription work back in the Middle Ages? Lords give their vassals an order to join up, simple as. This applies to both peasants and knights. I imagine it wasn't horribly different. In some ways it was. For example, imagine if 50 to 80% of everyone you know is a government worker and must do militia training every week. Quite different from the post-Renaissance private sector-driven society. But how did they deal with most peasant conscripts not having any real weapons or armor? The lords would usually call up enough people they could arm. Like, oh, we have 10 spears and boiled leather jerkins. Call up 10 of the best fighters in the village, and maybe 30 more idiots to fetch and carry. Would lords spend some money to arm them with spears and stuff, or no? Absolutely, yes. So what military tech did they get right and wrong? Some right, mostly wrong. Like the tech they depicted correctly was shit that already existed practically verbatim, while the speculative shit is all nonsense. They were kinda right with drones and social media. They got the takeover of drones and influencers, but wrong on the drones being controlled globally by vulnerable universal AI grid. Still, from what I heard about Ukrainian drone attacks, some of those drones were operated via AI. LSAT is kill, FNP-45 is kill, Ballista is kill, Comanche still kill, Type 25, nope, AR supremacy, M8A1, nope, Executioner, never made it to mass production. Considering Taurus, this is probably a good thing. AN-94, effectively all but Vaporwave. 5.7, niche pistol then, niche pistol now. Vector, somehow almost feels outdated. Scar H, still around I guess. SMR, think of this, but with even more recoil and added weight penalty, and it breaks after 10 matches. Now you have the M7. M27, still around and has proliferated. MSMC, SAR has done the needful. At least Keltec is still in use. Shame that no cloaking devices were developed. Some stuff was intentionally more sci-fi than real. The M8A1, for example, wouldn't happen because that program didn't work out for years before Black Ops 2 was a thing. It's a funny thing like how AN-94s still show up every now and then in games in much greater capacity than real life long after it didn't replace the 74M. I mean, they got the broad strokes right, but totally missed on the details. The AN-94 and M8A1 were my favorite guns in that. Too bad I'll never get them IRL. What's even the fucking point? US versus China over rare earth minerals, conflict in Yemen, real-life Menendez. It's weirdly accurate in some non-military ways. One funny thing is if you fail to save Chloe the first time but then do the Strike Force mission, while she's being freed, she will ask for a gun and your soldier will hand her a 1911. In 2025, random SEAL Team 6 members still carry a John Browning classic, and moreover, they carry an 80s variant and not a modern version. FUD lore. Let's hear 'em. Be me. Go to Rural Missouri Gun Show. CM1 carbine. It's a replica. Price tag $1,300. If you carry red dot and extended magazines, the prosecutor and DA office will go after you. I have heard this 3 different times from Revolver Fuds. This has got to be somebody mishearing something along the lines of, red dot plus extended mags looks way worse in court than a revolver. This isn't really FUD lore. Unfortunately, this is flat out Doomer/Zoomy lore too at this point. We've seen plenty of threads on K in the last few years full of Anons insisting that if you have anything modern on your gun in home defense that, against all law/case law and evidence, you will definitely be prosecuted. fish fags almost inevitably make an appearance too, since it's like the only even vaguely self-defense related case anyone can find in 20 plus years. Never mind that he won and the circumstances were incredibly specific and had nothing to do with his gun either. I daily carry a Colt Series 70. Literally me. I'm a cop and I wear Hawaiians every single day. It pays to have a decent chief that doesn't care if I get results. Oh my god, look at your gun. It's got so many doodads and gadgets and colors. Yes, that's how I like it. But that statistically doesn't help your case against a jury. It's a good thing I will literally never use my gun in a crime then. But what if you shoot a black... If I shoot someone, it will be because I need to. It will not be a crime. I will never use my gun in a crime. Carrying in condition 1? That just ain't safe, sonny. Just rack in on the way up when you draw. I carry because of shitballs. I don't think I'm gonna get that opportunity if one manages to latch onto my arm. At gun show, where else? One of the booths is nothing but shotguns. Tactical shockwaves and the like with foregrips or that crazy chainsaw handle pump. Check sights on one of the more normal ones. There's no sight, no bead dot, nothing. How do you aim this thing? You don't, sonny. Wherever you point that there flashlight on the end, that's where the shot is gonna go. It'd be my luck I'd try some shit like that and the buckshot just goes into the nearest wall. It's not like a bead dot would obstruct anything. Go to sell Grandpa's 1100 at a gun show. Get lowballed at a couple tables. Fair price, but not enough room for me to make a deal. Fair enough, have a good one. Look at some classic revolvers when a boomer next to me sees it and starts telling me about how he regrets ever selling his and asks me how much. It's yours for $1,000 cash or transfer. I'll give you $750. No thanks, I'm pretty firm on the price, but I don't really need to sell it and it's fair for the condition. Okay, I'll give you $1,000, but I want to make sure it works. You can disassemble it and inspect the parts. Only real way to check is I'm not taking you to the range. Why would I buy something I don't know for sure works? How many sellers here are going to let you shoot any of their guns? $900 then. $1,000 firm. Starting to get annoyed. Fine, I'll write you a check, but don't deposit it until no checks, cash, or transfer. What about a cashier's check? No. Cashier's checks are as good as cash. They were 20 years ago. Now I can print one off the internet and have to wait for the funds even if it's real. Cash or transfer. You know, people used to do business. People used to wipe their asses with corn cobs. If you don't want to transfer, you can pay cash and I'm done with this discussion. I can meet you at any ATM you want if it's an inconvenience. I don't use a debit card because I don't trust technology and the government tracks your... Sir, we're done here. Have a nice day. Sold it same day to another guy that brought his German short hair and gave her some jerky. Gun buyer's remorse. Have you ever had buyer's remorse for a gun? What was it? Why did you buy it? And why did you change your mind? For me, it was a Diamondback DB9. A piece of shit little 9mm that I convinced myself would be okay as a pocket gun, but very quickly traded in for something nicer a week later. I paid $276 for it. A friend of mine talked me into buying a Canik TP9 when they first came out because my striker fired. I didn't know fuck all about them except they were SIG clones. Had it for a month. Put about 400 rounds through it and regretted it the entire time. Sold it and bought an M9 that was on sale. That was a few years ago and the M9 has since cured my remorse. Two gigs I've walked into have each had a TP9 SFX and they caught my eye as far as a feature-rich striker-fired 9 in my budget. I never could put my finger on it honestly. It shot well, the trigger was light, it jammed a couple times in the first 20 or so rounds, but after that it ran fine. I CC'd it the entire time I had it, and it was bulky but no worse than an M88A TOC I carried before that. It's weird, I know, but I never could bring myself to like it, and to this day I don't know why. Yeah, accidentally got the new Henry Supreme in 300 Blackout, wanted 223. Proverb, looks good, flies good, applies to guns too. Didn't look good, didn't shoot good. 300 Blackout is an okay as some, master of none meme. Also, fuckguns.com. This absolute piece of shit. Dicked over by both Car Group and the c***s. Slide locking lugs inside the slider almost sheared down after less than 2,000 rounds through it. Pistol consistently groups 8 inches low until getting aftermarket sights. Dog shit finish and fitment. Weak metal is used. Its only purpose nowadays is my proof gun for load testing new 9mm recipes. Get a proper Jericho, don't buy the car bull armory nonsense.
Bought like 3 different rifles that I fired once and then never again. Traded them all away for more fun guns. Main issue was ammo availability. 2 of them were 30-06 and the other was a Turkish Mauser missing a shit ton of parts that I needed to buy ammo online for. And by availability I mean expensive. I was in high school at the time and had to beg my parents to buy me that shit. And like hell they wanted to spend $30 on a box of 20 cartridges for me. They weren't interested in guns like I am. Haven't bought much new, mostly, oh god, why did I buy this used gun, mostly 22s, thinking I could fix/restore it in the times of overpriced $50 to $100 firing pins for an $85 to $150 22, and unobtainium gun parts. PTR 9C. I don't regret it necessarily, I just wish I had spent the extra cash on the SP5, because what's another grand really? M1A, the only gun purchase I actually regret. I wanted to like it. I wanted it to be a good gun. The more I shot it, the more I hated it until I couldn't stand the sight of the thing anymore. It's currently on consignment at an LGS. I hate the ergos. I hate how ammo picky it is. It's too goddamn heavy for what it is. If you disassemble it, you lose 0. You need specialized tools to maintain and clean it. The magazines are finicky as fuck about insertion and removal. God fucking forbid you have to take the bolt apart for any reason. Special tool to put it back together. God fucking forbid you either underlube or overlube it, because both will lead to malfunctions. Absolutely fucking garbage rod. Yes, I'm using the first image that came up on Google search because I never took pictures of mine, and if I did, I would have deleted them by now to try and forget. I've heard a lot of guys felt that way. Huge fucking shame, because look at it. That's a good looking rifle. Yep, as bad as it pains me to say, my M1A is one of my biggest regret purchases, even though it was one of my grail rifles. Bought it to configure as a semi-DMR type rifle. Lucky to hit 3 to 4 MOA at 100 yards, even with top tier ammo. Too long to be a siffy battle rifle, but too inaccurate to be a long-range DMR. Using a bipod literally hurts the accuracy. $200 in aluminum, just amount of scope. Heavy as fuck. Ammo other than M80 ball is expensive. I'm nearly $2,000 in and it gets mogged by AR-10s that cost half as much. Really, at this point, the only thing I love about it is that it looks cool. Beyond that, I just kind of feel disappointed every time I shoot past 100 yards. You have to do way too much to these things to get them as accurate as a $400 AR. Boring story, but when I was younger, I got enamored with the idea of a do-everything gun, where I'd save money and have enhanced capability, with a 0 to 800 yard all-in-one, and I'd gotten to the point in my career where I had no debt, was making plenty, and could certainly afford whatever. So I put together a tricked out 308 battle rifle AR-10 and crammed on all the fixings. Fancy LPVO, WML, rangefinder, put on one of the nicer suppressors, even one of those silly BLK LBL, bipod integrated handguards. And I mean, the end result shot fine, and for a few weeks it was neat and new. But holy shit, was that thing an absolute pig. IIRC, it came out to over 13 fucking pounds. And ultimately, I just ended up leaving it in the closet more and more. It just wasn't fun. So like I said, boring because I became a young man. 038 to relearn the ancient jack of all trades, master of none. It was a fine gun, yet not really enjoyable at short range, and it was both less fun and still significantly worse performing than a proper decent bolt at long range. Having 2 to 3 guns built for what I actually wanted has proved far better in the end. And since I had gone Gucci, because since I'm only getting the one gun, I'm still saving money with nicer stuff versus multiple. Like a retard, it wasn't even a money saver. You can do a super fun, solid 1,000 yard Tikka T3X setup for like $1,200. Or at least could last a year. Literally less than I paid for the LPVO. Oh well. TP9SFX. By all accounts, it's a good pistol and it punches above its weight class price-wise. The trigger is great, it is exceptionally accurate, but it's just soulless. Yeah, it's a polymer striker-fired Walter clone. Of course it's soulless, right? But it's more than that, and I can't really explain it. Yeah, it's sloppy and loose, looks like a Nerf gun, but function-wise, it's great. It never malfunctioned on me, and I shoot great with it. But it never leaves the safe anymore, and it's not worth enough to motivate me to get rid of it. So it remains as a reminder that every time I get the urge to buy a gun I don't need, just to buy ammo instead. Oh yeah, brand new Glock 45 MOS factory threaded barrel. Barrel rusted after 300 rounds. 1 year waiting for a free barrel exchange. This one is not OEM. Plus too much money spent on dressing it and it still lacks soul. Brand new 22 Ruger American Rim Rifle. Didn't notice it was $250 gun sold for $700 in my country. Brand new Ruger Mark IV 2245 Tactical. The lower is plastic and the finish is weak. Used Winchester 1300 with Hogue Furnitures. During coup for $700, vastly overpriced. I have a hard time selling it now. Used Winchester 1300 with wood. After coup for $400. Just rage bait clicked myself. Okay, price here. If only it was the only one. Or a Moss 500. Used Glock 43. 6-round mags are lame even for $400. The tech is far too outdated. So, if I could start again, I'd just go, used basic bitch G17-4 with steel sights. Used basic bitch G26-4 with steel sights. Ruger Mark IV Tactical with metal lower. 22 Tikka T1X. A single 14-inch barrel, $400 max, $1,300 or $500 or $870. The rest of my money on any high-tier AR. By the way, guns I don't regret, a used USP-9 Tactical, a brand new 24-inch Fabar Marshall. I've never regretted a gun purchase. Luckily, I figured out that quality over quantity before I got into guns, so I never fell in the trap of buying some cheap POS and being disappointed by it. Though there have been several purchases I regret passing on. It's kind of funny. Teddy Roosevelt won, and modern Marlin 336s and their clones are mostly made to his specs. Pistol grip stocks, shotgun butt, peep sights. He had tang sights, though his 1895 had receiver-mounted peeps. All that's missing would be fancy wood and engravings, and he usually had a 24-inch or longer barrel, half octagonal with a half-length mag, but it looks like 20-inch full-length mag won. I think the long barrel half mag thing was mostly due to black powder, which isn't an issue anymore. Such a beautiful rifle ruined by a Picatinny rail. More like an ugly rifle made even uglier by the rail. What, not enough Punisher logos for you? I can't speak for that Anon, but no. It's the opposite problem. It needs real wood, actual hand-cut checkering. The recoil pad needs to be properly cut at the toe of the stock. The lever needs to be rounded off a bit more. And a blued finish instead of stainless. Though I won't argue about the practicality of the stainless finish in laminated stock. It might not look anything special, but it will last in the weather. Plus, he used a suppressor. The stainless and laminate are functional, but they look like ass. Sears had it right. Blued and basic walnut 336. Hand checkering is for rich fags. Stainless and laminate look good actually. All the Henry 3030s, which look like ass compared to the Marlins, have straight stocks for some reason. Made weirder by the fact that 45-70 meme guns and the gay tactical plastic 3030 and 360 buckbreaker both have pistol grip stocks. Teddy Roosevelt, libtard, lever action, based, Picatinny, waste. Why not just have scope rings? Laminate, microplastics turning the frogs homosexual. Libtard. Teddy was a gun-owning Republican who hated socialism. Well-designed lever action, ruined by large loop, every time. I do hate the boomer loop as well. $20 for 1 hour before the $300 in ammo you're about to shoot. Range maxes out at 75 feet, 25 meters. Always hot as shit year round. Concrete walls to maximize hearing damage. Even with 34 decibels, most hearing protection won't be this good either. Of noise reduction, the setup on the range will still cause hearing damage. James will bring his 454 and 308 battle rifle to the indoor range to make it worse. One of 3 gun ranges within 40 miles, so it's always packed with retards. Single lanes, nothing moving. How would you like to shoot the same paper target another 300 times? Any time spent loading magazines, or if you just got a new gun, breaking it in, cuts into precious range time. No steel case, no steel tip. Range officer gets on you if you rapid fire beyond 12 feet. Only 1 or 2 outdoor gun ranges under 50 miles. Both are slow fire only, change targets every 30 minutes, only open half the year. Would be easier to level the Middle East than trying to find a private place to shoot steel or anything other than the same paper target at 7 meters. Hours that the range is open requires you to take time off from work to get there. I get 30 days a year off, which is generous, but still not enough with other hobbies. Ammo price literally dictated by the fifis of schizophrenics. I'm beginning to think that you're better off finding out if you're allowed to have guns as a hobby based on where you live rather than trying to have shooting as a hobby. That's on you, Negative Nancy. Indoor ranges are great for particular reasons. Shooting pistols at adjustable pistol distances. Can quickly check your target and send out new ones without having to wait for ceasefire. Not hot because they have huge air conditioners running to keep ventilation up to code. Noise isn't that bad, just double up. Reloading mags because yeah, no shit, you have to reload mags anywhere. It's not a range issue. Range hours are inconvenient with work hours? Get a better job, wagey. The squishy's in a headset, nice and comfy. If that's still a problem, move to a better state. Not filling a box with rubber mulch in your basement and letting 1 or 2 rounds off whenever you feel like it. But in all seriousness, I hate it here. At least the range has good ventilation and AC. Guy next to you firing his 12 gauge with a muzzle brake. You can feel it in your bones. Plugs and cans. Plugs and cans. I don't understand why you crybabies who think one set of hearing protection is supposed to save you from a 50 going off next to your head. James will bring his 454 and 308 barrel rifle to the indoor range to make it worse. Boy, do I have a story for you. Live in Vegas. Indoor range is always full of colorful characters. Shooting in the right lane. Asian tattoo bro comes in with his festival cosplay girlfriend. Pulls out a Scar 17 for his girlfriend to shoot while he is taking pictures of her. She turns muzzle 90 degrees. Range rule is always pointing downrange. And sweeps legs of her boyfriend posing for pictures. RSO opens door and firmly says, firearms must be pointed downrange at all time. Instead of just turning around and pointing downrange, she freezes and panics for no reason. RSO repeats himself again. Firearms must be pointed downrange at all times. Completely throws her hands up like she's playing hot potato and drops the Scar right on the concrete. Asian bro immediately starts bitching at her. She cries. They leave. Still can hear the sound of that Scar slapping concrete. EOTech first, Lamau. EOTech first. Oof. I have a funny hearing story too. At outdoor ranges. Booth next to me is a dad and a teenage daughter. Looks like both are inexperienced and basically learning together with no experienced shooter to help. Oh boy. They do alright with the pistol they brought. Only real complaint was that they were both teacupping hard. Ceasefire ends. I had a speed loader for my GP100 ready, so I loaded and cocked in just a second or two. Out of the corner of my eye, I see they both still have their ear pro on the top of their heads, not over their ears. Decide to give them another few seconds, being I give them permanent ear damage with my Magnum. Someone else shoots at a booth way down the line. Scares the shit out of them and they quickly put their ear pro back on. If it was anyone else, I probably would have just sent it and punished their foolishness, but they seem nice. It's better than wet and hot. Half the year I go outside, you're guaranteed to get sweaty. And also, the sweat doesn't evaporate. And your carry gun has to be stainless. This is taken at my gun club swamp range. The different distances are at least separated by berms, so you can check targets a lot more easily though. Sharing space with ghetto at a place that caters to the lowest common denominator to fleece them is not worth it. Eagle Sports Range near Chicago. I shoot passably well. Blacks want to see the gun that lets me shoot well. They can't shoot it well. I get to feel superior. Go during times when ROs are good guys. Getting undisclosed benefits from being a competent shooter who listens to the rules. Other times, get muzzled by a who stepped away from the line to load his Turk shit shotgun, which was loaded and pointed at the back of everyone at the range. Step away to tell the RO. Some retard kid who was looking down at his phone, I didn't see it, pointed out when it happens a second time. Actually does something about it. Not to mention general greed. Used to have a dual membership with my dad. Pre-COVID, they'd politely ask to renew membership before changing the card. This decency went out the door once COVID hit, so they could charge people who would not be shooting given ammo prices at the time. Assholes lost all my business after that. That sucks. I usually have good experiences with ROs, especially the young ones, though my indoor range is staffed mostly by young vets, so they take safety seriously but still like to have fun. Recently, go to indoor range. Young vet bro chilling watching everyone. Not too busy of a day, so he's mostly watching me. Kneel down to open my rifle case with my shotgun in it. Open case. Barrel is pointed opposite of downrange. Monkey brain thinks for a minute. Could easily just pick it up and flip it. Smart monkey brain says no. Close the case, flip the whole case around, open, remove shotgun. Glances up at RO. He has a huge smile on his face and gives me a thumbs up. Literally looks like pick related. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Hell yeah. The range is a little pricey, but staff make it worth it. They have a perfect balance of chill attitude and rigorous safety. Bring new shooter to indoor range. RSO is going through the rules. Absolutely no steel case. I've been going to this range for a while and this is a new rule. New shooter turns to me and asks why no steel case. I tell them it's because they're too lazy to sort the steel from the brass when they go to sell it. RSO looks pissed and stutters that it's due to a fire risk. It's the same range where you risk your life going to since all the ghetto niggas stop by there. I've been flagged numerous times with loaded guns from niggers posing faux pictures. I feel kinda silly now. Go to range, shoot a bit. Decide to get my LTCC because my name is super common and screens are taking too long. Go shoot with the dude at the range he works at. He asks if I'm gonna pick up that brass. Something small that will make me a customer for life. Rumor brass goblins exist at my range, always hovering around looking for brass. Just find somewhere in the desert or woods. It's worth the drive. Oy vey, Anon. You gonna use that brass, are ya? Huh? It's on the floor. Technically, it's not yours anymore. I was at this range first 3,000 years ago. If you want to be difficult, I can litigate. 6 million rounds of ammunition and you're gonna fuss over one piece of brass? Nobody is even going to miss a handful of brass. I'll just take this bucket of brass now. I'll see you in court. The Hebrew handloader strikes again. Found a cool outdoor range. As in the range itself is cool, not the faggot members. Has a rolling yearly lottery for who can get in. Or if your family is someone already in. And they're only open like 1 day a month. And they only let new people in 1 day a year. What's the point? Be me, Wagey. Solve the same problem by getting a membership for $20 a month. Reload calibers other than 9mm in my free time. Double up on ears. Sucks a fat one compared to the 2010s ammo prices and having non-RO state park ranges back where I used to live. But you can make things bearable with a bit of work. James will bring his 454 and 308 battle rifle to the indoor range to make it worse. What you gonna do about it, faggot? My range now. I drive 45 minutes out of town to go to the gun club I paid $100 a year for. It's worth it. How weren't soldiers always hungry? A normal adult male must be burning 5,000 to 6,000 calories per day fighting or marching. God-tier logistics if you were the US, Lend-Lease if you were the UK or her colonies. As for everyone else, lol, Lamau. In the French Foreign Legion, one of their preferred profiles is the skinny cat. They say it's a 130-pound dude that can carry 100 pounds on his back and walk for hours with no food, just driven by the will to do bad things. T. Frog. Cardio is what makes tier 1. You want someone who can hike for 30 miles, fuck shit up, and then hike back like it's a day at the office. That's what the US military thought before GWAT. Cardio uber alles. They learned lifting mattered too. It was part of the ballistics plus gym science explosion during the millennials' youth. At the time, lifting was considered D-class and running was uber alles. We now know that was BS, which is why I say swimmers make the best operators. They are lean, high-endurance, swim like fish, and are strong. That also fits with the old mindset though. Swimming is objectively the best cardio and high-effort sprinting is a distant second. Combine swimming with even more cursory lifting strength regimen and you get the real kings. They are. Modern rations supply about 5,000 calories a day, which is also about the max which can be productively metabolized and the level a soldier in the field spends. The result is 3 classic military looks. Keto lean when on long deployments, slightly pudgy when on desk jobs, gym fit for the rest of the time. They were. IIRC, the Japs in World War II invaded Burma and Nam and shit in large part to get more rice flowing for the troops. Logistics is important. Food is heavy and used to be scarce for large parts of the world. Hell, many armies back in the day lived off the land because of this, which in reality meant acquiring food from locals, be it your territory or not. Also, why scorched earth was a real tactic. If you can't haul supplies away during a retreat, it's better to burn everything to starve the enemy. Don't ask Armor what they did for the Spanish-American War. Well, fuck you. Now I have to go and read about the army beef scandal. Just read about that. Seems quintessentially late 19th century, that they would be attempting to preserve beef with formaldehyde. I've never trusted my life more to any firearm more than my M9. It is the most accurate pistol I've owned by far. Easy enough to carry, feeds more reliably than a cow, eats cheap 9mm budget ammo like a pig eats slop, and doesn't give a shit if it's dirty or clean, as long as it has some oil. I'd sooner grab this gun than my shotgun or AK for home defense. That's how deeply I trust it. It's also far more maneuverable. Recoil is comically insignificant, and I would trust this gun with 2 mags to get me out of any situation possible. Though I don't carry a spare mag, except in the truck, because it's already such a capable piece without one. I'm wholly convinced that no better firearm exists for the common man than the M9. At least not when it comes to personal protection. I really like the 92 FS too. It's a super comfy firearm. It's also my main handgun. That being said, at the end of the day, it's just a pistol though. No need to be overly autistic about it. The original 92 FS doesn't have a replaceable dovetailed front sight though, which is a bummer. But yeah, other than that, I see no issues with it. 92 is my second choice for a handgun. The fact that it's reliable and aesthetic is rare these days. Seems like we're trading one for the other. Looking specifically at HK pistols. Second choice for a handgun? Mine too. Dan Wesson in 44, first. Power, then capacity for backup. Nice blog, wordy motherfucker. How do you like the compact Berettas? Compact HK pistols feel identical to their full-size counterparts, and that's appealing to me. What's the Cheetah like? Compact Berettas? I don't have one. Mine is a 92 FS. I've passed on compact Berettas I shouldn't have. The 92 compact is just a 92 but smaller. It still has a 4.25-inch barrel, so it doesn't recoil that bad. The Beretta PX4 compact is the best double-action single-action ever made. I have my grandpa's old 32 ACP Puma as a pocket gun. And for being a compact pistol, it feels pretty ergonomic in my massive hands. It's been used in a couple of defensive shootings, one with Gramps and one with Pops, and I fully trust it when it's my turn. Partly because she's 2-0, and partly because I have a TSOS 1911A1 Repro with 17 Hornady CD hollow points ready to go if 832 hollow points aren't enough. I want to put a dumb brick-shaped laser and/or light on my M9, but can't find one that matches the look I want. Retro lights are unobtainium for the 92, plus you need an adapter. The one good metal adapter, Surefire MR1 or something, is $300 if you can find one. Easy Rail makes a good polymer one, the same style. The TLR9 is sufficiently blocky. Handguns can never replace rifles. Pistols have inherently lower accuracy than rifles, and even if they didn't, rifles are more stable and it is easier to get shots on target with them. Any advantages they win with maneuverability are largely nullified by the fact that people aren't getting into gunfights inside porta potties. I bought one of the M1951-1975 productions ages ago, and have yet to get around to actually taking it out. Does anyone have one of these? I think you have a responsibility to take it shooting and tell the world about it, Anon. That's a cool find. I have one. These have a design where the locking block will break first to protect the other components. If you plan to shoot it a lot, then go ahead and buy a backup for when it inevitably happens. Supposedly, the 1975 productions fix or mitigate this flaw.
You've got me acting just like a loony.
A Chinese friend of mine showed me his concealed carry scalpel for self-defense. How do I convince him to carry a real knife or pepper spray or something? Seems totally impractical, dangerous, and won't look good to the jury. Jury, China, lol. No, we live in Taiwan, China. You wouldn't get it. You haven't studied the blade. Did you try to give him a decent pocket knife? Fuck that, I'm not his dad. He can buy a $25 knife on Amazon that will hold up well like a Kershaw Clash. How Chinese is he? I'm interested. Like, student from China or born in the US or what? Can he speak English or is it broken? Also, just pepper spray him in the face so he feels firsthand how effective it is. Yes, but that won't stop a mad Chinese man from attacking you with a broken bottle for money/woman issues. Saw probably around 10 bottle attacks during my month in China. Talk up how based and weapon-pilled other Asians are, like Koreans and H-Mong. Guys, how do I arm a foreign agent on US soil? Fuck off. Oh no, a foreign agent. He fucking hates China. Read the replies. They imprisoned his entire family over bullshit like having home churches. Joking and memes aside, show him a proper flashlight. Doesn't even need to be a giant mag light. And how much more practical it is for all forms of self-defense. Try to rob Chucky. He has your organs out and a buyer lined up on WeChat before you realize what's going on. His friend still makes fun of him for his self-defense scalpel. I remember seeing a video where they said that SDI was borderline a scam. A bunch of PDF books that cited Wikipedia articles, half of which contradicted each other, and the industry never took them seriously. But after that, what looked to me as a bombshell revelation, I saw basically no ripple effect on the gun tube ecosystem. And SDI still advertises prominently in major channels. So was it not true? Or is everyone I watch corrupt? What is it? Funding for gun tubers is too restricted. They can't afford to have morals. It's not a scam, but what SDI sells isn't really a great product/service either. Overpriced at best, and the degree you get at the end isn't worth the paper it's printed on. SDI promises distance learning courses that'll teach you the basics, and they more or less deliver on that. However, you can learn the exact same shit for free by watching some YouTube tutorials about woodworking and metalworking, as well as borrowing books skills specific to gunsmithing from your local library, or downloading old public domain gunsmithing books from PDF archives. If you've got questions that aren't in those books, there are still forums filled with old boomers that mostly know what they're talking about. As for the physical materials, the starter kit SDI sells are just basic tools available cheaper from companies like Midway USA or Brownells. If you want to get started in gunsmithing, your best option is to either become an apprentice for gunsmith, unlikely to happen unless you've got family connections, or you already have related skills like metalworking or furniture carpentry and you can show off examples of your work to display your skill level. Or attend one of the few trade schools that still offer courses in this shit. Can download all the course materials as a torrent and find out yourself. People call it a scam, but it's more like paying for a shitty product. Nobody cares about your SDI accreditation. Just like no one cares if you have a degree from Full Sail University. I'm guessing the entire SDI framework was built with the plan that they'd become something like a gatekeeper for gunsmithing jobs. But in reality, anybody autistic or interested in guns enough to enter the industry is likely already self-taught. The most scam-worthy part is they will take your whole-ass GI Bill as payment, which is far more than it's worth or what you pay normally. They will take your whole-ass GI Bill as payment. That's probably what it really exists for, to milk the GI Bill. Loads of guys are going to come out of the military, want to do stuff with guns and not really know how. And here's someone who will give you a piece of paper saying you can do guns and it doesn't even cost you anything. I'd assume most of the guys doing this probably weren't going to college anyway. Sperm Donation Institute. A bunch of PDF books that cited Wikipedia articles, half of which contradicted each other. That's basically most education. Imagine going to school for gunsmithing. Jesus. Sorry bro, I have a barrel rifling due at midnight. What could take out a Tyrannosaurus Rex with one shot? A tranquilizer gun with fast-acting neurotoxin. 700 Nitro Express. 4 to 5. We're trying to kill a T-Rex, not cause an extinction event. My Pingus Wingus, no doubt. 45-70 or 12-gauge slugs. 460 Weatherby mag. Anywhere vital it'll take a chunk out of. It'll stop a polar bear too. Realistically, most any 30 cal cartridge and above would be pretty effective in either getting it to fuck off or cause serious wounds. Any African big game calibers could probably drop it in 1 or 2 shots, especially if you hit it in the head, the chest cavity, or the pelvis. A 155mm howitzer in a direct fire roll. Could a very large male African bush elephant hold its own against a T-Rex? The dinosaur is actually heavier, but the elephant has such a neat tank build compared to the more limber bipedal frame. If the elephant can ram the Rex, he might be able to crush its ribs or topple him and then it's stomping time. A very large bull elephant might stand a chance, but honestly my money would be on the Tyrannosaurus. Average size for adult Tyrannosaurus seem to be pretty well in excess of the average sizes of elephants. Elephant tusks aren't really in a good position for use as weapons, and an elephant would have no experience with a predator larger and stronger than it, while Tyrannosaurus habitually went after prey as large as itself. I think given some of the bite force calculations, if a Tyrannosaurus got a bite in, it would be all over. Why were muskets used late into the 1800s? I find it highly unusual that cost was the only driving force as to why muskets remained as the default active firearm given to people who served in the military. I understand, even all the way back to the Revolutionary War, there were prototypes, impractical or otherwise, that existed as proof of concept guns, but we figured this shit out as early as the 1840s. And you mean to tell me as late as 1866, this piece of shit was still being used by fucking everyone in the military? Why? After the Revolutionary War, you'd think the governments of the world would immediately put countless R&D into making guns that didn't fire like complete shit. You might be able to make a single repeating rifle, but scaling production to equip armies is an entirely different matter. Combination of a bunch of things. You see rifles, repeaters, and breech loaders all before the revolution, but they were too delicate, expensive, hard, and slow to produce to arm a whole army with. Rifles you could have made sooner, but it took longer to load each ball, so rate of fire was considered more important. By the Civil War we had many balls, and I think some other similar ammo that soldiers hated, even though it worked better. Williams' cleaner bullet, I think, which allowed armies to shoot as fast as muskets but shoot farther due to rifles. You then had issues of needing a self-contained cartridge, needing a primer, rimfire was shit and weak, and black powder was corrosive and fucked up guns. During the Civil War, you had the Spencer, which was a piece of shit, and the Henry, which was fragile, too weak to deal with charging horses like the rifled muskets could, and the Henry plant made fewer than 300 rifles per month. Also, you didn't really have a great way of making the ammo en masse. Armies literally did not want soldiers to have repeating arms up until the start of World War I. See, the fact that tons of rifles still had magazine cutoffs for single loading and the Lebel, which the French fucking entered the war with, and the Krag both had fucking terrible feeding systems that were not compatible with loading multiple rounds at once like a stripper clip or N-block. Concept is fine, but after concept comes the need for doctrine change, manufacture retooling, chemical/metallurgical advancement, pretty much everything that comes with scale. And pre-industrial revolution, that just wasn't possible. It moved real quick once it did though. Think of it another way. We know we can make fuck you space lasers zap zap right now. We know the concept and the way to do it, but other related engineering and sciences aren't there yet. At Sig Sauer Inc. A new steering wheel would be nice. If anyone wants a P320 that randomly goes off, I know one that's up for grabs. It NDs today. Oh no, it happened again, Sigger sisters. I know it's always 2 more weeks with Sig, but I think we're really gonna see some fallout/further crash out soon. There's rumblings of them holding up 320 shipments, and don't forget about the FBI study releasing too. The big one would be the military contract getting pulled. Those losers base their entire identity on MHS. I would love to see it happen this year. P320s are already about $300 used. The internet is absolutely littered with them. Lol, Lamau. Beretta may have fixed the M9 tests, but at least the gun works. Sig thought they could do the same and cut corners, but no, they flew too close to the sun and their wings had an unexpected detachment. Sig can't keep getting away with this. How the fuck are people still defending that firearms manufacturer? Off-topic post. What blew up this time? It happened again. Rumors of shipments canceled. Another retard blew their balls off a few days ago. Oh, that's what blew up. Is there anything better as a boomstick than a shotgun with slugs? I was thinking of getting a 45-70, but now I'm thinking I can do bigger and better. I just don't know what's worth getting under $1,400. Just get a $200 Maverick 88 and call it good. You won't even feel bad dinging it up and using it like a whore. Everyone should own at least one shotgun. Minimum is a Maverick 88, 590S, Supernova, even a KSG-7. You could get a 940 for that price, but you aren't swinging a 1301. You could get an A300 Patrol. You aren't getting an M3 or M4. Just get something in 30-06. $1,400. Find a Ruger M77 in a thumper caliber. Is there anything better as a boomstick than a shotgun with slugs? No. Only Zoomer faggots and other sad excuses for men that cannot run a pump will try to claim otherwise. Part of the benefit of shotguns is their versatility. If you don't want to use Foster/Deer slugs, upgrade to the big Brenneck slugs. I think the Magnum Crush is on par with some African game rifles in terms of energy, diameter, way thicker, and penetration. It's a lot of mass moving very fast. Something like a Ruger Hawkeye and 416 Ruger will beat the booty cheeks out of a slug gun in all situations. If you like big booms and recoil for fun, then a 12 gauge is probably the best in terms of boom for bucks. Maverick 88 is perfectly serviceable and will eat hard recoiling loads all day long. People like to talk about the larger slug loads, but honestly, something like pick related will rock your shoulder harder. There are some other pretty good contenders though. Modern commercial dangerous game rifles have a little collector's value. And like big Magnum handguns, a lot of people buy them, shoot half a box of ammo, nope out because of the recoil. And you can buy the gun used at a discount, often with that half box of ammo thrown in. It's not hard to find a deal on a Remington 700 and 458 Win Mag. If you are a bit more patient, you might score a deal on a 460 Weatherby. Lightweight Magnum hunting rifles have infamously high recoil, but they don't really have the big boom, so nobody shoots those for fun. It's time, Kay. Give me your paradigm-shifting ideas that would revolutionize warfare if the corrupt and decadent MIC ever stopped suppressing them. Laser-guided, rocket-assisted, independently targeting 40 by 46 millimeter grenades capable of being launched by a standard UGBL, using drones to paint targets. Why not just bring back light mortars with the same capability? If you need a drone lasing the target, then there's no need for the weapon to be in the hands of the section grenadier. Arsenal ships are a good idea. Prove me wrong. You can't. Fuck that. Arsenal blimps. Hear me out, Anons. Nuclear powered, so damn near infinite loitering time. Nuke power means it can run multiple laser C-RAM defensive systems so missiles can't touch it. Massive missile base so it can carry anything and everything from thousands of SBDs up to the MOP. External racks to carry a squadron of loyal wingmen that can carry out CAS or more dangerous strikes. Fuck huge radar and E-length capability. Belly-mounted long-range artillery guns with AI-assisted targeting so you can blanket any infantry or armored assault. And much, much more. It's the future and you all know it. Missile carrier infantry. Basically VLS cells in a backpack that some poor saps carry. But they aren't the ones shooting them. Platoon/company level FO just clicks on targets on the map or paints them with the drone and the boxes fire independently. They are man-carried so every conceivable position can have their own missile battery. I also think a VLS cell mounted in an M113 would be cool and good. Sooner or later, we're going to have to start building man-portable anti-drone cages. It's the only way infantry will be able to survive the battlefields of the future. A militarized wage cage? The majority of manned aircraft should be retired and replaced by unmanned analogs. Exceptions would be a limited number of squadrons for use on missions where mission kills by E-War are unacceptable. For the US as an example would be the F-22s, some F-35 squadrons, the B-2s or B-21s. Intercontinental ballistic grenades. However many standard grenades a Saturn V can lift, but so heavy it's reduced to ballistic. Shotgunned over a city. Never go to war. Just launch a shitload of these. Why not those brightly colored bomblets that cluster munitions use that the children like to play with? B-1BR bomber that just spams 12 JDAMs on one target flying by really fast and cool-like.
Happiness I see.
How far have 3D printed firearms come? I've been out of the loop for a while. Pretty far. Damn far, although finding interesting projects can be a bit tough. By its nature, the 3D printed gun community tends to be both very niche but also struggles to stay together as websites freak out and do mass ban waves over fears of getting accused of hosting illegal guns. But the amount of projects put there that solves problems or just comes up with cool fun things that can be made pretty easily is huge, so go digging. NB4, 3D printed guns will never take off unless thing. NB4, just learn to machine metal. Pretty far. 3D printed Gatling guns, RPGs, replica AUGs, replica M40s, P90s and 300 Blackout, STG-44s and 5.56. The big missing prize is an AA-12 or Street Sweeper, or really any sort of assault shotgun.
Oh, we
What the fuck, FN? BFN, design short stroke piston rifle. Make bolt carrier group weigh almost as much as an AK's bolt carrier group. Make receiver into a tuning fork. Don't use the FAL's manual of arms. Overgas the rifle to an insane degree. Non-folding charging handle. Seriously, what were they smoking? You don't have to make a decent firearm when you market as well as FN did for the Scar. The Scar looks like it was made in someone's backyard from pieces of 10 other guns. People like to talk shit about the M7's recoil, but the fucking Scar 17 recoils way more than an M7. And that's with the fucking OEM brake included. Is the Scar bad now? You don't need a folding charging handle. Not even Ambi. Keck. It deserved its fate. I was ambidextrous as a child, so that just seems like a skill issue to me. Design short stroke piston rifle. And their latest rifle is long stroke, Lamau. Any serious discussions about the Scar needs to be prefaced with an understanding of where the AR was in the early 2000s. It's long seemed to me that in their attempts to countersignal the boomer Mattel plastic gun got brave GIs killed in Nam. FUD bullshit, a lot of people memory hold the real issues with the M4 in its early years. These can be broken down into 4 categories. First is the barrel. The pencil barrel was overheating and sustained fire, which opens up the grouping, and at high round counts, supposedly caused cook-offs. Second is the buffer. It was too light, leading to bolt bounce and parts wear, which makes things unreliable. It also did not play well with suppressors. Third is lower. People often attribute the issues with the early M4s to the burst cam, and that is certainly a big part of it. Lastly is I think the most crucial, but because it wasn't covered by the PIP program, it's the least discussed. That's the magazine. The vast majority of issued mags were dog shit tilt my shit up senpai black follower mags, with only a drip-fed issuing of green followers. That's what SOCOM were dealing with when they started the SCAR program, and the SCAR delivered. But unfortunately it didn't do so in a vacuum, and by the time it was adopted in 2010, the PIP program was in full swing. SOCOM barrel, heavy buffer, FA trigger group, and everything from tan followers to actual PMags were in wide issue. So the M4A1 was about as good as it is today, and the SCAR was left redundant. Doesn't use the FAL's manual of arms. Why on earth would they? They were designing it for Americans, and we never used the FAL. Heavy bolt carrier group increases reliability. Overgassing increases reliability. Now what they should have done is give the bolt a longer travel behind the magazine so it's not battering the receiver end cap. BFN. Make exactly what government customers asked for. It's really good. Huh, interesting. BSIG. Make exactly what the government customer asked for. It's really bad. Funny how that goes sometimes. To be fair, I wouldn't really blame that on the government. A security forces desk sergeant took off his Safari Land holster, with the M18 pistol still inside, by unlocking the QLS fork and placing it on a table. The pistol went off while still in the holster, hitting the sergeant in the chest and killing him. After the incident, the commanding general of Air Force Global Strike Command ordered a pause on all use of M18 pistols. The investigation is still ongoing. Sigpocalypse. The military will pull this shit within the next few months. What should be the true replacement? Ruger? Echelon? Colt M1911? Glock? Glock could not deliver an actual modular handgun, and neither could Beretta. This is why they lost, allegedly. Both the Echelon and the new Ruger have all the requirements the military demanded. Miss me yet? Hasn't the USMC already started requiring Israeli carry for the MHS? Why haven't the other branches followed suit? It's a much cheaper solution than buying new guns. It would completely solve all these problems. And handguns don't matter anyway. The vast majority of all service pistols in history haven't been drop safe. I don't get why everyone's throwing a fit over it now. Are you too fucking retarded to read a short paragraph? It's nothing to do with drop safety. They go off sitting on tables without warning. That's how this guy got killed. Japanese Type 94. It's called the worst pistol of all time due to negligent discharges. Amerishits gawk at it and present it as proof of Japanese incompetence. 80 years later, they choose a plastic piece of shit as their most favored pistol for the army and police that goes off if you look at it the wrong way. Apologize. Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. It just keeps getting worse. Funny side story. There was one guy at my self-defense class with a SIG P320 last weekend. When the instructors found out what gun he brought to train with, they didn't let him do drills with a magazine inside. Was funny as fuck. Oh my god, if the SIG P320 really killed somebody, it's legit over for them. Somebody's going to get a huge lawsuit. It killed 2 people. A father named Roman Neshin, and the poor sap in the original post. That was only a matter of time. Replacing the SIG? There's a lot of good options. They could go back to Beretta with the M9A3, or they could go with a variant of the Glock 17M. What should be the true replacement? Someone should submit the Mars Automatic for a laugh. What's the best tactic to break free of a chokehold? Assume you're unarmed and you were caught completely by surprise by the attacker. Put both hands by the hand that is on the arm that keeps your throat locked. Use both hands to push it away, thus giving yourself breathing room. Granby roll. You have 7 to 10 seconds maximum of really useful action if your blood is being stopped. You need to already have your hand on a knife or gun or it's too late. This. Also chant, "The booty is mine! It belongs to me! You cannot take my booty!" Page 49 of the U.S. Army Melee Fighting Manual. It really is this simple. 0. Don't get caught, you dummy. 1. Headbutt the nose repeatedly. 2. Reach back and poke the eyes with a thumb. 3. Try to grab between his legs and give him the old dick twist. 4. Dislocate fingers. Pinky is best target. Keep pulling. 5. Momentum and forward roll to try and at least loosen the lock. 6. Turn toward him to try and relieve pressure on one jugular. 7. Kick the kneecaps. 8. Combination of all the above. You wanted a rodeo? Let's go, cowboy. Yee-haw! Stick your arm out, then turn around, and then you have a clinch takedown. Your neck is a circle. There is nothing stopping you from turning around. Just be stronger and break the hold. In the limited time you could have, maybe grab one of the assailant's fingers and break it. Alternatively, a heel kick right into the balls or a thumb in the eye. Ask nicely. If it's a 2 hands around the neck chokehold, you can attempt to control their hand by taking control of their thumbs. A rear naked, I think you're fucked unless you start gouging and stabbing. If the attacker is careless enough to have any of his skin within biting distance of your mouth, bite down and hard. The shock and pain of skin being broken is enough to allow you to break free. Threads like this tend to be pretty boring, but I get a kick out of seeing internet tough guys fantasize about how the fights they've never been in would play out. So I guess they're alright after all. Better than another Ukraine thread. You fight the hands and tuck your chin. If it's some dumbass standing rape choke, you just walk away. They aren't actually grabbing you. Or snap down on their neck and start kneeing their body. Activate suicide vest. Tuck in chin, and presuming you're not far stronger than your choker, you need to inflict enough pain for them to break the hold. Stomp on foot, dig nails in, bite down hard if able. Or grab balls and squeeze/tear as hard as you can. It's a bitch move in a gentlemanly fight, but if it's life or death, there are no bitch moves. Grab his dick and balls and squeeze hard. Urinate/vomit all over the attacker. This. Look into standing RNC choke defense in BJJ. Practice this in open mats. Basically, your 2 options are 1. Some variant of breaking the hold and turning to face them. Follow up with a takedown or creating distance. 2. Throwing them over your back. What if it's a choke from the front? If they're Darth Vader choking you, it's pretty easy to break it because you'll practice breaking grips all the time in BJJ. Also, look into standing guillotine escapes. It's interesting you asked this, OP, because I actually was in this situation 3 months ago. At a large Weatherspoons, basically where retards go to drink before going to clubs. Went downstairs to get another drink, so separated from my friends. Some rando I barely met 6 months ago from uni wants to talk to me. Someone not from either my friends or these randos comes up and grabs my neck from behind. Shittiest attempt at choke ever. You're supposed to cut off the sides of the neck and push them into the choke. He just had his forearm around the front of my neck and was pulling me, unsuccessfully. This is where I fucked up. Because this was a shitty choke, I assumed it was just a retard from the BJJ club pranking me. So I don't react other than tucking my chin down as a basic level of defense. After about 5 to 10 seconds, he just lets go. I turn around and say, "Jiu-jitsu?" He ignores me and walks off. Still no idea what the fuck that was about. There was no argument/altercation leading up to this. It was entirely random. Since then, I have started carrying a cigarette lighter and practicing standing choke defenses. TLDR, I had retarded tier situational awareness. Obviously, you just stick your hand down their pants and start ferociously beating them off. It would be a good time to invest in HESCO walling and storage containers on your homestead property. They just work for fortification. If you have a family, you can easily set up a secure base. Not even 50 cal would penetrate it. To get a 500 square foot perimeter, it wouldn't even cost more than $2,500 if you have your own tractor. You'd need a tractor to fill them, and your fucking house would look like a goddamn military base. But it would be secure. Just have someone patrol at night with thermal binocs, with a ladder at each 4 corners with a combat rifle and plenty of ammo. You could realistically get away with 3 people in the apocalypse. Is there really any reason not to do this? Even if you live somewhere green, just use green HESCOs from China. Is there really any reason not to do this? Because it's stupid. Instead of spending money on an FOB LARP that'll never be useful because you won't buy it, Buy the dirt, have the 12 people it'll actually take to put on each corner for an 8-hour guard shift, the tractor, etc. invest in defensive landscaping. Makes the property look good and many won't know what it's actually for. Big rocks as anti-vehicle obstacles. Raised bed planters that could be fighting positions. Solar-powered yard light cameras. Lawn gnomes to pack full of tannerite and roofing nails. Picture this raised bed planter but waist high. No one is going to look at it and not think it's anything but a planter built so people don't have to bend down to weed and stuff. The wicker is repairable by the owner. Sandbags and stuff rot and need to be replaced. How much does a person actually think they can buy and store? But the wicker? Grows on trees, wicker gabions would be a good choice. Filled with rock and dirt to stop vehicles, and grouped as they were, provide cover to defenders. No thanks, I'd rather have IEDs buried throughout my property. These are just gabions with some type of cloth to hold in the fines. You can buy or make your own gabion for various size rocks, blocks, but some type of fabric would be needed to keep the fines from washing or blowing out. If you use HESCO in the current year, you will die. You need a well-engineered strong point with a proper trench system and camouflage. In 1736, Noble Jones leased 500 acres on Isle of Hope, which he dubbed Wormslow, in reference to his ancestral homeland on the Wales-England border. The possible threat from the Spanish in Florida and their Indian allies demanded that Jones construct a defensible home. With the help of his servants and Marines, Jones completed construction of his fortified house by 1745. Visitor William Kimber described it in 1744. Wormslow is one of the most agreeable spots I ever saw, and the improvements of that ingenious man are very extraordinary. He commands a company of Marines, who are quartered in huts near his house, which is also a tolerable, defensible place with small arms. Some inspiration from the colonial era. The walls were made of tabby, a primitive concrete made of oyster shells. I like the shape of the walls, which reminds me of star forts, and the firing ports. Obviously this should be modernized, but the inclusion of firing ports in walls might be a good idea. Well guys, it finally happened. I was sitting on my couch, balls out after work, and put on Red vs. Blue as I'm re-watching it currently. Had a drink, grabbed my holster to unload my P320, and it just went off in my lap. I didn't even touch the trigger at all. Luckily it only grazed me, so I didn't go to the hospital. This happened last week. Should I sell my SIG and get a Glock? Walk it off. Today the hole is mostly healed up, but it hurts when I walk and the scab sticks to my jeans. For those who can't see, because all of you can't see because I censored it, there's yellowing around it and I think it's getting infected. Just happens to occur now, huh? Get shot, don't go to the hospital. Retard. A reverse image search doesn't give me a match. LMAO, is OP for real and not a shitpost? If so, then I think maybe the SIG problem is understated if anything. That's because you weren't sitting crisscross applesauce, you dingus. Get shot, don't go to hospital. Post photo on 4chan. Definitely get a Glock instead of that piece of shit. Just picked up a new 10mm. Debating whether to fully dress it up with a dot or just throw a laser on it and maybe some night sights. Serves you right, honestly. You knew the problems with the gun and still carried it. Should I sell my SIG? Who's gonna wanna buy it? Go to the fucking hospital, you retard. No. Put me in the screen cap. Gaston was right, by the way. From SIG USA, everyone ITT is getting a defamation lawsuit. Our guns don't shoot by themselves, period, the end. The OP must have fucked up somehow. Skill issue. That's not a graze, you fucking idiot. Go to the hospital before it gets fucking infected and you die. That's not a minor amount of blood, retard. There's a full-on bullet hole. How the hell have you managed to live this long? I think it's healing okay. I'm not worried about it. In No Country for Old Men, the guy took a bath after getting shot in the leg, so that's what I did. Been taking baths every day to wash it out. I think the yellow stuff on the edge is normal. It was a 9mm jacketed hollow point, and after it went through my leg, it went through my couch and onto my floor. I'm glad it didn't expand like a hollow point, because that would have been dangerous. Because getting shot wasn't dangerous. I was joking about getting a Glock. I think I'm gonna keep the SIG because it has a cool story behind it now, lol. Are you genuinely telling me that the greatest military power of all time with the biggest budget of all time still hasn't come up with a new heavy machine gun design after nearly 100 years? Machine is fine. Yes, problem stays solved in America. Not at that scale and anywhere that would matter. Go ahead and give me a better alternative. What exactly needs to be changed? The strength of steel in the human body has not improved much in the last 100 years. The M2HB is a magical machine. When you point it at go-fuckers, they magically speak English. It's almost biblical. Why would you want to change that? We haven't come up with new military-issue muskets either, or sailing Navy ships. It just works. No need. Firearms have been refined over many centuries. AR-15 is only 23 years newer. 1911 is 22 years older. Both still work perfectly well in their roles. Glocks will probably be roughly the same in 2072. Who has the copy pasta of M2s in service during the future wars on Mars? 2066, stationed on Mars to quell a rebellion. Become side door gunner for atmospheric dropship. No miniguns or Gatling cannons, just some metal brick with a pipe on the end. Get sent in to extract some wounded. Reach the evac zone and come under attack. Horde of rebels charging in with their new plasma guns and compact rocket launchers. Let loose a stream of bullets. The sound of the rebels' screams are nearly drowned out by the heavy ka-chunk, chunk, 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 chunk of the machine gun. The wounded are loaded up and returned to base. Inspect MG afterwards. Thing was made in 1942. Tunisia, Italy, and Germany are scratched onto the gun. Scratch Olympus Mons on with knife. What's your call sign? Mine's Nightmare, because even in their dreams, my enemies fear me. Shameful Patchwall. Avalanche, because I slid halfway down a goddamn mountain like a retard and almost died. More like Nightmare, you're rolling the barracks. My call sign is Wedge, because I'm the simplest tool. Pant Shitter 01. Penis Weenus, of course. Mine is Trip Shill, because I'm on ARG posting links to his streams. Shart and then Sharter. I tried to fart but shit my pants on 2 separate occasions. Narco. Kept falling asleep in tech school classes despite drinking 2 bangs in a single afternoon. Made the people teaching the classes concerned. Big Retard. Because I'm fat and retarded. Donkey Jaw. Okay, ass mouth. McLovin. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it's what it would be. Your call sign should be Spaz or Sped. Or maybe Loser if you're going to be here and don't be a total cringe lord. If you're going to LARP, at least play a better game series. The is Insurgency Arms Squad. Call of Duty? Lost the plot after Black Ops 2. Your call sign is now Spurg, since you can't tell irony from authentic cringe. Bambi. I've hit no less than 5 deer in my car. Ponyboy, because I bleached my hair 1 fucking time and nobody let me forget. Stay gold, Ponyboy. Mine is Rapido, because I coom fast and have no refractory period. Headhunter, because I'm always looking for a dick to suck. Washing machine, because I like making those colors run. Doughboy, because I love yummy puff pastries. Iceman, only 1 out of 50 participants who got frostbite. Navy SEAL, because what the fuck did you just say about me? Shockmaster, because of my electric jizz.
That people like me go crazy.
Worst military leaders. Banned his troops from using SMGs, said it was only a police weapon. Denounced combined armed/mechanized warfare. Sabotaged the production of the KV-1 T-34. What the hell do we need rocket artillery for? The main thing is the horse-drawn gun. Got BTFO'd by the Poles and the Germans before getting replaced. World War I had countless retarded generals on both the Russian side and the Austro-Hungarian side. Completely retarded Nepo babies who couldn't have gotten into their position through merit. The French had an inept general or 2, the British had that one guy who was a complete fucking moron and lost like 40,000 men. I remembered their deeds but not their names. 400,000 men. Sir Douglas Haig, British Army, FM moron. Pretty hard to beat that. Be such a bad commander they name after you an entire convention of laws of war and war crimes. I will never forgive him for outlawing fun. And then there's Luigi Cadorna. I just found out this fucking brainlet used decimation against his own troops when units did not perform in battle. Yes, the ancient Roman act of decimation by killing every 10th soldier as punishment. The Alpine Front was a real meeting of the minds. How to get your ass kicked by a nation of numerically inferior and similarly poorly equipped Serbians, and also Russia right after. Pushes for war with Serbia. Finally gets it. Had no plan. Bungles it horribly. I wish we could have had a picture of exactly what this retard was thinking. What's that? The village speaks Vietnamese? Must be VC. Burn it to the ground. Why do retards like this end up in charge of counterinsurgency every fucking time? Hate this retard. A lot of people aren't aware he was on the verge of getting fired in 1945. Truman was incensed that MacArthur went straight to Japan after the surrender instead of returning to Washington for a debrief. Hirohito's inner circle wanted to get rid of him too. They were pressuring him to step down in order to show some contrition for losing the war. When the two met, they were able to lend each other the legitimacy necessary to both keep their jobs, which played a big part in Hirohito and the rest of the imperial house avoiding prosecution at the Tokyo trial. The enemy is attacking at Sedan. Let's them build a bridgehead. Our forts are holding up the enemy. Let's abandon our forts and leave all our heavy guns behind. So was he just that incompetent or a German plant? Worse, he was French. You're now a comic book villain. Alright, Kay, what's standard for your goons kit? We're assuming that you're going to be operating out of the continental US, that you do everything from robbing jewelry stores to doomsday bioterrorism, and that you consider style and taste to be paramount. Also, assume that you have between 27 and 175 goons. Their uniforms or equivalent is considered part of their kit and must therefore be included. It is discouraged but not forbidden to make them wear pre-shat pants to dissuade any comic book heroes from stopping them. Color-coordinated and matching clothes emblazoned with some kind of logo or branding identifying themselves as working for me, possibly with a number for identification. Average Bulgarian.jpg. The North Macedonians stand no chance. HKMP5, $7,000. Knight's Armament CAC Navy Suppressor, $1,500. Surefire 628 Weapon Light 4-inch, $650. Aimpoint Micro T2, $950. B&T Low Profile Mount, $100. Mall C1 Plus Laser and Barrel Clamps, $3,700. HKF Stock, $400. Tactical Gucci Sling, $75. 5 HK Mags, $375. Glock 19 Gen 5, $550. Trigicon RMR Type 2, $650. Agency Arms 417 Compensator, $100. Surefire X300 UA, $380. 3 Glock 15 round mags, $75. PVS 31A Binocular Night Vision Goggles, $14,000. Wilcox NVG Skull Lock Head Harness, $600. Gucci Ski Mask, $1,000. Gucci Cashmere Turtleneck, $2,600. Cry Precision AVS with plates and such, $2,500. Cry Precision G4 Combat Pants, $350. Rick Owens Army Combat Boots, $1,600. 3M Peltor Tactical Earbuds, $600. 3M Peltor Comtac Throat Mic, $400. 3M Peltor Push to Talk, $400. L3 Harris Falcon 3A and PRC 163, $12,000. Custom IFAC, $500. Mechanic Specialty Vent Covert Gloves, $40. Rolex Explorer 2 Black Dial, $10,000. Randolph Military Aviators, $300. Uzis for my house goons, FNCs for my field goons. Officer/NCO goons get a P89 too. Whatever LBE I can get cheap. And generic black bad guy BDUs. Variant goons. The Goonadier has an underslung M203 and as many frags as he can carry. The Silent Goons have suppressed Uzis. The Sharp Gooners get a Remington 700. My goons? Easy. Tailored pinstripe suits, Canadian, Italian, or French make, $2,000. Italian leather shoes, $1,000. Cashmere interior, lambskin interior driving gloves, full fingered, $300. M1921 Thompson guns, stolen from the National Guard armories, free. Colt M1917s with moon clips, also stolen, free. White tank top, loose fit jeans, Tim's, silver chain necklace, bandana on the head, USGI Y harness, and LC2 belt. Tribal bicep tattoo. Goon should be preferably Hispanic or vaguely ethnic, e.g. Vin Diesel. Primaries, MAC-10 Galil Draco. Secondaries, High Point, Glock with a wish seer, nickel plated 1911. Vehicles, dirt bikes and lowriders. Hawker DR1, 40,000 feet in a triplane, imagine that. Flying a Fokker DR-1 must have been the greatest experience of your life. If you went high enough, you could see the curvature of the Earth before you ran out of oxygen. Surely, unless the engine is supercharged, then it would choke and die about the same time you would. Doubt you could hit 15,000 in that thing. Also, the DR-1 being good had nothing to do with being a triplane, and most triplanes were dog shit. The efficient wing shape is what made it so effective. Aerodynamics was very much an experimental art and not the well-known equations and rapid computer simulation of today. A lot of wind tunnel work and trying new things back then. The D7 and D8 were better planes, with the 8 extremely underrated. Rotary engines were a weird time. I don't understand the point of rotating an entire engine block, which was mainstream at the time. Rotary engines are lightweight and high horsepower. Mixed air and fuel comes in through the static hub behind the pilot and gets flung out to the cylinders, who also intake a little additional air from their cylinder head after the exhaust stroke. Funny enough, some rotary engines literally only had full throttle or off. If you haven't checked out the workings, they are really interesting. Also, inline engines were built off a beefy crankcase and separate cylinders compared to the modern engine blocks. If you could travel in 1914, the most significant thing you could bring back would be a drawing of a Clark Y airfoil. If you remember 50-50 ethylene glycol / water coolant, tetrathol lead, and other small details, you would advance aerospace technology by almost a decade. Never got the Fokker worship. It's also funny how making thicker wings means you invented airfoils and aerodynamics when the British already did that a decade prior to World War I. Lancaster. A plane called the Fucker. World War II had the Fuckwolf. Germans are a bunch of perverts. And do you expect me to believe in 47 years the SR-71 Blackbird flew? Yeah, okay, sure thing, buddy. Brass balls on them. I got that fear of heights where I was in a Cessna that felt flimsier than my car door, with that and a seatbelt separating me from the call of the void, and I was pick related. These guys get in lawnmower, paper, and wood and fly and shoot at each other. Or get on the wings and fucking dance around. Gods among men. F-35 cruising. Could bank ahead. 3 dozen tiny contacts show up on radar out of nowhere. F-35 pilot has 5 seconds to register them before the sounds of rain hits his plane. The sound is dozens of 7.92mm bullets. Thump. The F-35 just hit something. F-35 pilot tries to eject. Dead when he hits the ground. His ejection seat and parachute is fouled by canvas and pieces of laminated wood. Interesting question. How many modernized Fokker DR-1s would it take to equal an F-35 or F-22? The cost isn't an issue. The Fokker wins every time, but how many? Once the supersonic fighter realizes the situation, it can do things like blast through a formation of them and kill them with sonic booms, but that involves getting inside the triplane swarm and possibly getting shot. How many Fokker triplanes to kill an F-35 / F-22? The F-35 / F-22 running out of fuel, their base being attacked, or the pilots just giving our options. How many modernized Fokker DR-1s would it take to equal an F-35 or F-22? There's a science fiction short story about exactly such a scenario. Hawk Among the Sparrows. Reading now. Behold, ChatGPT and WSR has shown us the future of air combat. The props would be bigger, but the size for 2 MD-550s is about right. It would be more maneuverable than the original. It could do flat spins better, assuming that was actually possible. The guns would go underneath. I'm picturing a modular mount with 2 7.62 for anti-drone work, and 12.7mm for general duty, or 30mm AGL for ground attack. In theory, it could mount to KPV. However, I have several recoil-related questions. Have any substantial amount of these pieces of shit been issued yet? M4 goes the way of the SCAR and gets deserviced in a year, replaced by the M4/416. Battle rifle fags immediately about face and become battle rifle haters the moment SIG wins. Cope. Contextless cropped photos do nothing to me. Shoot yourself with your P320. This bullshit again. Light diffracts through slits. Get feeler gauges. Post measurements. Every other gun is diffraction proof. You aren't even pretending to have an argument here. All I see when I see this pic is stuff that is going to break in the middle of nowhere, Africa, Middle East, Southeast Asia, etc. Is it going to break any faster than the other delicate optical equipment our military has used for decades? Performance, effectiveness, lethality, suitability, and survivability. DOT&E published a classified combine ops demo and LLA report in May 2024, providing preliminary assessments of the effectiveness, lethality, suitability, and survivability of the NGSW system. Preliminary assessments from the report include the 6.8mm GP ammunition provides increased lethality over the M855A1 against the tested targets. Soldiers assess the usability of the XM157 as below average/failing, and the XM7 with mounted XM157 demonstrated a low probability of completing one 72-hour wartime mission without incurring a critical failure. Oh man, the Army blew it so bad. How was this even possible? They legitimately snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Fuck. In a recent civil court ruling on a negligent discharge by a SIG P320 by a Massachusetts police officer, Desrosier vs. Sig Sauer Inc., a jury found that SIG had defectively designed the P320. Defective design is what caused the injury. SIG knew about the defect and failed to warn about it. The failure of this warning is not what led to the injury. The defendant's voluntary and unreasonable use of the P320 despite knowing it was defective and dangerous is what led to his injury. Despite the fact that SIG effectively won this case, because they won't have to reward damages to the defendant, they've really kind of lost in a sense, because this makes the P320 a legal liability, not only to SIG, because other jurors may still find them financially liable in future cases, but now it's an established precedent that it is a legal liability to anybody who sells/uses the P320, allows the use of the P320 in their establishment or company. Across the board, several tactical training schools, police departments, and security companies are banning the use of the P320 out of fear of legal liability for injuries caused by it going off when it wasn't supposed to. I'm sure there are already many gun stores out there who already have or are considering pulling them from the shelves out of fear of being held legally liable for selling a product they know is defective. The cascading effects of this are going to be absolutely devastating not only for SIG, but the gun industry as a whole. Imagine somebody bought a P320 from a gun store and it eventually goes off injuring somebody. SIG's lawyers may point this case and say, why is it our fault? Why shouldn't the gun store or gun owner be held liable for damages? Here's this case from Massachusetts, where we weren't held financially liable. It doesn't matter if they are morally or legally correct here, because this will be decided by a jury of average Americans. Gun stores may face financial devastation and bankruptcy from lawsuits. Another scenario, which is now entirely realistic, is that you own a P320 and decide to use it as a nightstand gun in case of a break-in. You load it up, put it in a box, and put it away in the drawer of your nightstand. During the night, let's say you bump the nightstand and somehow the gun goes off, and the bullet goes through the lockbox, through the nightstand, through the wall, and it hurts somebody. The precedent can now be cited in a court case to argue that you are actually the one who is legally, financially liable for the injury, and maybe even criminally liable depending on how much of a hard-ass of a prosecutor you got. I think honestly people who own the P320 and the gun stores that have sold them need to think very seriously about protecting their own asses if SIG isn't going to do the right thing in a timely manner. If I were a gun store owner, I would seriously consider sending letters out to all of your customers telling them that you'll take back their P320s in exchange with a comparable pistol. If I were an owner, I would try to sell it back to the gun store, and if they refused or wanted to lowball it, I would stick it in the safe, unload it, and forget it existed until SIG is legally required to compensate me for it. Before anybody says that a gun store taking in a bunch of guns they're not going to be able to resell in exchange for a bunch of guns that they would have otherwise been able to make a profit on would destroy them financially, consider that a single lawsuit could be substantially worse for them financially and, more importantly, reputationally. They might be able to recover from the former, maybe even derive from it, but they would almost certainly be destroyed by the latter. Jury finds P320 defective. Jury somehow rules in SIG's favor. My face win. They found it defective and decided that the guy should have known it was defective. SIG wins. But now it's precedent that the product is so fucked that everyone should know it is and act accordingly. This is going to bite them in other court cases if they ever have to argue that it's not defective junk. SIG is not liable for damages because everyone already knows SIG is dog shit. A daring strategy. Let's see if it pays off. What the fuck is this shit? I hate the Navy so fucking much, bros. Seafighter FSF-1 is an experimental littoral combat ship in service with the United States Navy. Its hull is of a small waterplane area twin hull, swath design. Provides exceptional stability, even on rough seas. The ship can operate in both blue and littoral waters. For power, it can use either its dual gas turbine engines for speed or its dual diesel engines for efficient cruising. It can be easily reconfigured through the use of interchangeable mission modules. Helicopters can land and launch on its deck. Smaller watercraft can be carried and launched from its stern. The vessel is being developed under the program titled Littoral Surface Craft Experimental, LSCX, with a hull type designation Fast Sea Frame. The first vessel has been assigned the hull classification symbol FSF-1 and also has been referred to as the X-Craft. The vessel was designed by British company BMT Nigel G, who continues with a role in the development of the vessel. Technology prototype for what became the Spearhead class. Spearheads are traditional catamarans. Seafighter is a swath, which is way more stable in rough water than a catamaran. Please enlighten me, because they sure do look the same. Swath holes are way wider below the waterline, which keeps them from rolling. A cat has conventionally shaped hull forms under the water, just 2 of them. A swath is basically a cat on stilts on top of a pair of submarine hulls. See the diagram at the top of this link. It's a metal box, but it floats. What are you expecting? It's also kind of a misterm, box, because you don't necessarily know what's in it. Could have any modules fitted and you get to play IRL Strategio by challenging it and seeing what they're packing. What is this, a stealth ESB? That would be a really good idea. Imagine having an FOB the enemy can't find. It's mobile and quick and can do resupply missions, counter enemy mine laying, and do anti-submarine warfare from the deck. The future is now, old man. Cyberboat. Nobody posted this beast yet. For shame. How are we feeling about this one, lads? I kinda like it. What's its purpose? It was envisioned to be the outer ring of defense for carrier strike groups. The idea was to give it Patriot SAMs and be stealthy and hard to detect. So when the commies flew overhead, they got Patriots rammed up their ass from very close range. I lived there when it was torn apart. IIRC and Urban Explorer was able to sneak around security for a few months before and get photography. A shame. They could have parked it next to the Hornet. The absolute state of the Navy. I turn now. Good luck, everybody else. This is unquestionably China's worst naval defeat since the Battle of Yalu River 1894. To date, there's still World War III, and possibly an even bigger humiliation than Operation Sindor. The sinking of the Moskva, the F-18 losses in the Red Sea, and the USS Fitzgerald and John S. McCain. They are never going to recover from this. I don't think sandpaper and toothpaste is gonna buff that out. The front fell in. Get into a front-end accident. Bro, I know a guy that can fix your dented hood cheap. Ramen noodles for body filler. Being denied the heavenly aroma of Bondo. I cannot wait for the Battle of Manila Bay 2. It will be far more based. Kay does not understand nor realize that the US and Philippines have a mutual defense treaty, even if it's comically lopsided. No one expects the Philippines to pitch anything to America outside of not drawing them in a war they don't want nor care about. America, for their part, doesn't care about those islets or atolls, and only considers the main Philippine mainland as the main country. Without that treaty, the would have sunk Philippine ships without any care in the world. Shooting at a vessel would draw America in, and they don't want that. They managed the Philippines by bribing their politicians, and it worked for a time during the Duterte regime. But sir, China #1, China best army in the world, take America in one day with AI 5G. Captain, we too close, meet Captain Holy fuck. Imagine if the Chinese actually try to start a shooting war over the fishing stuff. They're already doubling down on being assholes, doing stuff like flying planes close to others in an unsafe manner. They're only going to cause more damage than still claim to be the victim, and their population will buy it because most will never hear/see the collisions. FYI, the Chinese will warn you if you point out how the PLAN dominates the South China Sea. Given that the People's Liberation Army Navy Coast Guard just lost a battle to an unarmed fishing boat, I have my doubts. Many thanks to the PLAN Navy for upholding maritime laws and keeping their Filipino brethren safe from the evil Chinese Coast Guard's brash and dangerous maneuvers. What country has the world's best weapons? Elbonia, hands down. What country has the world's best weapons? Image of OP earlier today. India is a rising power in military world as India's navy will have many ships with weapons that other navies do not have in a matter as short as years. Soon, Indian Navy will be strongest navy in the region, and eventually world, superior to China and USA. Ah, the Indian Navy, where every deck is the poop deck. Yes, sir, India Super Pooper 2030, sir. Given their performance for the last 30+ years, we know it isn't Russia. Burger stand because we can get PSA ARs and Glocks. There's a hostile alien ship hurtling towards Earth, and this is the proof. Top Harvard astrophysicist professor reveals 8 startling reasons why comet closing in on us is actually advanced mothership. Pick related. The fate of humanity may soon lie upon us. How we gonna kill and actually these commandos? Earth must never fall over to the 8-tittied alien menace. Nuclear shape charges are a thing. Just make a Patriot missile using that. Filthy Xenos will never have Terra. There are 2 and only 2 hostile first contact scenarios. A's want Earth for its minerals. Glass it. A's want Earth to enslave humans for some reason, therefore cannot glass it. Unless the A's are interstellar sex slave traders, an attack on Earth would come in the form of just glassing the whole planet before we could resist. This is why we need colonies. People always leave out the third, more likely option. I blame Hollywood. Magical FTL technology doesn't exist. A clapped-out generation ship was set on course aimed at the only known habitable planet. Nigeria in space for the next X 10,000 years. Anything they didn't have the know-how and need to make on board is lost tech. Ah yes, the Reapers. We have dismissed that claim. Top Harvard astrophysicist makes retarded claim. It's Avi Loeb, isn't it? Checks. It's Avi Loeb. Also, fuck you for giving Daily Mail your money. If they for whatever reason actually attacking ships, or we just want them down to steal their shit, we should fill the sky with smoke and flares and spoof their sensors so they steer into the mountains. Direct kinetic attacks probably would be just deflected by whatever matter warper machine lets them disregard asteroids and FTL travel. Use EMPs and jammers. If they're blinded, they can't do shit. And they might not have thought to protect themselves from intelligent attack on the EM spectrum. 8 titties? Gross, that's far too many. 4 is the maximum acceptable amount. 3 is optimal. Harvard professor is either a fucking grifter looking for another $1 million grant, most likely answer, or unironically more deranged than Alex Jones whenever 9/11 or Sandy Hook gets mentioned. This is coming from someone who still listens to InfoWars pretty regularly. But the man turns into a complete retard whenever these 2 particular subjects get brought up. Why the fuck do we attach so much prestige to the Ivy League again? Ivy League is all about brand. Like the new Lacoste polo shirts that are made by dirty in the dark and feel like shit on your skin as a result. Get Ivy League tenure. Use the prestige to say the wackiest shit to any publication willing to pay with no professional blowback. Your armor is useless because it has weak points. Bet your whole body is a weak point without armor. Why are people always subscribed to the Nirvana fallacy, where if something isn't 100% effective, then it's bad? That helmet makes you look dumb. It's also uncomfy. I've worn helmets like that. They're insanely uncomfy. You can barely see a damn thing and your breath is trapped in the helmet, which is annoying plus exhausting. You can't fight on foot with them, unless you're in a specially designed fighting rig, because you keep bumping into shit that you can't see. And your endurance is badly reduced on account of the whole breathing thing. I think they were exclusive for cavalry, with the heaviest closed helmets specific to sports jousting. Infantry would always prefer open sallets, kettle hats, etc. Great helms were used by cavalry. Men wore smaller helmets under them and took the great helm off when not doing a cavalry charge. No one used great helms on foot, ever, unless they were dismounted in battle. Autists are prone to black and white thinking. Why are people always subscribed to the Nirvana fallacy where if something isn't 100% effective, then it's bad? No idea. This class of men ruled the European world for a good 800 years, but somehow Redditors and other dregs believe you can just push them over and stab them despite your peasant ass looking like a dwarf in comparison. Armor helps on so many layers of the survivability onion. Don't be engaged. If you have armor on, then enemies without the proper weapon will just outright avoid you if they can help it. Don't be hit. The enemy will either have to deliberately aim at weak points or use fully committed strikes, which makes it easier for you to block them or parry them, since the range of the attacks at their disposal is much smaller. Don't be penetrated. The obvious function of armor, which it does very well. Don't die. Metal is pretty tough. Even if you hit with enough force to get through it, most of the force is absorbed by the armor. A full force spear thrust from someone on horseback might pierce your armor, but the tip will be arrested at a certain point. Whereas wearing no armor at all would result in it going all the way through and into your lungs. About the only negative is, if you are supremely armored, then you might have worse vision and could be blindsided. But then comes the magic of just taking off the helmet or having a visored helmet. Or having a good middle ground of helmet that isn't quite as protective but still has good field of vision. You could call it poor fag mentality, but I see it as being more of an issue with anyone who's never really needed safety equipment before. And I mean need. If you've worked with microorganisms, high voltage, high temperature, etc., then you know that you need to invest in your own safety by acquiring the best PPE you can reasonably afford. Is the $250 arc flash kit your employer provides to meet their bare minimum insurance standards going to do the same job as the $1,500 kit you buy yourself? Mostly. That mostly, however, can be the difference between being carted off to a costly hospital stay with permanent nerve damage or walking away with a greater appreciation of your own mortality as set through a 45-minute safety video. The kind of people who think armor is useless because it can be beaten are the same people who take safety squints literally. I mean, there's an easy way to settle this. One in-on wears a helmet, and the other doesn't. They take turns hitting each other in the head with sticks and see who passes out first. I'm assuming because of the obvious omission, both in-ons are naked, and thus the sticks are their penises. And I assume the first that ejaculates would pass out first. But I'm assuming because that's not always the case with me. I'm not gay or anything, but what you mentioned integrated with my interpretation with the addition of a little oil, it could be an interesting affair to watch. The arena could be some Unreal Tournament 2004 deathmatch maps, like Hyper Blast 2, so it'd be something to look forward to in the future, because this will happen. Shitty gun shows. Set up at a gun show this weekend. 3-day event. Open to the public on Friday. Tiny venue, like a quarter of the size needed to be considered decent. Promoters playing favoritism with a handful of vendors, such as allowing one of them to be a designated reloading powder vendor, and not allowing any of the rest of us to sell powder. Same with ammo. Also fucks over some vendors by shoving them into corners in the back. AC set too low for comfort. Allowed half the vendors to be non-firearms bullshit like beads and custom glass bottles and blankets and cooking spices. Promoter's squad of carny staff constantly trying to power trip on vendors, grabbing guns off tables without asking so they could zip tie them the way they wanted, and telling vendors arriving in the mornings that they had to park in the grass and not the parking lot. A neighboring vendor's dog peed on the floor in front of my table. Twice. Dogs. Always by far the worst part of the gun shows. People really just can't do shit without their fur babies. Show me a gun show in 2025 that isn't garbage. I'll wait. One in Mockers. It's climate controlled and they ban all the jewelry peddlers and gutter guard salesmen only twice a year in Oklahoma though. Walk into gun show. Yep, those are guns. No other feelings. Prices are worse than online stores. Why do people go to these things again? Meet small business owners cause some do show up. Haggle, make combo deals, sell off unwanted shit. My first show I traded a $300 Canic for a Benelli Nova for hunting. The last show I went to, a local manufacturer wanted to sell me a chrome BCG for $150, but I got him to throw in 2 PMags and a patch. Make your own fun and you won't mind getting fucked like a little Desu. OP here. I've heard of the big show in Oklahoma. I'd like to attend it sometime. My highlight of the past weekend show, a World War II Imperial Japanese Type 30 bayonet with an arsenal marking I didn't yet have, and nice grips. If not for this and the free barbecue brisket sandwiches I was getting from my father for trying to sell his stuff for him, I would have been absolutely miserable. My first night's sleep after a show is always really nice. Pick related is the bayonet I bought. I'm happy. I had better prices online. Plus, with a lot of things like military and firearms that aren't current production, sellers who have them refuse to sell online. Gun shows are still valid. They're just run like flea markets and carnivals so often these days. Got all my kitchen knives and pocket knives ruined by the same boomer who bragged about sharpening knives for 50 years at the last gun show I went to. I see no reason to ever go to a gun show again. They haven't been fun since the 90s. Why do old faggot boomers love cold temperatures so much? You'd figure their circulation is shit from the decades of daily McDonald's, so they need warm temps. But no, it's always freezing cold for them. Fat equals insulation. Boomers equals fat. Fat boomers equals hot, want cold. Idiot, lol. Majority of boomers I have been unfortunate enough to be around set ACs to around 85. My theory is that they know they're going to hell, so they're doing exposure therapy so it doesn't burn as bad. Menopausal women are to blame. Promoters playing favoritism with a handful of vendors, such as allowing one of them to be the fucking assholes. AC set too low for comfort. That's not possible. Allowed half the vendors to be non-firearms bullshit. Rage. A neighboring vendor's dog peed on the floor in front of my table, twice. Missed his guns with a spray bottle of hydrogen peroxide when he's not looking. Questions for those who served. What percentage of people in the military falls into normal and what percentage falls into not normal? Psychos, autists, ADHD. How many of those were low-ranking or high-ranking? Depends heavily on branch, MOS, rate, warfare specialty. A nuke ET submarine warfare will be total autist, while a surface AO will be peaked in high school tier frat boy. Generally. Air Force is by far the spurgiest branch, followed by the Navy. Army and Marines tend to get the violently unstable instead. What percentage falls into not normal? I was in an armored brigade in an infantry division and my team leader was a self-destructive alcoholic. My squad leader was an ex-cop, ex-marine with autism. There were at least 4 other people in my platoon with autism. My platoon sergeant was a girl boss obsessed with Ted K. My PL was a pedantic snob, pseudo-intellectual. My first sergeant was a neurotic and a whore. My company commander had autism. Granted, this was all in MICO. I'd say that 100% of my platoon was strange/not normal in some way. Even, and sometimes especially, the leadership. I'm a believer that the only normies are people without metacognition, which is realistically very few people. Talk to just about anyone long enough and you'll find that they are special. Again though, I was in a MECO. U.S. company Moog develops mini killdozer using a bobcat with a minigun and rocket pod. For what purpose? IRL shitposts. You can just do things. The minigun and rocket pod mounting seems pretty bad since it's on the scoop arms. Moog? The synthesizer people? Surprisingly, there are 2 companies called Moog. The unmanned turret people. 3, I think. There's a hydraulics company, the synthesizer company, and the automotive parts company. Moog. For anyone older than 30 and or has actually fixed cars for a living, Moog is a suspension and steering parts manufacturer that has been known for over 100 years for making parts that are better than OE. Killdozers. Mogs. Do spacer tread tanks next. Why were the people in the fighter mafia so retarded? I'm watching this video and it seems like beyond John Boyd and his energy theory, everyone in the fighter mafia was certifiably retarded. It seems like they had these boomer techno work mindsets in the 90s even before they got paid by Puccia to talk reformer bullshit. How does one continue to double down despite overwhelming evidence saying otherwise? Getting paid by Russia is all you gotta know for how useful their advice is to Americans. I mean, if the United States found itself on the losing end of an attritional total war where F-35s are being shot down faster than they can be replaced, the fighter mafia's critiques of its per unit cost and over-engineering might have some merit to them. But those aren't the wars we're fighting right now, or will be in for the foreseeable future. Ironically, their advice would have been fairly sensible to Nazi Germany, and would have gotten them purged as well, which is probably where they're approaching it from. Seems like even with drones to level the playing field, it feels like it won't hold true with Ahead and Laser Show Rad being quickly fielded. The low end on the high-low mix is still going to be a lot higher than kamikaze drones, in my opinion. Being a group whose most qualified member is a theoretician/flight instructor who flew F-86 Sabres in Korea without seeing any combat. The rest of the group are analysts with no military or engineering background. Despite that, this group anoints themselves as experts on all things related to military strategy and weapon system design. Proceed to come off as massive retards. It's not that mysterious when you actually break it down. They didn't have the practical experience to make good evaluations of details or the theoretical comprehension to understand the fundamental principles, let alone both. They couldn't differentiate between things good at one time, things in multiple times, and timeless things. They were vibing. To midwits of their generation born into the same vibes, they felt plausible and realistic. But once the moment passed, not even the midwits could miss the stench of BS. A combination of reasons. But short version is their flawed understanding of how the nature of air combat had changed meant they all think that something like an F-4 or MiG-21 sits neatly on the max cost effectiveness curve, while the F-35 is paying 10 times more for marginal improvements. Meanwhile, the reality is that it's probably the things they hate that actually sit on the curve. They were right. Swarms of cheap aircraft is what will dominate the battlefield. Kinda. FPV drone is ultimate cheap fighter spam. But it's guided weapons, and Pierre Sprey was adamantly against guided weapons. Remember, Chud, your smart weapons don't work. Just because. Does K LARP? Is being a grown man LARPing in the woods K? By user Garantham. Always has been. Literally the cornerstone of the fucking board, dude. Also, Garantham's demo ranch style content is incredibly homosex, but his long form educational content reminds me of Pre-Q Rex, and that's pretty cool. I know it doesn't pay the alimony, but fuck man, I wish there was more of it. How to evade child support as a breeding fetishist. Hi Garantham, would you kindly do a video about how people should unplug from the internet and use their firearms to put a bullet in the screen of every single television and smartphone in lawful self-defense, and form communities and build networks and collectively invoke some sort of moral precedent that people will be obliged to follow, even and especially if by force. Because that's the only thing that's actually going to save people in the end. Thanks man. From user Garantham. Based and yes. Hell fucking yeah it is. His hair is getting real thin up top. That's why we're introducing you to our newest sponsor, Hims. Houston area man charged with murder after friends took turns shooting at each other, sheriff says. Sean O'Donnell, 37, was arrested and charged with murder Thursday in the shooting death of Aaron Prout, a 34-year-old man from the United Kingdom who resided in Harris County. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez wrote in a social media post. The sheriff says they shot each other inside the home while wearing a Kevlar helmet. F for our killed and imprisoned brethren. Okay, I know these two were commandos. You weren't supposed to take the build immunity to bullets meme seriously, guys. Gah! Hard to believe two so-called friends would take turns shooting at each other while wearing a Kevlar helmet, inside a house in a residential neighborhood while using a rifle, Gonzalez wrote in his post. Okay, that puts K officially on the #1 dumbest board spot. Look again, nerd. The meme watermark is clearly from E-Bomb's world. If you're the one that dies playing the game, are you the winner or the loser? Like in one sense you won because you took the most hits. Otherwise, how do you determine the win condition? If you declare, I won't take another shot to the noggin, that wouldn't work out for winning because you could win after the first round. The rules confuse me. The real prize was the friends we made along the way. Just good old boys having some fun. Yawn. Wake me up when there's a body. Be Bong. Come to America. Get shot. Go back to Bongland. Get stabbed. Visit France. Get mugged. Visit Germany. Get raped. This needs to become a marathon. Whoever accumulates the most collective rape, stabbings, muggings wins. Overzealous prosecutor is gonna lose the case. That's criminal negligence or manslaughter at worst. Depends if he's the one that suggested doing it. Take turns shooting at each other wearing a Kevlar helmet while using a rifle. Yeah, they were commandos for sure. Rip, you glorious retard. Indoors too. Well, they did have a helmet and followed the first rule of gun safety. Have fun. Trusting a bong with a gun? Lol. From the same website, co-owner of HTX Tactical charged with publishing deepfake porn of an influencer. I've been to that store before, nothing but blinged out Mall Ninja Tacticool ARs. It was Colonel Mustard with the candlestick in the library. K. Laws and legislature. The only thing that can make it worse is if alcohol wasn't involved. Not building up immunity with lower calibers first? Fucking new fags. So no one told you life was gonna be this way. 4 rapid consecutive gunshots. Glock is asking for states to pass gun control. If you own a Glock, fuck you. Correction, if you buy one from here on out, fuck you. Thinking of selling the one Glock I own. Good time because people are panicking and selling their P320s and going back to Glocks. Glock pulls this. Great, guess I'm keeping it until I die. Just like my Benchmade. Was considering buying a Gen 5 17 to convert to a retarded caliber. I'll still do it, but that's gay. Ruger RXM is about to win big. I doubt a Gen 3 clone is going to win over the other Gen 3 clones. So, some people are too retarded to own guns in the first place? Glock getting a reputation as a full auto hood rat gun. Politicians seriously floating the idea of banning them on the state level or petitioning to get them treated like machine guns by the ATF for being too easily convertible. States propose state-level laws to make the unregistered construction of machine guns a state-level crime. These laws are pointless since it's already a federal crime. Glock comes out to support these laws that aren't actually going to change shit since they just make an already illegal act illegaler. But it takes some political heat off of Glock so it can keep selling guns like it always has. Suddenly, a totally organic grassroots campaign springs up to accuse Glock of being anti-gun. In summary, no, I'm still not going to buy a SIG. Brother, nobody cares about your Cohen obsession. But Glock supporting gun control can fuck off. Keep your Glock, but don't give them any more money. A company that makes weapons for Zogbots does Zogbot things. Color me surprised. Except Glock is trying to keep its guns on shelves for civilian sales by supporting laws that don't actually increase gun control in any way. Like it's shit that machine guns are federally regulated, but realistically that won't change. If states want to make duplicate laws, it literally changes nothing. Gun control is gun control, and it's always invasive. I didn't cut Smith a break, and I'm not gonna cut Glock a break. FRT about to be banned. I'm an FFL. I had to call my ATF guy this week about a customer, and we were shooting the shit. I asked him what he thinks about the forced reset and super safety stuff growing in popularity. He essentially said candidly that the ATF has an image problem at the moment. They're trying to stay mostly hands-off at the moment, but that at some point, they're going to have to make a ruling, and it's not likely they'll be kept legal. It made sense. I mean, I'm all for the NFA being revoked, but based on current laws, it was always only a matter of time. Obviously, this is just coming from his personal opinion, but I got the impression that the ATF is going to move in that direction pretty soon. Sorry, bros. FRTs and braces are for white people who want to achieve the feeling of being an outlaw, but will never actually break the law for any reason. I mean, I like full auto, but having shot many and now owning a few samples through my business, absolutely not worth the felonies. They're a fun novelty for a few range days, then it gets boring. Too bad they already lost in court trying to do that, and they can't just make up rules anymore. Kill yourself. If they're actively talking about shutting down the party, what makes you think they can't find a way to do just that? Do you have any idea how much more business I would get if machine guns became legal tomorrow? The fuck do I care? ATF, having any legal authority to ban anything. Pick one. Not that that stopped them previously. Repeal 9220 and disband the gay TF. ATF can't ban anything. Their policy is just a statement of intent. Obviously bad, but it's not a legal determination. They changed their position on importing machine gun barrels. That was pretty solid. Retard, the ATF and DOJ signed a settlement agreement with Rare Breed declaring the FRT is not a machine gun. They cannot rescind this, as if they tried, anyone they tried to prosecute would have a defense called entrapment by estoppel. Lawlets, I swear to God. I think FRTs are fucking stupid, as dumb as bump stocks, but hope that they become so fucking common that FedGov will be forced to overturn the NFA. ITT, we are medieval wizards. I keep talking in my sleep and summoning eggs. I'm so tired of eating eggs. Accidental spellcasting is perfectly normal and ordinary, part and parcel of being a wizard. I've had this happen to me a few times. First, at a friend's apartment at Coven. Just bought my first wand from a sabbat. I was 18. Drinking with friends. Showed them my new Ollivander. Tried to manually disjoint. Thumb slips on the handle. Accidentally spellcast into the ceiling. Upstairs neighbors too high and drunk, underage and illegal potions to call the police. Second time, at range, showing friend wand. Think wand is unsorcelled. Point at ground, show him how to cast and incantate. Forgot charged wand. Cast between his feet. Third time, at parents' house. Just bought a staff from a guy. Get home. Try swapping power gems with another staff I had. Forgot the other staff core was primed. Incantate. Transmogrify parents' wall. Fourth time, at my new house. Playing with my friend's 11.5-inch beach and unicorn hair. Swish and flick. Slam fires hex into the ground. Fifth time, showing a friend how to use it. No idea how, but a demon got summoned. Show him how the pentagram works. Empower pentagram. Demonically possess the floor in the same place as before. Wands are a meme. Learn to aim and your spell book is all you need. 2 dragon walls. That feeling when my buddies keep giving me shit for my pointed hat. It used to be fashionable a mere century ago. Now I'm considering picking up a slack-pointed hat that all the youngins are running around with. Allegedly, they are better for quick casts. It's all so tiresome. Sometimes I wonder if chasing a few seconds here and there is really worth it. 7. Used to be full of wizards of the West selling proper spellcasting kit. Now just conjurers with cheap tricks and the same old native sticks and rock. Flew 100 miles on my Nimbus 2000 to one the other day. Just a bunch of abos and shamans with dusty old dream catchers and didgeridoo. Tried to sell me a bull roarer for $450. I know what I got. Shit, I could pick one of those up at a dream time for $150 easy. Pentagram's more efficient anyway, even if you do run through a lot of salt and candles. Fireball is all you need, son. 2 wizard wars. There's been another accidental self-cast with a SIG M17 wand. A Marine apprentice got turned into a newt. Should have stayed with solid oak Beretta sticks. Worthless pointy hat fucks. All you need is a good man and good steel. More of my classmates have transmogrified themselves into women, mere fractions of their actual age. My brethren, I am so tired. The quarter-century anniversaries of the war are starting to look like a damnable coven. What sickness, what weariness of the spirit causes such? Is it simply because simpleton maidens doth not find our studies and girthy, most virile magics attractive? Is this what, as mine ears were once cursed to hear from a young apprentice, what lack of pussy does to a motherfucker? J'accuse I Angleterre perfed. Veteran de touts les guerres. 1114 to 1334. Firearms may soon revolutionize magic, just as they have revolutionized revenge. Charles Le Sorcier. Longbowman swerve. The culture decides to invade American based on the machinations of the mines. How quickly does America stomp? No grid fire. Culture, 0.5 nanoseconds. One single ship, name of It Ain't Me, produces a few billion flying headbands that build in a cloud around the planet, then simultaneously drop through the atmosphere and glom onto each individual human old enough to speak. The headbands contain ultrafine force field effectors able to individually grab and move neuron arms and swap them between different synapses, as well as sense what the brain is doing, and are monitored and controlled by a team of 3 other minds. No returns accepted, creamy center, and for whom the bell tolls. They use them to make minute changes to excise certain behaviors like genital mutilation, whatever makes people want to look like Kardashians, and rewrite a few loyalty-related areas. Within an hour of all the initial invasion, all sapient Earthlings have become culture citizens, and within a year, all Turkish perfume companies go out of business. This right here is why the Culture series is utter bullshit. It's nothing more than degenerate leftist fantasy where technology is just outright replacement of magic, and is just a deus ex machina that operates off pure author fiat. Why were war elephants not that useful? How important were they really to Hannibal's attack against Rome? Elephants are skittish creatures. I get the distinct impression that this isn't how this would have gone down, Lamau. Like 074 said, elephants are very skittish and don't like unexpected loud things that hurt them, all of which happen in war. If you can get them mixed in with the enemy, they can be quite devastating. But if they refuse, or worse, turn and run, they can cause serious issues for you and be major obstacles to maneuver. As for Hannibal's invasion, not very. Most of them died on the journey, and those that survived died within the first year of the invasion. Large, awkward beasts of burden that are in reality fairly gentle unless antagonized. They're also noticeably intelligent, with some being measured on par with some humans. Add in food intake and the challenges of corralling hungry megafauna, and you'll begin to see some of the reasons why they're not good in war. As for Hannibal's assault on Rome, they were instrumental. The Romans couldn't do jack against the elephants. All they could really manage was to hide behind their walls and wait for Hannibal to get frustrated and go home. This is basically what happened, by the way. The elephants were unstoppable on the open field. However, they were absolutely useless against the walls built high enough to require siege towers. You could probably try to ram the door, but arrows and boiling oil / falling rocks proved that to be an expensive loss of a war machine when a mere battering ram with a cover would have been cheaper. Hannibal wandered around for a while with his big unstoppable pachyderms, and then was forced to go home. Either lack of funds for his army, or loss of the elephants is not known to me. What is known is that the humiliation the Romans endured during Hannibal's invasion led directly to the razing of Carthage. Rome wasn't about to allow Hannibal to happen a second time. Huge caloric requirements on campaign doesn't help. Elephants are on the smarter end as far as animals go. They know what's good for them. Most war animals, horses included, will refuse after their first battle, regardless of training. That's why trusty war horses were so prized and written about. They were very much exceptions. I can imagine an elephant seeing what's going on and deciding to nope before even getting to the front lines. You don't want to be anywhere near them. The trick would be pissing off the normally chill elephants and in a way to direct their rage onto the enemy instead of your troops. Once you do though, Hippo and Pick related weighs more than a car and the elephant flips it over with its trunk like it's nothing. What chance does a soldier in the field without firearms stand? It seems that they weren't the same kind of elephant. In the context of Rome, elephants were incredible game changers and were responsible for many battlefield victories. Right up to the point Rome figured out how to handle them, / got lucky and their enemies ran out of elephants. Often at the same time. In fact, the majority of Phalangite victories against Rome would never have happened if it wasn't for the sheer pants-wetting terror the average Roman soldier would have left upon seeing these huge and novel animals attack them. How to deal with elephants was basically the tactical problem that won and lost battles. None of the elephants Hannibal brought into the Alps made it to Rome. In the context of Bronze and Iron Age warfare, they were plenty useful as a force multiplier. Morale and unit cohesion were big issues. Armies tended to rout far more easily. Rome got its ass kicked by Carthage multiple times, but never accepted any peace offers, so kept coming back until they won. The Punic Wars had far more to do with strategic victories than tactical ones. They seem to be at their best during the Diadochi Wars, but good surviving sources have not survived. What? The most brilliant use of them that I am aware of was the final battle of ultimate destiny between anti-Agonist factions versus everyone else at Ipsus in 301 BC. As in every Macedonian Hellenistic engagement, the cavalry were the prime striking arm, and in this battle, the Antigonid cavalry led by Demetrius beat and chased off the coalition cav, and then returns and attempts to strike the rear of the coalition's infantry, but is blocked by a massive screening force of C-500 elephants, strategically redeployed by Seleucus. This ended up with the permanent castration of Antionids as contender for #1 in the BOP. How do you fucking survive nuclear war? Don't be in the line of fire, don't get irradiated, and don't starve. Simple as. By not playing. I thought everyone figured that out by now. You can't. Live remote enough to ignore direct effects. Have food, water, and energy independence. Stock up on meds. Slowly expose yourself to minor nuclear radiation over several years, ensuring you build up an immunity. By not being Russian. Don't live in a city. Nobody is going to nuke a forest. I don't want to survive nuclear war. In fact, I want to get vaporized on the first strike, sleeping in my bed. My face when I live 3 kilometers away from a massive radar station that is 100% going to have a nuke lobbed at it. Wait 3 weeks in a hole / bunker for the radiation to subside to nominally safe, if near / in a city. If not, then just keep up with the fucking wind direction. City slickers get fucking toasted. What about the nuclear winter? Water seems the most immediate issue. The evidence for nuclear winter is weak. There's a fair chance no such thing will happen, especially with the amount of warheads in play these days. Even if it does, my house backs onto a river. I can chuck a hose down the bank and pump water up if I need to. How long do I wait until I can leave, assuming the worst case? Well, considering worst case, best case is you die without ever knowing, is total civilization death. Stay in place indoors and underground. Do not breathe or come into contact with anything from the outside, rain or dust or particles. Once the first few days and rain are over, it should be safe to go outside, by which I mean you're going to die of starvation or a badly infected tooth long before the cancer any residual radioactivity could give you. By all means, if you want to keep playing medieval-style peasant for the remaining years you have left, go for it. But I would recommend just going on a tourist hike, see some cool post-nuclear scenery, and call it a night with a good bottle of alcohol and
Honey, I'm a
UFO struck by hellfire from MQ-9 Reaper. What was it? A Ukraine thread died for this. A Lamau. IDK of the Zapper or the novel propulsion systems unsettle me more. It missed. Supreme A Tech. It did not miss. Oh shit, son. We got fuckers flying around with energy shields bouncing hellfires off of them. It's over. Nobody knows what it is. I'm guessing it's some type of ball lightning that optically looks weird. That's when the missile clips it, almost nothing happens and the proximity fuse doesn't go off. Ball lightning. It sure looks like the glowing object has mass. That's just a drone that the missile failed to detonate on. This is why many missiles have graze fusing. Said drone wasn't disabled from the impact. That sure looks like the target gets severely knocked off course from the impact, despite the missile not detonating. Failed detonation or one of those ninja sword hellfires, actual UAP orb or a blurry flare of a Russian drone. It looks and behaves like an orb from the task force reporting to me, and it looks like they might have crashed it. Without knowing the provenance of the video, it's hard to even begin analysis. Did they recover it? 150,000 plus tip to deflate a balloon. Retard. Bonk. Man, that didn't do shit. The whatever structure remained intact. UAP begins rotating. Mick West didn't die for this. Quad jet drone. What the fuck could it be? Well, if we knew, it wouldn't be a UFO, right? I've never seen one before. No one has. But I'm guessing it's a white hole. I saw your mom's white hole. What was it? The same thing that your great-granddad saw out of his plane over Europe in 1943. They've been here a long time, whatever they are. They aren't man-made. In what universe does this white thing look like a Hellfire missile? Also, Hellfires are much faster than that. You do realize there are different types of Hellfire missiles, right? The one in the UAP video is the type that deploys razor fins to shred its targets instead of having an explosive warhead on it.
I want to queue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out. You can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
How would K defeat an ancient and powerful vampire? Assumptions. Standard vampire vulnerabilities, weakness to sunlight, garlic, and silver, mortally wounded by a stake to the heart, etc. Conventional defenses. As an ancient, supernaturally cunning and charismatic being, the vampire may be highly placed in society or have significant resources at its disposal. Money to hire private security, land, legal protection, criminal ties, etc. Complicating your efforts to defeat it. Location. Occupying a large residence on its own plot of land in your city. Time limit. In 72 hours, the vampire, and possibly its thralls/hired goons, will track you down and try to feed on you. What's your loadout? What's your plan to gather intel, conduct recon, get armed, and make the kill? Bonus points. You may only use resources you have at your disposal at this moment in your planning. My dick trademark poison. T. Future dried up corpse found in a shallow grave outside city limits. What's your loadout? You may only use the resources you have at your disposal at this moment. Nice try, Fed. Considering that the vampire might be high up in society, getting caught in a preemptive assassination attempt would be a death sentence. Considering that they or their goons would be coming after me anyways so they could feed, I'd just stay at home and let them come to me, catching the incident within sight of my home security system. Should be enough to exonerate me if I'm charged with anything. Filling their heart with really fast copper steak should be enough to kill or at least incapacitate them long enough to do so. That Luigi fellow managed to ice the CEO of a major company just walking around the street, and if it wasn't for shitty OPSEC afterwards, he likely would never have been identified. Just stay in your house anyway. They can't come in if they're not invited, dum-dum. Yeah, I thought of that too. They'd have to get their thralls or hired muscle to drag me out. But if they enter my house, then it's justified self-defense on camera. I have several pounds of silver stacked up, a casting and reloading setup, more garlic than an Italian grandmother, a few ounces of holy water, go the fuck away mats in front of all my doors, and crippling insomnia. Castle doctrine, bitch. I'm more worried about the local cops swiping my guns than killing the vamp. Hell, it's not like $25 a mag for the silver is much more than I'm already paying to shoot a 45 anyway. Call her mommy and tell her to take me. Then enjoy pretty much the only form of human contact I've ever had with someone who isn't a family member. Daylight raid, car bomb at the gates to distract the thralls, then slip in and plant a shape charge on the coffin to cook it inside. Glock 19, maybe an 11.5 PSA AR with Magpul furniture, but that's probably overkill. I would fuck up a vampire with a brick, but vampires can only be killed with blah blah blah. Don't care, going to beat it to death with a fucking brick. I hate demons, and I hate Satan, and I hate all of his minions. They get the brick. 11.5 PSA shooting reloaded steel case, or pick related. I'm not convinced a vampire wouldn't be inconvenienced by an AR-15 with an FRT. You'll find me hard-pressed to believe shooting the brainstem won't give me enough time to mag dump the head, and then enough time to burn the body completely. For that matter, I know my rapid-fire freestanding accuracy at, 50 yards, good enough to just mag dumping it 2 to 3 in the brainstem area. Is there any reason just cutting a vampire's head off or straight up blowing it to pieces wouldn't kill it? Like, I get stake to the heart is the typical method, but how does it come back from having its entire head obliterated? Take a chopper, yell, wah! Real good and crump 'em. Set fire to the mansion, shoulder bash vampire from the roof. Impale it on a statue. Honestly, ever since watching Mythbusters as a kid, I've thought that handling any sunlight/fire vulnerable vampire really isn't that hard as long as they're living in a more or less typical designed house, and you have some lead up time/know where they are. Steal junker car. Hook up baby's first RC components to it. Put gasoline containers all up in the cabin. Puncture gas tanks. Vroom vroom it through the fucking wall. GG no re. Even if they're in the basement, the car's either gonna collapse it immediately, or once the fire spreads. You can go way lower tech with this idea by lining the car up, fixing the wheel in position, and dropping ye ol' cinder block on the pedal too. That'd probably require buddies and covering fire though. Hell, these days, You could go the complete opposite direction and probably comfortably do that shit from 10 miles away with a spotter drone and FPV cam on the vehicle. Slippery, Submata, and a mating press to finish. Alternatively, a brick. A large property in the city, so basically can't be found without some sort of solid lead. Therefore, escape/evasion is really the only thing that can be done in the 72 hours. We've had this thread too many times, gay boy. You already know the answer. First the brick, then the dick. Impossible. Even if they, for some reason, had multiple folklore banes, I still wouldn't assume a victory against an elder of any clan. Hunters win against some old vampires because of true faith, sunlight, and fire. I don't have true faith, so an elder would just command me to kill myself. Realistically, I wouldn't even get that far. They'd have a squad of fully decked out and trained ghouls defending the haven. I'd have a higher chance of survival headbutting a speeding bullet train. Don one of my M88 cut uniforms and 6.5B broom handle. Rape with Russian characteristics time. What is the most important lesson of urban warfare? That the most effective way of waging it is to physically remove the city so that way you no longer have to fight urban warfare. Offense. Avoid it. If not possible, then flatten everything with artillery and clear rooms with machine gun fire and grenades. Defense. Tunnels are necessary and every pile of rubble is a bunker if you want it to be. Send in countless waves of mercenary/prisoner/conscript meat waves until enemy runs out of supplies. As long as both sides have fun, that's all that matters. What is the most important lesson of urban warfare? The foolish man will say to avoid it. The wise man will say that it's unavoidable. It is hard to get ambulances up to the 3rd story of a half-collapsed factory. You need medical evac logistics. Urban means city. Everyone else can shut up. This guy got it. Shit, I've been doing urban warfare wrong this whole time. Thanks for the correction, Anon. What about Carl Urban? Get rid of buildings ASAP. Stalingrad was a hellish city, unable to be completely surrounded due to the large river, and with fresh divisions constantly being sent in from the opposite bank. The German army was unable to deal with the Red Army's armored units, which were waiting for an opportunity to attack at the north and south sides of the city, let alone the opposite bank. Just go past it and leave a pinning force and or drown it in incendiaries without blowing the buildings into rubble. Don't. There's a long list of better things you could do instead. Bake a souffle, play some Scrabble, pin a cringy erotic fanfic of you and the enemy leader, accidentally send it to him, receive a very strange message in response that's simultaneously spine-chilling and erotic. Literally do anything besides attack the city. Just bomb it till there's no city. No city, no problem. What's the worst military you worked with? Poland and Afghanistan. They were fucking retarded. I don't count the A&A because you can hardly call them a military. Poland? Weird because every other person who has experience with them says they're top tier. What'd they do to piss you off? This sounds like the guy who worked with the Hunger and Romanian Special Forces as well. I think they drank all the booze or something and gave off weird vibes when he was there. A Polish plumber fucked his wife while he was on tour. Americans were cool, their combat guys are dope, but their supporters are legitimately fucking retarded. I can't drive that, I'm not trained. Get in the fucking truck, Shinji. You can drive an Abrams, don't tell me you can't drive a 3-ton 50 feet. Australians are alright, but I can't understand their slang. Germans don't talk, British are cool, officers are kinda dickish though. As a Leaf, the absolute worst people I've worked with are the reservists from Quebexico though. Absolutely entitled cunts with zero understanding of rank structure while playing the language card. Je ne parle pas anglais. Listen, dickhead, I just watched you have a 20-minute conversation with the Habs in English, and you're an English-speaking exercise. Do what you're told. Be on a Royal Time Marine base for Cobra Gold, running fiber optic wire across a road for comms. Lay them in protectors to protect them from vehicles. Locals riding their scooters circumvent the protectors and run over the fiber optic cable anyway. A buddy on the same exercise a different year found them sleeping on duty while guarding their quadcon. Canada. Canadians working themselves into a chute because of some bureaucrat back in Leafland was demanding communications from their chain of command constantly. Leaf officer was constantly on the phone or email and they just stood around for hours and never got to train until a day later. Norway. Best military was the UK Marine boys. Drank with them on the airbase after. Those crazy ladyboy fuckers had some crazy ass Thailand holiday stories, and they were not aware of what a French dip was at the bar menu and all ordered it. Norway, HK pistol wearing commando dudes in civvies and plate carriers. They ate 3 brown bag meals each in the Kuwait military terminal and made some black air guard Aunt Jemima seethe because they left a huge mess and she had privates to clean it up for her, so she did it. ROK Marines. Dumb conscripts who collectively didn't know how to clear a simple jam in their shitty small arms. Norwegians. Spoiled rich kids with fancy toys. They do, however, have good training and a high level of competency. 8 out of 10. Germans. Weird people. Would be competent if they weren't crippled by overwhelming bureaucracy. 6 out of 10. French. Lazy fucks with gigantic sticks up their arses. They all suffer from terminal smugness and wear unearned expressions of superiority. 3 out of 10. Poles. Enlisted dudes are pretty good. Their officers and doctrine aren't. 6 out of 10. Would be significantly better if they could shed the last remnants of the Soviet mindset. Swedes. 50-50 mix of sissy fags and women. And total psychos looking for any excuse to murder. I have no idea how they even function as a unified force. 7 out of 10. Brits. Well trained and highly motivated. They do have a bit of an attitude problem. Their officers are all massive cunts. 8 out of 10. Danes. Highly competent and highly motivated. Great attitudes. 9 out of 10. Would be 10 out of 10 if they had more than 12 people in their entire military. Americans. Decent training and generally highly motivated. Extremely well supplied. Friendly guys but dumb and or naive. Held back by bureaucracy and doctrine that treats lower enlisted like toddlers with zero authority to make decisions or take actions. 7 out of 10. Finns. 7 out of 10. Congratulations, Kay. You're not in Kansas anymore. You've just been assigned to take part in a special military operation to liberate the land of Oz from the oppression of the Wicked Witch of the West and rescue Judy Garfield before drugs and alcohol ruin her. Your enemy includes, but is not limited to, her army of flying monkeys and green-skinned not-witch goons. The witches of the north and south of Oz won't be helping you, but you can recruit the Munchkins as indigenous allies. You may bring any infantry kit from any era you want. From the Spartans of 300 to the Spartans of Halo, but no form of motorized or wheeled transport. Horses may be permitted depending on the kit. What are you bringing? A dozen IEC Dragoons. In one of the Oz books, a group of teenage girls wearing rainbows stages a communist revolution by holding riots, crying when they're grabbed or hit, then stabbing men with knitting needles when their guard is down. The leader uses this as an excuse to take all the money and food for herself. They're later all forced to marry men twice their age. In one of the books, a monster girl has a collection of replacement heads she wears, and the collection is described as having a head of every pretty type of girl. Blonde, redhead, brunette, and one oriental girl. As in, those are the 4 types of pretty girls. Step 1. Equip every munchkin with a 20-gauge shotgun and several bricks of ammo. Step 2. Teach them how to skeet shoot. Step 3. Give them a CIA-approved political education and a fuck ton of drugs. Step 4. Step 5. Regime change. Bolo knives. Give them to munchkins. Every flying monkey head they bring me back, I'll give it 50 cents. Sell crack to the monkeys to fund arming the munchkins. Sell a few gold bricks for a year's worth of Super Soaker production. Witches get wrecked. Rescue Judy Garland before the drugs and alcohol ruin her. I could have saved her. That time in the Oz books that Oz and Thordy incite a fight against a race of wooden gargoyles, Oz pulls out a revolver hidden in his shoe, starts shooting them down and sets fire to their wooden civilization, causing an extinction-level genocide. I hate how this series is only known for one film. Oz returns? I thought he went back to the real world in book 1. I guess there's all kinds of deepest lore. He goes back to America to work at the circus, but eventually returns to Oz because all his friends are dead IIRC. Helldiver kit with the Blitzer and Quasar and a portable Hellbomb backpack. Judy Garland can't do drugs or alcohol if she dies in the blast. I'll blend right in with the Technicolor. Spartan kit allowed. Spartan Mjolnir armor is mechanized but apparently allowed. Iron Man number 50. No, not like that. I said infantry. Not mass-produced, not infantry. All 5 Captain Planet rings plus 1 Super Sentai / Power Ranger transformation item. Planeteers and Power Rangers are all child soldiers. Infantry. I'm not bringing in mechanized transport, I'm summoning it. Margaret Hamilton better run. Jurassic Park .wav. I could canonically kill Captain Planet instantly by making eye contact with him. Blow him apart like the guy from Scanners. Keck, you give him dirty looks, stinky eye, toxic attitude? If not, please explain. Captain Planet canonically met Hitler at one point, and the hate coming off him nearly killed him from across the room. With Captain Planet saying, "Hate is the worst pollution of all," or something gay like that. Using one Hitler at 15 feet as a unit of measurement, Captain Planet would probably be reduced to stray atoms if he came within a quarter mile of me, assuming he degrades in strength exponentially when you double distance like most types of radiation. A true Chudite could aura Captain Planet to death with TXD, literally hate him to death and make a Hyperborea edit off the footage. Keck, well done you. Which military has declined the furthest? I'm going with Canada. Very successful in heroic actions like Vimy Ridge, Juno Beach, Ortono, Capyon, 4th largest navy by the end of World War II, and 3 aircraft carriers in the early Cold War, although not all operational at one time. Over 1,000 fighters, most built in country. The Canuck and abortive Arrow being entirely homegrown. Now, effectively non-functional as a military. Less than 100 operational fighters which have doubled their intended service life. Top-heavy command of a pair of chicks who excel at mandating online diversity courses. Procurement of anything from socks to planes to handguns is a comedy of errors. The Bongs have this, but worse. Canada could conceivably recover. The Bongs have no escape route. The UK. Canada has at least always been in a subordinate and supporting position for the UK and other allies, and has less of a need for strong conventional military capabilities. Britain has all of the same problems with bureaucratic rot and funding, except it went from having uncontested military dominance in every single field to a nearly non-existent 4th-rate military power. There was an infographic posted here that I can't seem to find anywhere online that was made when the Royal Marines adopted the KACAR. It showed a Marine and all the equipment he carried, with the gears brands and country of origin. Literally every single thing was made in another country. We don't need to make plastic harnesses when our financial market is the envy of the world. English children are being fed into a Pakistani industrial rape machine, and entire tribes of Arabs are being dumped on our small towns. But it's okay because look at these numbers. I genuinely have to assume you are because nobody else could possibly think the financial market is what matters at the current state of decay. Royal Navy. I hope with the return of history and the lack of requiring an army on the Rhine, the Bongs should return to traditional navy maxing. Iran/Persia. One of the largest and most respected/feared militaries in antiquity. Still maintained a decent armed force into the 20th century. Early 20th century were late to the party on some things, but still a decent force. But had a small but respectable MIC producing licensed British equipment. Fast forward post 1979, MIC is a global laughingstock building cheap UAVs, glorified F-5s and M38s with 4 headlights among other things. Structure of forces are disorganized. What weapons they do have are laughably out of date, even from countries that have not sanctioned them. Cannot even win against Arab countries. Canada has never been a major military. Yes, but once at a time we were respected for at least some level of technological development and having the most elite infantry in the game. Those days are long past now. The only acceptable answer is Germany. Biggest gun in Germany 1944, 800mm. Biggest gun in Germany 2025, 155mm. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, come on, if you consider them to be a direct successor to the USSR, then it's pretty obviously them. They went from constantly innovating and terrorizing half the world to a bunch of third worlders charging into machine gun fire on dirt bikes. No, the Russian military hasn't changed since the mid-19th century. They've always been incompetent and reliant on meat waves. They just had help from the US during World War II, and that built up their industrial base to the point that they could challenge the Western powers. Boats are men in the Russian Navy. The Russian homosex way is a 1,000-year-old tradition. That feeling when no one has mentioned Mongolia. To be fair, Mongols weren't so much an army as an entire culture and civilization that would come kick your ass. But yes, they were probably the biggest meteoric rise and fall in history. Sweden, 4th largest air force. In case of war, planned to mobilize 800,000 men. More in reserves. Had warehouses and bunkers all over the country. Planned to help Finland with tens of fighter planes if Cold War gone hot. Big military industry making everything at home. And now it's just 40,000 men, few planes, and a rubber duck. No conscription or anything. Well, at least their surplus was cheap. Definitely Canada. At the end of World War II, we had the 3rd largest navy in the world. Granted, that was through the destruction of the German and Japanese navies, but still. Probably Germany. Went from battling 2 superpowers at the same time to barely being able to deploy 1 brigade in a foreign country. Germany went from battling 2 superpowers at the same time. You mean pushing in a declining world power and a precariously ascendant one, while hoping that the other war-scarred world power would just give up instead of getting their shit together and hoping that the dominant world power would be too busy to care about Europe? Germany's performance in World War II was a fluke that was only enabled by how screwed up and complacent the Great War left their neighbors. In history, Persians, the mightiest empire of its time. All it took was to say yes to the Spartans on helping them fucking Athens. Then they collapsed like 9/11. Greece, from Alexander the Great conquering the known world to basically chilling in their backyard. Also, Greece during Athens' golden years, global. As global as it could be back then, influence that couldn't adapt to the savages of Italy and lost. Carthaginians had it even hilariously worse than Rome. Then the most hilarious one is Spain. They were like the British, but they didn't collapse as much. And the absolute comedy gold, the British. From a global ruler to having ships now that barely get out of port in working condition. Limiting it to states with obvious continuity. Persia, Rome, Greek city-states, etc. have incredibly limited continuity. It's obviously Japan. They went from swinging their dick in their own backyard to no longer even being fully willing to defend themselves. I'm surprised no one has said Argentina. Before the Falklands, they were one of the largest and most advanced militaries on the continent. But since the fall of Junta, they have devolved into a barely functioning circus with a non-existent navy and an air force they can't afford to run. Say what you will about the decline of the British, and boy haven't they declined. But even now the Argentinians have zero capability to take the Falklands. Overmentions go to South Africa, who mind you even 20 years ago, long after apartheid ended, were still a capable force that could do expeditionary work in the Congo, but are now utterly gutted. There's also Zimbabwe, who still retained Rhodesian training and tactics for a good while until IIRC the Congo War II. And Cuba, who were able to fight everywhere and everyone from Somalia to Angola, but seem to have lost that capability since the collapse of the USSR, and now exists as a paper tiger that's probably a couple missed meals away from a coup. Despite technically being different countries on entirely different continents, Canada and the United Kingdom are actually the same country, which is why they are experiencing the same problems at the same time. Russia, second army of the world, now entering year X of the 3-day special military operation against its unprepared next-door neighbor and former ally with no end in sight. You forgot the part where they're putting 80-year-old weapons into the field. 2 world wars and counting. Portugal. They went from an actual respected world power to, oh yeah, that's a country, IG. Macedonia. They conquered the Persian Empire and nowadays don't even exist as a nation. Easily Germany tied with France. Both went from world standard with cutting-edge ideas to being NATO's errand boys. The first guy to make and use a bow must have been a real piece of work, I'll tell you what. Me grug, me too much of pussy to kill wild animal with spear. Me stand over here and shoot so me not have to work too hard. Literally grow up and practice your sprints, you lazy. We're endurance hunters. We run. It's our whole thing. Stop being a faggot. Use your legs and feed your family like a real man. T. Seething ooga cell. While you're out, covered in shit, chasing a hog for your fat wife, Uglina, and her bastard children, us Bogods have literally taken the other boar back for a feast, with time to spare. For fucking stupid Uga tribe's fat ugly women while the men are out trying to catch shit by hand, LMFAO. Calls my wife fat. Sorry, my woman is able to eat all these massive fucking hogs I drag home every day. Ma botard mustard race. Even your art depicts you as pencil-legged. Probably couldn't even squat 3 stone below parallel to save your little oblunga ass. Captcha. 3 lights in sky. 1 bat rotated slightly. I like to think the first archers were really autistic about them and had proto-K discussions on which tree is the best or how to hold them the best, etc. Don't understand. Spear always go far enough. Why need twin stick? Why mess with good thing? I hit with rock if not spear. Where twin stick use? Hit even farer? Why even? How can I find animal I hit way far away? Has no purpose or future. Is executive toy. Grugs, you wouldn't believe this. I found infinite berry glitch. You take berry, bury it in soil, more berry appears after season pass. I buried many berry outside of village. What are the implications of this? Fucking retard thinks it's worth to wait 6 months to eat berry when you eat berry now and be happy. Haha, have fun with your season-old berries, nerd. Shut up, stupid dirt fucker. This hunting thread. Take gathering to dedicated campfire for gathering. Why is he wearing a scuba mask and rebreather backpack? Is he alien? Grugs, me go in hunt and me see stupid nobos using javelins. Nobos fags tell me they easier. Nobos never understand grey grug mentality of always being ready. Me conceal carry bow and tunic, but arrow poke nutsack many. How no poke personal berries when grey grugging? I live in a place with trees for spears, rocks for throwing, and I think that orange boulder has iron in it, so I could make a lathe or something for really good spears. Fixes your quiver and gait. When did you grug start to self-load your arrows with feathers? The bow was probably used as static traps initially, and then as an aid in stampeding animals into kill zones like cliffs or pit traps. It's too late, Bowcuck. I've already depicted myself as the Chad-built spearjack with huge penis, and you as the starving bitch Bojack with no penis. You can really tell how stupid spearaboos are. Real men, bogods, only have 1 penis. Meanwhile, speargets in your cave slop have 2, in opposite directions. Now, I know that being a spear cell and all, you don't see a lot of women without their saber-tooth tunic, but that width, where it is indicative of hips. Fucking spear sissy. Boom, boom, crash. Neanderthal break into cave. What do? Grab rock. Go in a jungle. Spear will really say, like run at 'em, of course. Only to get absolutely demolished, thus leaving their women and children vulnerable. If they have them, big if, bow gods. Pick up bow. Aim at Neanderthal, pull back arrow, then release. Typical spear get L, yet another bow god W. How did prehistoric humans come up with the bow anyway? Just gonna shit some autism on everyone, I guess. Endurance running plus beating with rocks and throwing rocks, 6 million years ago. Spears for stabbing and throwing, 400,000 years ago. Adlati for throwing real good, 17,000 years ago. Slings for throwing rocks real good, 12,000 years ago. Bows for throwing mini spears super real good, 10,000 years ago. Grug bows, I was just chipping flint for my new OTF knife. Cave wall rail. And accidentally chipped this weird rock with green strips on it that fell out of the fire into my flint pile. It broke apart and the brown stuff inside was way harder to chip than normal. Is this normal? Can it be used for anything? Hard brown stuff inside. Grug bros. Mom found the poop knife. No, you, lesser hominid. Me and my homies hunt you for sport with our bows. Seethe over your inferior throwing and tool use skills. Just got back from Gobekli Tepe. Many sexy grugettes there. They give snoo stew for 3 beads and 2 shells. I go there. Now pee hurt. Grug bros, me cut foot on rock and now foot turning green. What do? What kind of rock system to mount on string spear? Bow grugs, spear roogs. Bow thumb, best is trap. Make trap, go home, sleep, come back, food in trap. You just wanna fuck grugs wearing grughead clothes. It's still gay even if you call it trap. Me and tribe of Low Hill, tribe need fight tribe of High Hill. Big Oonga Boonga say lay trap in path. High Hill walk into path and become animal for eating but grug instead. Idiot grug need explained 5 times. Go with other to path. Lay down sharp branch trap. Idiot grug there. Idiot grug tie branch bad. NCO grug has to come help. Idiot grug step back into own trap. Leg is now like animal in trap but is idiot grug. Idiot grug scream like big scary animal. Other grugs laugh but scared a little. We call idiot grug grugleg now, and grugleg never tie trap again. Think back on grugleg and chuckle whenever tie branch now. Grugleg good grug. Die same night but very good grug until then. Meanwhile, on the Cave Federation starship, who has broken into the armory again and replicated a bunch of handheld vacuums? All of K starts arguing over whether disruptors or phasers are superior, with internal disagreements on amplitude, wavelength, phase setting, etc., until they realize that the Federation already had the designs for the literal perfect infantry weapon and just couldn't be bothered to actually build it. I don't care how many times a week you force me to see that counselor, I'm not getting into the fucking suicide pod. Sir, it's called a transporter. It's called a go fuck yourself, Chief. Even if we ignore the philosophical implications of being destroyed and cloned in another place, this shit malfunctions like every other month. Chief, our first officer and tactical officer are now one person. And they didn't even let this merged officer be the first officer. They demoted half of our first tactical officer. The starship is a clown ship, and Starfleet is the circus. Is that a fucking Narendra? Based. Romulans aren't people. You can kill them without feeling anything. It's okay. Holodeck computer, load program, maximum boobage, version 7.8. Disable safeties. Run program. Why is there a "you may live to see man-made degeneracy beyond your comprehension" written above the holodeck entrance? That's not how the original quote goes. I can't override the system. It's crashing. Sir, he's still asking the holodeck to make them larger. Oh no. I just want Zora to experiment on my body chemistry. When you redeem code on a ship, we have high hopes. Viewing images from computer database. Klingon female. Hot Klingon female. Hot Klingon female naked. Hot Klingon female naked big breasts. Hot Klingon female naked small breasts. Hot Klingon female naked phaser. Disruptor. Why do Klingons like disruptors? Disruptor versus phaser. Why doesn't Starfleet use ship-scale disruptors? Hot Klingon female disruptor. Hot Denobulan female naked. How to erase memory. How to erase memories safely. Hot Trill female naked. Is it a threesome if they have a symbiote? Is porn illegal in Starfleet? How to clear computer search memory. Starfleet security response time. Can replicators make explosives? Me Little Armalite full song. Well, at least someone didn't review 2 Klingons 1 Targ. Captain, once again I have submitted the request for allowing the access to replicating historical items. This time I have attached the projections of Borg border casualties as a result of me filling the bulkheads and engineering with claymores and adding M67 fragmentation grenades to the standard armament of our tactical squads. Fuck the Borg, use it on the Romulans. At least then you can use it multiple times. Borg shields only adapt to energy weapons. Physical force always rips them apart, which is why those 2 security ensigns on the 3rd shift rotation are always arguing about katanas versus claymores for fighting them. I think I saw one of them carrying a katana too. Wouldn't be the weirdest shit on this ship, not by a light year. Physical force always rips them apart. Fucking clanners. Starfleet Command. Stardate 24979. Federation starship John Moses Browning sent a distress call at 2143, shipboard 1343 Zulu time, indicating that they were being boarded by the Borg. The starship John Moses Browning is a museum ship specializing in the catalog of the life and inventions of John Moses Browning. The USS JMB, shortened for brevity, was written off as a total loss. As a museum ship, its only defensive armaments were its navigational deflector shields and single phaser emitter, totally incapable of holding off a Borg ship. However, 15 minutes later at 21:58 local 13:58 Zulu, the USS JMB reported that it had repelled the Borg and inflicted grievous casualties on the Borg. Starfleet Command was absolutely shocked by this transmission, and wary of a Borg ambush, dispatched multiple starships, omitted due to brevity, to investigate. It turns out that the small contingent of security personnel tried to repel the Borg with standard issue phasers, only to be completely overwhelmed once the Borg adapted. The remaining crew, falling back to the exhibits, awaited their grim fate. Then crewman Redacted broke into an exhibit containing a Browning automatic rifle model 1917, and using emergency replicator access created 12 M1917 magazines loaded with caliber 30-06 projectiles. Then Redacted single-handedly dispatched 73 Borg drones, and the Borg ship, sensing that the resource expenditure outweighed the assimilation attempts, and withdrew, removing the bodies of the drones and all assimilated crew members. Never before has a Borg ship been sent to flight, and further debriefing was requested by Redacted. Get the fuck off my ship. Having transporter technology, still being vulnerable to torpedoes. Not being able to transport a chunk of metal into the front of a torpedo at will. Not being able, for that matter, to just disrupt an incoming torpedo at will. Explain yourself, Trekoids. For the last time, don't try transporting poo out of your bowels out into space. I don't care what state the toilets are in. I had to send 2 people to the infirmary in critical condition because they thought they could reliably localize a transport field entirely in their large intestine without clipping a good chunk of it and God knows what else. Wait, hold up. Yeah, understood. Thank you, doctor. Correction, 1 in critical condition and 1 dead. I'm still amazed that nobody in the setting thought to use transporters as a weapon. Even if instantly removing large parts of your enemy's brains, lungs, hearts, etc. is a little too grisly for Starfleet sensibilities, then just transport them out into the hard vacuum. It's basically everything that exists outside of the ship's hull, and besides, fuck those guys. They got what they were asking for. If that's still too unpleasant for Starfleet regulations, then just transport them into a holding cell, and remove their weapons in transport. Something that's apparently a trivial problem for them. Shit, strip them naked when you put them down in the brig just as a laugh.
Just look at it. Expensive, complex, huge logistical requirements. Requires a secure base. Requires ground forces to guard them. Requires an army of highly trained specialists to keep them in the air. Low availability rate. Doesn't like adverse weather, dust, sand. Can't be deployed in terrain deemed too dangerous. Can't survive in contested airspace. Barefoot savages with Soviet-era AA guns can bring them down. Doesn't do anything swarms of cheap drones can't do for 10% of the cost. So what's the point of these things now? Yeah, I know. It is possible to imagine a scenario where they are useful, such as Saddam Hussein obligingly lining up his tanks in a flat, empty desert to be used as target practice, but that dream scenario will not happen again. What is their use case now? Because we're afraid if we don't waste our money on tons of bullshit, we'll be surpassed by our enemies or some gay shit. Who said they were still a viable platform? They're going the way tanks went with the Marines. Complains about bad weather. Shills drones. Pick one, faggot. Well, the US has canceled anything resembling a new attack helicopter program. Old Apaches and Blackhawks might get ITEP and a couple other upgrades, but it looks like that's about it. Seems like the role is going to be taken over by transport helicopters and tilt rotors launching drones out the back or side from standoff ranges as far as I'm able to tell, at least. Expensive. What aircraft isn't? Complex. What aircraft isn't? Huge logistical requirements.
What aircraft doesn't have huge logistical requirements? Requires a secure base. This is also not exclusive to the Apache. Requires ground forces to guard them, as does literally anything worth guarding. Requires an army of highly trained specialists to keep them in the air, as does every military aircraft. Low availability rate, maybe for the third world. Doesn't like adverse weather, dust, sand. Not an issue. Can't be deployed in terrain deemed too dangerous. Not an issue. Can't survive in contested airspace. It's an attack helicopter, no shit. Have escorts gain aerial superiority or accept the risk. Barefoot savages with Soviet-era AA guns can bring them down, if they're in range. Big if. Doesn't do anything swarms of cheap drones can't do for 10% of the cost. Post hands. The problem with a helicopter is not that it's expensive. It's that pick-related is cheap and does most of its job just fine. Shoot things from the air. Get shot by AA missiles. Lob missiles from the air. Do the same much cheaper from the ground. Be quick at important points. Buy several cheap ground missile carriers and be the important point all along. Fly into enemy territory and lob missiles from there. Get shot by AA missiles while flying past the front line. And we're the only ones with enough money to run it, bitch. That feeling when our systems can't be captured because they're such expensive pieces of shit. Highly mobile, networked HEGM slinging systems that can fire from the safety of being out of LOS by hugging terrain and sitting behind a hill. Look into the Army's Any Sensor, Any Shooter system, I think it's called, to understand the premise. A single drone goes high and far enough past that hill and sees you, which it does easily, because you're an uncamouflaged thing hanging in the sky for anyone to see. Then a drone sensor ground shooter missile flies at you and kills you, which it does easily because you are too constrained by weight to have proper APS, let alone armor, and are also a fragile helicopter. Neither of those two would have happened if you were a missile AFV instead of a missile helicopter. 2 to 3 Apaches now act as mobile reserve, able to quickly respond and travel to areas of enemy attacks, especially with one carrying a longbow radar. It can pop up from behind cover or low terrain, detect targets, and lob several NLOS missiles in a minute. There goes a 6 to 12 of your enemy's armored vehicles. They also provide easy access to CAS since the Army operates their own helos instead of going through the Air Force, and helos can operate closer to the front line and from makeshift facilities. Calling in a single drone to hit a single target is nice, but having a helo in the air, able to take missions on request or fire on targets at will, is even better. Raid on Gold Base by Lord Xenu's Royal Orb Polisher. Commandos, you have been tasked to infiltrate Gold Base and need to free those being held hostage by an extraterrestrial worshipping cult. Our information would put them somewhere near the center of the campus with around 70 hostages ranging from 15 to 70. There are approximately 30 armed guards on duty around the compound at any given moment, armed with handguns and the occasional PDW. What would your loadout be? What would be the most efficient way to exfil? Be aware they may have foreknowledge that you are on the way and attempting a rescue operation. Akimbo Model 1887 and Commando Pro. Do the hostages have to be rescued alive? And how many missing body parts will be considered excessive? 5 years ago, 30,000 body parts went missing in the blink of an eye, and the world just fucking watched. Tomorrow, there will be no shortage of hostages, no shortage of danger close. I know you understand that I don't care about danger close. Drive an armored truck carrying a nuke up to the base. Use a speaker to communicate the deal. It explodes in 2 minutes or in 60 minutes. Their choice. I don't know what I'm gonna bring, but I am definitely wearing a Guy Fawkes mask. My loadout would be a Joker suit and face paint. 2 knives as my weapons. I would leave a Joker playing card on everybody along with "Why so serious?" paint on the walls. Go ahead. I enlist the FSB and the VDV, and I soften the target with cluster bombardment for 72 hours before helo infantry assault. I instruct my forces that there are only hostages at the compound, and no armed resistance. Once all non-FSB VDV personnel are slaughtered, I want an additional 8 hours for the remainder of the Russian force to rape each other to death before I deploy bulldozers and concrete layers. Overmatch them with XM7 and 6.8mm overmatch by Sig Sauer America. Penetrate them with XM1186 and use Overmatch Tactical Scope with Tactical Integrated Thermal and Overmatch Rangefinder to overmatch them. What are their demands? What's the weather? Are they likely to start killing hostages or just use them as meat shields? I would probably just cut water and power and wait them out. Looks like a warm place. Does joining this cult guarantee me free housing and 3 square meals a day? Free housing, as in you don't pay them money? Yes. You'll be working your ass off for them constantly, though. You'll live in dorms that are about on par with Russian military barracks. Same amount of stealing, though a bit less turd burgling, I'm told. 3 square meals. LMAO, no. You'll eat daily unless you piss somebody off. And you can manage that by doing literally anything. The food you get will be whatever they found in the price-reduced aisle. Besides food and a work uniform, you'll be paying for everything else you need with the 25 to 50 bucks you'll get weekly. Honestly, even in terms of cults, you could do better. Hold out for an offer from those people who run the Yellow Deli. Oblak Switchion was arrested for possession of a Glock with a switch and silencer and other charges. Discuss. I got nothing, sorry. He painted the words on the slide with nail polish. I used to think this looked really cool until I learned that slides don't come that way and it's just an autist dressing their guns up like a Barbie doll. Sub-Saharan African commits crimes, goes to jail. Report. How could this have happened? Goes to jail. Not for long. This is Chicago. He'll be back out on the streets in no time. If you own 2 unregistered machine guns and suppressors on the other hand, you'd be headed to prison. I'd carry something similar if I had to live in Chirac. Oblak Switchion. He had a Glock with a switch on. What the fuck? I don't think there's much to discuss. For the same reason you don't need to discuss the tide coming in. Entirely sensible setup, surprising for a to be this pragmatic. 1 minute, lads. You have exactly 60 seconds to gear up. For real. Right fucking now. No hypotheticals. Stop what you're doing, start a timer, physically arm yourself, and make ready. I want you fully clothed, geared up, boots on, at the door, and at attention in 60 seconds or less. I don't own boots. Not gonna make it. No. I'm going to be naked and barefoot defending my home, just as Jesus intended. Cocks out, Glocks out. Nobody wants to wrestle a naked man. Bonus points if you can get hard. But yeah, 60 seconds at midnight, and all you're getting is a hairy-ass mag light and 15 rounds of 9mm. 1 minute, AR-15 with 7 mags, PASGT helmet, nods, chest rig with IFAK, 1 quart of water, and a radio. Boots. Fieldable out of 10. Get something for shelter and some iodine tablets. Credit where it's due, OP. This is a fun idea for a thread on an increasingly gay board. My results. Garand with 24 rounds ready to go. My CC pistol and 1 spare mag. Matching camo fatigues. PASGT. Plate carrier with IFAK, maps, knife, radio, compass, and a few other odds and ends. Ability to get my go bag on the way out the door. General survival supplies for weeks. Could have had my Galil, but shamefully it's unloaded. Giving myself a C grade. Decent overall, but pitiful lack of ammo. Neat way to discover my shortcomings. Bathrobe, sandals, bottles of high-proof random alcohol, random-ass torn clothes, knife, oversized slingshot, lighter. Florida's best at your service. I'm already in underwear. I'll just grab my nugget and my box of 54R and head on out. I'm at work. I can't grab anything but my penis. The problem with this is that in a real Minuteman situation, I don't know what I'm supposed to be gearing for. I have my EDC and keep my main bolt rifle and semi-rifles and range bags all ready to go. And I have a small pack I also keep ready just for laziness factor. Oh, it's nice and I've got an hour, let's go for a hike. So in principle, easy to get the basics and have a weapon anyway. But guns and ammo are heavy. I'm not taking both unless this is 1 minute to get into your truck and start driving. Same thing with a range or other kit that's readily on hand. Done. 9 p.m. butt naked, about to play some chess. COP. Sprint down corridor to bedroom. Dodge wife. And on? Don't worry, 4chan thing. Grab my M9 and shoulder holster from headboard, then AUG. PC and boots from under the bed. Drop M9 plus holster. Don the rest. Step into closet. Grab helmet, jacket, and bob. Realize I have enough time to put pants on. Hesitate. Boots off, pants on, boots on. Go through closet, downstairs, the long hall. Out the front door by 58 seconds. Learning points. 60 seconds is longer than I realized. I don't need to go into battle with my dick flapping in the breeze. I'm glad it's not winter. No shirt, no socks, and jacket over my plate carrier is not ideal. I'll move some socks to the top pouch of my bob and leave my shirt with my PC. I should get a gun belt you can wear without pants, or fit a pistol holster to my carrier. Good thread, OP. Shit. I didn't read the whole post and didn't get boots. I'll slip into some slippers on my way out the door. Also, I came back to the computer because it had the clock I was using when I should probably have gone to the door, if I was actually heading out. Glasses because fucking blind. AR-15 with dot, 130 rounder in it, and a sling that I wasted too much time finding and attaching. Spare 20 rounder in my pocket because it was the first one I saw. 45 P10 shoved in other pocket. Thoughts/coat. There was a backpack next to me with some food, medicine, spare glasses, and phone that I should have put on. Another nearby backpack had warm clothes, emergency blanket, first aid, etc. I should have had one backpack with a little of everything. If I had actually gone out the door, there's a bag of magazines I could have grabbed. Should have kept the QD sling attached to one of my guns. If I'm taking my car somewhere, it does have a pair of boots, warm clothes, blanket, water, and a first aid kit. Stuff that is closest to me. G19, original German M35 helmet, M90 pants, band t-shirt, sneakers, GP5 asbestos mask with a Polish bag, some old ass bayonet. Yeah, I can work with this. Get lock laces for your boots to save time. Shotgun, backpack, shoes, 28 seconds. Could have been 24 if my right shoe hadn't crumpled on me. I forgot ammunition though. Fully clothed? Sounds like you want those lobsterback fucks to win, Madam Secretary. All I need is Gen 3 Glock 19 with a few spare mags and a couple boxes of ammo. Car keys, wallet, and phone so I can leave whatever bullshit scenario you came up with behind. There are spurgs who are actually kidding themselves out because some random post on a Mongolian basket weaving forum told them to. Vampire the Masquerade. You've just learned that vampires exist and they control the world. You refuse to be their cattle. You wage a one-man war on the kindred. You can either be a regular dude or imbued. What's your loadout? Rules are a mixture of the tabletop and real life with regards to guns, calibers, and performance. My loadout is my dick, my balls. Primary, AA-12 or USAS-12, a magazine-fed automatic shotgun loaded with slugs or dragon's breath. AR-15 chambered in 50 Beowulf or an AR-10 chambered in 308. Secondary, Glock 20, 10mm auto, Desert Eagle in 50 AE, Ruger Super Red Hawk in 454 Casull, or a Smith & Wesson 500. And they control the world? Lol, Lamau even. Vampires aren't actually shit in World of Darkness. There's a reason they've been on the down low since the Inquisition, and it's only gotten worse for them. They're pretty good, and are actually influential even with all the SI and technocratic shit. It's just, the world is ending, and also the game line has an entirely different focus from the other game lines, and trying to mix them together inevitably leads to shit not meshing. Anything with incendiaries, probably a shotgun with dragon's breath. Colt Anaconda, Flamin' Warfare halberd and sidesword. Shit, I wish I could find that one old green text I have from TG where a dude playing an illegal arms dealer made it his one-man mission to break open the masquerade and fuck over every vampire on Earth as hard as possible after they embraced him without consent. Ended with the National Guard and vampires in the city openly duking it out, with the guard going door to door with UV spotlights and flamethrowers. I helped LaCroix and was kicked out and banned from the Anarchs bar for being autistic. What's your loadout? I use disciplines to make the bad guys KYS. Do fusion-based nukes create sunlight? Base Trip says yes. They are canned sunshine, but the flash, therefore fire damage, is what would kill the VTM vampire, and it is very aggravated. But in White Wolf Universe, it needs enough faith, so only Edward Teller would be able to exterminate vampires without detonating one, simply by cruising around in his Buick or leading them close to his lead-lined bank deposit box. Vampires exist and they control the world. Loadout, Casio FT91. Backpack, funny chemistry products. Just give me the vampire puss and make me one of them. I insist vampires can't be defeated with science. Depends on the vampire, but most myths have them being vulnerable to fire, and science did give us flamethrowers and incendiary grenades. A farm pickup truck loaded over its weight rating and remote-controlled small starter high explosive. Ask if they can skate uphill. I don't know tabletop rules, but I know Buffy rules. Under Buffy rules, I milk the cross allergy to wear them down before cutting off their head. I wear full plate armor covered in crosses that have been riveted on. I carry a large cross-shaped shield which has a wooden stake at the end that can be used for dusting or to stab into the ground as a stationary barrier. I have a sword with a silver inlay and the scabbard is a wooden stake with a rotating piece that can make it cross-shaped to wield offhand if I set my shield down. Cross-shaped throwing stars are attached to my shield and armor with magnets. In a drop leg holster, I have a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun with silver buckshot. Finally, I carry a 6-foot processional staff with a sharpened cross at the end that I use as a spear or halberd. Yeah, I know it's already said, but I'll go through why each of these wouldn't work. Anything to do with crosses without true faith would likely not work. Some vampiric bloodlines and individuals are susceptible to symbols of faith, or other particular faith, but the majority are not. Silver doesn't work, unless they have the silver allergy demerit, which is an optional system. Silver does work on werewolves, however. Your wooden stake actually would work if you could get it into the heart, but you have to fight a creature that's almost certainly physically superior to you in every way into a position where you can stake them, then actually stake them. There's a reason why hunters who have actually hunted say just to light them on fire. Buffy. Joss Whedon is a blight and has done irreparable and unforgivable damage to pop culture as a whole. Buffy was fun. Firefly was awesome. It wasn't really a problem until the Avengers were all sassy and quippy. Meanwhile, on the K Babylon station, sucking dick on residential deck 5, ammo donations appreciated. I hate how awful the intros are. They sound like nails on chalk. You are wrong and your opinion is trash. Better or worse than all the hand-to-hand combat descending into Wakali Wood production in terms of choreography? You are wrong and your opinion is trash. Who's up for seeing if they can provoke a reaction from the telepath by thinking the weirdest, most disturbing thing they can? Do you really think you mundanes can think of anything that would disturb me? We have managed to track down a blip. It appears the subject is trying to meet in contact on Babylon 5 during a diaper fur convention organized by the staff as part of its cultural exchange program. Someone find Mr. Morden. I need to ask him a favor. Babylon Station looks inside. It's a Heat FS. Game designers, really? My boss has been carrying around a slug thrower as a backup weapon. Should I be worried? I mean, the small ones are pretty low powered, sure. Seems a little risky if a shot punches through something and it hits some alien big shot by mistake. Anyone know how I could build a mass driver for my ship? Hypothetical question, of course. Whee! Attention in the ship. Attention in the ship. This is Chang faggot. It seems the HTs have gone on a strike and I have no experience with this type of shit. Lay 1 Bravo pipe patching team to aft VCHT for flaming shit flood expedite. God damn it, who barfed vodka on the gravity control panel? Hey, I was stripping copper out of the old Babylon station when I found some treasure in some old Dilgar bitch's apartment. Here she was done in by the older races a while back. Anyway, look here, some sort of serum. Says universal anti-agapic. Me and the boys already shot some up, but not really feeling much. Think we can hawk it in the brown level? Who the fuck turned the 0G off on Deck 3's restroom area? Those faggots had taco night, you morons. Join Night Watch. Help bring peace to Earth Alliance. You do want peace, don't you? If anyone sees Brad Dourif running around, please alert Garibaldi at once. We don't know what he's doing, but he's probably up to no good. That is all. No, but seriously, passing through Gethsemane is one of the best episodes of the series, and I find it funny that JMS is an atheist, but still managed to really get a sincere depiction of Christianity in his sci-fi show. Who was in the wrong? The Dilgar. Personally, the Narn were acting out in the start of the show, in a way you could consider some sort of cultural side effect of the previous Centauri occupation. It is understandable, but their behavior was nothing more than a victim getting a taste of power and using it to bully anyone under them. Their continued behavior, even without the shadow influence to the Centauri, would have provoked war sooner or later. However, the mass driver bombardment of the Narn homeworld is where the Centauri lose any real sympathy, or at least claims of self-defense, albeit that is the final blow of the war anyways. And had G'Kar not found a new understanding to life alongside Emperor Vir, It would have continued back and forth like that over the centuries without any change. In a subtle way, I think G'Kar wanting revenge but not actually knowing what else he'd do is a bit of foreshadowing that these feelings are based more on the suffering he endured, and it's more of a reflex, just to try and fix whatever is wrong inside of his head. If they can do the same to the Centauri, then somehow two wrongs will make a right, and he will be at peace. But also, I don't think it's fair to blame Londo for not knowing the guy who looks like a stunt double for Alec Baldwin circa Hunt for the Red October who asks you a question is going to make Hiroshima look like a Berlin airlift from reminiscing wistfully. In a subtle way, I think G'Kar wanting revenge but not actually knowing what else he'd do is a bit of foreshadowing that these feelings are more based on the suffering he endured, and it's more of a reflex just to try and fix whatever is wrong on the inside of his head. That and the rest of your post is accurate. The Narn's action in Season 1 is similar to the behavior of abused people lashing out, at least from my limited layman perspective. We're going to be strong, tough, and dangerous so we won't be hurt again, type thinking. It was causing a lot of conflict. Londo and G'Kar really had the best character arcs. Captcha, Gay, NW. G'Kar happily aided in the plot of killing a fuck ton of Vorlon. He was risking the extermination of his people right then and there. He then kept this going throughout Season 1, albeit with only the Centauri as his target. The Narn unironically had it coming and Refa was right. Also, Londo was funnier, smarter, and was the more compelling character. The Narn kept fucking around and they found out. G'Kar was going to assassinate the Emperor who was on a peace mission, so war was inevitable either way. Londo did everything to mitigate the damage that was caused, and he was essentially a puppet, albeit one who was able to cut his own strings in the end. Okay, realistically, how fucked are you? What do you personally have to fight him, and what is the plan? I'm not old enough to know what he's from. T, 25-year-old. How do you not know Inspector Gadget? My niece knows him, and she's 11. I've only seen the live-action movie. A big magnet. Go-Go Gadget non-ferrous material. Go-Go Gadget FPV drone. Pretty fucked. I'm nice to him and tell him that I'm not actually against him and it's actually a huge misunderstanding. He's powerless without his niece. If a 44 Magnum can go through an engine block like Dirty Harry says, then it'll go through a clanker no problem. But what if he uses Go-Go Gadget whatever? Then I'll shoot his retarded ass again. Be 300 yards away and shoot him with my semi-auto 308. Go-Go Gadget fuck your mother. Boing, 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 boing. Wowzers! I yell, Go-Go Gadget cock, whilst dropping my pants and bending over. My sphincter will outlast his servos. After he is incapacitated, I snort more meth and methodically disassemble him. The only characters who can beat him are Batman and Factorio Engineer. Both require prep time. I want to start a rumor that the Ukrainians have developed Inspector Gadget-type soldiers and have put them on the front line. I very politely tell the main character of the series, Penny and her cybernetic attack dog, anything she wants to know and hope she doesn't have her insane cyborg killing machine of an uncle kill me. This man has lost all connection to his humanity, to the person he used to be when he was flesh and blood. His dog and niece are the only things keeping his fragile sense of self together. Woe is the day he loses his last connection to who he used to be and decides to inflict his wrath upon the people who made him into the machine of death that he was built to be. Penny is the only thing keeping Inspector Gadget from being one of the greatest mass murderers in human history. Because when he finally snaps, you better have a nuclear warhead to take him down. The crowbar is the best weapon that exists. Allow me to explain why. Not classed as a controlled weapon legally. Is classed as a dangerous article only. Is legal to take anywhere, with a reasonable excuse. Can be used to thrust or swing. One hard hit is enough to knock a grown man unconscious. Can easily pry open car doors and house doors. Can easily smash walls, glass, and boxes/furniture. Can be used to fix things that go wrong with vehicles. Is longer than a standard knife. Longer than a standard hammer. Is only beaten by a sword or an axe. Post your crowbars. If you don't own a crowbar, you lose. I have my emotional support walking stick. Can be taken everywhere. Is it really better than a crowbar? Post the stick. Post the stick. I bet you like that, Fed. Pick related, my world ender. I know a guy who used a crowbar in a fight with some bikers. There were 3 bikers, one of which had a knife. One biker managed to grab either the crowbar or the guy's arm. I'm not sure exactly, and then the biker with the knife started stabbing. Dude got stabbed in the leg, the abdomen, and got his hand sliced up. He got away in decent condition, all things considered. No vital organs or major arteries hit. Yep, it's a shit weapon. Way too heavy. Getting into close combat with 3 bikers on your own seems like a bad idea to begin with. 3v1, he done goofed. Have you ever actually tried to swing a crowbar? The weight and balance make it absolutely terrible for that. You're way better off with a bat or a knife, or best of all, a gun. Go back to Home Alone, wet bandit. This is a Halligan barboard. Wow, it's as heavy as a sledgehammer, but somehow more unbelievably badly proportioned for fighting with. Master Race Long Crowbar owner here. This is a mandatory tool/melee weapon for when shit hits the fan. Short ones are impractical. I've kept my shorty in my car since high school. Always thought it'd be unironically the best zombie apocalypse melee weapon. Overhand hook swing to brain walkers. Would surely pierce the skull. Grab hook and jab with the other edge at ranges you can't swing in order to create distance. Utility for opening doors, windows, boxes, not just a weapon, but a tool. Ben kicked ass in the Night of the Living Dead with just a tire iron, and a crowbar is basically just a better version of that. Name something more useful. Has never worked with a crowbar in his entire life. What makes a crowbar a good tool is what makes it a terrible weapon. The reach per weight is abysmal and its balance is terrible unless you choke way up on the grip. It'd literally be like using a sledgehammer except the handle is worse and it's short. A 36-inch crowbar weighs well over 5 pounds, and a 24 is putting you at a big disadvantage for no gain. They're clumsy, slow, and the grip is not suitable for this kind of work. Gordon Freeman makes the crowbar work because, being a guy in a magical video game, he can flick it around like it's weightless. Indian War Keynos. Post artwork, legends, excerpts, and popular media of the actual longest war in American history. Most aesthetically pleasing U.S. Army uniform in history. Fighting Indians must have been terrifying. There's just you and a bunch of dudes in the middle of nothing, anxiously gazing at the endless horizon in case hundreds of bloodthirsty warriors are about to fall upon you. And if that's the case, you then have 2 choices. Run away hoping your horse will be faster than theirs and that the nearest town isn't too far away. Or fight hoping you have enough ammunition to outlast an enemy with superior numbers. In both cases, if you lose, you'll regret ever being born. Settlers and soldiers had to have balls of steel. Most battles of the Indian Wars, or at least the phase that captivates the public imagination from 1865 to 1890, were relatively small scale compared to the American Civil War, where even relatively minor engagements could have participants of both sides number well into the tens of thousands. No doubt, but it still must have been terrifying. A Civil War battle was horrific, but at least it had an end. Traveling/living on the frontier in the 19th century had to be nerve-wracking because of the constant feat of attack and the cruelty of the Indians. Imagine going to sleep or on patrol every day wondering if you'd still have your scalp a few hours later. I imagine it wouldn't have been great for the Indians either. Completely outclassed in tech, logistics, and population. Lose a battle or even win a battle at high cost, and you've lost an entire generation of men. Washington and local commanders explicitly engaging in policy of total war and extermination from General John Sullivan's campaign on, including burning crops. Knowing that even if you fly a white flag and the stars and stripes, there's a likelihood that American soldiers and militia will just massacre everyone anyway. Basically a flood that never ends, where the new settlers bully and intimidate you while also massacring the buffalo that are the foundation of your way of life. Chabot Scoys actively undermining you for whiskey and greedy plutocrats cheating you out of land. Eventually the government sends agents to kidnap your children and erase who they are, and if you try to fight back you'll get massacred again. Would make for a good nightmare mode western game. When did the use of firearms become widespread among the Great Plains Indians? They're only ever represented with repeating rifles/revolvers. Didn't they use muskets before? Basically never. There's a reason the Americans were reluctant to sell them firearms. They sold steel arrowheads by the thousands instead. So firearms were either ancient or traded westwards over generations. Or captured. It's telling that the early parts of Custer's last stand had most casualties inflicted from arrows, whereas later parts were primarily inflicted with firearms. The Indians took the rifles off the men they'd killed and kept firing. Peak Indian armament was pre-1763, when they could source firearms from multiple colonial powers, and those colonial powers actually wanted to arm them, to kill the French/English respectively. Once the French were out, the Americans and English made peace. Firearms became a lot harder to source. The Plains tribes could never hope to achieve the same degree of firearms penetration that the most eastern tribes had had a century previously. After 150 years of the tribes allying with either the British, the Dutch, or the French and killing each other, the 7 Years' War had ended, and only the British remained in North America, realizing that they could no longer play the colonial powers against each other, and noticing that their supply of firearms and gunpowder was now reliant on a monopolist who wanted them gone. The tribes of the Great Lake region belatedly recognized that massacring each other was only going to get them killed faster, and did what'd be completely unthinkable mere years ago, uniting to resist the advance of the English. For the first time in history, Algonquin and Iroquois fought side by side against a common enemy. The fight for the Great Lakes would last for 50 years, and be comprised of 3 major wars: Pontiac's Rebellion, the first, the Northwest Indian War, the biggest, and Tecumseh's War, the Last Stand. It was the worst fighting the English and later the Americans would ever have to endure against the Indians. Everything that came after was little more than a wrap-up. Indian wars in the 17th and 18th centuries deserved the spotlight as much as their 19th century counterparts. Even the pre-Civil War Indian wars in the West are mostly ignored in favor for the 1860s to 1890s periods. While the English were covering the Atlantic coast and little colonies, the French were a bit more adventurous, and with basically no logistics at all, colonized the banks of Mississippi, first exploring it north to south, then starting to colonize it south to north. In doing so, they came across numerous tribes, amongst the Natchez, who are widely considered one of the last vestiges of the pre-Columbian Mississippian culture. With a fairly complex socio-political system, although the size of the tribe wasn't anything special, it also doesn't appear to have meaningfully changed since the times of the Narvaez and De Soto. As was essentially universal, French encroachment on Natchez land led to ever-increasing tensions, which culminated in the Natchez attack on Fort Rosalie, which ended up with more than 200 dead Frenchmen. French retaliation initially wiped out an unrelated tribe, though they'd effectively eliminate the Natchez in subsequent years. The surviving Natchez merged into the Chickasaw, which were subsequently attacked by the French as well, though the attack ended up being a failure. Although pop culture focuses almost exclusively on Native Americans using bows and arrows in guerrilla-style ambush warfare, the archery tradition of the tribes was actually a pretty short one. It was only from around 1000 AD on that the bow and arrow were placed at Laddles, east of the Mississippi. Bows powerful enough to serve as reasonable weapons of war, nowadays called the Asian War Complex, only arrived in Alaska around 700 AD and spread from there, and pre-contact. Native American warfare did in fact utilize shields as well as makeshift wooden armor. Consequently, wars were fought using relatively dense formations of warriors with shields, spears, and very visible and pick-related, the ubiquitous war club. As a consequence, the wars of the early 17th century, when the colonies were still in their first generation, featured a lot less arrows, and a lot more clubbing on the head. It was the increasing ubiquity of firearms on the colonist side that made shock attacks in dense formations impossible, and forced the Indians to switch distributed exchanges of long-distance fire with arrows if need be, and muskets if they could be acquired. The distribution of firearms amongst the tribes on account of the Anglo-French competition, and the Dutch just being reckless and selling guns to whoever wanted them, did in turn eliminate the traditional style of warfare between the tribes as well, as the casualties inflicted by firearms against dense formations were impossible to sustain for the tribes. In the early days of the English colonies, import from African slaves was fairly rare. Why import when you have cheap local labor available right there? Indeed, in the 17th and early 18th century, the colonies were net exporters of native slaves to the Caribbean. For some tribes, this was bad. They were beaten, captured, shipped off, and sold off to be worked to death on Caribbean sugar plantations in a year or two. But in order to sell slaves, you first have to catch slaves. Enter the Yamasee. Acquiring European firearms, they were more than happy to raid neighboring tribes, thereby significantly thinning out Indian population in the southeast, and to sell off their captives for even more European goods. Numerically small, their superiority in weapons and cooperation with colonial slave raiders gave them a significant advantage over their neighbors, and they profited immensely, raiding all the way into Florida and to the Mississippi. Eventually, however, relations with the colonists deteriorated, leading to the Yamasee War. Despite their history as South Carolina's major allies and slave raiders, the Yamasee managed to bring together an impressive coalition of tribes, and their attacks wiped out upwards of 1 out of 20 of the colony's population in a relatively short amount of time. South Carolina recovered and eventually shattered the Yamasee, but it was a hard-fought victory. You're faced when you're an Abrams gunner and you hear gunner, canister, troops. That feeling when you're a water dog and you hear Private First Class Gomez. The purifier saline containment is collapsing. Canister shot was probably never intended for anti-infantry use. Imagine this. There's an ATGM team in a brick house 200 meters away. Do you A, shoot a sabot and create a 4-inch wide hole in the wall? B, shoot a heat round and create a 5-foot hole in the wall? C, shoot an HE and blow down half the wall? Or D, shoot a canister shot and shoot 1,000 holes in the wall? It's not really about shred this one infantry soldier with extreme prejudice, but destroy this light fortified emplacement enemy position with low margin of error. Why would you shoot a dude with a tank shell anyways when you could just cut him in half with a coax? Canister was for clearing large masses of troops. You just need to fire one round down a street. I thought it was for helicopters. Driver, tracks, troops. There was a driver tracks car moment in a thread last week sometime. My face when Charlie snipers want to tango my 106 of flechettes. That feeling when you're an artilleryman and you hear infantry, 200 meters, direct fire, high explosive. Your face when you're a machine gunner and your WSL yells, free gun. Is free gun roughly the equivalent of weapons free? I think that's bong for runaway gun, where the action gets so hot from firing cyclic that the sear fails and the gun keeps shooting after you let go of the trigger. SOP is to break the ammo belt and just ride the lightning until you're out of ammo. Expert pro tip, you can't snap the belt on a Mark 19. The 40mm are too fat to wrap your hands around as it moves. If it's mounted on a Humvee turret, whatever you do, don't unlock the turret ring beforehand and jerk the gun up in shock, as a stray 40mm could fall down into the engine block of your PL's Humvee and break it. Source, was retarded as a private. Gunner, flamethrower, mimes. Casually turns on the window wipers of the viewports. Gunner, smoke, building. Easily the most diabolical one. Guessing the result is anyone in the building piling out looking like pick related. More like this, Desu. Smoke is Willie Pete. Canister shot is still a thing? I thought that was what the coax MG was for. T, non-tank fag. Was probably never intended for. There's literally FMs and other such doctrine you can read. Instead of just making it all up in your head, kid, suck less. Helos. Skeet shooting with a 120mm gun? Glorious. The GWAT saw the standardization of the M1028 120mm canister round, handy in urban areas. T. Remember watching a thing about this stuff saying it was made to shoot down helicopters, but no helicopter is retarded enough to get that close to a tank without firing an ATGM. More reading material. Even General Dynamics states it as being anti-personnel and for assaulting infantry in RPG ambushes. Have another cool GD munition. Mark 19 flechette rounds. Sir, we have a machine gun. In fact, we have 3. Also, we have high explosive. Why are we bothering to carry canister rounds instead of more useful shells? If you know you're going to be engaging almost exclusively armor, it's better to not have any HE in your vehicle at all in case you get penetrated. American HE is remarkably insensitive, but it's better not to risk it. And canister is inert and also useful against infantry and light vehicles. Fortunately, you no longer have to choose. Now it's sabots that are useless and taking up space. M1147. His smile and optimism restored.
Don't like greens and ham, just get your ham and
What would be the minimum number of soldiers necessary to conquer Earth? About 350. 350. What constitutes conquered anyway? To take over the existing government? To have control over every square meter of land? Achieving capitulation of every government on Earth and being able to collect taxes and maintain governments in every region. Insurgents can't exist so long as they aren't holding territory. Sounds like more of a shock and awe territory than number of soldiers territory. Microwave life off from one of the continents from the space, and then send a threat to the rest of the world saying unless they capitulate and pay the tithe, they'll suffer the same fate. 350 Space Marines? Absolutely. Half that if it's an actually smart chapter like the Raptors, Raven Guard, or Ultramarines. You need like 400 Space Marines just to fail to conquer a planet of like 12 million people. The Earth has 7 billion people. They're gonna need a lot more people than that. 400 Space Marines to conquer a planet of insert number here. Source me then. Decapitation strikes on leaders and strategic capabilities makes conquering easy as fuck. Especially if you have a fucking spaceship that's bigger than Manhattan. Taros campaign. Taros had actual anti-orbital capabilities worth shit. We don't. Wouldn't you like to know, green-skinned boy? 40K picture. Time waiting question. I know what you are scheming at, Farseer. Collapsing Earth's logistics and economics is just a matter of leveling around 100 locations. Easy. Honestly, just the largest 100 cities in America and China. All the big Chinese dams, obviously, would totally fuck the global economy and lead to famines that would kill 1 billion, if not more. Then there's no fuel in the ships and jets, no power for internet systems, and you're free to do what you want. You won't have established any kind of order, but there won't be any kind of coherent modern resistance in a year. If you can surprise, teleport, or drop your soldiers in literally wherever you want, with modern armaments, it theoretically wouldn't take more than 100,000 men to bring the world economy crashing down permanently. 1 million men is more realistic, though. Destroying cities with massively dense population and no food production will cause mass famines. It would create a short-term logistical mess and long-term economic mess, but it's unlikely to cause starvation in the billions. Now, if you went for infrastructure, power plants, fuel refineries and depots, ports and airports, you'll be creating some problems. Further destabilize law and order by annihilating key parts of government, media and law enforcement, and those cities all become starving liabilities filled with warlords who will attack anyone and everyone else for food. The Imperium does not extinguish humans unless absolutely necessary. They see them as future cannon fodder and cogs for the galactic conquest. They would send someone like Sanguinius, Horus, or Girly Man to convince/force Earth to surrender and join the Imperium. All the armies on the planet will say fuck off and get wrecked eventually. Terms will be offered again, and if Earth refuses again and still fights to the end, only then will they glass the planet. The Imperium often fights recalcitrant worlds. The Guard typically deals with this just fine. How large the army that needs to be committed depends on the population. Most worlds are far less densely populated than Earth, so a couple regiments can often deal with them. For Earth, they'd need a proper invasion force, hundreds of thousands or millions strong, and extensive orbital bombardment. They wouldn't try to hold the planet directly. Instead, they pick some country that played ball, e.g. Brazil, and give them license to move in and subjugate the rest. Just one sufficiently large soldier would suffice. Nobody wants to be on the losing side of the firepower and tech difference between a galactic empire and Earth. You and I both know that Lil' Kim would most definitely fuck around. What would a Space Marine do if hit by an anti-tank weapon? Die. Probably just get hurt, unless it's something like a tank shell. Shoot down all the satellites. Communication and surveillance systems instantly fall apart. Chaos ensues. The next target is power plant. Chaos ensues. That's the last thing they want in on.
Things you do.
To the asshole on floor 566. Stop fucking shooting out the interior window. I don't care if you're shooting straight up. That shit comes back down eventually, and I'm tired of finding lead in my laundry. Don't make me come down there again. That's it, dickhead. You put a hole through my boxers. You're gonna fucking die. Good news, Anons. I have figured out how to repair and operate the retractable roof over the central interior shaft. If we all pile our respective stashes of CS gas together, we should now be able to make the greatest hotbox of all time.
From fucker of Slovenian women. Notice, I think I dropped my grenade. If you live on a floor between 340 and 360, you might want to take cover from the shrapnel. I didn't move up to room 148 to still hear screaming in the room next to me. Quiet down. Will whoever is pissing out of their window stop? Gravity and horizontal velocity brings your piss to my window. T. Should have realized what ground floor means in a deep hole context. No, I won't. Also, can someone stop by the merchant shop and grab me a pack of cigarettes? Any brand except menthols, thanks. The silicon creatures are in the walls again. Some jackass with a GBE just indeed a hole through my wall, and my neighbor's wall, and my neighbor's neighbor's wall, and the next few thousand down the corridor. I fucking hate this place. I've been living here for years and I've still never met anyone who knows the Wi-Fi password. What the fuck? You get Wi-Fi? I had to duel my hall neighbor for dibs on the only cable. God, I love shitting over the rail. It's by far the best way to put the underdwellers in their place. You need to cut down on the fiber. I've noticed blood splatters. Is there any credibility to the rumors that the ground at the center of the building is actually a missile silo? There's ground? It's a trash heap. There ought to be something down there. It's a missile covered in 23 tons of trash. My grandpa told me it goes to the center of the earth and then up the other side. If you jump, you just bounce back and forth. But he was on that slow-mo. I don't think he ever went lower than 78th floor. My roommate tied all our bedding together as a parachute and jumped. Anyone seen him around floor 50? He promised to call. Also, anyone know where to get more bedding? Oh, so that's who went crunch on my balcony. Do you care if the sheets are red and yellow now? Floor 520 resident here. Been hearing scratching sounds from the floor. Might be from 519. Pipe down, please. I'm trying to sleep. Also, whoever lives down there, take a fucking shower. You smell like a wet dog and mildew. And I'm tired of that shit wafting through my windows. Does anyone on floor 432 feel like the floor keeps changing? Every time I leave my room, it's like the hallways keep changing directions. Just yesterday, it felt almost an hour long. But I was fucked up that day. I was with a dude on 372 getting drunk and he thought I was insane. I also told him that I occasionally hear growling noises and he told me to fuck off at that point. Anyways, on the way back I found a bunch of VOG 25 nades on floor 412, so I should be good. Whoever keeps fucking with my shortwave antennas on the roof, bring bomb disposal next time. One wrong touch and you'll get an eagle-eye view of the area. I went down to floor 58 on a dare. I live on 333 for reference. Did you know that it's freezing cold down there? There's hoarfrost on the walls from the breath of the deep denizens. It's deadly silent too. I could hear my heartbeat in the back of my head as I got closer. Clutching my 1022 close, the only thing I heard after floor 96 was a leaky pipe. I had to sing show tunes to myself to keep away the madness. Dark as well. I brought a lantern or I wouldn't have been able to make it past 80 or so. I couldn't muster the courage to go beyond 58. There was a maggot-encrusted corpse on the floor. Another fresher corpse had its teeth buried in its chest. I screamed and ran all the way back up to 75 before I could find an elevator that worked. I could hear something behind me, so I shot off a 10-round mag in the dark. I heard shuffling away from me after the last round was gone, followed by the drip of blood. I'm all sore now from running. It feels worse than when I fell 5 floors down after I drank too much near the window. I told my friend that dared me to go. P.S. Whoever's 8 or so floors above me, stop fucking trying to hit those geese flying south. You're not gonna fucking get one. The whole area between 50 and B50 are a dead zone. I feel bad for the people that got stuck below ground. We do our best to keep the air exchange working, but eventually something is going to go wrong somewhere that maintenance won't be able to reach. Hopefully they figure something out down there before it's too late. T. Facilities mechanic. We no longer require air. Any of y'all find that elevator that takes you all the way down to floor negative 135? I found it while cruising around floor 347 and took it out of boredom. Crazy stuff down there. Found a box filled with Lugers that I wanted to take back up with me but got chased out by this Balrog looking thing. Whip and all. Fun fact, 762 by 54R is not adequate to stop a Balrog. The elevators that go below ground were all supposed to have been filled in, but there are a few that keep moving around. If you go back where you found it, I guarantee you it's going to be a 10-floor dumbwaiter or paternoster instead. What's the most realistic shit hits the fan scenario? Depends on where you live. Might be a hurricane, earthquake, industrial accident, flood, urban chimp out, drought-induced starvation, systemic ag-greed collapse. More than likely another contagion like COVID, but way more deadly and easily spread due to how people are now vaccine hesitant and skeptical of efforts to stop disease spread. And now that America has gone full anti-science and is losing brilliant minds to Euro biotech companies, it seems we're one bad flu away from shit hitting the fan. My second best guess is the slight bit of civil unrest. Might go on for a year or two, but eventually people will get sick of seeing Americans kill other Americans over which pedo New York sewer system inspector approved candidate can usher in the next iteration police state. Things keep getting gradually shittier and scared people keep voting for more extreme solutions, which don't work because the politicians are ultimately self-serving. The police can't be trusted, the media wants you to believe your neighbor can't be trusted, the courts are packed with whomever is in charge at the moment, and free speech is dead. The economy is supposedly growing, but the majority of the population seem to be working more, earning less, and getting less and less healthy. Fertile plains are turning into deserts, rivers are drying, and fresh water keeps being contaminated by salt water. Your travel is restricted, more and more crazies seem to appear, but you can't be sure if they are real or if every piece of news is now complete fiction to manipulate your opinion. Children aren't being born, no one gets to retire, old people live in perpetual misery. The shit never hits the fan because it has been liquefied and is being gently misted until you one day wake up and realize your skin is covered in a dried crust of shit. Camp of the Saints. Maybe the vast infrastructure needed to keep this world running, breaking down by incompetence being mandated by the civil rights laws. Societal collapse due to a variety of factors. To simplify, I'll just refer to it as collapse. Societies and civilizations collapse. It is the natural order of things. Collapse follows a general pattern and can easily be prepared for. Government begins losing control of territory and populace within. Law and order breakdown results in rioting, looting, mass murder, destruction of services like firefighting, emergency medical care, water treatment, etc. Starvation, disease, and violence lead to large death tolls in urban areas. This is a process called die-off, in which a majority of the population rapidly shrinks. This process can go on for years, but the bulk of the dying occurs in just a few months. This will happen a few weeks into the final stage of collapse. The nice thing is that it's very easy to prepare for. Get out of cities and major urban areas. Avoid nuclear reactors in areas close to nuclear reactors. During collapse, reactors will not be maintained. Some of them will melt down and badly damage the surrounding environment. Prioritize areas away from nuclear reactors in cities. Look for areas with large freshwater supplies. That's the hardest thing to get. Stockpile food, clean water, medical supplies, various other items that will be impossible to get unless society rebuilds. Do what you can to preserve knowledge for future generations. Avoid violence where possible. If you must be violent, be as efficient as you possibly can. Use every possible advantage. Most importantly, enjoy the good times while they last. None of us will have K, bros. SHTF is a narrative that is largely amplified by hostile Russian operatives seeking to destabilize democracies from within. This kind of topic is a relic from a time when Russian influence was not adequately countered on gun boards, so demoralized individuals could fantasize about the end of Western society without any pushback. War in Taiwan leads to a sudden end to advanced technologies due to supply chain disruption. The economic crash this generates is far worse than the Great Depression due to the sheer amount of debt that there is today. That and the cost of war, which the country, win or lose, won't be able to cope with, leading to the real hyperinflation. This time for real. Not the 10% hyperinflation of 2020 Ameritards talk about. Domestically, this leads to civil war, SHTF. Internationally, in addition to the SHTF of World War III, you would see the US stop all aid to Africa due to financial reasons. Africa imports an overwhelming amount of its food, So this means millions of Africans will rush Europe. Aside from being SHTF in itself, it will also trigger civil war there. The prolonged destruction of Asia, Europe, and the US will mean an actual dark age for the world, as these are the only places that create, and are able to create, high technology and complex societal systems. Nothing. COVID and the Floyd riots and inflation and Jan 6 all passed with no big boog event. It's all wet farts. The worst you see is more random acts of violence from desperate people if the economy continues to get worse and more people feel they've nothing to lose. What's the most realistic SHTF scenario? Unemployment, tax audit, cancer, divorce, death of child, death of spouse, traffic accident, accidental fall, arthritis, Parkinson's, COPD, tinnitus, leaking roof, car theft, burglary while you're out, house fire, electrical shock, heart attack, roof leak or minor flood, fuel or electricity price spike, recession / crypto cash / gold crash / stock crash. Cloud computing collapse, accidental third-degree burn, eyesight damage, dominant hand loss, diabetes, sexually transmitted diseases up to HIV, crime / homeless / drug spike in local area. What's the most realistic SHTF scenario? Natural disaster, hurricane, flood, etc. Destroys key infrastructure so everyone fleeing clogs the highways, and everyone not fleeing turns into a looter, bandit, poacher, etc. Despite being the most common type of SHTF scenario, it can't be romanticized. So people who prep for these rarely talk about them. Massive solar flare wipes the electrical grid. Grids are now hardened against Carrington-scale events and have been for a long time in the first world. Most modern electronics are also extremely robust, including basic consumer stuff. It would be a non-event with some GPS disturbance and minor bullshit in third world countries. Grids are now hardened against Carrington-scale events. Yes, they are. Following the 2003 solar storm causing a blackout in Malmö, Sweden, due to geomagnetically induced currents, EU-wide standards and the IEEE in all the first world nations introduced hardening and mitigation that means grids will survive even a Carrington-scale event. You'd think for someone obsessed with dooming on this bullshit, you might actually try and know something about it, but you don't. Neither do EMPs stop cars from staring or fry induction coils. If you educate yourself on bullshit from internet doomers, then you are a tard. It's a much bigger problem in Sweden because of the nation's location. Quebec spent $1 billion hardening transformers as just one example that's pretty much mirrored throughout the Western nations, places like the USA, EU, Canada, UK, etc., etc. Much of this was driven by insurers' demands. For example, this Lloyd's report from 2013 in its conclusion, the electric grid can be hardened against the flow of geomagnetically induced currents in regions with the highest risk of outage. Current blocking capacitors and GIC monitors can be installed to protect transformers and regulate the power flow. While these measures represent additional costs to grid companies, the cost of prevention is much smaller than the price of damage a single storm can create. You are quite simply wrong. This has been ongoing work, often interfaced with regular maintenance tasks for 20 years. Simply put, you're wrong, and another mentally ill doomer moron suffering from a rationalization of their anxiety problem who knows fuck all on the internet. Japan deploys troops to battle bear attacks after 12 people killed. Kuma Bear by Kuma Kuma. How do we defeat the Nippon Bear menace? 100 attacks and 12 deaths in 6 months in northern Japan? How do we defeat the Nippon Bear menace? Second Amendment, Japan Edition, and a meat wave of thousands of Nippon Fuds with Moroku shotguns and Howa rifles. Bears are really not dangerous at all. I could beat them with my bare hands easy. Yes, I am an American. I thought Hokkaido fags were well armed, even with Japan's strict weapons laws. We may need to send in Hank. As everybody knows, the only thing that can stop a bad bear is a good bear. Japanese gun laws are extremely cucked. I cannot overstate this. There are very few hunters, and most of them are geriatric. There's a set number of civilian gun licenses in Nipponistan. They only issue new licenses to youngsters if some old gun owner dies and reopens the spot in the license registry. So youngsters who want to own guns are generally under the impression that it's impossible due to increasingly strict requirements. So they don't even try. The numbers just keep going down. How's the bear spray working out? Betcha there's plenty of okay bear killing shit in there. Is it possible for experienced hunters to volunteer? I mean, seriously, I've stalked and killed a bear before with a heart shot. I still have its skull. All they've got to do is give me a room and board for a bit and let me bring my R700. I've hunted in relatively suburban areas half my life, New Jersey. I know how to avoid popping houses and other people while still getting a deer on the reg. Inform the local population that they've imported an invasive creature to mitigate the problem, and that there's going to be a goofy 6-foot-tall foreigner wandering around with a rifle. And I'll safely hunt bears in Japan every day. Easy peasy. Just don't go into man-eating bear-infested woods. The bear fears the samurai. They need to bring in the Chinese rural hog mercenaries. Japan's bear population is growing, with one recent estimate putting the number of the black bears at 44,000, compared with 15,000 estimated in 2012. Rekindle hunting culture in rural Japan, which is what controlled the bear population in the first place. Maybe fund a bunch of new anime and manga about how cool hunting is. Or you could prop up skeet shooting as the hot new sport for young folks. Or perhaps you could loosen regulations around firearms ever so fucking slightly so there isn't 10 billion hoops to jump through just to own a single 3+1 shotgun in Japan. Japanese women need to find Japanese bear hunters hot. Then the rest will solve itself. Now, if only there was a way to make that happen. Wasn't there literally a big-ticket hunting manga or an anime that came out recently? No idea, but I do remember one recently about a novice hunter getting isekai'd and immediately marrying a big-titty elf. As is with all pests, the answer is poison. Simply poison some bait and let the bears eat it. Poison is always the best solution for pest control, but animal rights fags are always against it. Gentle reminder, DDT almost eradicated malaria until it got banned. It did also almost eradicate some cool birds. Bringing riot shields to use against bears. What? I never thought to consider plexiglass riot shields for bear defense. The right to bear arms. How do we defeat the Nippon bear menace? 30-06 and high trust society. It's literally that simple. How do you get killed by a bear, lol? Every bear I've met in the woods has taken off running like a little bitch when they meet me. T. Sweden. Easy. Get Taiga Saijima on the case. He'll track it down and punch it out. Loosen gun restrictions for rural areas. Alternatively, let people carry their swords in the woods. Threat about Japan. Shink Shield spanning his links again. That's a lot of attacks. Why are they only responding now? Japanese bureaucracy is insane. They had a passenger plane go down years ago, and the responding agencies got into an argument over who would save the people first. It took them like 3 days to do it, and it was only after a Marine Corps helicopter flew by to survey the damage. Check if the deer population is low or something. Can Japanese people own guns? Yes. Why don't they just shoot the bears? Bureaucracy. Why don't they just shoot the bureaucracy so they can shoot the bears? Just loosen up the gun laws. Bears stay away from humans because sometimes humans shoot bears. Hunting is practically illegal in Japan, so bears have no reason to fear humans. Have a collection of foreign gun YouTubers. One guy is just some hunter, game warden, in some Japanese mountains. Every other upload is him shooting a boar with an over-under shotgun. Nothing else. I would comment sometimes that he should do some barbecue vids, but probably one of those fuck gaijin words type of elder nip. This was in the tins. Why not make some safari hunting shit? Africa shit tier colonies have hunting for rich whites. Make it expensive and touristy. Get a bunch of rich people from the city in foreign cash. Guns, time for the spray. This is Galactica Actual. Give me a sitrep, K. This is Pegasus Actual. Passive aiming is a meme, and documented incidents of self-defense with night vision gear do not exist. Over. What the fuck? Who added a roasty fucking femoid to the server? I'm banning both of you. Over. This is engineering. Everything is on fucking fire. USSF Alan Shepard reporting. Currently lasing some gunboats. What is your status, Galactica? Over. Unidentified vessel. This is Captain Teresa Yao of the MCR in Doniger. This is your final warning. If you maintain your present course, you will be fired upon. Galactica Actual. This is Chimera Actual. Still waiting on our turn to get treated like a functional military unit. Any day now. I've only seen one episode of Battlestar Galactica. CX-4s are cool. Gaius is a fag and hashtag not my president. I want to fuck the Asian robot girl. Simple as. Create female robot. No tits. Immersion ruined. If you're interested in the BSG video game, check out Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. It's a fleet combat game. It's being delisted in 2 days, one by the time this video's out, due to the license expiring. This is Flight Crew reporting. I may or may not have gotten a Cylone Robo pregnant. What's the standard operating procedure to deal with that? You have one outstanding message from Flight Chief Delegan. Playing message. What? How? Every motherfucker in this show is a goddamn Cylon, so I stopped watching midway through season 3. Losing pressure, tumbling, reactor unstable. There's a reason you separate military and the police. One fights the enemies of the state, the other serves and protects the people. What did Adama mean by this? USS Lexington acknowledging. We are dealing with an issue in our main waste recyclers. Current status is brown alert. What do we think of the Venezuelan submachine gun known as the Cavum Caribe? It is a hammer-fired bullpup submachine gun chambered in 9x19. It is select fire and has a rate of fire of around 1200 RPM. I mean, visually I don't hate most of it despite being a bullpup. The controls look undersized, and the weird whole hand trigger guard is I don't know. IWI LARP is a thing? Steyr was doing this decades prior. If we got parts kits, that would be neat. Not gonna lie, I'd buy the commie bullpup gun. It's like if a P90 and a TMP had a baby. It looks like a very basic direct blowback weapon with a cheap, uncomfortable, but manageable chassis. Neither garbage nor particularly noteworthy. Correct, I want it. It seems very cheaply made, which is fine for an SMG but calls its reliability into question. If it is truly a simple blowback weapon, then it's probably plenty reliable, but there's no point to take it over an SBR. No frills, but it's clean and looks pretty solid with decent ergonomics. Could be lighter with more refined manufacturing, but a bit of chunk isn't always a bad thing in an SMG for recoil management. As an SMG, assuming it works reliably, it looks about as good as a basic MP5. Nah, the biggest reason that MP5 is inarguably the pinnacle of SMG design is that it is not a shit-ass simple blowback. Recoil impulse and weight of a 9mm direct blowback SMG are not at all different from, or in many cases literally worse than, an SBR. That by itself doesn't mean it's bad. But if you want to make a fine SMG, then gas-operated or some kind of delayed blowback is the way to do it. We have P90 at home. Bullpups need the hand trigger guard as they obviously don't have the magazine in front to help protect the hand. It serves a functional purpose. Wonder why you don't see more bullpup 9mm designs like this. Seems like it makes sense as you don't need to have a fuck huge length of pull like most 5.56 bullpups. It's neat, definitely a gun you'd find in some shitty Asian free-to-play FPS like Combat Arms or something. Cavum has been around for a while. Their ammo is turned up here and there and is usually a reasonable quality. Barring a bunch of 7.62 NATO with a bunch of asphaltic sealant imported recently, I expect this thing is at a minimum functional. Double stack single feed? It's shit. Base digits observed in triplicate. Cavum. That's their version of Norinco. Back in the day, Cavum's 7.62 NATO ball was dirt cheap in 200 round battle packs. Could be found readily at $150 for 1,000. Looks cool. I would buy it just for recreational shooting. Too bad I can't find that much info on it. These are probably going to end up in the hands of narcos in Mexico. A gigantic amount of the firearms used by the cartels in Mexico are Cavum-built weapons from Venezuela. One of their generals was caught directly supplying factory-fresh AKs to Mexican cartels. No idea why it's taken so long to address this shit. Welcome back, FAMAS Commando. Looks neat. Wait, is that a Seymour Red Dot or some knockoff of it? Why do rednecks like it so much? Because fuck your mother. Because they often have a 410 and 45, and some other odd rounds it can shoot, and firing it at a pistol is fun. Because funny. It's fun. Can be used as a snake gun that can also use against things that aren't snakes, with different ammo. Also, it's got a big wow factor for normies. Pretty much this. Snakes are a thing in the country. I personally haven't had to yet, but depending where you live, coyotes and bears can be an issue too. Or people. 410 for snakes and small things. 45 long Colt for bigger problems. You can also load a mixture so it's ready to deal with whatever you need to. I personally also like to load it up with 410 at home, essentially having a mini shotgun I can keep on my nightstand. It's a shotgun pistol, because it's both a shotgun and a revolver at once. The two most quintessential redneck firearm types. Load it with 410 birdshot and you got the perfect gun to kill a venomous snake. Load it with 45 long Colt and you got the perfect gun to kill whatever poacher threatened you on your hike. I've only ever seen suburban boomers with this. Rednecks like fun. The last time I saw my Vietnam vet uncle, he was using one for his concealed carry. He makes what seems to be on their face terrible decisions, but he's usually proven right. It's left him quite wealthy and he lives happily. He's never had to shoot it at anyone that I know of, but has popped a few rattlesnakes. Loaded with 45 long Colt, even FMJs will put a fella down, much like 45 ACP. I don't know how well 410 fares. Fuck your mother. Ian did pretty poorly in his bug match load with 410 double-op buck for whatever that's worth. IIRC, he couldn't even get on paper with the 410 at all. Have you shot one? They're fun as fuck. Now the real question is, why do boomer rednecks think it's a good self-defense weapon? Mimi, 13 years old, over at friend's house, talking guns with his boomer dad who just got into guns. He brings up the Taurus Judge as the perfect home defense weapon. I load one round with birdshot in case it's actually one of you kids sneaking around so I don't actually kill you. Next shot is double-op buck to knock the bad guy on their ass. Then a slug because dead men tell no tales. Keep one in the chamber unloaded so it doesn't go off in your holster. Be too young and retarded about guns, so say it sounds cool. Other friend's uncle. You can load it with buckshot, then 45, buckshot, then 45 to break the glass in your car windows. Then shoot the bad guy. Keep one chamber unloaded so it doesn't go off in your holster. What the fuck? You can put buckshot pellets in your bullets. You can hip fire. Don't even have to look or aim at what you're trying to kill. The spread stays pretty tight so it goes further than you think. There's still bullets after all. For me it's the governor. 45 Colt, 410, and 45 ACP. Okay, but fuck these guns in particular. Offered to buy one for $100. Fuck it, why not, .jpg. Trigger and hammer slightly rusty. Figure I can take it apart, clean them, and blue them. Get out the little screwdriver set. As it turns out, the cheeky fucks at Taurus decided to include the polymer of the frame as the load-bearing device. A screw is threaded into a nut that embeds into the plastic. But if that nut is free spinning, then you cannot fix the nut in place or get it to bite anything else because it's sunk into the plastic. Fuck it, I'll just enjoy it slightly rusty. My exploratory surgery resulted in me removing a screw holding a trigger spring in place. Cannot replace the screw since spring is no longer tensioned. Gun is bricked since I can't fully disassemble either. Finally say fuck it and use drill press to eat those loose nuts in the frame. Pistol can now come apart. Springs and tiny bullshit everywhere. Clean and blue the rusty bits. Attempt reassembly. 1.4 million tutorials on still frame judges by everyone's uncle on YouTube/forums. 0.0 polymer judge reassembly videos found, except one who was gonna record it, but his cat knocked all the pieces onto the floor. End up using exploded diagram of pistol found on manual.pdf to understand what's going where. Struggle for 4 days to get that bitch put back together. Not working at all. Finally take it to a licensed gunsmith. He teases trigger once. Says the timing is off. We'll fix it in a few months. TLDR. Guns are fun. Being a retard is not. And I'll admit openly that I'm the bravest retard thinking, how hard could it be? But this particular firearm is the Dodge journey of handguns and I'll stand by that claim as well. Take gun apart to blue it. It's a clusterfuck. I guess you could say blue yourself. God damn it, Carlos. It's the one-shot stop king with the correct ammo. Because it's fun, but you should definitely get a Smith & Wesson Governor instead. Raging Judge cut for moon clips. 45 ACP, 45 long Colt, 410 shells, 454 Casoul. Maybe someday just for shits and giggles. The concept is cool and the big fuck-off fireballs it can produce are cool. T. Bought one. My uncle got one when they first came out and we shot it in my parents' backyard. I was maybe 10 or 11 at the time and didn't know as much about guns as I do now. But I remember he didn't like it much. It didn't pattern well and it seemed to kick a lot. He traded it for something else. They might have gotten better in 20 plus years, but I don't know. Rednecks. Please stay in California. Revolvers besides Derringers will forever be useful. Simply because their cylinders can chamber all sorts of oddball cartridges that aren't meant for handguns but can be really useful in compact handgun configurations. Shotgun and .45 Colt in one package makes for a powerful statement. My dad carried one because he was getting threats from a powerful family who owns a water company he investigated for fraud, corruption, and stealing public water. Open carried it in a popular bar and some people walked up to him and asked him what he was carrying. People were in shock and awe at the sheer power he had. Rumor and gossip spread around the town. The powerful family heard about it and seemed to stop with all the threats soon after. Lesson I learned is to challenge threats with deadly force and they will back down.
Together, dance cheek to cheek.
Is the Buck 119 still a good knife? I know they were good back in the day, but I don't know if they're shit now. I do not trust YouTube shills. Also, is the 120 actually worth it compared to the 119? I can actually answer this one. It is. What are you going to use it for? Killing the neighborhood cats? No, that's what the 1022 is for, Anon. I don't own a 119, but I have several bucks and the quality isn't like it used to be. You can probably do much better in this market if you're willing to spend a little extra on a fixed blade. I just like how full-tang buck knives look. I don't give a shit about practicality or optimizing knife loadouts. Even a shitty $10 Walmart buck knife mogs every other sort of knife. The very tip is a bit brittle and can snap, but it's otherwise a good knife. On a side note, I've seen about 3 separate incels sporting the 119 on their hip in just the last 2 weeks alone. It seems like it's a pretty popular option for the socially marginalized males in society. There you go, it's decided. Well, it was the knife of choice in Scream. I've never seen someone just walking around town with a fixed blade on their belt. Grip is slippery and poorly shaped for any actual use. Crossguard is necessary because of the terrible handle, but impedes all use besides stabbing a motherfucker. I don't know. I don't think it was ever good. People just like the way it looks. They have better steel options now, which is cool. If you like it, they certainly haven't made the knife worse over time. It was always quite useless. It needs at least hatching or something. And to be thinner by like 0.5 millimeter in every direction. You could probably modify it pretty easily because its one strength is the handle is a solid brick of Delrin. Still fitting wouldn't hurt either, but would fuck up its balance in the sheath, like you see on the brass version, which is about 1 inch into the handle. Which is ironically great for knife fighting. I don't know, I don't think it was ever good. The blade steel was the hot new thing when boomers were young. The buck was stainless. Yet it held an edge better and sharpened more easily than most. However, in the decades that have passed, we have much better steels now. There's no reason to settle for it. And yeah, I 100% agree about the handles. It has a vintage look, which I think go back to knives from Sheffield which Buck copied, but it's not very practical. Glock is always the answer. I have both. The Buck gets very sharp. The Glock makes a good pry bar / bottle opener. I'm convinced Glock knife shills on here are 90% kids who got one for Christmas and are just trying to justify its practicality. Just a very affordable stabby thing. I don't know, I used my Martin-made Belgium World War II machete to hack away overgrown blackberry bushes to recapture my family's garden today. It rests back in its sheath on my Alice gear. My razor-sharp Winchester Bowie sits in its shitty nylon holster. My cold steel Tonto is somewhere in my closet. But my CRKT CEO is always in my pocket. I love my pointy little stabby bastard. Get the Harbor Freight clone of the 119 instead. I have one. It came out of the package scary sharp and has a dogshit vinyl sheath. It would certainly serve well as a cheap shank for no-guns people. I doubt I'll ever use it because I already have a beater Mora that is a more practical field knife. I have a 117. A nice thing about the sheath is how it holds the knife in place. If you wriggle it, the edge will touch the sheath at one point along the length of the edge probably. But it generally keeps the edge from dulling the sheath by how the retention strap wraps around the handle, keeping it in place. But it's high on the hip boomer style. I'm not a knife nerd, but there's charts of metal qualities for knives. If you get a reputable brand name, just shop for the steel you like so you can avoid cross-checking 10,000 forum opinions and end up with an inferior steel for more money. The chart's in the link with some autistic guys measuring cutting rope over time, hand sharpening, destructive prying, and checking for corrosion over years on different metals. As a baseline, I shop knives $60 to $200, look at the shape, and then look at the steel. I compared the random steel against the 3 most commonly used work knife steels. 1095 steel, flexible springy steel that's very tough and easy to sharpen. It's for bushcraft knives where you need it not to fracture and can field sharpen. It does not hold an edge super well. 440C steel, classic hunting knife steel. Good for its time, inferior to modern super steels but very cheap now. S30V steel, the first common super steel optimized for hunting knives through I think Cabela's. There's better now, but it will stay sharp through an entire deer and they're fairly cheap. If you can afford better, that's great. If not, it's still the best you'll ever need. I've gotten several guys into hunting and updated my own equipment following this, and through experience I can verify the different metals handle exactly how the chart says. With a hunting knife, I've found carrying 2 and no sharpener to be optimal. But I'm also carving up multiple game animals over several days. On 4.5-inch medium spine drop point and 1 3-inch skinning style, the bigger, tougher steel makes the entry cuts into the fur and pries around the bone, while the harder, smaller steel knife is for meat and cutting hide back around the head for shouldering the animal. Sharpen during downtime. 1095 is not tough. It's among the least tough steels used to make knives. It is cheap and easy to sharpen though. It's just a knife. It really doesn't matter that much. It's an old design. The only real downsides is it's heavy and not as tough as something simpler/lighter. Pussy. It's still a big knife that'll cut. If you need something to use as a pry bar, look elsewhere. Otherwise, sure, it's fine. I swear most people would probably be okay if they bought a kitchen knife out into the woods. I have one and I like it. Decent all around and has stayed sharp through 2 deer and a dozen plus rabbits. I have both. I just keep the 119 in my car. Proved handy when some fucking dumbass came up to my window at red light chipping out last year. Fucking faggot immediately folded like a pussy and then started filming me with his phone like a snitch. The 120 is far superior. The 119 just lacks the same intimidation factor. Do you reliably carry? It seems like everyone is gung-ho about carrying at first, but it ultimately fades into I'll just leave it in the truck, or maybe not today. Is the solution just carrying a smaller gun? Yep, throw it in your pocket and go about your day. Can't beat it. Is this a good piece head-ons? The current production one? Yeah, if you want to get things done consistently, reducing friction works. Otherwise, you need to increase your enthusiasm for carrying so that it's enough to overcome the friction. Exactly. I carry my LCP every single day because it's so light and concealable. That was my thinking. I used to wear a holster but eventually just bought a pocket pistol. It's much more convenient. P2K every day. I never leave the house without it. Is the solution just carrying a smaller gun? Yeah, pretty much. You can carry a bigger gun if you dress around it, or just don't mind a bit of discomfort. But why bother? It's pretty unlikely you'll ever need a gun in the first place. It's extremely unlikely you'll ever be in a situation where you need a gun, and specifically a duty-sized handgun with 15 plus rounds on tap. I pocket carry a Bodyguard 380 most days. Sometimes a P365 in the waistband if I feel the need. It's not the same for everyone. Depending on where you carry and jeans' right height / how much shedding you do, a slightly larger gun can paradoxically conceal better because the barrel guides it in place. For me, the P365 eventually shifted around and dug into my leg and started printing. But ever so slightly larger guns stay in place and there's less overall discomfort. Revolvers have their place in comfort as well. The center of mass is closer to the belt and they can use more compact holsters. Or no holster at all if you're just a little retarded. Plus, over-molded grips make printing look like a wrinkle instead of a gun. I carry a P22Q in my front right pocket. No light, no optic, no burr coffee grinder, so I don't get fine particles in my French toast. Maybe I'll get fucking smoked for not shooting competitions and carrying a crackhead 9mm with more doodads than a fucking space shuttle. Maybe those stopping power stems are right and I'll get smoked because I don't carry a 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum. I highly doubt it though. Either that or you get used to carrying it. I can't since my workplace doesn't allow it, so I carry some pepper spray. I just carry what fits the situation the best. I have holsters for Smith & Wesson 638 pocket, Beretta 92 and 1911, M12 holster, Smith & Wesson Shield Plus, pocket and IWB, Smith & Wesson 686, IWB, Glock 19 Jet 5, multiple IWBs. I've been thinking of buying more OWB holsters since OC is finally legal in my state, and a pocket holster for my PPK. There's always a chance, as in above zero, that the fucking grip will pop out and some fucker will say, "Hey Anon, what you got in your pocket?" I lost a job that way, but man, it was a job I wanted to leave so badly, and I even got plenty of COVID bucks for the unemployment. I have no idea what you're talking about, lol. I'd lost a job before because I carried to work when I wasn't supposed to. Fun fact, I was carrying 2 guns that day and the pocket gun was a backup. I remember carrying it with me while working at some shitty retail store. Never trusted the people there. It became instinctive for me. It's a Gen 2 Glock 19 that I bought back in college for $200 from a pawn shop. Over a loose t-shirt with an IWB holster, it seems to mostly disappear. Really, every season aside from summer is easy. I could change it up to something smaller, but I don't know. It just feels natural now. Do you reliably carry? Every single time I can legally. California is the big gay, even more now though, so less than before. I swear, Gavin, you cunt. Can't go out to dinner anymore carrying, so now I end up not, and getting a beer instead. Whatever. I hardly go out to restaurants anyway. Majority of the time I carry in my pocket with a car MK9. You never see it and it's light enough and small enough, but always there. When it is sweater weather, I carry either a Glock 19 Appendix with a TLR 8, or a Glock 34, or a 4-inch 629 OWB when I want to feel pretty and wear a big jacket. Yeah, and it's a P32. It's an absolutely legendary carry piece under 10 ounces loaded. Nothing even comes close. I also keep a PX4 sub in the truck, but I very rarely carry it on person. Mostly for potential road rage and gas stations. 29 ounces loaded. My middle ground gun is a 32 J-frame, 14.5 ounces loaded. I carry that quite often because the P32 only really works in the pocket, and a proper AIWB setup is more effective than pocket carry. It's kind of awkward logistically, but it's good to have options. This is what I'm getting next. 9mm 15 rounds, weighs 1 pound loaded. The P15 looks sexy and green too. I feel naked without my LCP in my pocket. I can't go out without it. I used a buddy's LCP at the range and managed to get good results with it, despite the trigger. Guns like this are very practical carry pieces, but they need a lot of draw practice because they're so small. Paul Harrell swore by carrying a 25 auto. I added an M Carbo flat trigger grip extension and a handall grip to my LCP. Have you ever shot a P32? It's noticeably smaller than an LCP and shoots very well despite its diminutive size. Fully loaded, it's still lighter than an empty LCP. No cool triggers for it though, unfortunately. And if you don't desire anything lighter, the LCP is a great choice. I was personally shocked by how truly tiny the P32 is, and I think it's in a class of its own as a result of being designed around the 32 ACP. Now I do. Used to be a lot more sporadic since I carried larger, heavier handguns like a full-sized MMP 2.0, a TPR-9, and a Model 65. Tried the CSX. Didn't like it. Actually carried a 6.86 daily and always had it in arm's reach. But I realized 2 things one day. 1, I spend a lot of time outside at night for my job and prefer to travel at night. And 2, the 6.86 is an awful gun to try and shoot in the dark. It'd likely render me deaf and blind if I had to use it. As a result, I moved to a Shield Plus, less likely to blind and deafen me, and has the ability to mount a light. Plus is lighter while holding twice the shot. Much like its predecessor, it never leaves my side now, and is much easier to keep handy. Is the solution to carry a smaller gun? Some days I go 38. Get you a steel frame snub nose 38 Smith & Wesson, son. All a man needs. I like me that new 36. They finally listened to us old timers. Dale Johnson, 65. Unironically, I just wish they made a 6-shot version. If you're gonna 38, at least go full retard and get pick related. I carry most of the time a 32 Smith & Wesson Ivor Johnson safety automatic. It is much smaller than a P32 and slides into literally any pocket. If I could, I would carry an HK Mark 23, but I'm still hunting for the right deal. Why would someone get a combo gun? Is it just due to legal restrictions about how many guns you can own? A lot of them have 410 as one of the barrels, which seems useless as fuck to me. Like, why would anyone ever use 410 for anything? I still don't get why you would get a 20 gauge in something or a 12 gauge in something. A 20 gauge can kill every game animal from a squirrel up to a deer if you use a slug. Back in the day, people would go out hunting with the intention of bagging whatever they came across, instead of some particular target. A combo gun was therefore useful since you could be ready to take the shot immediately whether you flushed birds or ground game. In the modern era, if you're following the law and get tags before going out, they're less useful. The Outdoor Boys guy has a 222 Remington/20 gauge. What's the 222 Remington good for that the 20 isn't? At this point, we should just email him and politely ask. Lol, I might just do that. Because they're fun, light, and versatile. Why do combination guns filter so many retards? They're not in video games, so they don't understand them. Because you can kill most animals with 20 gauge or 12 gauge, and 222 Remington is for like foxes and coyotes. Rough shooting in boar and deer territory with cover for small game. Muzzle-loading combination guns absolutely were a thing, but you're right that it was the latter part of the century that they really took off. And the first part of the 20th century. It was around World War I when their popularity started to wane. You can literally just take the game with a 12 or 20 gauge. In a stalking hunt where you have time to change ammo, sure. Combination guns, especially things like drillings and veerlings, were invented for Euro-style driven hunts. Notice that it was really only the Germans and Austrian gun-making traditions who went hard in on them. The Brits and the Americans made a few 2-barrel guns, usually small-bore over-unders for America, and Cape guns out of England, but not really the 3-barrel and larger types. Is it just due to legal restrictions about how many guns you can own? Yes, the primary concern isn't that you have to carry 2 guns and, it's so fucking heavy, oh my god. It's that the boys in blue didn't give you a license for 2 guns. So you come with 1 gun that can take 2 different types of bullets. Go subsistence hunting. Load up shotgun with a slug for deer. Walk around the woods rustling up a bunch of squirrels and rabbits. Almost the end of the day. No deer. Load birdshot so I can at least get a rabbit for dinner. Get to a clearing and there's a buck on the other side. Crack open your shotgun to reload the slug. Buck runs away. Curse yourself for loading the birdshot. Keep the slug in case it happens again. It doesn't. Go home empty-handed. Be hungry. Because I was smitten with an autistic obsession with the Springfield M6 since I first learned of their existence as a young boy. I now own one. The ergonomics are horrendous and I hate the price of 410 ammo, but I will never part with it until I find a stainless steel one for a reasonable price. I just think they're neat, but I still haven't bought one because I'm cheap and I don't make any money. Please help, Kay. Guys, I'm really desperate and I'm out of options here. Long story short, I'm gay and after today's events, I decided to insert my Remington 870 barrel in my ass. I had to use a lot of lube, but it felt great right up till I climaxed, then my asshole clenched and I felt serious pain. I now cannot remove the barrel and am on the verge of tears in pain writing this. I think the bead sight might be caught. After today's events, insert my Remington 870 barrel in my ass. In my ass. What, cunt? Only option is to load a shell, then pull the trigger. Next time you can use a 20mm grenade launcher for your faggot needs. Poppers always do the trick for me. I really don't want to call an EMT and explain this. I have kept trying to twist the barrel slightly to get leverage with no avail. I'll try to take a picture, but it's going to be really fucking hard right now. I'm having to balance the barrel on my sink to help relieve some of the pain. Is there anything I can do to avoid calling the EMT? We aren't going to be able to help without pictures. This. Pixar didn't happen. And he actually posted a picture of it. I can't really get a good angle, but this is the situation. If you aren't trolling, then you need to call a fucking EMT right now, if you don't want to cause serious damage to your insides. EMTs see a lot of shit in their line of work. Guns and assholes might be new though. Unblurry shot, win. Oh god, you absolute madman, you. Drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, drink any prune juice you might have, and hope for a bowel movement to loosen that up. If you can reach, try to remove the barrel from the stock. Maybe you can get some lube down the barrel or something. Is this a green text? I refuse to believe this is real. Someone please screen cap this. You need to call an EMT and probably go to the hospital. You can cause serious damage to your insides. Also, this is probably one of the most K things I have ever seen. I want to be in the screen cap, Rand Paul 2020. Okay, I'm officially in panic mode. My ass started feeling wet after trying to take that pic, so I thought it was all the lube. So I wipe around the barrel that's jammed in my ass with my lavender rag and it came out red. I'm calling an EMT. Pray for me, Kay. The absolute madman. My face when you are being serious. OP, call an ambulance. Enough homosexuals have died today. This was on the same day of that gay nightclub shooting back in the day, 2016. Godspeed, and good luck. Use more lube. Let this be nature's lesson to you. So how does a proctologist go about fixing this? My best idea is to push lube up through the barrel so it comes out the other end and starts to lubricate. I think the moral of the story here is that you should always remove the sights before using your weapons to pleasure yourself. If it's bad for your zero, it's probably bad for your butt. My face when this whole fucking thread. God damn it, OP, despite how serious the situation is, I am laughing my ass off. Call an EMT or drive to the hospital quick, man. Looks like you scratched some anal tissue. I don't think driving is a viable option at this point and on. Somebody screen cap this. Why did you take Sharpie and Pooper to a whole new level? EMT is on the way. I wish the ground would swallow me. I had to explain to the operator 3 times that this isn't a joke and that I'm bleeding heavily. I swear I heard that bitch snicker. I'm scared, Kay. I'm just glad I removed the barrel from the gun before this. Would rim oil work? I heard it doesn't prevent rust, but my asshole isn't made of iron apparently. OP tries to comfort himself from today's events. Lubes his shotgun barrel and shoves it up his asshole. Realizes that there wasn't enough lube and has a shotgun barrel stuck in his asshole. Pulls it out and bleeds a little too much while reporting to an EMT. K, a magical place. He didn't remove it yet. Only thing better would be a timestamp, but he has priorities. This is the moment I realized that somewhere, sometimes, OP really did it. I imagine their reaction to seeing a man balancing an 870 on his sink with the barrel up his ass and blood coming out. I'm thinking it's something along the lines of pick related. OP is gonna get his guns taken from him. I can feel it. My face when this thread. I'm honestly in awe. Godspeed, you glorious bastard. Some poor EMT has to bear witness to a shotgun stuck in a man's asshole. You are literally the most ass-blasted man on K. Trying to keep myself from passing out with this barrel balanced on the sink until EMT arrives. I don't like blood and I'm shaking. Can feel my asshole pulsating, but not sure what the fuck is happening. They may have to break down my door as I'm not fucking moving from here. It hurts too much. Guys, EMT is trying to get into my home, but all my doors are locked. I told them to either kick the door in or climb through the garage door, cat flap. I can't fucking take this pain no more. And worse is the fact that I have such a strong urge to shit now. But I'm scared to shit through my barrel. I just want this to end. So how many inches of barrel did you get in there, OP? OP goes to hospital. Meets pro-gun lawyer. He petitions SCOTUS to repeal NFA laws because a short-barreled shotgun could never cause a colon damage. OP becomes a hero we don't deserve. Do it for the cube, OP. I'm in tears as soon as I saw the EMT while I cried for help. 2 very fit-looking men, too, of all things. Guys walked in and then out 2 times to do a double take. If I ever wanted to take my life, now would be it. More like OP is sent to the hospital. Him putting a barrel up his ass is diagnosed as his sexual identity. He doesn't feel comfortable inserting 2 big barrels up his ass. Who are we to judge? NFA repealed. LGBT 870 is now a thing. Amosexual to a whole new level. B-faggot OP decide to shove shotgun barrel up ass. EMTs have to saw barrel off. It's only 15 inches long now. ATF comes because there's obviously nothing better to do even though there's a major terrorist attack today. They rip out the remaining bit of barrel out of OP's ass. EMT's face when they were not gentle. Government arms dealers cuff OP for breaking NFA law. Nothing personal, kid, but you're not a Mexican cartel. They drag him out by his ankles, leaving a trail of anal blood and the corpse of OP's dog. Such is life in the People's Republic of America. Barrel breach. Gold. Include me in the new screen cap. Stovepiping. What you have there, son, is a jam ejection extraction. Remington 870 ejection problems. Remington 870 failure to extract. Remington 870 loading problems. Happens all the time. Do you pump? Something stuck in his chamber. OP here. I finally got my phone back after the EMT took it from me. Kinda upset about some of the things on this thread, but I guess it's expected considering the circumstances. Docs removed the barrel after x-rays showed it was caught on a hemorrhoid that I didn't know I had. If today wasn't bad enough, they called my sister down, as they weren't sure exactly what happened. EMT maybe did it. They are keeping me overnight to make sure I didn't jiggle anything else and cause damage. Doctor seemed understanding and told me not to be so bold and stick to nature. But I sure did get looks being carted through the ER with an obvious barrel protruding from my anus. Anyways, I'm on painkillers and feeling okay, so thanks for being with me through this, guys. I'll continue to lurk K like I normally do whilst I tell myself to just stick to my butt plugs. Still can't look my sister in the eye. Pick is what I asked sister to take of me. Face cropped out as the thread doesn't need a face of my bloodied ass.
Baby, that I call you.
Is the military cool or gay? I have some sort of urge to join. Cannot explain it. Yeah, it's both. More cool if you pick the right job. It can be hours of asinine duty, training, and maintenance for minutes of pure, unadulterated excitement. I have 11 years down, looking forward to retiring after the next 9. Anyway, pick a job that you actually want to do and have at it. It's extremely homoerotic, and also cool and fun. If you are in the right job. Yeah, it's both. The ratio of gay shit to cool shit depends on a great variety of different factors. But it's never 100% gay or 100% cool. Even the best of the best dudes doing the coolest jobs and the coolest units have to endure soul-crushing levels of gay-ass bullshit every now and then. Even the gayest of gay lords doing gay bullshit all day do get to do some cool shit sometimes. It's complicated. The higher speed you are, the cooler it is. Which boils down to fitness and mental acuity. Fitness really filters people out, especially women, so they kinda don't matter. They're quickly shuffled somewhere else to do menial shit. Used to be cool, now it's gay. OP, I've been an infantryman in the Australian Army for almost 1 year now, and I feel like I've completely ruined my entire life. Be nerd incel. Did shit in school because mom let me play video games indoor all day instead of studying. Always yearned for some kind of father figure or masculine influence because my parents divorced when I was 3 and dad left interstate. Joined the infantry hoping it would turn me into a man, or it would unironically be like video games. This is how it actually went. Cried in basic training and humiliated myself in front of girls and my peers on the first day as I was completely unprepared for getting yelled at. Got charged and sentenced to 4 weeks of punishment for insubordination because I had a habit of rolling my eyes that I didn't even know I did consciously. Got back squatted 3 times in the School of Infantry. First for failing a shooting test, then for failing a pack march, and then I negligently discharged a blank in the field. Got charged for the negligent discharge and did 2 weeks of punishment. Got charged again for failing a room inspection and did another 2 weeks of punishment. Finally got to battalion 4 months later than everyone else with a conduct record which basically says I'm a huge fuck up. Got charged again at battalion because I went to the wrong place and missed first parade. Platoon commander, platoon sergeant, CSM, and OC all hate me. And I'm basically on my last warning, so if I get charged again, I'm going to get sent to DFCE, the military prison. I'm 19 and my life is completely fucked. I'm doing guard on Christmas Day and New Year's. My section hates me and barely talks to me even though I live on base. Literally everything I could have imagined has gone wrong and more. Fatherless man acts like a woman and gets rightfully shamed for it. Ah ha 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 ha, faggot. Definitely gay. Literally homosexual. Rape occurs. Full of retards who can't even get a higher paying job at Walmart. Abysmally low pay for having to work your ass off 24/7. It's like $18K a year after taxes. Constant abuse that will fuck up your psyche. Fucks up your resume because not a lot of people will hire ex-military. In reality, it's like hiring an ex-convict based on how they behave and how much of a dumb ticking time bomb they are. If you even want to join, you're retarded and probably already trashy. That's why you're not getting hired or kept at better jobs. Amazon warehouses are always hiring. Hire anyone, pay more, and have better benefits, FYI. Basically, you go in for 10 years or so. Tell them you hurt your back and got PTSD, then get VA Gibbs for life. This guy gets it. Also claim you can't get hard. Massive payout. It's really gay, but not gay at the same time. Sitting in -37 freezing your bag off is gay, but smoking cigs with the boys, hating life together, remembering the time Corporal Dickweed blew out his bag, trying to bang a hooker, is what makes it. The Army has paused the use of its Ajax armored vehicles after soldiers became unwell from noise and vibration during a war game exercise. Jesus Christ, it's happening again. Ajax is having new vibration issues. They halted use again. No, it's not old news. It's from this morning. Just buy what the Germans are offering already. I think it's because on paper it was supposed to be used loaded with shells. But as gay rapians don't have shells, they are empty now. So some parts resonate due to incorrect weight distribution. The question is, why have they made a giant vibrator? The ill-fated Ajax armored vehicle program continues to come under fire amid health fears and doubts that major design flaws can be rectified. Excessive vibration and noise could be harming soldiers involved in Ajax trials who have experienced tinnitus, nausea, and swollen joints, some requiring steroid treatment to reverse the damage. The idea is that they need to give you steroids. It's a very tranny-coded machine. Only because you don't know shit about medicine. Lighten up a bit, Jesus. Just buy Swedish or German and focus on other things. Jesus Christ. A reminder that this program cost £5.5 billion so far to deliver a single non-functioning vehicle. Meanwhile, France had its Scorpion program that modernized the Leclerc fleet, developed EBRC Jaguar, same gun as the Ajax by the way, worked fine in French service, the Griffin and the Serval APCs. All for €6 billion. How do you fuck up this much developing a recon IFV? I have no idea. The UK is a third world shithole in case you haven't noticed. UK is legit Africa tier corruption in the government. UK very often struggles with its vehicle deployment. They should probably just fire all the retards that are in MOD and Tabula Rasa with a brand new, hopefully non-retarded staff. At this point, it's institutional incompetency. UK could use a Stalin-esque purge of its military. It has far too many generals and admirals that really should be made to retire. It's time to let go, Brits. We'll buy Tempest in return. That'll more than make up for it. So much vibration that the occupants become sick. Average British motor vehicle, then. Must have been a Friday afternoon when Baza and Big Reg assembled it. They should have bought Booker. So should we, for that matter. How and why is it fucked? Brought to you by the same department that gave you the L85. They turned down the CV90 for this. Why does it have this program when the ASCOD 2 and the other vehicles based on it don't? British military procurement. If it doesn't have a major design flaw, it ain't getting accepted into service. I wonder how this thing compares to like a Bradley. Like, is it much worse or have standards changed? Bradley isn't actively trying to liquefy its passengers when it's moving. Is this project cursed? This is a cursed vehicle. The British MOD as a whole is cursed. They need to have a come-to-Jesus moment where they all sit down together and realize that the Empire is over. It has been for some time. Recon vehicle. Kills everyone because of how loud it is. Heavy armor. Among 1,200 additional requirements added by MOD that cumulatively cause noise and shaking so violent it injures personnel. Crew. 3 personnel, limited to 1.5 hours maximum in this vehicle, due to health concerns. Must wear noise-protecting equipment at all times. 40mm automatic cannon. A heavier MOD requirement to upgrade firepower. Vibration means it can't be fired while the vehicle is moving. Mobility. A design flaw means the vehicle is unable to reverse over obstacles more than 20 centimeters high. Weight. 42 tons, based on the ASCOD light tank, which weighs 28 tons. Top speed, 45 miles per hour. Limited to 20 miles per hour because vehicle's instability renders it unsafe. At least 2 of those involved in the drills were so badly affected that they have been medically downgraded and are now unable to deploy overseas. Imagine riding in something so shaky that it turns you disabled. How do you fuck up a Habsburg designed so hard? Do any other of the Ascods have similar problems? Literally every issue stems from 42 tons based on Ascod chassis weighing 28 tons. It's 10 tons overweight. Max chassis weight rating for the Ascod is around 31 to 32 tons. The 40mm cannon is probably not helping either. It is a compact telescope ammo cannon. The problem is that it's rifled and has a large freebore section inside the cartridge. So when the shell hits the rifling, it's already going fast, so the bore wear is hard. When Americans tried case telescoped ammo on their 75mm light tank, they used a smoothbore, which does not have this problem.
I love to climb a mountain.
I really want to buy a gun, but I'm super nervous about the penis inspection part of the 4473. The shop owner says it's a really quick process. Any tips on getting through this? Huge poop the morning of. It is really quick. Should only take 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how quick you nut. I recommend gooning for a few hours beforehand so you go quick. I wear a rubber full of lotion the entire day before I do the 4473. It keeps me nice and velvety, and I tend to pass the whole thing on visual inspection alone. Cocoa butter is fine. Any tips? Americans don't have any spare tips. Take Viagra beforehand to assert dominance. Normally I just rent the Centaur half for a day. The guys at the shop don't know I'm a regular person. I use beard oil on my full bush. They tell me I remind them of a Greek god, and I get a 10% discount. They just look at it quick. Maybe palpate the shaft a bit. I don't get what the big deal is. It's not that bad. Though, if you're that nervous about it, you can always request it be done by the shop femboy. Or as a last resort, the counter girl. That's what they're there for, after all. Remember to fluff yourself in your car before you go in. Penis inspection? They're supposed to do that? Fuck, my dog is so dead if the ATF ever looks at my 4473s and sees industrial accident listed for bypassing it. Fuck your mother. Any tips on getting through this? Tips. Getting through this. Penis inspection form. Gag. I believe there's a waiver you can get from your doctor if your penis is deformed / small. My penis is massive and aesthetic. I just don't want to show it to them. They might deny the sale out of jealousy. See if it can be done via video call. Be sure to angle the camera upwards so they are put in a position of submission, looking up at you and it makes the penis look bigger. Also, trim the bush to improve visual appeal. You know, after all these years and dozens of gun purchases and dozens of penis inspections, and I've never thought to ask what they're checking for. I just imagine Ernest Borgnine having sex with Joy Behar, and I'm diamonds. Check out local gun store for shits and giggles. Short Stack Cutie is working the counter that day. Ithaca I've been eyeing is still there. Decide to be a cheeky bastard and buy it. Here we go, .wav. Hand over cash. Receive 4473 in a pen. Dick is craving inspection. Phone rings. Cutie answers. Worried expression immediately. Runs into the back. Few minutes later, the owner walks out. He wordlessly gets the gloves. It's not nearly as awkward after the first time. I just wish you wouldn't be so rough with it. Just put your balls out for all to see when you walk in. Do not be afraid. Penis inspection means you will get mercilessly jerked off for an hour till your forehead whitens and beads of sweat drop down your brows. Ha! Silly Americans. Need to have their penises inspected to purchase firearms. Here in Germany, we just skip straight to butt sex. If your butt does not confirm your ISO 3533 and IEC 6335, you simply aren't granted your weapon and have to pay a €9 administrative fee. How and why other countries don't adopt such a simple and straightforward system baffles me. Germans have it so easy. And your fee is reasonable. Some Americans have to pay thousands to not get their gun. The shop owner says it's a really quick process. It is, and it's not really used for anything either. They just put a mark on your registration record. The only people that ever check it are occasionally the police if they make a house call for any reason. They might verify if they're in the mood. Or at the range, obviously. I think in most cases it's just to make the range trap's job easier. That feeling when I was looking at porn on my phone in my car while waiting for my appointment. That feeling when I got pre-com. That feeling when they noticed during the inspection and called over the other staff. That feeling when they all laughed. That feeling when the next time I went back to collect and they called out, "Hey, Drippy wants his gun." I can never show my face there again. Same thing happened to me. If this keeps happening, I'll have no choice but to become my own FFL. Denied due to candida balanitis. It's over. My face with the ink pad was too dry and only gets a partial during dicker printing. Clerk says I have to fill out a whole new form while he gets a fresh pad from the back. Fucking stupid. I'm not American, sorry. Is this a joke? And what if they realize you're definitely compensating for something? There's no way they do that in the back of your crusty old gun shop. And what if they realize you're definitely compensating for something? Compensating isn't the issue. Being prissy and weird about it when someone mentions it is absolutely an issue. Stay composed and everything works out as usual. These sorts of things are baked into US society. It's a kind of filter that ensures a freedom and individual-based society maintains cohesion by ostracizing and persecuting those that stray too far from the pack or exercise their individuality in the wrong way. It's not strange that these things exist. It's just strange that they perceive it as compatible with individual freedoms. Bonus round. I decoded the SCAR announcement. No more FN. If you've been wanting one, no, it's gone. No FN demand. If you own a commercial legacy SCAR, don't. Owners are retarded. 17's so over.
There's a spot.
Did cowboys and people in the West generally actually fan their revolvers? I imagine most shootouts happen drunkenly and strung out on opium withdrawal in bars over card games, so pretty close range where it could actually be feasible. But is there any evidence they actually did this besides cowboy movies made in Italy? Most gun fatalities from gunfights happen the same way it happens today. The same way Wild Bill Hickok and Jesse James were killed. So the lesson is be smarter and premeditate instead of being faster or accurate. There's enough writing from the time talking about how it was a stupid idea to suggest at least some people did do it. Also, we have a few historical examples of slip guns. Revolvers modified specifically for fan firing by removing the trigger and altering the hammer. I believe it was Wyatt Earp that said Hollywood fanning was retarded and never done. He did say that what you stated wasn't uncommon and worked. Remove or wire the back trigger, hold gun with both hands, aim the gun, use the thumb on your offhand to actuate the hammer to fire. Many accounts from old gunmen come down to the guy that aimed won. Use the thumb on your offhand to actuate the hammer to fire. That's called a slip gun. And yes, that was a thing. OP, read Pick Related if you haven't already. It is the historical source you're looking for and one of the best gun-related books ever written. Six Guns by Keith. From what I remember reading, it was a point-blank thing, though they held the revolver at hip level at the front, not at the side. That said, most gunfights played out more like Wild Bill Hickok vs. Davis Tutt, where they shit-talked each other from across the street before they each took one shot at each other. Wild Bill used his left arm to brace his revolver and take aim. Tutt got hit and had died in a silly way by falling over, getting up, running like 10 feet, then dying. The West. Thank you for using the correct definition of that term and not the gay revisionist one non-Americans use. To answer your question, gun violence wasn't actually all that common in the West, and a lot of the mythology of the Old West gunslinger comes from Wild Bill's traveling show. Wild Bill, oops, I meant Buffalo Bill. Occasional reminder that Wild West towns had significantly lower murder rates than present-day American cities. FTFY, I'm honestly extremely suspicious of these claims. Even if the town-based ones were accurate, I have little doubt that the vast majority of homicides in that time period happened in rural areas and was likely never reported or recorded. I think the concept of the Wild West being more peaceful than today is almost as revisionist as the idea that it was like in the movies, at least as far as areas outside of town went. If there was cattle, land, gold, silver, or pussy, there was killing in that town. The West was wild. The vast majority of people aren't interested in violence. Do you realize how many wars/conflicts happened just prior or during the Wild West period? Violence was the rule in that period. What do we think about this image, Kay? I tried 18 tabs of Ben a year ago. Wasn't impressed. I just got a weird physical feeling and was tired. Staying awake gave nothing but a minor aspect of disillusion. Yeah, shadows in the corner of your eye get your attention. It wasn't much outside of my mind, to be honest. But then I'm the type of person where 400 mcg of LSD only gives me a realization of biophysical process of sensory integration. Still completely cognizant. I've used large doses of LSD for personal introspection and self-therapy. A lot of people just completely begin to lose reality at such a dose, which I find trivial. I took it once, hallucinated family members, saw arms trying to grab me while on to bed, chased mosquito hawks around my room. Shit looked like it was covered in a continuous melting texture, and then woke up with a badass headache and brain fog. I tried 18 tabs a year ago, wasn't impressed. You were supposed to also drink 5 nips of Jägermeister and try to board a plane. You're either a big guy with a phenomenal metabolism or your brain is already fried, and your post is a rare moment of lucidity. Or I have the brain capacity and mental capacity to hold cognizance at a significant level higher than average. What the massive dose of LSD showed me is 2 things. 1. Most people can't even see themselves in isolation. 2. The actual process of perception is quaint and weak, and highly dependent on the innate short/long-term memory abilities and relationship between those 2 functions. I am the 130 IQ poster, by the way. Go find some peyote. If it took you marinating your cortex in acid to figure those 2 things out, you're not as smart as you think you are. And that's a hard place to be. I used to take DXM and spend the entire trip watching body cam/gore footage and reading about various genocides. I had to stop when I started humanizing Pol Pot and seeing how much I was like him despite my ego making me think I could never be like that. Made me more empathetic and caring in the long term, but Desu, I kinda wish I hadn't done that. Put me in a really dark state of mind and made me want to transcend the physical out of contempt for the material world, and I got into weird fringe stuff like astral projection and remote viewing. I can't stand the average person on K anymore as a result either. I know how arrogant that sounds, but you all have that annoying engineer autist archetype or do sick shit to deer. Made me appreciate the outdoors and the connection I have with IRL people more. No, you are frail and cannot handle the needs of a human society. That's all your little adventure into your own head proved. I took 2 Tylenol before bed last night for migraine. Had already taken my prescription stuff at about 0400 yesterday, and couldn't take it again for about 5 hours. I don't normally medicate before bed. I had a dream it was the end of World War II, but Hitler and Braun didn't commit suicide. They were fleeing and we were all looking for them. Eventually I found them laying prone trying to hide in ankle-deep grass. "Es ist Hitler und den Frau!" I yelled loudly while pointing at them. They got up and ran another 10 yards into different ankle-deep grass. "Es ist Hitler und den Frau!" They got up and ran again before taking another dive. "Es ist Hitler und den Frau!" Even in my dream, I knew this was borderline nonsensical German, but it was the only way I could alert the authorities. This kept up for the next half hour. All this took place in the yard of my childhood home in Illinois. I got tired of yelling, "Es ist Hitler und den Frau," and went inside to complain to my parents that no one was coming to arrest Hitler. Soon things became fuzzy, and I was suddenly given an image of an aerial view of a parakeet head comparable in size to a Mount Rushmore head carved into a wall of the Grand Canyon, as if I were on a helicopter flying backwards away from it. This was the last thing I saw before I woke up. You know, some people do L and get so caught up with realizing that they are God that they never take the next step and realize that so is everyone else, so maybe they should slow their roll a little, because they're faggots. This shit is confirmed to cause early onset dementia/Alzheimer's. Google it. This shit almost killed me when I took it the correct way. I was sweating like I ran 5 miles. My heart was going to beat out of my chest, and I thought I was going to get a heart attack while sitting on a shitter. That was the last time I'll ever take that stuff. Since this is not a K-drug thread, I tried DXM by accident one day because I drank half of the cough syrup bottle. I really liked the taste of it. I tripped for 2 days. It was amazing. My fingers felt happy. The week after, the only thing I could think about was, I need more. Before that, I did not understand how addiction worked. But actually, it's pretty simple. Show a guy pure happiness, he'll want it. roller delayed, blow forward, belt fed 12 gauge. Your blowback, pearly delayed, medieval trebuchet. Straight pull pump action 40 millimeter. And it doesn't know about the China link. Whoa, I got it. Integrally suppressed 30-06 long recoil single shot pistol. Duck foot punt gun with flechette rounds. Intercontinental ballistic knife. Direct blowback 50 AE submachine gun with a 30-inch barrel and a wire stock. Bolt action tube magazine 30 super carry carbine. Direct impingement drum magazine fed M2 Browning chambered in 22 LR. A double-barrel gas-operated pistol using the gas principle that always turns into a runaway gun, and you can only remove the fixed dual magazine when both slides are locked open. You commit to a mag dump or you don't fire at all. A modern-day automatic break-action revolver that fires .357 Magnum and the slide pushes forward. Caltech researchers are monitoring this thread. This fucking thing. Lever-action box magazine 37mm grenade launcher. Pump-action pistol. A revolver but with a little crank wheel instead of a trigger. 577 Snyder semi-automatic magazine-fed pistol with a silencer. 12-gauge Derringers in gold and chrome. Pan-style magazine-fed 7.62 Darnick. How about this in 44 mag? Gas-operated high-pressure shotgun miniguns. Buckshot dipped in green tracer mix. Advanced primer ignition blowback 30 carbine quad stack mag PDW. This would actually be based. I hope Caltech reads this. I wouldn't even mind having to buy a different bolt for every brand of ammo. AR-15 and 30 carbine with a 9-inch barrel would be cool. Lever action open bolt belt fed caseless 40mm HEDP integrally suppressed folding stock national match peep sights water cooled and bullpup. A Californian compliant full auto hunting rifle with built-in suppressor mag fed by a stack of 10-round clips. Like that Japanese World War II machine gun. Blichelot mag-fed 7.62x51mm recreation of the M1919A6, but with an all-polymer receiver and integrated anti-aircraft sights for hunting elk. 12-gauge styled, comically large revolver with the Gaunt-style fueling system so you don't have gas escaping the cylinder gap and can support the barrel. MTS 255-12 could be modified to Nagant seal, I guess. Would fix a huge problem with the original, but the double-action trigger pull would be atrocious. Get this. Roller delayed, blow forward, recoil operated revolver shotgun, cartridge explodes, gases push the barrel forward, dragging a tilting cam with it that rotates the cylinder by pushing against a slot in the cylinder outer face. A big-ass spring returns the barrel into battery. All the trigger does is release the firing pin. Oh, just for clarity, the firing pin is reset by a worm gear working off the rotation of the cylinder. Belt-fed, water-cooled 9mm Flobert gallery gun with CO2 cartridge actuated folding bayonet and a red dot. But the dot is actually blue, so when you shoot glowing red things, you win. Open bolt 460 machine pistol, gold-plated, and an inflatable shoulder stock. Let's chemically propel a tritium bullet via rifle with a micro-transporter on the end to beam it and speed paired with an exographic targeting sensor to acquire targets through walls. Let's chemically propel my cock into her ass.
You drive me wild, crazy people.
How lethal is one of these? Could it work for home defense? I'm from a country where firearms are almost impossible to get, but these are not regulated. Yeah, it's good. Buy a spear too, and maybe a Bowie knife as well. A spear? To throw? To lunge and jab at an invader and keep him at bay. Could it work for home defense? No. Bows got nerfed after the Battle of Agincourt, and they can't really kill people anymore. The TTK is too low for actual play. Battle of Agincourt? 1415? The compound bows are way more powerful, and they were invented in the 60s. A crossbow is better in every way, but yes, a bow can work. You're only getting one shot, though. Could it work for home defense? Indoor bows are very cumbersome. If the limb slaps a door frame or a wall or whatever on release, it will pull the bow out of your grip. Like most of non-firearm weapons aren't strictly deadly with access to modern hospitals. You don't just need to hit them. You need to make sure no one calls an ambulance for at least 15 minutes, or cut their head off. They'll still fuck you up really bad, but man, the amount of times someone's being arrested saying they killed someone and they got to a hospital in maybe an hour and they just pumped all the blood back into them. Could it work? Yes, as pointed out already, there are issues with it being cumbersome. However, if you practice it around your house for various home defense situations, it could be used, even effectively. It will depend upon your experience and skill. And one advantage that could be significant, if you end up in a court defending yourself for using one, you can make a case that you are both a hunter and skilled hobbyist who is into archery. It just happens that this was the closest weapon you had available when the home invader threatened your life. Using hunting broadheads is easier to justify if you have actual hunting credibility, such as previous permits, etc. Makes it much less of a perception problem that you plan to murder another human being given any manufactured opportunity. Same case can be made for a baseball bat, but gets harder for specialized weapons such as spears. I don't really recommend it, but it's not as retarded as it's being made out in this thread, so long as you prepare ahead of time with skills and a solid cover story. Watch Ranch Fairy. 500 grain or more single-edged broadheads will full pass through any large game, including a better than 50-50 chances of popping straight through the thick bone, at relevant distances, and would absolutely put a skinwalker on its ass. Crossbow reloads are impractical, where OP Pick can have follow-up arrows on tap immediately, holding spares in the other unused released fingers. Further, per 70 pounds draw moose and on above, velocity is an absolute meme with arrows when it's entirely on broadhead, grain/single edge, and FOC, assuming very close distance. Even lower draw weight compound bows will be perfectly adequate. No one is getting a second shot off with a bow inside a single room's distance. I saw a guy die as a result of being hit with an arrow. I was a deputy sheriff. About 10 years ago, we got a call for an injured hunter. 75-year-old man was hunting with his adult son. The old man was walking from one blind to another while the son was up in a tree stand. The son heard his dad walking and assumed it was a deer. It was a weird angle, and because of the way the dad was walking, the arrow ended up going through both of his legs. It was a rural area. It took us about 15 minutes to get to the trailhead and then another 10 minutes to get into the woods. The old man bled out pretty much immediately when we arrived. That broadhead did a ton of damage. And that's why you don't go shooting just at sounds.
Your ham and green.
Milk as a chemical weapon. I've got a serious strategy to beat China in World War III. Let's say we're trying to invade Shanghai. We'll humidify the fuck out of Shanghai's atmosphere with milk particles. Chinese people by and large are lactose intolerant, so all the Chinese soldiers will be forced to surrender due to shitting their pants or experiencing a tummy ache. Meanwhile, the milk in the atmosphere will enhance the combat capabilities of Western soldiers. It doesn't violate the Geneva Convention because milk is technically not a chemical weapon. And it'd be humane too, since it doesn't even cause any permanent injuries. We'll haul over all kinds of equipment and boatloads of milk to achieve it. And we could even poison Shanghai's water supply with milk, leaving the Chinese with zero ability to fight. There'd probably be mass desertions too, since PLA soldiers would just ditch the trenches to get away from the smell of shit. I don't know if chemical weapons are within the scope of K, but what do you guys think? Should I try and lobby this idea to a think tank? If you're sneaking stuff into enemy's water supply or whatever, then it doesn't matter in the slightest how defensively you insist that it's actually not poison. First of all, they'll never believe that it's whatever you claim it is, and neither will historians. And secondly, even if they did, your intentions are clear regardless of whatever loopholes you think up. And that's all that really matters. It's milk, bro. Would it be a war crime to sneak beef into Indian soldiers' rations? It's not a chemical weapon, but it also means the Indians will refuse to eat. Didn't Indians get rather uppity about this before? Scratch that, better idea. Some plants have trace amounts of lactose, so we'll instead develop a plant optimized for producing lactose and then crossbreed it with an invasive, unnaturally competitive species of rice. This will at first be designed for domestic consumption in the West, marketed as superfood. Then we'll drop these super lactose rice grains over Chinese farms and take their main source of carbohydrates. The Chinese economy is also planned like the economy in the Hunger Games, so it would be super easy to disrupt the whole supply chain. It'll take time for the Chinese to figure out why 1.4 billion people are suddenly shitting themselves, and by the time they figure it out, it will be too late because the PLA will be experiencing the effects of their tainted rations, allowing us to capture their positions. Milk is actually pretty good at mass killing fish in bodies of water, believe it or not. Lactose intolerance? Just keep drinking milk until you're no longer intolerant, lol. I was about to post this one as well. Lactose intolerance is a meme. You can just keep drinking milk until the explosive diarrhea subsides, and then you won't be intolerant anymore. Though you'll need to keep consuming it to maintain lactase production. Not quite. Lactase production is genetic. Building lactose tolerance in an intolerant person means culturing lactose digestion bacteria in the gut. Why not just bomb your enemies instead? Because lactose poisoning is cooler. My dad drank whole milk till the day he died. The constant diarrhea didn't faze him in the least. Chemical weapons are rather unimpressive in terms of effectiveness and effective radius, especially for a milk allergy that will cause mild digestive discomfort. Driving. Need to shit real bad. Crash and kill everybody. Easy. Should I try and lobby this idea to a think tank? Yeah. Chinese people by and large are lactose intolerant. 85% I believe, but it's not usually severe. Most Chinese consume dairy daily in different forms. Cheese is less common except on pizza. Gratin rice dishes and fast food, but it's a weird form of cheese and probably modified to be low lactose. Yogurt is extremely common in China, and little tubs of fruit yogurt are in children's lunch boxes and served in school cafeterias. Yogurt is more or less lactose-free anyway, though. Milk is common on either cereal or just drunk directly as flavored milk and considered healthy for children. There are lactose-free versions that are everywhere, but they're marketed towards the elderly. I think either Chinese are becoming more lactose tolerant because their childhood diets have more milk, or it just isn't a very bad form of lactose intolerance. Based and calcium pilled. Biological weapons as a WMD are not controllable. As a targeted individual one human weapon, they're more effective. Lactose intolerance doesn't mean you die if your skin comes into contact with lactose. It means you have a harder time digesting lactose. I'm by no means as lactose intolerant as it gets. I can put a splash of milk in my coffee and only fart a half an hour later. If I have a Starbucks and a barista forgets that I said lactose free, then half an hour later I have to slam my laptop shut, shove it in my backpack and run to the toilet and hope it's fucking vacant. If I eat some carbonara and it was made with cream, some hours later I will lie in agony on the bathroom floor while my intestines blow up like a balloon and I wait until the gas reaches my rectum and I can shit myself in the bath. It's impossible to sit on a toilet. It folds the intestines and doubles the agony. Well past the point of tolerance. Only lying straight can I endure the pain. A decent-sized bathtub is best. A trench line and keeping watch would not be the optimal situation to experience this in. I would not be combat effective. You should try A2 milk.
Now I call you baby.
You're on the toilet. You hear the sound of your door being kicked in. Tactically, what do you do in this situation? Animals are most vulnerable when they're using the bathroom, and that stays true for humans. I doubt you're carrying a gun with you to the bathroom either. Most animals don't use bathrooms. They just shit on the ground. Dogs will go into guard mode more automatically outside bathroom doors when you go for a dump and expect you to be lookout and security for them when they take a shit. A pair of dogs will take turns so one is on lookout while the other shits. Not keeping a gun in your toilet tank or shower. Not gonna make it. At home, I'm always 3 to 10 feet away from a gun. Plus, I always shit with all my clothes off. I won 4th place in competitive shitting, so I can just run if I need to. Not running a cistern cig, not gonna make it. Sitting on the toilet, cig accidentally discharges into your ass. You're playing a dangerous game. I always shit with all my clothes off. I won 4th place in competitive shitting, so I can just run if I need to. Okay, but how does being nude help you tactically? How does being nude help you tactically? He doesn't know. No pants sagging around ankles or an undone belt. The sound of your door being kicked in. Fantastic. That means I'm at home. 2020 plus 5. Not having a shitter shooter. I removed my pants completely from my ankles, which is easy since I'm not a fucking troglodyte who wears shoes in the house, and greet the intruder with both my weapons pointed towards the enemy. That could never happen because A, I don't live in a crime-infested shithole where breaking in is a daily event, and B, my door is made out of metal and not made out of cardboard. He doesn't have a shower gun. How are you going to defend yourself if someone tries to Hitchcock you? Grab nearest serviceable weapon? Wag! Run in such a manner that there's a thunderous sound and the floor shakes with each step. If they don't make it in before I get to the door, there's a good shot they'll fuck off. If they do, they'll see a large yoked naked man charging them with something that isn't normally a weapon, but absolutely is one today. If housing prices ever go down to the point I don't need a roommate, I'll probably put one of those biometric/code lock pistol safes in there and stash a high point. Oh no, my yeet cannon rusted. Anyways, joke's on them. I've been eating nothing but MREs for the past 2 weeks. You hear the sounds of your door being kicked in. No, I don't. Imagine having a door that can be kicked in. Anyway, in the event that I hear someone blasting their way in with a shotgun or whatever, if I'm upstairs, then I can easily make it to my bedroom guns before they're through the hall. If I'm shitting downstairs, then I may be carrying, but otherwise they'll have cut me off from both my living room guns and study guns as soon as they're inside. I keep a wrench and some pepper spray in the bathroom for this exact reason. I doubt you're carrying a gun with you to the bathroom either. I keep a Model 10 in one of my dressing gown pockets. I'm more likely to be armed than wearing pants unless we're expecting guests. I have a Beretta APX that goes in my pocket as soon as I put on my pants in the morning. If I've left my home that day, I also have either a Glock 23 or a Browning High Power on me. My bathroom plan has always been to hop off the toilet and into my huge cast steel bathtub, where I will lie with my pistol trained on the bathroom door while calling the police. I live in an affluent white neighborhood, so they will respond swiftly and in force to a home invasion call. I have a shitter gun. It's an APX-A1 carry that fits in the drawer next to the toilet. I got it for $200 after rebate and didn't want to carry it or sell it to someone, so I leave it there. Wait for my Pitbull cattle dog mix to finish mauling them to death. Scroll on 4chan for a while, use my bidet to blast my asshole fresh and clean, then call 911 and get the Pine Sol and mop. I doubt you're carrying a gun with you to the bathroom either. You don't carry? Mine is on me while I have pants on. When I'm in my house, my handgun goes into my safe. I only carry on my person when I'm outside. Pants on. He doesn't have a sex gun. Animals are at their most vulnerable when they're using the bathroom. My cat comes in to watch guard for me when I shit. I just recently learned that's why he does that. I doubt you're carrying a gun with you to the bathroom either. I have one that stays in there. It's holstered on the side of the vanity where the shower curtain is. You're more vulnerable in the shower than you are on the toilet. Shower is loud, obscures most noises. Likely to not have a gun on you because you didn't want to get a gun wet for no reason. Likely behind a curtain, so while an invader knows where you are, you don't know where they are. Even if you somehow beat all these negatives, your feet are wet as fuck, risking a fall. If you were to engage anyone. Need a waterproof gun. Use a see-through shower curtain or a glass door shower. Apply anti-slip coating to your bathroom and kitchen tiles, and have carpet everywhere else. Put a moisture-resistant TV/monitor on the bathroom wall with Wi-Fi cameras all around the house so you can see everywhere in the house from the shitter or shower. And the gun case doesn't need to be waterproof. Just use a large plastic bag as a gun condom to keep it dry. Enter half bath. Place 38 Derringer on table. Roddy and Pitbull guard from hallway. I poo peacefully.